Chapter 1. Binding National Fate, Supernuclear Power Plant. United Federation. At this moment, all the leaders within the Global Federation were gathered in an office. They turned their eyes to the screen, watching the light emitted by an asteroid, flickering with a brightness that was terrifying dozens of times more than the one that destroyed the dinosaurs over 65 million years ago. Their brows tightly furrowed. Where are the people from the security agency? How's the ballistic simulation going? Is there any possibility of solving the problem by detonating all satellites, including our latest technological weapons? Someone yelled, breaking the silence. Because they knew, according to the calculations, that if no solution was found, in less than 10 minutes, this asteroid would collide with Earth. The power was enough to bring about the extinction of all humanity. Report no solution. Even if we launch nuclear warheads, it's already too late. Silence, a deathly silence. At this moment, all the bigwigs watching were filled with despair. Was this the end of humanity's road? However, just at that moment, a dazzling red light emanating from the asteroid completely enveloped the Earth. The entire planet turned a bloody hue. It was like a world drenched in blood. The death game has officially started. This game will select 20 individuals from each Federation country to enter the game. Please note, this game will affect reality in the game. If players exhibit exceptional strength, their country will correspondingly increase its attributes. As players' strengths improve, national fortune and the power of the people will rise in tandem. If players die, they will die in the real world simultaneously, and the national fortune of that country will decline. Players from different countries are allowed to fight each other. Please note, the asteroid will gradually approach Earth within the next month. Powerful nations have a chance to eliminate the asteroid. Note 2. If players fail in the game or are injured, the national fortune and territory in the real world will experience varying degrees of natural disasters, as well as monster disasters. A series of notifications appeared in the minds of every person on Earth. At that moment, including those in the United Federation conference hall, everyone instantly understood this was a life and death game concerning humanity. Because no one would be foolish enough, or rather, no one could possess such powerful abilities to synchronize brainwave transmission with people around the globe. At least with the current level of human technology, this was absolutely unattainable. So treat it with caution. Game start. Everyone go wild. As the super leaders of various Federation countries left the conference hall, the sound announcing the start of the game echoed. Immediately, different places on Earth saw flickering white lights. Then one by one, individuals from different realms vanished from their spots. They had entered the so-called death game. At the same time, the powerful figures from various federations issued the same command. Find all the players within the country. The deadline is 20 minutes. As light flickered, when Qing opened his eyes again, he found that everything had changed. He had reverted to his initial state. Yes, that's right. After confirming, Qing realized he had been reborn. He had traveled back 10 years to the early stage of this so-called life and death game that concerned the fate of nations and the safety of all humanity. Recalling the events of the past decade within the game, a ruthless glint appeared in Qing's eyes. This game was far from what all of humanity thought. Even the asteroid that had stopped moving toward Earth in the sky was not as simple as it seemed. In fact, the game rules were shrouded in countless hidden aspects by this so-called death game. First of all, this game was not only related to players and humanity at irregular intervals. Corresponding monsters and beasts would also spawn in the real world. If anyone died in the game, these monsters would increase in level. The more players that died, the more the strength of the monsters in the real world would increase. Similarly, if players did not complete their quests in the game world, it would not just lead to a decline in national fortune. It was even possible that the terrifying creatures and mutated items in the game world would sink to reality, wreaking havoc on the corresponding federations. This was the most ruthless strategy, especially when a month later, when the asteroid began to advance toward Earth again. The horror it would unleash would be 100 times, even 1,000 times worse than humanity could imagine. For instance, in his previous life, a month later, Qing had completed part of the game, but still suffered some injuries. Meanwhile, over 70 people had died cumulatively in other federations. This directly led to a terrifying night of horrors in the real world, during which the number of deaths in the human world exceeded 1 billion. It was considered the most horrifying death crisis in the early stages. Otherwise, why would this game be called a death game? Shaking his head to dispel the thoughts from his past life, Qing looked at the swirling vortex in front of him, resembling an online game. Without any hesitation, he leaped directly into it. At the same time, as each player entered the game, a direct broadcast software appeared on all phones, computers, and internet-enabled devices worldwide. Death livestream. In an instant, countless people flooded in, but when these viewers saw the game screen in the live broadcast room, they were all stunned. What the hell? A desolate wasteland world. We, the Dragon Federation, have such a terrible start. Other federations have resource-rich domains like riverine primal realms, island clusters, volcanic mineral domains, and supergrasslands. Why does our Dragon Federation have no resources at all, and our cities are in ruins, almost turning into wastelands? And there are so many zombies and monsters. This must be targeting our Dragon Federation. The audience from the Dragon Federation was dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene. In their eyes, this situation was completely unfair to their nation. This is a vast, somewhat dim world. Here, various wild beasts can be heard roaring in the distance. Surrounding them are crumbling concrete and steel structures, along with incredibly dilapidated buildings. If one looks closely, they can also see some hidden crimson glows in the surroundings. Those are the blood-red eyes of the monsters. And Qing has descended into this place, the desolate wilderness jungle. At this moment, with the memories of his past life, he naturally understood how chaotic the real world had become. However, he didn't need to dwell on that, because a pleasant notification sound had already refreshed in his mind. Congratulations! Player detected entering the game. Loading super reward system. Your newbie reward has been credited. The reward is Infrastructure Core, 500 square meters of nuclear power station. Chapter 2. A hard slap in the face nuclear power plant, capable of providing stable electricity for a small city of 500,000 for 100 years. Attributes. This nuclear power plant utilizes both nuclear fission and nuclear fusion technologies simultaneously. Thus, it is equipped with 2 electromagnetic cannons and 20 nuclear-powered laser machine guns. Level, S level. Please note, the quality levels of all in-game content range from F level, the lowest, to SSSS level, the highest. Character levels start from level 0 and gradually increase, with the current maximum level being 100. Looking at the attributes panel, a smile appeared on Qing's face. He never expected that in this life. After being reborn, he could obtain such a great asset. An S-level nuclear power plant is several times better than others' F-level starting points. Furthermore, in this game world, he is familiar with many rules, making it undoubtedly easier for him to navigate than for others. To be honest, even without this nuclear power plant as a newbie reward, he could still thrive in the game world. After all, he possesses the memories from his previous life and knows the locations of countless valuable resources. But now that he has something good, why shouldn't he use it? That would be foolish. Death game announcement. Players must establish their own city shelter within 8 hours, develop infrastructure, and gather refugees. The first phase requires the development of 100 people and 10 houses. Players can search for various resources in the game world to proceed. Please note, during the resource search, players will encounter various monsters, beasts, and bizarre events. Please prioritize your safety. In the real world, just 1 minute after countless people flooded into the live stream, this so-called world announcement refreshed simultaneously in both the game world and the live stream. Although the world announcement did not reveal much information, everyone understood that completing the first task issued by this announcement would enhance the nation's fortune. Conversely, failing to complete the task would weaken it. It is worth mentioning that currently, no one is clear about the extent of the impact this enhancement or weakening of the nation's fortune will have on the human world. After all, the game has just begun, and at this starting point, everyone is studying and observing what effects the game will have on the real world as it progresses. Ha 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 ha. Our Ninja Nation will definitely take first place this time. Did you see that? Our 20 players in the game world have already started organizing in the game channel to search for resources and begin creating cities. Look, the Ninja Nation is in the prairie resource domain, where there are natural springs and soil. Creating mud houses will be a piece of cake. Look at the neighboring Dragon Federation. They are in a desolate place, swarming with zombies. Is this even a game? They might as well give up. Ha ha ha. Yes, our nation is the best. We are currently in the resource-rich archipelago, surrounded by various ores, coconut trees, as well as marine creatures and seafood. It's a paradise-like start. This proves that the heavens are favoring our Federation. Now, the other Federation will surely be in chaos, right? In the desolate wasteland. If they manage to build houses ahead of time, I'll livestream doing something ridiculous. Especially if you look at the livestream. The places where the players from the other Federation have landed, there are even zombie growls. This indicates that they are in a mutated domain, a wasteland. Not only will they struggle to find any resources to build houses in a short time, but more importantly, they must face countless zombie threats. Isn't this a death sentence from the start? In the live stream of the death game, viewers from various federations around the world began to flood the chat, especially from the Ninja Federation and our Federation, who wish for the players from the other Federation to fail miserably in the game. However, none of the players from the other Federation were speaking in the chat because they were also questioning what was going on. Is it that their Federation is destined to be different? Are they just waiting for the game to torment them? Just as the players began their tasks in the game, searching for resources to build houses, suddenly, the entire game exploded. Boom. With a sound like a cannon. All the global viewers watching the live stream, including high-ranking officials from various federations, were momentarily stunned. Because, at that instant, in the live stream grid, on the screen of the other federation, a young figure appeared, holding a silver submachine gun. Behind him, a massive nuclear power station, glowing with silver lightning, was exuding an indescribable pressure. A nuclear power station. A wasteland nuclear power station. And that submachine gun in his hand. How is this possible? Why does he have such advanced weaponry? The viewers were bewildered, as they all knew that this game was about infrastructure and survival in the wilderness. The first task was to build houses and fortifications to attract refugees, creating a gathering place that could evolve into a city. The more refugees and residents there are in the city, the greater the benefits for those focused on infrastructure. Now, while over 200 federations were painstakingly trying to unite 20 players at level 1, starting from scratch to build wooden and adobe houses, one player had surprisingly acquired a modern weapon and a nuclear power station, entering the technological era. This was simply unbelievable. What on earth was happening? When a level 1 common fire-breathing zombie charged towards Qing from the nearby ruins, the silver bullets unleashed from the submachine gun completely exploded the entire livestream. Impossible. He must have cheated. Is there anyone who can contact the game world? Use the game's reporting mechanism to complain about Qing. This player named Qing must be using hacks. No, I'm sure he isn't cheating, because he is one of our people from the Federation. Chapter 3, a bunch of nonsense. Just throwing dirt around, how dare you. He is one of our people from that Federation. Okay. The technology from our Federation is the most powerful. The most stable nuclear power plant technology is firmly in our hands. There's no way those other regions could have such products. Therefore, he is definitely one of us. Just wait. Once the world announcement refreshes, you'll know. While the live stream was filled with chaos, turning into a battlefield, in the game, Qing had already used a submachine gun to eliminate a zombie. Immediately after, a dark cannon from the nuclear power plant released a blue beam over 10 meters long, crashing down fiercely in an area where red lights flickered in the dark. Boom. The explosion swept through, billowing smoke everywhere. In an instant, a pleasant notification sound and the world announcement both refreshed. Congratulations. Player Qing from the Federation has successfully killed 100 zombies, earning 1,000 experience points and 1,000 coins, and received the basic brick house construction blueprint. World announcement. Player Qing from the Federation has successfully killed 100 zombies, triggering the chaos and the beginning of the death game. All players are advised that during the city building process, there will be periodic attacks from zombies and monsters on your cities. In the game world, in the region where the Federation of another nation is located, there is an archipelago. The sea breeze carries the refreshing scent of coconut juice, which is quite pleasant for the players from that Federation. Here, there are 120 islands, rich in resources such as wood, stone, and even seafood. Thus, these 20 players are leisurely enjoying coconut juice while stacking stones to build their houses. Since the stones are relatively large, they are taking more time to move. In less than 10 minutes of gameplay, the 20 of them have only managed to transport less than 50 stones. And they haven't even formed the outline of a house. I wonder how the other federations are faring. Our region is just too good. The sea breeze is refreshing. We can eat seafood and enjoy the natural scenery. I thought this was truly a terrifying death game, but it's just this. It's practically a holiday paradise. All right, enough with the sighing. We need to get to work, finish our houses, and attract some settlers. If we can't accomplish these two tasks, it won't bode well for our Federation. What is the worry? There are plenty of resources here. With 20 of us, can't we complete 10 simple houses in a day? One player chuckled, filled with disdain. However, before they could continue their conversation, the world announcement of Qing killing 100 zombies and triggering the chaos instantly refreshed. In an instant, these players were left dumbfounded. What the? Is this Qing from the Dragon Country for real? It's been less than 10 minutes since the game started, and he has already created such a huge commotion. It's mentioned in the manual that the more zombies you kill or tasks you complete in the game, the more refugees you attract. If he has killed 100 zombies, how many refugees will come to him for tasks? They felt a chill down their spines. Could it be that this Qing is cheating? Especially that world announcement at the end. The beginning has commenced. Does that mean that their perfectly resourceful island will have zombies? Thinking of this, the players' faces changed. They stopped moving stones and began to cautiously look around. However, in the next moment, they found dark hands emerging from the sand beneath their feet, accurately grabbing their ankles, followed by roar. Amidst the roar, countless zombies surged out of the sand, rapidly chasing after these players. Then bitten. In the dense crowd of zombies, these 20 players from the Federation of the Land of Morning Calm were like weak sheep, gradually being devoured. World announcement. All 20 players from the Land of Morning Calm have perished, reducing national luck by 2 points. World announcement. Death game. Will reselect 20 players from the Land of Morning Calm to enter the game. Please treat this with caution. One world announcement after another swept through, causing players in the entire game world and countless viewers in the real world watching the live stream to explode with shock. The first total annihilation has occurred. Moreover, it's not just the first total annihilation. At this very moment, in the different realms where players from various federations have landed, zombies began to appear continuously. Those other than Qing were injured or dead. The number of players dying was broadcasted in the world announcements, casting a shadow over countless hearts. Silence. A deathly silence. At this moment, the expressions of countless viewers in the live stream resembled that of someone who has been constipated on the toilet for half an hour. Just a moment ago, these players from the Ninja Country, the Land of Morning Calm, and the Federation were laughing at Qing, looking at the Dragon Country Federation as a desolate wasteland. However, after the world announcement refreshed, the entire live stream felt as if time had frozen. Countless players were wiped out, and the national luck of multiple federations was reduced. Although nothing significant had truly happened yet, everyone understood that this was a very bad start. In the live stream, after a moment of silence in the comments, players from other global federations began to flood the chat with the same message in countless languages. This Qing is cheating. Report him. He brought disaster upon us. Our national luck has decreased because of him. Who told him to kill so many zombies? 100 of them. 100 zombies were eliminated, which led to the appearance of zombies in the area where our players from the Federation Empire are located. This blame should be shouldered by Qing. Yes, let the Federation of the Dragon Country hand over Qing. What he has done, he should take responsibility for himself. At this moment, countless people couldn't bear the huge disparity and began to slander Qing in the world chat. However, these foreign federations' comments were quickly countered by numerous netizens from the Dragon Country Federation. Don't you have any self-awareness about the situation? You have such good resources, yet you can't even deal with a single zombie. I'm embarrassed for you. The world announcement has already reminded you. It warned you to pay attention to safety. But you ignored it and leisurely started building houses. Now that the houses aren't even finished and zombies are attacking you, you blame our people? Are you all filled with nonsense? A bunch of losers, just throwing dirt on others instead of thinking about how to improve your own strength? You federations are harboring such parasites. I'm embarrassed for you. Just so you know, within the Dragon Country Federation, the population is at least 1 billion. With such a large population advantage, can those netizens from abroad compare to our keyboard warriors from the Dragon Country Federation? Chapter 4. 200 refugees shock the entire network at this moment, within the highest office of the Federation of Goryeo. The top magnate of the Federation of Goryeo, watching the content in the live stream, had an expression that turned to extreme anger. In 10 minutes, I want to know all the information about this player Qing. Furthermore, investigate. Check if those players who have died in the game world are actually dead in the real world. All security personnel, pay attention. Always monitor the natural disasters in our Federation Empire, A decline in national fortune will surely lead to something bad. Next, we must find evidence to prove that this Qing is one of us. If we can't find this evidence, then we will release public opinion internationally, demanding that the Dragon Nation hand over the cheating program. By the way, prepare to contact other federations to gauge their thoughts on this matter. Ninja Nation Federation. Damn it, a top magnate, who had confidently assured the leaders of their Ninja Nation Federation that they would be the first to complete the situation of 10 houses and 100 refugees in the game world, found himself embarrassed when, within 30 seconds of making that statement, Qing's actions in the game world blew up in his face. Along with many others in the Ninja Nation Federation, everyone was not foolish. They understood clearly that in a game world characterized by wilderness and primitive backgrounds, a person with a super nuclear power station and the ability to kill 100 zombies had an immense advantage. Most importantly, this was no longer just a matter of military strength. It was a matter of overwhelming civilizational dominance. The nuclear power station that Qing possessed represented that he had entered an era of technological civilization. What does having electricity mean? It means the ability to use countless tools. It even means the potential for assembly line production modes. Once such developments occurred in the game world over a few days, Qing's progress would surpass all other federations. This was something that countless people could not tolerate, because everyone knew that if Qing's power increased explosively like a rocket, it would mean that the national fortune of the Dragon Nation Federation would surpass all other federations, skyrocketing. Investigate all of Qing's information thoroughly. If that fails, activate spies within the Dragon Nation Federation. When the players return to reality, eliminate Qing at the first opportunity. The leader of the Ninja Nation Federation pondered and issued this command. At this moment, it was not only the Federation of Goryo and the Ninja Nation Federation that were concerned, even the Federation of Bear Nation, the Federation of a certain country, the Federation of the Empire where the sun never sets, and many other federations were also harboring their own thoughts. After all, the real world is not a solid block. Even in the end stages, even with a terrifying death crisis looming, these individuals do not wish to see any situation from the other side that could surpass them. After all, at any time and in any place, power struggles are inevitable, especially for this unique entity. At this moment, there are over 1,000 pages of information laid out before the top figures of the organization. This information includes the complete profiles of 20 players, including the individual in question. From their birth to schooling and current employment, every detail is meticulously documented. Even an incident from one player's childhood, where they peeked at a female student in the restroom, has been thoroughly investigated. When the entire organizational machinery was activated to gather data on these 20 individuals, it took less than 10 minutes to compile all the information. Name, individual in question identity, freshman age, 19 relatives, none previous history, spent childhood in an orphanage. Genetic testing has yet to identify biological parents. Mature for age, began independent living at 12, exhibiting tenfold calmness compared to peers. Each profile, accompanied by some aged photographs, presents a complete picture of the 20 individuals, with the profile of the individual in question placed prominently. Further investigation into their deep social structures and interpersonal relationships is mandated. Additionally, the school and residence of the individual must be secured, with strict orders to prevent anyone from approaching. Otherwise, immediate capture is authorized. Extreme vigilance is required against spies and assassination organizations that may have infiltrated from other regions. Every effort must be made to ensure the safety of the individual and the other 19 players. Looking at the information on the desk, the top figure of the organization issued a decisive command without hesitation. Everyone understands that through the game's live broadcast, it is clear just how great the potential of the individual is. This is not only a heavy blow to other foreign entities, but also a source of pressure for the organization itself. The leaders can see that the individual has already achieved significant advancements in weaponry and technological civilization, putting them ahead of any other entity. If the safety of the individual in the real world is not effectively resolved, the consequences are clear to all. Furthermore, they are well aware that foreign entities have already begun to take action at this critical time. At this moment, hidden currents are surging as countless individuals start to strategize and manipulate matters concerning the deadly game. However, in the next moment, a historic event occurs. The first national fortune enhancement event unfolds. As numerous top figures are engaged in their schemes, The entire human world watches in awe as the individual brandishes a submachine gun, standing before a massive nuclear power plant. In front of him, there were already a full 200 refugees. Yes, that's right, 200. These NPC refugees in the game had different skin tones, but without exception. They were all dressed in tattered clothing and looked at Yi Qing with fear. Congratulations. The loyalty of the 200 refugees towards you has increased, reaching 100 points. Congratulations. They officially recognize you as their city lord. Yes, Yi Qing hadn't said a word. He just smiled at them, and these people automatically became residents of Yi Qing's city. These NPCs in the game had no choice. On the ground, there were at least over 100 scattered corpses and flowing blood from zombies. That terrifying scene made them aware of Yi Qing's formidable strength. If they didn't become residents of Yi Qing's city, wouldn't that be akin to waiting for death? Chapter 5. The Little Girl Selling Bombs. Chapter 5. The incident involving Yi Qing is a major event for the entire Federation. Congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in addressing the issue of refugee settlement, your city has been upgraded to level 1. Please name your city. Long City. Name confirmed. Reward, level 1 city package. 3 vehicles of a certain model. Note, this vehicle is capable of transporting goods, racing, flying, and burrowing. There's nothing it can't do. You are the ultimate boss of Qioming Mountain. As the prompt sound faded, bright light flickered, and in an instant, 3 white vehicles appeared before Yi Qing and countless viewers watching the live stream. Wait, what? Is that really a certain model? This game can be played like this? I can't believe there's such a reward for exceeding expectations. You have to know, this vehicle is legendary. If you don't carry 5 times the cargo, you're not making the most of these 3 vehicles. Attention upstairs, please be mindful of traffic safety and avoid overloading. Overloading? This is a matter of great importance for the entire region. Do you really think just saying it 1 TB overloaded will make it so? In the live stream comments, netizens from both domestic and international communities began a new round of banter. And soon they noticed that Yi Qing was directing 200 people to start constructing brick houses. Yes, the blueprint for the brick house had already been directly utilized. And with its use, Yi Qing and the 200 refugees now had a complete recipe and various methods for constructing brick houses in their minds. Following that, countless viewers were astonished to see 50 refugees beginning to clear the rundown environment. The 50 refugees were divided into 5 groups to search for blue bricks, red bricks, lime, cement, and wood. The resources collected by these 5 groups were integrated to start building the brick houses. 40 refugees were assigned as security personnel to maintain the safety of the entire city. Meanwhile, the last 10 refugees started cooking. The division of labor was clear. And with both men and women among the refugees, the work was not tiring at all. In this environment, with gunfire blazing, Yi Qing held a submachine gun, while the nuclear power plant behind him emitted a blue glow, constantly threatening the various zombies lurking in the shadows. Congratulations. Thanks to your vigilance, the refugees felt secure and accelerated their work pace, doubling the speed of house construction. Congratulations. The house construction speed has doubled. Congratulations. At this moment, pleasant prompt sounds continuously refreshed, and in less than an hour, 10 houses were completely built. In an instant, the world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. Player Yi Qing successfully constructed 10 brick houses in 1 hour, resolving the housing issue of the city, leading to an upgrade of his city. World announcement. Yi Qing is the first person to complete the housing construction and refugee gathering tasks in this death game, thus earning 5,000 experience points and receiving an additional building construction acceleration voucher. This voucher can shorten construction time by 1 hour. It is worth mentioning that the construction situation in the game world is different from that in the real world. In the game's infrastructure construction, there are progress bars. And Yi Qing, with 200 workers, completed it ahead of schedule, which is absolutely normal. Due to your rapid progress, surpassing players from other federations, you have earned a card draw opportunity. Would you like to use it? Upon hearing the pleasant prompt sound, Yi Qing, holding a submachine gun, immediately chose yes without hesitation. Congratulations. You drew a character card, the sister of the matchstick girl, the bomb girl. Name: Anna. Gender: female. Level: 5. Identity: bomb girl. Graduate of Nanxiang Technology School. She is not only your class change secretary, but also a qualified bomb maker. Skills: this character can manufacture small grenades, medium grenades, large grenades, C4 bombs, and gum bombs. Depending on the target's mood, she can create super bombs that are 2, 3, 5, to 10 times more powerful than the original bombs. Evaluation. Don't make little Anna unhappy, or she will really ignite bombs in the winter town. After finishing the attribute panel communication, a girl with wine-red long hair, standing at 165 meters, appeared from the void with a sweet smile, landing in front of Yi Qing. Hello, Yi Qing brother. Wow, wow, wow. Is this real? This Yi Qing is so ruthless. This is only after building 10 houses, and he has such a strong character. Does this mean that this wasteland is actually a realm for producing super good things? I always thought this wasteland was a hell-level difficulty. Almost convinced that Yi Qing would definitely die in this situation. But now, it seems we were all wrong. No, you upstairs are mistaken. This is strength. Yi Qing is very calm. Think about it carefully. When Yi Qing was gathering refugees, there were already many refugees in the wasteland apocalypse, making it easier to collect population than on islands. However, these people have long been threatened by zombies, facing life-threatening dangers at any moment. Yi Qing provided them with urban residences, which is why he could gather refugees so quickly. But why do those refugees listen to Yi Qing so much? Are you stupid? Didn't you see the many dark cannon mouths on the nuclear power plant? The electricity generated by the nuclear power plant, along with the laser cannons, can instantly kill 100 zombies. It would be strange if these refugees weren't afraid or didn't rely on Yi Qing. Oh, but then, how did Yi Qing get this nuclear power plant? Isn't he cheating? This matter is absolutely unacceptable. As a member of a certain federation, I must communicate with higher-ups. I need to report Yi Qing for ruining lives with cheating. At least share some of that advantage with us other federations, right? Watching Yi Qing interact with Anna, the little girl selling bombs in the game, while looking at other players from different federations being chased by zombies, some dying, some struggling to fight back, none of whom have completed the tasks of 100 refugees and 10 houses. The psychological gap is just unbearable. Damn it. The true colors are showing, aren't they? I see you're just envious of our federation. Weren't you just mocking us and calling our federation the worst? Take a close look. Next, our Yi Qing will show you what true strength looks like. In the live stream, the back and forth between different federations and our side continues. And amidst this, the big players in the real world have also started a new round of investigation into Yi Qing. At this moment, the higher-ups of our federation have all received a command, at all costs, protect Yi Qing's friends. To them, Yi Qing's situation is a major issue for the entire federation. Chapter 6. The Power, Crisis, and Opportunities of National Fortune, Global Strength Rankings. First place, Dragon Nation, Yi Qing, Level 5, City Level 2, with 200 refugees and 20 houses. Second place, a certain federation, Sierra, Level 2, City Level 0, with refugees, 0, houses, 0. This player has been injured. Third place, Bear Nation, Big Gray Bear, Level 2, City Level 0, with refugees, 0, houses, 0. Fourth place, Dragon Nation, Shun Fan, Level 2, City Level 0, with refugees, 0, houses, 0. Fifth place, the Empire of the Setting Sun. Last place, a certain federation, Level 2, City Level 0, with refugees, 0, houses, 0. Note, all players in this federation have been eliminated, and new players have been selected to enter the game. Global Technology Rankings. 1. Dragon Nation. Yi Qing, Nuclear Power Plant, Submachine Gun, Basic Brick House, Kitchen, 3 Wooling Home Wong. This player has opened the tech tree. 2. Dragon Nation, Shun Fan, has found a box of grenades in the wasteland. 3. Ninja Nation Federation, Technology, 04. A certain federation, Technology, 05. Last place, a certain federation. All players have been eliminated, and new players have been selected to enter the game. National Fortune Rankings. 1. Dragon Nation Federation, 1, 2. A certain federation, 03. Bear Nation Federation, 04. The Empire of the Setting Sun Federation, 05. Ninja Nation Federation, 0. Last place, a certain federation, -1. Upon seeing these 3 rankings, time seemed to freeze for a moment. In the live broadcast room, not a single comment was made. Especially for the players of the last place federation, all 3 rankings. All 3 were at the bottom, and particularly the National Fortune ranking showed a negative number. -1 National Fortune. This is a slap in the face, a hard slap. But what could they say within their federation? The game has clearly stated that they are failing. Ha 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 soon. The netizens from the Dragon Nation Federation looked at the live broadcast of the newly entered players from the last place federation and the comments began to refresh wildly. Ha ha ha. Watching these newcomers fight zombies with branches and stones was incredibly entertaining. What were they just saying? That Qing from our Dragon Nation Federation is theirs. They even claimed we were cheating. And what about you? You have such rich resources, but are too lazy to utilize them properly. And even getting killed by zombies while moving stones is just ridiculous. Yes, now thinking about it, this last place federation is just like that. Always howling that Qing is from their federation. The language is from their federation. The fortune-telling is from their federation. Besides barking like dogs on social media. What else can you do? At this moment, netizens from a certain country finally felt relieved and started to express their frustrations, while others from different regions dared not say much. Even if they wanted to voice their thoughts, they had no way to do so. It was so frustrating. 3 rankings at the top, all belonging to one individual, whose resources at the start were incredibly abundant, compared to their own players. What could they even say? Wait, there's something. Wasn't he that individual just at 10 houses earlier? How did it suddenly become 20? Suddenly, someone noticed an issue with the data on the leaderboard and immediately faced countless eye rolls. Are you serious? Didn't you see the 1-hour acceleration voucher? That person directly used it. 20 houses are definitely more attractive than 10. Moreover, look at the city of that individual. The houses already have lights installed, marking the complete onset of the electrical age. This is completely different from the primitive era of other regions. The players from other regions, seeing this message in the comments, felt so frustrated they didn't know what to say. The development of that individual was just too fast. At the same time, they were a bit angry at their own players for being so underwhelming. Why couldn't they have someone as impressive as that individual from a certain country? If that person were one of their own, they would have already soared to new heights. Unfortunately, there are no ifs. In the real world, above the sky, a red light still enveloped the entire planet, illuminating it in a blood-red hue, resembling a world stained with crimson. However, the massive asteroid existing beyond Earth had now firmly settled in a specific location. With the launch of this death game, all of humanity understood that they had only 1 month left. If they did not achieve certain accomplishments in the game world within that time, they would face a super disaster even more terrifying than an asteroid collision. This means that all of humanity had placed their hopes on the players who entered the game. Only if they performed well would there be a glimmer of hope. Boss, we found something. The powerful leader from a certain federation sat at his desk with a grim expression. He never expected that the annihilation of 20 players would lead to a negative turn for the fate of their federation. Listening to his secretary, he felt somewhat impatient but still endured and let the secretary continue. Through extensive investigation, we found that the 20 players who died in the game world had also died in the real world. Their conditions of death were identical to their game states, having been killed by zombies or torn apart into pieces. This means we can confirm that human players enter the game world through their physical bodies. However, the biggest problem now is that we cannot communicate with the players in the game world using any means in the real world. Even sending electromagnetic waves from satellites towards the asteroid yields no useful information, the secretary said, suddenly tightening her collar. Even the prominent figure sitting in the big chair instinctively shivered. The two exchanged glances, their expressions changing. They quickly turned their heads to look out the window. Under the reflection of the blood-red light, ice crystals began to slowly emerge within their federation. The temperature is dropping. The cold wave is arriving a full 6 months earlier than usual. Negative national fortune. In an instant, the prominent figure suddenly recalled the issue on the earlier list. However, before they could fully react, they saw a massive asteroid in the void splitting apart, instantly enveloping the Federation. In that moment, heavy snow began to fall all over the Federation. This scene shocked the world. Everyone understood that the snowfall in their Federation was due to their national fortune turning negative. At the same time, the attention of humanity worldwide shifted to another Federation. Since misfortune had already appeared in this Federation, what would be the manifestation of the positive national fortune in the other Federation? Chapter 7. Wow, can this really happen? At this moment, everyone's attention shifted to this side of the Dragon Nation. Meanwhile, in the minds of all the humans in the Dragon Federation, a notification appeared. National fortune of the Dragon Nation won. As a result, all illnesses among the personnel of the Dragon Federation vanished. Young people restored to peak physical condition, and the elderly rejuvenated to the state of being 50 years old. As the announcement faded, even the top leaders of the Dragon Federation were taken aback. He could genuinely feel a strange energy gradually restoring his bodily functions. Those around him, including his secretary and high-ranking officials from the security and intelligence agencies, could clearly see that his previously graying hair had returned to its normal color, and even the wrinkles on his forehead were slowly smoothing out. It wasn't just him. The changes in the other leaders were also quite evident. They exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Keep observing. At the same time, let the other federal empires know about the effects of this national fortune, making them envious. Boss, no need to explain further. The live stream is already blowing up, the secretary said with a grin, pointing at the large screen at the front of the conference room. As everyone turned to look at the content on the screen, they all burst into laughter in unison. Ha ha ha, I'm restored. My body that was weakened from excessive activities has fully recovered. I feel as strong as an 18-year-old, with an indescribable energy. Me too. I used to have splitting headaches and no strength at all, but now I feel like a new person. My mind is exceptionally clear. And let me tell you, my parents, who are nearly 70, suddenly have black hair. The wrinkles on their foreheads are gone too. I never expected the national fortune one to be this powerful. Yi Qing, the eternal god. Ha ha ha. Those from the foreign federations must be so envious now. Everyone in our Dragon Federation is recovering, so even if we encounter dangers in the real world, we won't be troubled by weakness. Not only that, perhaps this is just the beginning. Look at the game world. What is Yi Qing doing? And also, check the news. The Federation from the neighboring country has suffered a complete defeat. Hasn't their national fortune turned negative? The asteroid has struck, instantly turning their Federation into a snowy wasteland. How frustrating must that be? Ha ha ha. The conversations in the global channel made many from various federations feel both envious and helpless, especially since many couldn't stand the growth of the Dragon Federation. However, they found it hard to criticize, as the neighboring federation was the weakest, and the Dragon Federation currently ranked first globally. They couldn't find any excuse to attack the Dragon Nation. But then, a thought crossed their minds, and countless people sneered. Your good days are coming to an end. Yi Qing must be cheating. Next time, we will definitely report him. Can we bring some new ideas? Stop just talking about hacks. It's useless, okay? Under the heated exchange, everyone's attention gradually shifted back to the live broadcast room. In particular, the domain where Yi Qing was located became a target of increasing interest. Meanwhile, in the game world, Yi Qing glanced at the data on the leaderboard, not caring much at all, with memories from his previous life. What did a 1 in national fortune mean? Yi Qing, I have selected someone to specifically manage a team of 200 refugees. These people work very actively, and they've become even more diligent with the gold coin rewards. Based on the information you provided, I have implemented 9 years of compulsory education and adult education policies. Although there aren't many books available at the moment, we have already found some teaching materials in the wasteland. Therefore, letting them expand their knowledge through learning is a great opportunity to indoctrinate them and help them truly recognize the benefits of our city. Well done. Yi Qing nodded. He had implemented 9 years of compulsory education and adult university in his previous life, crushing many player opponents, especially in the game world. The refugees' desire for knowledge and a safe life is immense. Once their hopes are ignited, this connection can continuously attract more refugees. Think about it. A city that has entered the electrical age first, with modern kitchens, modern brick houses, and in the future, bars, factories, convenience stores, and even safe computer games. How could it not be more attractive than the savage tribes created by other players in the Federation? Let's go. Next, we need to arm the city and upgrade. Yi Qing, accompanied by the bomb girl Anna, walked towards the outskirts of Long City, seizing the moment. Now is not the time to be complacent. Yay. Anna smiled and nodded. Soon, the two left the city, while within Long City, the 200 refugees showed no signs of slacking off or being lazy. Anna, as a secretary, was very skilled. She selected 10 people from the 200 refugees to act as managers. Among these 10, there was one general manager who needed to be responsible for the lower-level employees. Otherwise, if laziness was discovered, not only would their wages be deducted, but they would also be expelled from Long City back to the wilderness. The refugees are not fools. The safety of Long City near the nuclear power station is undeniable compared to the wilderness. Thus, these people could obediently manage the refugees, especially for the general manager. Anna promised to find him a partner, and as long as he managed well, he would be assigned a separate brick house. The temptation of having a private space in a separate brick house is immense. So, This is why everything appears so smooth now. This method is truly impressive. In the live broadcast room, they were analyzing Anna's pyramid management method for Long City and increasingly realized that Anna's abilities seemed custom-made for her role as a strategist for Long City. Wow. Stop analyzing Anna. Look at our big shot Yi Qing. Is this even human? So incredible. What's going on? What happened? Just watch the live stream. Wow. At that moment, everyone noticed a spine-tingling situation. As Yi Qing walked deeper into the desolate wilderness, he kicked a broken brick, and to everyone's shock, it contained enchanted gold. Congratulations. You have obtained a piece of enchanted gold, which can be processed into enchanted firearms. Then, on his second step, Yi Qing casually stomped on the ground. Crack. With a sharp sound, the ground split open to reveal a chest. Congratulations. You have discovered an A-level treasure chest. This chest contains a hidden resource map covering 1/3 of the wasteland, including resources such as food, oil, zombie vaccine information, and a large truck warehouse. But that is not all. With his third step, Yi Qing found a box of submachine gun ammunition. On the fourth step, he discovered a complete handheld computer. On the fifth step, he stumbled upon the body of a level 5 zombie that had recently died, complete with a zombie crystal core and a blueprint for an A-level enchanted submachine gun production line. These astonishing discoveries left not only the bomb girl Anna, who was following behind, in shock, but also had the live stream audience exclaiming in awe. Can this really happen? Chapter 8. No way. Even drones are bombing now. Isn't this cheating? This player, Yi Qing, must be cheating. I have to file a complaint. This is just too incredible. Every step he takes, he finds something great. And it's exactly what the game needs for development. It's simply amazing. Ha ha ha. You guys can just be jealous. Yi Qing is the best. Why don't you say it's because our expert is good at investigating and discovering things? In the live broadcast room, the banter continued. At the same time, the leaders of various federations were also left dumbfounded and shocked. Even the top figures from the Dragon Country did not expect Yi Qing's luck to be this good. This is practically the hallmark of a chosen one. Soon, everyone realized that Yi Qing had stopped acquiring new items, which allowed countless viewers and prominent figures to breathe a sigh of relief. This is more like it. If Yi Qing kept digging up treasures, their hearts might need some serious medical assistance to cope. In the game world, Yi Qing smiled slightly. He certainly knew how shocking his actions were. In fact, it had nothing to do with cheating. It was because he had the memories from his previous life, and he happened to know that beneath the path of the ruined wilderness were various treasures, which had been discovered by several players in his last life. Now that he was reborn, naturally, these items belonged to him. However, due to the need for development, Yi Qing didn't waste much time. After putting away the treasure map and stowing the other items in his game backpack, he directly took the girl selling bombs to a place where the howls were even more intense than before. Wilderness plains, city ruins. Under the dim sky, standing still and looking ahead, he saw a dilapidated modern city shrouded in countless mists, with numerous high-rise buildings standing here. However, they were all in a state of disrepair, with half-finished structures, roads filled with corpses, and unknown corners emitting a faint smell of blood. In the gloomy weather, countless red lights flickered in the various corners. The introduction of this place also appeared before Yi Qing and all the live viewers. Ruins Introduction. This is a city called Phoenix, which has 72 biochemistry laboratories, containing numerous vaccine data and information on zombies and mutated beasts. Of course, due to the numerous biological research facilities here, the mutated zombies and monsters are far more terrifying than in the wilderness plains. Please note, this area has zombies with a minimum level of 5 boss, as well as various zombies and mutated beasts ranging from levels 6, 7 to 10. They possess a variety of skills and means, so please enter this area only when fully prepared. The introduction panel highlighted these 3 large blood red characters and the exclamation mark, causing a tremor in the hearts of countless people. Level 5 boss. This is the game world, and for the first time, a situation involving a boss has been specifically pointed out. Everyone is not foolish. They understand clearly that this so-called boss is definitely several times stronger than an ordinary zombie. Currently, Yi Qing does not have his nuclear power station with him, only a little girl selling bombs by his side, along with a submachine gun. Can he still maintain his top position? Watching Yi Qing resolutely lead the little girl into this urban area, countless people from the Dragon Country are filled with concern. In contrast, netizens from other federations begin to mock him, saying that Yi Qing's reckless behavior Challenging a level 5 boss without waiting for his level to rise further is akin to seeking death. Let us go? In the real world, Qing is indifferent to it all. Following the memories of his past life, he skillfully selects a street that appeared bustling before the disaster. Under the dim sky, it is evident that this street is filled with countless abandoned vehicles, and the surrounding buildings have been completely overtaken by various plants. As soon as Qing steps into this area of buildings, it's as if he has stirred up a nest of murky water. Roar! Countless angry roars erupt. Immediately, the viewers in the live stream shout in disbelief. At this moment, whether from under vehicles, inside houses, or even from cracks in the ground, mutated cats and dogs of all sizes, with glowing crimson eyes, rush towards Qing and the little girl. Mutated cat, level 6, specializing in speed and jumping. Special skills, bite, sonic attack. Mutated dog, level 6, specializing in speed, special skills, pounce. Special mutant dog, level 7, specializing in speed, special skills, fire breathing. Attribute panels appear in front of everyone. Upon closer inspection, the sheer number of mutated cats and dogs reaches at least 1,000. Ha 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 ha, this is the consequence of recklessness, see? This guy is seeking death. With over 1,000 mutated cats and dogs, including those that can breathe fire. Isn't this like walking into a wolf's den and feeding oneself to them? Ha ha ha, get ready for a good show. This time, the national fortune of the Dragon Country Federation might just take a hit. What? At this moment, the netizens are instantly dumbfounded. In the game world, Qing, holding his submachine gun, looks at the mutated beasts rushing in from all directions and without a second thought, opens fire. Tat 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 tat. The furious tongues of fire burst forth. And those beasts charging towards him are either decapitated or blown apart before they can even get close. But that is not all. At the same time, Anna pouts slightly. The cats are so cute. How can you let them mutate? I can't take it anymore. She screams and pulls out 10 grenades from who knows where. Then boom! In a fit of anger, the little girl suddenly transformed the area where certain cats and dogs had gathered into an open space. The cats and dogs at the center didn't even have time to react before being obliterated. Those a bit farther away were thrown into the air by the shockwave of the explosion, momentarily losing their offensive rhythm. Die all of you! Anna screamed, as if performing a magic trick, with 10 bombs continuously appearing in her hands. The booming sounds of explosions resonated beautifully in this bizarre environment. Just wait. The bullets of the other party will run out, and Anna's bombs are not limitless. They can't hold out for much longer. In the live broadcast room, some individuals from a foreign federation were skeptical, insisting that the other party must die. However, before they could witness this moment, they saw the seemingly invincible figure casually open a vehicle's door and pull out a light machine gun loaded with bullets. Meanwhile, Anna had somehow produced a bombing drone, and under the control of her remote, an even larger bombing operation commenced. Boom, 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 boom. Smoke filled the air, flames soared. The two stood in a certain location, surrounded by flames and continuous explosions. They appeared as if they were master strategists, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation whatsoever. This scene left countless people in shock. Chapter 9 New Character Card. Little Ding Dang, congratulations. Your experience has increased by 300 points. Congratulations. You have defeated a level 6 cat demon. Congratulations. You have defeated a level 7 large wolf dog. Congratulations. You have obtained 500 different types of vegetable seeds. Congratulations. You have obtained a bottle of endless 500 milliliters farmer's spring water. Congratulations. You have obtained a blueprint for an off-road vehicle production line. Congratulations. You have obtained 20 different types of livestock offspring. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of intimate apparel. Congratulations. You have obtained a box of condoms. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 6. Congratulations. Your level has increased to level 7. Congratulations. You have defeated 1,000 cat demons, dog demons. The pleasant notification sound kept ringing. In fact, the one-click pickup function was already unlocked at level 5, so as various items kept dropping amidst the flickering lights. All these things had already entered Qing's backpack. Meanwhile, countless viewers in the live stream were left in shock. Before they could say much, a world announcement suddenly rang out. World announcement. Congratulations to player Qing, who, with the help of another player, successfully killed 1,000 zombies in 5 minutes. Experience increased by an additional 10,000, and the player has been rewarded with a character card, which has been added to the player's backpack. Special announcement. The coin function has been updated, and the game has launched the Coin Shop and Exploration Shop. Exploration Shop requires exploration points to purchase. When players receive new tasks and enter new areas for exploration, they will earn exploration points by gathering useful information, materials, weapons, etc. Please note, the Exploration Shop and Coin Shop have been synchronized across the entire game. Additionally, every player will have corresponding exploration and coin shops. Players will unlock shops based on their level of civilization. For example, since Yi Qing has entered the technological civilization era, his shop will unlock more good items. Other players, if in the primitive era, can only unlock the primitive civilization shop. Please note, the value of items in the shops, including weapons and food, is comparable across different civilizations. So do not feel it is unfair. According to game calculations, Yi Qing previously had 100,000 coins. He has earned 5,000 exploration points. A series of different world announcements refreshed one after another. This directly caused countless viewers in the live stream to shout in disbelief. Why does it feel like the game is like Yi Qing's personal assistant? This scene seems to suggest that whatever Yi Qing lacks, the game world will update accordingly. National fortune, levels, character cards, coins, exploration shops. And how did he just casually pull out such terrifying firearms from somewhere? Light machine guns. I never imagined such a bold move. Hey, online jealousy alert. The person upstairs is definitely a spy from another federation, no doubt about it. Otherwise, how could they be so envious of the esteemed Yi Qing? That being said, as long as it can bring prosperity to our federation, who cares if the game developer is really Yi Qing's biological father? Isn't that even better? You all can only envy from afar. Right. This statement left players from other federations speechless, instantly at a loss for words. In the game world, Yi Qing listened to a series of pleasant notification sounds, and without hesitation, took out the character card from his backpack. Summon. A plump blue cat, adorned with a bamboo helicopter on its head, nimbly jumped beside Yi Qing amidst a swirl of light. Name, Doraemon species, Felidae, attribute, King of the treasure chest, evaluation. You will never know what this guy can pull out from its pocket. Combat power, unknown level, 5. Can be upgraded. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing hadn't said a word yet, but the live chat had already exploded. Doraemon, no way. You can summon this kind of card in the game. This is the exclusive summon of Nobita, able to travel through time and space, especially with that magical pocket. I'm about to explode from excitement. Whoever possesses this cat is the coolest in the universe. Just think about it. Yi Qing already has the ability to easily find weapons, and now with Doraemon's magical pocket, that's truly a case of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Players from other federations were on the verge of tears. Ha ha ha. The liveliness in the live chat was even more intense than before. At that moment, Yi Qing wasted no time and, accompanied by Doraemon and Bomb Girl, quickly headed deeper into the wilderness ruins. Just moments ago, all those chaotic dog and cat monsters had been dealt with, and even if a few remained, the explosive chaos scared them away. I said, "Boss, can you let me walk on my own? Being held by this girl is suffocating me." Doraemon, with pet written on its head, looked at Yi Qing, its face a bit flushed as Anna had tightly locked its neck. "It's hard to breathe, you know? Anyway, you want to die? So just enjoy being carried by the beauty." However, just as Yi Qing finished speaking, his figure suddenly stopped. The expression on his face became serious in an instant. What's wrong? Both the person and the cat sensed something unusual, following closely beside Yi Qing, carefully observing their surroundings. Without waiting for communication from the individual, a powerful gust of wind, laden with countless white threads, swept in from all directions, resembling sharp swords piercing through the air, rushing towards the individual. Boom! Under the swing of a light machine gun, these threads were instantly obliterated into nothingness. Behind the individual, 2 agile figures, akin to nimble monkeys, jumped directly to the 3rd floor of a nearby building. Notably, one of them, with a wave of her hand, unleashed a silver claw that wrapped around the individual. Buzz! With a slight tug, the individual was propelled into the air. Boom! At that moment, a bomb exploded at the location where the individual had just been, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that shattered countless white threads into powder. Upon closer inspection, a massive pure black spider, measuring 10 meters in size, was perched on the wall, intently staring at the individual. Name, Black Blood Spider. Level 5 boss, A class, equivalent to an ordinary level 10 beast. Abilities, rapid movement, quick jumps, web shooting, flame burning. For abilities, the boss has appeared, right? The individual is currently level 7. And this A-class quality boss at level 5 is comparable to a level 10 super expert. The individual is undoubtedly doomed. In the live broadcast room, some viewers sneered. The last explosion had caused embarrassment for viewers from other regions, and this time, they would absolutely not allow such humiliation to happen again. Chapter 10 World Announcement. Boss first kill at the position of the window on the 3rd floor. Qing looked at the enormous spider crawling on the wall of another building, glancing over at the bomb girl and Xiao Dingdang. Can we take this guy down? Hearing this, Xiao Dingdang scoffed. It's just a small boss, easy peasy. Humph. Don't forget you're only level 5, I'm already level 7. It'll be easier for me to handle it. The bomb girl, Anna, pouted and snorted, clearly not believing Xiao Dingdang's words. You can't be so arrogant. How about a competition? If I win, you can't choke me anymore. And you have to give me the best cat food. Is that all you want? Anna was left speechless, surprised that Xiao Dingdang actually wanted cat food. Come on. Without saying much more, Xiao Dingdang waved her fingers lightly in the air. Suddenly, the bamboo dragonfly above her head spun into action, and her whole cat-like figure gracefully soared into the air like a kung fu panda. In midair, she casually reached into her pocket and pulled out a massive Gatling gun spewing blue flames, shimmering with a brilliant azure light, and unleashed a barrage towards the giant spider. Bang 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 bang. Skill, Dragonfly Acceleration, which allows her speed to reach 200, making it impossible for enemies to track her. Skill, Random Treasure, which allows her to randomly draw certain treasures from her bag of holding, with unknown power and strength. Please note, the strength of the treasure drawn increases with Xiao Dingdang's anger level, meaning the angrier she gets, the more powerful the treasures she might pull out. With the boost from her attributes, plus the flaming Gatling gun, numbers like -100, -200, -300, -400 appeared in front of the spider. Seeing this, Anna couldn't sit still anymore. She leaped off the windowsill like a martial arts master, soaring into the air. Then, 10 plastic bombs were thrown out. Boom, boom, boom. Smoke filled the air, and explosions erupted. The entire giant spider was completely engulfed in the flames and blasts from the Gatling gun. -1000. See, I'm the strongest, Anna declared as she lightly landed on another high building. At that moment, Xiao Dingdang's figure swiftly moved away. As the smoke cleared, everyone realized that the massive spider had already vanished from its original spot. In the sky, a gigantic white spider web, dozens of meters wide, had appeared, closing in on Xiao Dingdang. At the same time, the true form of the spider had climbed right in front of Anna, raising its enormous spiked foot and stomping down on her fiercely. Boom, boom. 2 explosions erupted, creating 2 massive mushroom clouds. In that moment, a character took out 2 large bananas and accurately tossed them into the center of a giant web. Under the explosion, the web instantly split apart. Meanwhile, as the opponent stepped down, Anna's figure shattered like a bubble. At the same time, where she shattered, countless fragments resembling pieces of paper appeared on the wall, flashing red light and exploding. No one knew when Anna had scattered these countless paper bomb fragments. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions sounded as if this place had already been set up as a minefield, with super mushroom clouds rising over 10 meters high. The terrifying shockwave from the explosions sent the spider flying several meters, shattering 3 of its legs and turning one of its eyes into a dark hole. -1000, -1000, -1000. Anna, you can't defeat me, the character shouted as he saw the spider take flight, reaching into his pocket for something else. It was a supersized fire extinguisher, about 5 meters tall. Die! The extinguisher was thrown fiercely, and the giant spider, still struggling to stabilize itself in midair, had no time to react before being struck. In an instant, the extinguisher emitted an incredibly bright white light. Then poof! It froze the giant spider into an ice sculpture. Skill, Freezing Fire Extinguisher, rendering the opponent's cells inactive and putting them into a slumber. Freezing time, 3 seconds. Boom. As the extinguisher was thrown, the character leaped toward the giant spider. It's not dead yet, it's mine. Just as he was about to kill the giant spider, Anna vanished from her spot. However, both of them touched the giant spider at the same time and simultaneously pulled out 2 bananas, stuffing them into the frozen spider's body. Boom! With the explosion, both figures reappeared beside Yi Qing. A massive mushroom cloud, over 20 meters high, rose into the air, vaporizing the giant spider boss into nothingness. At this point, the world announcement slowly refreshed. World announcement. Player Yi Qing, leading the characters and Anna, took 2 minutes to defeat the level 5 boss, the Black Blood Spider. He has achieved the first boss kill in the game world. He has received an S-rank National Fortune treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Yi Qing. S-rank National Fortune treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Yi Qing. S-rank National Fortune treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. The 3 consecutive world announcements left all players in the game world completely stunned. First kill, level 5 boss. With these characters? Who are these two? In just 2 minutes? So fast. While players from other federations were dodging zombies and building their 2nd, 3rd, or even 5th and 6th houses, Yi Qing had already obtained the National Fortune treasure chest, which left them in disbelief. Especially after the complete defeat of the Federation from a certain country. The newly selected 20 players were down to 18, as 2 had been killed by zombies. This time, thanks to their previous experience of watching the live stream. These 18 players cautiously searched for resources, avoided and fought against zombies, and finally achieved a small measure of success. However, now, the players from that federation were clouded by a sense of dread. Players globally were in a state of temporary confusion. In the live stream, countless fans watched as Yi Qing sat comfortably at the 3rd floor window, casually eating a freshly dropped watermelon, with a relaxed demeanor that made many feel an urge to punch him, while others had to be extremely cautious and alert upon entering the game. He was effortlessly watching 2 character cards take down the boss. This left the other federations feeling incredibly frustrated and disheartened. Chapter 11. The control of infrastructure synchronization. This operation left countless people in shock, especially that netizen who had mocked Yeqing, claiming he would undoubtedly die this time. In the first wave, watching the little girl selling bombs continuously throw them, he kept thinking that this girl named Anna could not possibly have an endless supply of bombs. So he was waiting for Anna's bombs to run out, thinking that would reduce Yeqing's combat power by half. However, he didn't expect the bombs to seem inexhaustible. In the second wave, upon seeing the little helper, he thought, how could a level 5 little creature possibly unleash such terrifying combat power? Yet, it turned out to be true. Not only that, but this little helper could even pull out a Gatling gun. Who would believe that? And bananas could turn into bombs. Fire extinguishers could freeze monsters. Plus, the little girl's dense cluster of paper bombs. This series of events left the netizen feeling utterly defeated. Seriously, your paper is a bomb. Your fire extinguisher has such great power. Is this even fair play? This scene resonated not just with this netizen, but also with countless fans from various federations around the world who were watching the live broadcast. I could just explode on the spot. Whereas that classmate who said Yeqing would win and then do a handstand while defecating. Come out. It's your turn to perform. Ha ha ha. I can just imagine that yellow stuff spraying out when he's upside down. Oh. They probably went into hiding. I found out that guy's account has turned gray. He must be experiencing the bitterness of online bullying now, right? Forget them. Yeqing is always the god. I want to have your children. In the live broadcast room, fans from other federations fell silent. They knew that saying anything more would be tantamount to looking for trouble and humiliating themselves. However, they did not leave the live stream. Instead, they fixed their eyes on Yeqing. As for some big shots from federations like the Ninja Federation, they immediately sent assistants to monitor the local players' activities, while they all shifted their focus entirely to Yeqing's live stream. They were not fools and clearly understood that just now, the first National Fortune treasure chest had been announced to the world. The contents of the treasure chest were of utmost importance to them. They needed to observe carefully and record the information at all times. Currently, they were still unaware of the game's offline time, and only when the players went offline could they contact these players. Therefore, it was crucial to document Yeqing's treasure chest data. If possible, once he went offline, they would gather all the spies hidden in the Dragon Federation and eliminate him. This guy must not be left alive. The big shot from the Federation sat in his office, his eyes dark and brooding. He knew that if this operation continued, their progress would forever lag behind that of the Dragon Confederation, which was something they absolutely could not tolerate. Something had to be done. Understood. Conversations like this were constantly appearing around the globe. Even the Dragon Confederation was no exception. However, this time, the Dragon Confederation issued an extremely hardcore order. They designated Yi Qing as a Level 1 protected individual. 3,000 elite soldiers were dispatched, fully armed, to completely surround the area where Yi Qing lived. 50 tanks were positioned near Yi Qing's living area as a heavy weapon protection point. Surveillance cameras were all installed. What? Yi Qing had a girlfriend before and then broke up? Contact her. Use whatever means necessary, you know. With a series of commands being issued, both the Dragon Confederation and other Imperial Federations began to take action. It is worth mentioning that after the last boost of national fortune, the overall quality of people in the Dragon Confederation had greatly improved. Those in their prime special forces were now fully restored to their peak state. Therefore, these 3,000 soldiers were equivalent to a top-tier global security team, solely dedicated to protecting Yi Qing. This kind of treatment was something that only Yi Qing enjoyed globally. Naturally, Yi Qing in the game had no idea what was happening in the real world, but that did not hinder his further actions. He used a one-button pickup to gather everything. Then, he turned his attention to the S-rank National Fortune treasure chest. Open. He waved his hand, and the treasure chest, gleaming with a golden hue, slowly opened on the ground. In an instant, a pleasant notification sound echoed anywhere in the world. Congratulations! Player Yi Qing has obtained the ability to synchronize with infrastructure construction. In the game, all construction blueprints, abilities, and levels that this player obtained would be synchronized to every individual in the Dragon Confederation. With a 2 probability, as players level up, the synchronization ability of this infrastructure construction expert would also increase. It could be synchronized up to 100. Please note, during synchronized construction, the enchanted attributes from the game world would awaken. For example, if the firearms produced by Yi Qing's submachine gun production line in the game had enchanted attributes, then in the real world, when the infrastructure expert produced and constructed, it would also awaken 20 of the enchanted attributes. Please note, the total control of synchronization lies with player Yi Qing, who has the right to decide whether to synchronize the capabilities of the infrastructure expert, accurate to individual units. The notification swept through, and at that moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Is it really that outrageous? Enchanted attributes. Anyone who has played games knows that enchanted attributes are not something to be taken lightly. The difference between an ordinary weapon and one with enchanted properties is simply night and day. Now, once the capabilities of the infrastructure builder synchronize with the real world and possess enchanted attributes, wouldn't it mean that establishing a nuclear power plant could synchronize with the electromagnetic weapons of the nuclear power plant in the game world? It might even carry enchanted attributes. If that's the case, a basic brick house, after an upgrade, could become a multi-story building. And if such buildings were developed with enchanted attributes and constructed by the infrastructure builder, the entire Federation-S architecture would be incredibly solid. Even conventional weapons wouldn't be able to break through. This would be the most formidable defensive fortress in the world. Who could possibly breach it? Especially since the individual possesses the ultimate authority over synchronization. If there are spies within the Federation, synchronizing could transfer such capabilities to other Imperial Federations. And now, with the control abilities in place, once there is a list of spies, these individuals would instantly become useless. The effectiveness of this is simply off the charts. Chapter 12. Wait for my return to reality. Don't think that the capabilities of this infrastructure enthusiast are useless. It's important to know that everything revealed in the game world consists of incredibly advanced blueprints and construction technologies. Take the nuclear power station summoned by Yi Qing, for example. It includes both fusion and fission technologies, and at this stage, countless people around the world have yet to fully utilize nuclear fusion technology. However, Yi Qing's nuclear power station possesses this technology. Once it is dismantled and analyzed, the entire Dragon Federation will be able to mass-produce more terrifying supernuclear power stations. At that time, if several electromagnetic cannons and numerous nuclear-powered laser machine guns are installed on a single nuclear power station, the impact will be enormous, something that countless people can clearly analyze. Yi Qing is amazing, forever young. I am in awe. I don't even know what to say anymore. Hee, just look, other federations must be crying right now. Look, it's upgraded. The app has been upgraded. During Yi Qing's live broadcast, the goddesses Bing Bing and Yao Yao, these two super commentators, actually appeared on the commentary screen. While countless people were watching the live broadcast, all the screens flashed white light, and after the upgrade, the commentary interface for Bing Bing and Yao Yao appeared in the lower right corner of the live room. Hello everyone. I am Yao Yao. Hello everyone. I am Bing Bing. Everyone has already understood the situation regarding Qing during this segment of the live broadcast. I believe that those in the know can analyze just how powerful this national fortune blessing treasure chest really is. Bing Bing, yes. If we could bring the Wuling divine car from the game into the real world, Yao Yao, then our dragon nation would undergo a transformation. Bing Bing, hee. But I don't care about that. What I care about more is that Xiaoding Dang is really adorable. His request is so extreme. He actually wants cat food. Ha ha ha. In the live room, upon hearing Bing Bing's words, countless people burst into laughter. Indeed, due to the intense and tight combat earlier, everyone hadn't paid much attention to Xiaoding Dang. Now, looking back, this Xiaoding Dang is really unaware of his blessings. Being held in Anna's arms is a dream come true for many fans. Yet this silly Xiaoding Dang actually refused. Amidst the joking, the live room became warm and cozy. Alright, even someone who focuses on Qing might get visual fatigue. Let us switch the scene and take a look at other federations. Bing Bing smiled mischievously. And within the borders of the Dragon Nation, countless people saw the grassland domain of the Ninja Federation. Here, smoke and flames rose, and the originally blue sky and green grass environment had now begun to turn charred black. Large groups of zombies started to emerge from the ground and water, rushing towards the player's location. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 50 zombies. This number was still less than half of what Qing faced in the Dragon Nation. Ha ha ha. Have you seen those players from the Ninja Nation fleeing in panic? How can they still accuse us of cheating? When they encounter zombies, they just run away. With that level of skill, how can they even play the game? Exactly. And those zombies are only level 1, the weakest ones. Sure, they might have some fire-breathing abilities and whatnot, but with 20 people working together, they should be able to take down some zombies, right? Right. Plus, killing zombies can drop equipment. How come these people don't understand that? Oh, look, someone actually killed one. Not so foolish after all. Ha ha ha. Yao Yao, come on. Let's switch to other live streams and take a look. Islands, volcanoes, river basins. The streams of multiple federations were explored by the two lovely commentators, Yao Yao and Bing Bing. Upon closer inspection, the players with better combat abilities were from the Federation across the ocean and the Bear Nation, along with a certain empire where the sun never sets. The rest were either fleeing or getting wiped out, with very few counterattacks happening. This scene felt as if these players were terrified after hearing Qing's world announcement. How to describe this feeling? TSK, it's like taking a stroll through a slum. Why bother watching other federations when our own Dragon Nation's livestream is so much better? Someone said with a smile. And after switching back to the Dragon Nation's stream, even though it wasn't Qing's channel, the others were not the type to fear for their lives. Some players hid in the bushes, wielding steel spears, and leaped up to kill a zombie, which dropped a firearm. Others used the broken environment to create traps, luring zombies into them. There were even players from the Dragon Nation who were amazing, using their chemistry knowledge to assemble bombs, causing destruction everywhere. Although the data wasn't as explosive as Qing's, all 20 players from the Dragon Nation Federation survived. Not a single one died. Ha 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 ha. This is the comparison. This is the difference. You guys are so weak. Countless people were roaring in the live chat. At the same time, in the game world, Qing opened a treasure chest and chose to use it. In an instant, a prompt echoed in everyone's minds. Congratulations to the Dragon Nation Federation for successfully using the S-grade National Fortune Treasure Chest. The Infrastructure Fanatic Synchronization function has been activated. All members of the Dragon Nation Federation will receive the synchronization skills chosen by Qing. Please note that since this synchronization function has not yet been upgraded, it can only sync 2 of the abilities. Players, look forward to your efforts. With the pleasant prompt sound, in the real world, a red light descended from the sky, enveloping every member of the Dragon Nation Federation. Immediately, it felt as if their minds were filled with knowledge, as if they had undergone a mystical enlightenment. Wow, is this synchronization function really that amazing? I was surprised that I understood everything without having to study. A netizen expressed shock, recalling that he used to be a poor student. Even after graduation, he struggled to find a good job due to his academic qualifications and knowledge level. However, now he feels that if he were to pursue a doctorate, it would be a piece of cake. Unbelievably, this synchronization has allowed me to master calculus. Should I consider retaking the college entrance examination? I feel like I could earn a good diploma. Some people are feeling quite pleased with themselves at this moment. The Federal Republic of Longwa issued a notice, immediately closing its borders and prohibiting anyone from leaving. This move made it clear to everyone that the high-ranking officials of the Federal Republic of Longwa aimed to keep any spies within the country, preventing any possibility of them escaping. At the same time, Qing, in the gaming world, used a light machine gun to type out a line of text from atop a building. This line of text sent chills down the spines of countless bigwigs in foreign federations. Wait until I return to reality. Chapter 13. Recommendations from influencers for Qing's partner espionage and being spied upon are actually constant occurrences. However, in today's era of internet information, all entries and exits, and even all online information, even browsing history that you have deleted, can now be fully retrieved. The reason you are not targeted usually is simply that the time hasn't come yet. Therefore, whether they are foreign spies or domestic ones who have been compromised, getting investigated is not a difficult task. No matter how perfectly traces are erased, there will still be remnants left behind. Thus, when Qing typed such words in the game world, connecting it to the real world, the leaders of countless other federations immediately changed their expressions. Initially, they were looking at national fortunes, wanting to exploit loopholes in the game world. After all, if the national attribute of a spy is linked to the Dragon Federation, then entities like the Ninja Federation, certain other federations, and others have domestic individuals they can recruit as backup spies, if they can secretly transfer them into their own countries. Would the national fortunes they originally possessed still be effective in their federations? If a member of the Dragon Federation were to work as a construction enthusiast in the Ninja country, and if this approach were successful, they could enhance their strength even when national fortunes are weakening or stagnant. However, now that the Dragon Federation has announced a complete border lockdown, it signifies that their experimental plan has also failed. This individual truly has a way. The supreme leader of the Dragon Federation, sitting in the office, looked at numerous high-ranking officials from the Security Bureau, mayors, and governors, with a smile creeping across his face. It was quite clever to convey information to the outside world in this manner. However, according to the investigation, the channels of communication between the game world and the outside world can only connect through the game in terms of scenery. The real world cannot reach into the game world. Therefore, much information cannot be shared, which is a headache for them. No need to rush. After all, for now, our Dragon Federation is still the strongest force. Apart from Qing, the other 19 members have not suffered any casualties and are gathering towards Qing's Dragon City, indicating that other players are also aware of the current situation and want to collaborate in game development under Qing's leadership. This is a good thing. But we must remain vigilant against foreign federations, as entities like certain federations are certainly not foolish. The mishap on the first day indicates that the players they selected were not strong, but if they face total annihilation or if players return to reality, these situations will undergo significant changes. The situation with the Goryeo Federation, which faced annihilation once, saw their second wave of players still not performing well, but at least they had shifted their mindset and started actively killing zombies. This illustrates the changes after personnel shifts. If next time, other federations select special forces or mercenaries, we also need to treat the situation with caution. Listening to the words of the supreme leader, the other prominent figures nodded cautiously. They were not foolish. If they truly underestimated the players and leaders from other federations, they would definitely face terrible consequences. Therefore, even though the Dragon Country was currently in the lead, they could not afford to relax. At that moment, a voice rang out from outside the door. "Come in, what is the matter?" A long-haired female secretary in a black suit slowly walked in, holding a stack of documents, which she respectfully placed on the supreme leader's desk. "This is all the information we have gathered about Qing's ex-girlfriend. Now, let me explain the most important point. The reason for their breakup was that the woman became interested in a wealthier 80-year-old man. And then, surprisingly, the old man still had the energy to. Well, he got her pregnant. This upset the old man's daughter and son, saying, 'Do you need us to call you mom for someone who's decades younger than us?'" Mayor Long, Security Bureau Leader, Intelligence Bureau Leader, National Security Bureau Leader, Supreme Leader. Listening to this series of reports, even these seasoned leaders, who had experienced countless events and endured many hardships, could not help but be speechless. I've never seen someone like this before. The key point is, can this woman really handle it? Especially the old man, over 80 years old, and he didn't have any heart issues from excitement or anything. I finally understand why Qing broke up with her. A woman like this deserves it. The supreme leader waved his hand. "Forget about her. I have a granddaughter who just turned 20, and she excels in all arts and skills. Once Yi Qing returns to reality, I plan to let them date and see how it goes. Hey, Supreme Leader, you can't be so biased. I, Director Wong from the Security Bureau, also have a granddaughter, you know. Why can't I let my granddaughter meet him? Just now, she called me and said she wanted Yi Qing's contact information. And my granddaughter too. A group of the most elite senior figures from the Dragon Country stopped discussing other matters and began actively defining Yi Qing's lifelong affairs. How about we hold a selection event for him? Oh no, I mean something like a martial arts competition for courtship? That's an old tune. The key is whether Yi Qing would even be interested. As we all know, he already has a beautiful Anna by his side, that girl who sells bombs. At this, the leaders were stunned. Beautiful Anna, indeed. Just look at her figure, her curves. Cough, cough, cough. Don't forget, there's a lady present here. The long-haired female secretary looked at the group of old men with changing expressions and immediately cleared her throat, bringing them back to their senses. What on earth are these people thinking? In the game world, Yi Qing did not linger here any longer. The development of the game world could not be delayed. The first half of the day had already ended, and after defeating a boss, his level had risen from 5 to 7. At the same time, he had also acquired a lot of valuable materials and items. Next, he needed to take charge of the operations and ongoing construction of the Dragon City. After all, he knew about the upcoming tasks that would be released in the game. If he completed those in advance, he could leisurely hunt for higher-level monsters and build a better Dragon City. Why wouldn't he want that? After all, he had just obtained several construction blueprints, such as those for residential areas, skyscrapers, and convenience stores. If he didn't use them soon, how could he increase the resident satisfaction and attract more people to settle down? Returning to Dragon City, the three of them laughed and chatted as they walked, stopping occasionally to pick up various resources. While countless online viewers watched the live stream, feeling envious and even having the urge to eliminate Yi Qing, they slowly made their way back into Dragon City. Chapter 14 New Features, Coin Shop. Wow, it's here. The power of luck is back. At this moment, in the game world, Yi Qing's development has completely dazzled countless viewers watching the live stream. Is this something a person can achieve? Just like when he entered the ruins. Every step yields a resource. This must be something only a deity can do, right? It's also possible that Yi Qing is the child of fortune, an exceptionally lucky one, and he can find even a fully intact inflatable doll without any damage. Look, the commentators Bing Bing and Yao Yao are blushing. Ha ha ha. Two beauties. Would you like me to buy you two for yourself? The live stream room became lively. At the same time, Yi Qing returned to Long City in the game world. However, Long City had completely transformed. Before leaving, there were only 20 brick houses, 3 cars, and 200 refugees. Now, a massive 500-square-meter villa has risen from the ground. The villa is styled with a strong, ancient aesthetic, complete with a swimming pool. Everyone knows that this is definitely Yi Qing's residence. In addition, the small brick houses have been replaced by 2 10-story buildings. However, due to the lack of higher-level construction blueprints, they cannot be upgraded to 30-story skyscrapers for the time being. Of course, a moat has been built around Long City, and although it is not a real city wall, it can at least withstand ordinary zombies. In some places slightly away from the residential area, countless areas have been divided by lime powder. The production area, agricultural area, livestock area, research area, and commercial area are all well planned. As for the 200 refugees, they have now increased to 300. These 100 new arrivals are just like the previous 200, working actively without any complaints of hardship or fatigue. This is because a cooking team composed of 50 people has set up a massive kitchen in the open air, under the campfire. Mutated pigs and cows are being turned into delicious meals for these people. Yes, that's right. Before leaving, Yi Qing specifically left 2 submachine guns for Anna to hand over to the highest administrator here, so there is no need to worry about the safety of Long City. Moreover, before leaving, Yi Qing had killed 100 zombies here, and even now, the smell of blood has not dissipated. So, which blind beast or zombie would dare to attack this place? Furthermore, the presence of the nuclear power plant itself is a deterrent. City Lord, seeing Yi Qing arrive, one of the top administrators, sweating profusely, hurried over. We excavated a significant portion of the bricks, soil, and various resources hidden beneath the ground within a radius of 1 kilometer, which is how we achieved the current state. In fact, if there were better resources available, we could definitely transform Long City into a brightly lit modern city. However, The scarcity of resources in the wasteland has considerably limited our construction speed. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled. It's not your fault. The current construction speed is already quite good. Don't worry. In the future, you won't have to worry about resources anymore. With a cheerful demeanor, he waved his hand. Boom, 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 boom. What seemed like 500 types of agricultural seeds, 20 types of livestock younglings, and various building materials piled up into a small mountain in the vacant area ahead. This massive commotion not only stunned the 300 refugees, but also left the fans in the live stream in shock. Wow. They never expected that Yi Qing would gather so many great items on the way back. It's like a walking warehouse. Congratulations. The foreman's favorability towards you has increased to 100 points. Seeing these items, the foreman's eyes instantly lit up. Just from this pile of materials, it was clear that their lord was incredibly powerful. Otherwise, how could he have gathered so many good resources? As long as he managed these items well, how could he worry about his own benefits? Thus, he instantly transformed into the best sycophant. Yi Qing naturally understood the foreman's thoughts, but chose not to expose them. Instead, he smiled and said, "Go and get busy. Let's aim to make the entire Long City look brand new this afternoon." Understood. The foreman joyfully left the scene. Yi Tian and the other two then returned to the villa. In the grand living room, there were antique-style rooms, exclusive bathrooms, and even a leisure room. The scene had everything, and even Yi Qing couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, especially when he looked at the enormous leisure room in the master bedroom. Damn it, I don't have that kind of hobby. Ha 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 ha. Player Yi Qing is blushing online. Ha 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 ha. His privacy has been exposed. I never expected that Yi Qing would have this hobby. Now it's all out in the open. Maybe this isn't Yi Qing's idea? Look, his expression shows that he didn't expect this scene at all. However, no matter what, as long as you follow Yi Qing's live stream, his privacy is gone. If by any chance, a physical combat live stream? You're thinking too much. I believe the game moderators wouldn't allow any inappropriate content in the live stream. But this scene is really hilarious. Ha! To be honest, if Yi Qing likes it, I wouldn't mind. I'm still a naive girl. Yi Qing, if you really have that hobby, use it on someone else. Wow. Amazing upstairs, 666. 6,666. Capture a super goddess online. In the live broadcast room, joy abounds, while in the game world, Yi Qing, in a fit of anger, summoned an enormous hammer with a flick of his wrist, and then, boom, the entire room was reduced to ruins. Don't hide it. Hiding it is the same as admitting it. However, stop. With Anna's small, watchful eyes on him, Yi Qing quickly halted whatever this character was about to say next. With the memories from his past life, he knew all too well that this was a live broadcast. The bizarre rewards that had randomly popped up were one thing, but to have such special whipping and binding items in the game world's residence, how could he face the world with this? What about the contractor? Your bonus is gone. Yi Qing was furious. He turned and left the ruined room, making his way to the center of Long City. As the top player in the game, he certainly wouldn't let these trivial matters disturb his focus. The most important thing right now was the development of the infrastructure madman. With some time left in the afternoon, he needed to gather more data to facilitate further development. Conveniently, the items in the exploration shop and the gold shop hadn't been used yet, so without hesitation, Yi Qing opened the gold shop. In an instant, dazzling items appeared before countless viewers. Chapter 15. Completing tasks ahead of time. Foreseeing the future gold coin store. Your current balance 300,000 gold coins. Seeing the abundance of gold coins, Yi Qing was taken aback. Didn't he only have 200,000 gold coins before? However, he quickly remembered that he hadn't counted the gold coins earned from defeating the level 5 spider boss. Since this was the first kill of the boss, he naturally received double the gold coins. Wow, the categories are so detailed. Combat-related, lifestyle, food, medicine, research. And everything here is so expensive. A gene upgrade potion costs 1,000,000 gold coins. Is this game just a money pit? Damn, if I played this game, I definitely wouldn't be able to complete it. It's too costly. Even a powerhouse like Yi Qing only managed to earn 300,000. How long would it take me to earn 1,000,000 gold coins? Not to mention, look at this, a small infection medicine for resisting zombie viruses costs 50,000 gold coins, and a complete beast serum costs a staggering 100,000. Building blueprints, start at a minimum of 50,000. This store is just outrageous. It's completely a shady shop. Countless players were shouting. In this state, Qing was not in a hurry to make purchases, but slowly scrolled through the first page, gradually browsing to the last page. In the end, he smiled at the players. In that instant, players from Long Country instantly understood Qing's intention. He was transmitting information to the real world. He clicked on almost every item in the game store, including types, prices, names, and attributes. Normally, players wouldn't waste time doing this while playing the game. But he did, and everyone understood the implication behind it. Amazing. Qing is transmitting data again. Did you record it? Is there a video? This is a priceless video. However, this is being broadcasted globally, and people from other federations are watching too. Isn't Qing's action allowing others to see it as well? I feel it's not that useful. Didn't the previous world announcement say that after unlocking the gold coin store and exploration store, players would unlock shops corresponding to their civilization era? For instance, Qing's is a technology gold coin store. If it were other federations, I guess it would be a primitive society store, filled with sticks and clubs. Even if people from other federations saw it, it wouldn't be very useful. Yes, players from Long Country looked at the analysis provided by this player, and their eyes lit up. It seemed to make sense. While the netizens were analyzing, Qing also began to operate. Just when everyone thought that Qing was going to buy various high-end items, it turned out that he directly purchased a large amount of various construction materials, electrical wires, and infrastructure materials, etc. He spent 300,000 coins and didn't buy a single luxury item. All of it went to these materials. Host, do you understand what Qing is up to? Looking at the piles of sand, cement, wood, spray paint, and all sorts of materials stacked high, some viewers began to inquire for an explanation. Based on Qing's behavior, I think he must be trying to attract more settlers by purchasing so many infrastructure materials. A cold sweat appeared on Yao Yao's forehead. To be honest, even she thought that Qing might spend heavily on some super recipes or genetic agents. Instead, he bought infrastructure materials, which left both her and Bing Bing, the other host, completely stunned in response to the viewers' questions. After all, it is well known that in the wasteland where Qing is located, construction materials are scarce. Didn't the contractor mention that they had to dig within 1,000 meters radius just to find a few materials for brick houses? Without fresh construction materials, how long would it take to build a city? Yes, especially since the first task released in the game today was a construction task. Perhaps tomorrow's task will also be a construction one. If that's the case, then Qing would be ahead of the pack. But he is gambling. I feel that Qing's development level is quite limited. Ha 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 ha. You players from the Dragon Federation are definitely going to fall behind. What is the use of having such strong construction capabilities? The strength of the zombies is not static. If you build well, but your combat power doesn't improve, then it's still useless, right? Seeing the comment from the Foreign Federation fans in the live chat, Bing Bing pouted and mentioned something that everyone almost forgot. But Qing has a nuclear power station. Wow. In an instant, all the players fell silent. Indeed, the last time the nuclear power station was activated, it directly took out 100 zombies with just a single laser beam. If 20 laser guns and the nuclear electromagnetic cannon fired simultaneously, how terrifying would that combat power be? While the players were discussing, Qing had already completed the purchase of all the materials. With 3 or 4 mountain-like piles of resources reappearing in front of the workers, everyone, including the contractor, was completely shocked. How long has it been since their lord has gathered so many construction materials? And they are all top-quality sand, cement, and various metals. These materials could not only shape a few buildings, but could also easily be used to create a basic laboratory. Lord, don't worry with these materials. I will definitely help you build an amazing super city. Go ahead. Remember to build more production lines. We have a nuclear power station, so we don't have to worry about power supply. Understood. The contractor nodded and then went off to get busy. At this moment, the first phase of 8 hours officially came to an end. The world announcement stated that the first phase task was completed, with the best performance in the infrastructure task being attributed to a player from a certain nation. He exceeded the task requirements and was therefore awarded an S-level treasure chest. The player from a certain federation performed the worst, with all members eliminated and no rewards given. Please note, online game time is limited to 8 hours per day. After these 8 hours, players will be forced to log off until the next day when the new tasks are announced. Players are encouraged to cherish their daily game time. Tomorrow's tasks. Players must have over 300 refugees, increase the number of brick houses to over 30, possess 5 different types of cooked food, and complete an exploration of a distant ruin. Completing these tasks will yield higher rewards, while failure will result in corresponding penalties. As the announcement swept through, the players who had previously mocked the individual for purchasing so many building materials were left dumbfounded online. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that the tasks for tomorrow were tailored specifically for him. Had he not already fulfilled all those conditions today? Was it possible that this player had some prophetic ability? Chapter 16. Wow, that's shocking. This has truly stunned countless people. I realize now that the explanations from Bing Bing and Yao Yao are accurate. Previously, we thought that the esteemed Yi Qing chose these building materials due to a lack of funds. Now it seems that we were standing on the 1st level, while Bing Bing and Yao Yao were on the 5th level, and Yi Qing was on the 10th level. The levels themselves are just not the same. By the way, where are those people from the Foreign Federation? Why aren't they making a fuss in the chat room anymore? Suddenly, fans noticed that, aside from their own people, the netizens from other federations had gone silent in the live stream. Not a word of English was heard. Only Chinese remained. In an instant, the netizens understood the situation of these people. They couldn't take it anymore. Previously in the chat room, these foreign individuals had been repeatedly embarrassed, and now, if they continued to speak, wouldn't they be just presenting their faces for us to slap? Ha ha ha. Those Foreign Federation folks know how to be shy too. Someone laughed heartily and felt cheerful. Meanwhile, during the live broadcast, players also saw a new round of world announcements. World announcement. The game has been operational for 8 hours today. Therefore, players will be forcefully logged off within 3 minutes to return to reality. Tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. The game will be available for login again. Please note that starting tomorrow, each time you log in, the time spent in the game world will double. For example, today it is 8 hours. Starting tomorrow, after entering the game, you will need to stay for 2 days before you can log off, and so on. After the game logs off today, an update process will be initiated, and a new version will be launched after the game goes online tomorrow. Stay tuned. World announcement. The game has been operational for 8 hours today. As the announcements flooded in, everyone's expressions turned serious. It is important to remember that due to the impending asteroid collision with Earth, many people are aware that while the game is one thing, the crisis in the real world has not disappeared. Moreover, various federations are still keeping a close watch on the Dragon Federation and Yi Qing. So, after the game logs off, the reality is actually more dangerous. Come on, netizens, report your locations. We have 20 players in our Dragon Federation. I have an idea. Whoever is closest to a player, let us go protect that player. We absolutely cannot let the spies and assassins from other federations harm our heroes. Right. Now, everyone quiet down. The leaders from various countries have already started to take action. The military has long been aware of this information, and their plans are far more extensive than yours. Just focus on digesting the abilities gained from the National Luck Skill Synchronization, start exercising, and build related things. Leave everything to the country. In the barrage of comments, an official ID account called Dragon Federation made a statement. In an instant, countless people fell silent. At that moment, they realized that the superiors of the official federation had already laid out everything in the shadows. It is precisely because of the lovable officials of the Dragon Federation and the soldiers guarding the borders that the people of the Dragon Federation enjoy such a comfortable and peaceful environment. The live stream slowly closed down, and even the commentators Bing Bing and Yao Yao logged off. In the real world, the red hue covering the entire planet had not yet vanished, as if some mysterious powerful entity had smeared the earth with a blood-like substance, crimson and terrifying. However, countless ordinary netizens within the Dragon Federation did not appear overly panicked or worried. They knew that within the Dragon Federation, there were 20 heroes and countless incredibly kind individuals protecting them. Whoosh! A flash of white light. Yi Qing opened his eyes and looked around. This was a playground. More precisely, it was the playground from his freshman year. The surroundings were silent, and in the distance, he could still see the trees within the school. However, the only change was that students, teachers, and professors had vanished without a trace. In their place were some middle-aged individuals in suits. Not far away, there were over 1,000 armed soldiers tightly surrounding the area. By looking at the medals on these individual shoulders and the faces of the elderly, it was evident that this unit was the strongest special forces within the entire Dragon Federation. Yi Qing, welcome back. The super leader looked at Yi Qing and extended his hand. Thank you, but let's not waste any more time. Take me to the place you have prepared, and also provide me with the list compiled by the intelligence department. All right. Hearing Yi Qing's words, the super leader's face showed a hint of surprise. This kid, upon coming out of the game world, chose work instead of rest right away. Such determination is rare. Soon, in a modern super office, the list shows that 999 people have closed the national fortune synchronization system. You can proceed with the arrests. In the game, direct communication with the outside world is impossible, so we can only contact you this way. And in the real world, communication with the game world is not feasible. According to my investigation, there are 72 laboratories in Phoenix City, where countless research materials on viruses and vaccines exist. Tomorrow, I will lead the refugees to sweep them. There is no need to worry about the task. I have ways to complete it. What we need to be concerned about now is the pursuit from foreign federations and their reckless nuclear weapons. We both know that entities like the Northern Federation, Ninja Federation, Bear Federation, and the Sun Never Sets Empire Federation are not to be underestimated. They see our country's rapid development, and even if they harbor thoughts of world destruction, they do not want us to thrive. Therefore, the upcoming security issues should not only be placed on us, but also on you. However, as soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, there were loud explosions outside the office and even within the office staircase. Following that, the sound of bullets pouring down like rain echoed through the air. Yet, in less than 3 minutes, the intense noise gradually returned to calm. In the next moment, under the astonished gazes of the top leaders and security officials, as well as their secretaries, Anna and Xiao Dingdang walked into the office, dragging 2 half-dead individuals who were missing 2 legs and 1 arm. Brother Yi Qing, the matter has been resolved. Upon seeing this scene, the top leaders were momentarily stunned. Wait, a synchronized system, a game world. Can characters from the game world be brought into reality? Chapter 17, The Stunned Spy. Assassination Operation. Dragon Federation. Kyoto. Room 8012, Building C, a certain community. At this moment, a man who has just entered middle age sits in front of the computer, watching the ended live broadcast. His racing heart finally calms down. Fortunately, no one came to investigate him. He pats his chest. The cold sweat at his temples has already soaked his shirt. It is worth mentioning that a few months ago, a backpacker met him and said, "As long as you take some photos of certain places domestically, I will give you corresponding money." Tempted by the prospect of profit, he agreed to this matter. Later, he learned that this was an overseas organization. Upon realizing this, he initially wanted to refuse the other party. But they offered him even greater temptations, not just money, but also several green cards to various regions including the North American Federation, Ninja Nation Federation, Sun Never Sets Empire Federation, and European Federation Empire, among others. Each location also came with a set of oversized villas. Such enormous benefits made him restless. He not only took more photos, but also reported all the intelligence he knew to them. However, unexpected events occurred. Today, an asteroid struck the Earth, along with a global game of national survival, and the complete closure of borders by the Dragon Federation made him realize that war had begun. The authorities have zero tolerance for spies. Hence, he became anxious. But until the live broadcast ended, the 2 knowledge and enhanced physical strength he received through the shared national fortune made him understand that his actions had not been discovered. This was a good thing. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He drank 2 large cups of water in succession to relieve his earlier tension. But the next moment, a sudden, unbearable sharp pain flashed in his mind. Although it was just a moment, it brought him to his knees. The pain was simply intolerable. When the pain passed, he was stunned. First, all the knowledge granted by the national fortune had vanished. Second, his originally strong physique suddenly disappeared, reverting to his middle-aged state. And third, at some point, 10 men in military uniforms had appeared before him. "Security Bureau personnel, here are our credentials. We have sufficient evidence that you are a spy. Come with us." In an instant, the middle-aged man's face turned ashen. His entire body went limp on the ground, unable to rise. Such incidents were continuously occurring across various regions within the Dragon Federation. With the list in hand, Yi Qing could quickly utilize the switches to prevent these spies from operating. At the same time, the Security Bureau, after coordinating with Yi Qing, confirmed and nearly all law enforcement personnel were mobilized. Almost every second, a spy is captured within the territory of the Federation. This is the speed of the Federation. In the face of national security issues, no one dares to relax or be negligent. This is something the ordinary public is completely unaware of. At the same time, in the office where Yi Qing was located. The smell of blood filled the air. Two assassins, dragged by Anna and Xiaodingdang, left a long trail of blood behind them. At that moment, the top officials of the security agency were stunned. The military leaders were stunned. The superiors were also stunned. Everyone present in the office wore a dazed expression. Since the start of the game, they had never known that such things could be brought from the game world into reality. Even the information gathered from the manual only indicated that these elements could be integrated into reality at a mere 2 through national luck synchronization, which included construction capabilities, infrastructure capabilities, and enchantment attributes of the game world. More cooperation from Yi Qing and other players from the Federation was needed to achieve a 100 synchronization level. But now, they could not explain these developments at all. Seal off this information completely. All nearby cameras were disconnected from the network and connected to the local area network of the security agency, with browsing permissions limited to those in the office. The superiors immediately recognized the terrifying implications of this situation. If not only Yi Qing but also other players from the Federation could bring character cards and similar items into the real world, the reality would truly be rewritten. Currently, other players from the Federation were still in the very early stages of the game, absolute novices. They believed that other Imperial Federations were completely unaware of this matter. This was a significant opportunity for the Federation. Contact the military hospital to monitor and treat them. Extract information from them. The superiors reacted quickly and directly notified their secretary to initiate the necessary actions. Yi Qing, what are your plans next? Once these individuals regained their composure from the shock, the superiors shifted their gaze back to Yi Qing. Take a plane to the capital. The capital is the center of the Federation, and there may be some issues there. How do you know? Intuition. Good. The superior did not ask further questions and made the arrangements. Before long, a special plane swiftly flew from Yi Qing City towards the capital. At the same time, in the Ninja Federation, their superiors looked at the 17 battered players who had returned from the game world, their expressions not looking very good. This was the overall data from the death game, and the Federation's think tank had already analyzed some of the rules that could be utilized in the game, as well as the methods to exploit bugs. You can try your best, and please note that the game world will be live-streamed in the real world. As you know from the previous global announcement, this is related to the safety of our Ninja Federation. I hope you will give it your all, and once you develop further, you must diligently choose from 981 assassination plans to eliminate Yi Qing. If necessary, you can collaborate with players from other federations. After speaking, the prominent figure waved his hand, leaving behind countless thick stacks of materials as he exited the room. Such events are happening continuously around the world at this very moment. On the first day of the game, aside from the advantage held by one federation, the data from other Imperial Federations was in complete disarray. At this moment, they are also utilizing human intelligence strategies to diligently address this shortcoming. Otherwise, calamity will soon befall them, and this is something they cannot tolerate. Chapter 18, An Elder's Advice. Don't be a dog, just be a person with memories from the previous life. Yi Qing naturally knew how to answer the questions from these influential figures upon returning from the game world. To be honest, it was nothing more than discussing what had been researched or addressing certain confidential information. Of course, these individuals were not foolish. They wouldn't resort to extracting players' blood or conducting invasive studies on them. After all, a natural disaster was imminent, and the most pressing matter was to enhance the overall strength of the Federation. That was the priority. After disembarking from the plane, Yi Qing met with the other 19 players from the Federation. Among them, the 26-year-old programmer, Chen Fan, had the most impressive achievements. Although he had not produced results as explosive as Yi Qing, he had not been injured and had single-handedly taken down 30 zombies. If it weren't for Yi Qing's outstanding performance, Chen Fan would undoubtedly have been recognized as the strongest in the world. In the previous life, it was similar. Chen Fan was first, and Yi Qing was second. Indeed, even in the last life, without the so-called super reward system, Yi Qing still managed to secure second place. In fact, as time went on in that life, Yi Qing's advantages became more pronounced, ultimately surpassing all players globally and becoming number one. Therefore, with such experience, he no longer cared about rankings in this life. What truly mattered to Yi Qing were the various hidden matters behind the asteroid collision with Earth. Within the borders of the Federation, Yi Qing ranked first, Chen Fan second, a bald player third, Mei Yin'er fourth, and Yang Chan fifth. Yes, that's right, fourth and fifth were occupied by 2 women. Among the 20 players, there were 7 women, making up nearly a third of the group. Moreover, these women were quite capable, with none at the bottom of the rankings. This proved that most women nowadays were not merely the stereotypical types, saying things like hello, big brother, or asking to be someone's girlfriend in a foolish manner. After the meeting concluded, everyone agreed that the Federation should unite under Yi Qing's leadership to pool all their strengths in the game world's Dragon City for collective development. This way, progress would be faster and their advantages would be greater. However, during the meeting, the appearance of a certain character named Xiaodingdang captured the attention of the 7 women. One by one, they eagerly held Xiaodingdang in their arms, affectionately rubbing their chests against his head. But this silly Xiaodingdang grew impatient and wriggled free, declaring firmly that he would no longer allow anyone to hold him. Otherwise, they would have to provide the best cat food. This made Yi Qing feel an urge to kick him. This silly cat had really missed a great opportunity, with such benefits at hand. He still wasn't seizing the moment and was instead demanding cat food. If it had been in the last life, Yi Qing would have happily stayed in the embrace of the women, using their ample softness as his pillow, enjoying the comfort. Wouldn't that be delightful? 1 hour later, at 9 o'clock in the evening. At this moment, Yi Qing followed his intuition, leading 19 other players, along with countless elite soldiers and influential figures from the Federation, to the edge of a river in the capital of the Federation. At the same time, in the real world, a forum called Death Game emerged. It was said that this forum was jointly launched and operated by 5 major superpowers. The forum utilized the latest quantum technology servers, capable of accommodating over 10 billion simultaneous users worldwide. As soon as the forum went live, 2 posts instantly ignited a massive discussion across the entire forum, or rather, the entire internet. The Federation officially released a list of 990,000 spies. All have been captured. After receiving Yi Qing, the Federation was subjected to a joint assassination by assassins from 3 other forces. If the first post was somewhat normal, the second one sparked a global uproar, especially since these 2 posts were published by the official certified account of the Federation Security Bureau, which included images of foreign assassins. We adhere to the principles of non-interference in internal affairs, non-intrusion into each other's territories, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence, maintaining a friendly and cooperative stance externally. Now, as these forces pursue our players, the official representatives of the Federation, including the Security Bureau and influential figures, declare, your actions have violated the aforementioned Federation policies. Therefore, prepare for the wrath of our Federation. Note, player Yi Qing is currently safe, but has experienced a significant level of shock, assessed by our medical team at a staggering 999 points. Furthermore, player Yi Qing has stated that he requires 90 trillion in psychological treatment fees and 5S-level national fortune treasure chests to recover. Otherwise, his shock trauma will be permanent. Please note, player Yi Qing's development in the game world is evident, and it is possible that he is the only player capable of resolving the asteroid disaster in the real world. This player is a treasure for all humanity. We, the global populace and various forces, should protect Yi Qing's personal safety. In just a few minutes, this lengthy post became the hottest thread on the Death Game forum, even overshadowing other posts from various factions denouncing Yi Qing. User, foreign user, Caravaculus. This is extortion. How could our people possibly pursue Yi Qing? Yi Qing is so powerful in the game world that we would avoid him. Attempting assassination would be suicidal. Foreign user, live streaming upside down. Exactly. And 99 trillion in compensation? Forget it. What do you think we are? A fish pond for you to farm? Meow xiao meow. Are the people on the first and second floors all brain dead? Why the rush? Haven't you seen that the identity information of the assassin, and even their family relationship network, has already been made public in the main thread? Do you still want to argue? Let me tell you. It's a good thing your people didn't succeed in the assassination, otherwise, meow xiao meow, would have been the first to blow up your country's Statue of Liberty. These people from abroad are so disgusting. And that so-called Ninja Federation is also getting involved. You're just an island nation with such a small population. If we were to use nuclear weapons to cleanse the area, would you even have a chance to survive? You better advise your people to behave and be decent human beings instead of acting like dogs, or one day, you might just find that your dog is gone. The replies in the thread are rapidly increasing. However, interestingly, the official personnel from those other federations and empires that were called out by the certain country have never responded. This situation has become quite peculiar. Chapter 19. Get ready. The fish are coming out so arrogant. The super boss of the Ninja Federation sat in his office, his palms slamming heavily on the table. He never expected that the killer organization formed by the coalition of several federations would be exposed so quickly. Even the detailed investigation of the network was so clear. It's worth noting that before this, they had erased countless traces of these killers. One could say that the situation of these individuals was completely blank. However, the Dragon Federation still managed to uncover a multitude of details. Everything was displayed clearly. They knew very well what this represented. Moreover, this time, in the context of international relations, the Dragon Federation actually dared to disclose all the information. This was completely inconsistent with their usual diplomatic practices. Unusual, completely unusual. Boss, do you think the Dragon Federation discovered something related to the asteroid investigation that we haven't found? Is that why they are so arrogant? The strategist cautiously asked, looking at the furious expression of the super boss of the Ninja Federation. Upon hearing this, the super boss's eyes lit up. There was indeed a possibility. If that were the case, everything would make sense. It was very likely that they had mastered means to counter certain impending natural disasters. Currently, the Goryeo Federation was experiencing heavy snowfall, with temperatures plummeting to a bizarre -30 degrees. Moreover, under the global investigation, another strange situation emerged. That is, wherever Goryeo Federation nationals were studying or working abroad, snow fell heavily and cold waves surged above them. Imagine, in the midst of summer in the Dragon Federation, with temperatures at 30 degrees, suddenly encountering someone surrounded by falling snow. What a strange and refreshing experience that would be. This scene had indeed surprised many back then, but soon countless people began to enjoy this rhythm. Although those Goryeo nationals and other federations suffered greatly, it did not prevent them from becoming super air conditioners. Of course, in this situation, it also indirectly proved that the death game developed by the asteroid, after the decline of national fortunes, affected not just one federation but also every individual with a nationality. Therefore, the super boss of the Ninja Federation clearly understood that failing to assassinate Qing and being countered by the Dragon Federation's official response indicated that their desire for cooperation with the Dragon Federation would likely weaken significantly. As for how much it would weaken, that was beyond his prediction. Just as he was contemplating this, his secretary rushed in, looking anxious, and came over with a stack of documents. Looking at the situation, the powerful leader understood that something bad had happened. Without wasting time, he went straight to the point. The secretary, panting and cautious, said, "At the seafood market, agricultural market, mineral market, and other areas, our 99 cooperation agreements with the Dragon Federation have been unilaterally terminated. They have also publicly announced a permanent end to cooperation with our Ninja Federation. These import and export trades were, in fact, mutually beneficial arrangements between the two federations, especially since the Dragon Federation is currently the world's leading industrial power. In terms of pricing and transportation ease, collaborating with the Dragon Federation was the best choice. Now, this route has been completely cut off. This is equivalent to severing their supply of countless vegetables, fruits, and various industrial products. As a result, they will have to find entirely new suppliers. Without the sustainable input from the Dragon Federation, prices within the Ninja Federation will inevitably soar. If not controlled, it could absolutely lead to an economic crisis. This is no small matter. The Dragon Federation is scarce in mineral resources, particularly in steel materials, rare ores, and even nuclear fuel ores. Their actions are akin to cutting off their own development prospects. Are you sure there is no room for negotiation when they terminate cooperation? The powerful leader frowned. No, it's very straightforward and strict. This termination is harsher than ever before, and it has already been announced in major global media. Even on the Death Game forum, this matter has become a hot topic, with countless people discussing it. Not only that, the secretary took a breath and continued. They have also terminated all trade cooperations with the federations where the assassins who attacked Qing and 19 other players are from. Wow. Even the leader of the Ninja Federation couldn't help but curse upon hearing this. He knows very well that about 80% of the global economic stability is reflected in the fact that the Dragon Federation is the world's leading exporter in both industrial and agricultural sectors. Once the Dragon Federation cuts off economic trade with these federations, it won't just affect the Ninja Federation. An economic crisis will inevitably arise globally. At that time, some smaller federations will go bankrupt, while larger federations will see prices skyrocketing. Eventually, the Dragon Federation won't need to do anything. They will just wait for other federations to come begging like dogs for the Dragon Federation to reopen trade cooperation. There is even a possibility that the Dragon Federation might raise prices significantly in the future. It can be said that if this matter does not lead to war, the ultimate winner of the consequences will only be the Dragon Federation. He did not expect that a small assassination incident would trigger such terrifying repercussions. This is not a trivial matter. Thinking of this, he could no longer contain himself and took out his phone to call a certain influential figure from a certain federation. Meanwhile, other influential figures around the globe, as well as countless netizens, erupted upon seeing the news of the terminated cooperation. Many people are well aware that the power struggle between major nations has already begun. At the same time, by the riverside in the capital of the Dragon Nation, Yi Qing sat on the blanket bed of the RV, squinting at the blood-red night sky outside the window, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. Get ready, the fish are about to come out. Chapter 20. Disaster Strikes. Monster Crisis soldiers armed to the teeth follow orders as their first principle. Therefore, although they may have some considerations in their hearts, they will not utter any words of refusal while executing their tasks. Prior to this, a powerful figure had already transferred the entire authority of the Dragon Federation to Yi Qing. As soon as this command was given, dozens of artillery vehicles, machine gun carriers, surface-to-air missiles, and tanks were instantly activated. With a hum, under the operation of mechanisms, these heavy weapons, with their cold muzzles, accurately aimed at the center of the river. At that moment, splash, the water's surface rippled. Gradually, the ripples grew larger. Then, these ripples, resembling a scene from a mythical world, caused the water to rise and form a vortex in midair. Following that, a hand, covered in pure black fur and 3 times larger than a human, emerged from the vortex. This scene caused the powerful figures to narrow their eyes. Yi Qing's intuition was indeed correct. They had initially thought that after the warning from the asteroid, the apocalyptic disasters in the real world would unfold as announced 1 month later. However, this monster had truly appeared. This proved that this death game was definitely not as simple as it seemed. Wait until it comes out, then open fire. The powerful figure beside Yi Qing commanded in a deep voice. As the order was given, the furry monster instantly leaped out of the water vortex. The crowd finally got a clear look at its appearance. It was a red-eyed black bear, standing a full 5 meters tall. Its massive size brought an indescribable pressure. However, there was hardly any time for consideration. The moment the creature let out a roar, the artillery erupted. Those tanks and machine guns unleashed a powerful barrage. Boom, 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 boom. Smoke filled the air, and the sound of explosions echoed continuously. Before the monster could make any other move, it was reduced to ashes by the relentless artillery fire. Immediately afterward, a super-large blower dispersed the smoke and dust from the explosions. At that moment, it was discovered that 2 more 5-meter-tall monsters emerged from the vortex. This time, however, the firepower was even more intense. Under the onslaught, unmanned bombers, developed exclusively by the Dragon Federation, continuously launched attacks. After a full 2 hours, the vortex disappeared, and the battle finally came to a halt. Countless people breathed a sigh of relief, especially the powerful figure, who was very grateful for believing in Yi Qing's so-called intuition. Otherwise, if that 5-meter-tall super bear had entered modern society, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thanks for this one. The influential figure slightly bowed and saluted Yi Qing. The others around, including the 19 other players, followed suit and also paid their respects to Yi Qing. No problem, let us just watch the show. Such incidents of beast invasions will occur in our fortunate federation. Other federations will only be more ruthless. Yi Qing sneered, and then said, let us clean up the battlefield. Perhaps we can discover something interesting. After saying this, he intended to return to his vehicle. However, in the next moment, his secretary joyfully approached. Mr. Yi Qing, influential figure. We have discovered 10 resource ores in the river and along the riverbanks, and these ores seem to have the ability to split, potentially replicating more resources. Hearing this, Yi Qing's expression remained unchanged, but the influential figure's eyes lit up. Given the current situation, the Federation had just severed ties with those who had attempted to assassinate Yi Qing, and they were already somewhat scarce in mineral resources. If the splitting ability of these ores was real, it would be a tremendous boon for their Federation. Gather the scientists and have them conduct research. With a command, the high-ranking officials of the Federation began to take action again. They reboard their vehicles and returned to the safest conference center within the capital. The threat of the day had been eliminated, and now they could just wait for what tomorrow would bring. At this moment, countless citizens in the capital were asleep, with only a few aware of the significant commotion that had occurred overnight on the official side. In a room exclusive to Qing, Xiao Dingdang was enjoying cake while Anna was sucking on a transparent popsicle. Ah, this cake is really delicious. But speaking of which, boss, is it necessary to inform those high-ranking officials about this matter? Anna, listening, seemed a bit puzzled. Actually, Qing, you just need to take care of yourself. There's no need to pull yourself into the center of the vortex. If this continues, it's hard to guarantee that they won't have ulterior motives towards you. Qing smiled upon hearing this. This is a battle for national fortune, as well as a global battle. Other federations will have their own agendas and may rise. Therefore, our greatest enemies are actually asteroids and other imperial federations. As for the influential figures within our federation, they are quite decent. This is a federation I like, so I don't want to see any other monsters come to harm it. His casual remark left Xiao Dingdang and Anna momentarily stunned. Their boss actually had such deep feelings for the Federation. This was something they hadn't expected. However, Qing didn't elaborate further. After urging them to rest, he lay down on his bed. This night was destined not to be a peaceful one. Originally, the global leaders and countless ordinary citizens believed that the gaming world would reopen the next day, making the night safe. However, at 1 a.m., dozens of posts flooded the forum, triggering a massive earthquake of information in the early morning. Breaking news. Shocking. The Federation of a certain country was unexpectedly attacked by an unknown creature in the dead of night, resulting in 1,000 deaths. According to surveillance footage, the unknown being appeared to be a 10-meter-tall primate. Latest update. A Federation in ancient Greece has reported the emergence of giant insects over 5 meters in size, containing terrifying death toxins that are several times more potent than that of the king cobra, capable of causing death within 10 minutes of exposure. Currently, these giant insects are advancing towards human cities. Extremely scary. Highlighted. A federation of a certain ninja nation has experienced widespread ground collapse. It is speculated that this is not due to an earthquake, but rather strange large pits appearing in the ground. So far, dozens of these pits have formed, destroying 20 buildings and resulting in nearly 10,000 deaths. One by one, posts were being published by users. As this information began to spread, the global sentiment shifted from earlier calmness to growing panic. The disasters that emerged at night were something they had never imagined. Chapter 21, Soaring Prices. Entering the game at this moment, countless people finally realized that the real danger was already looming before them. It should be noted that the current situation in the Federation of a certain nation is dire, as they are struggling under a cold wave. Now, with mysterious beasts attacking humans, the stability of their Federation is directly threatened. Many people, during the night, dared not sleep, whether in cities or rural areas. Individuals took out all the weapons they could find and placed them by their beds. They feared that a monster might suddenly appear at any moment. What is going on? Wasn't the disaster supposed to arrive in a month? Why is it happening now? You ask me, how would I know? By the way, what about the Federation on the other side? I browsed through the latest posts and found that there is no disaster over there. Is there anyone from that Federation? Come out and share your situation. Players from the Federation, official assistant, tomato assistant. The situation in that Federation seems stable. It is said that during the early part of the night, countless people in the capital heard the sounds of shelling, which lasted for more than 2 hours before subsiding. I think they must have a warning system in place to deal with such occurrences in advance. Wow, that's impressive. In fact, I live in the 5th ring of the capital of that Federation, and tonight I saw many tanks heading towards the wilderness. At first, I thought they were going to transport something and then engage in battle with foreign federations. Now it seems they are there to eliminate those terrifying monsters. What is this? It's just luck. Luck? Why don't you try your luck? I see you belong to another federation, and according to the latest statistics, the death toll there has already reached at least 1,000, right? Is that what you call good luck? The discussions in the forum quickly spread in the real world, and soon, 70 to 80% of people around the globe were aware of this situation. This night was destined to be one where no one could rest well. However, this matter was not over yet. Another issue began to brew in the Foreign Federation. A post by a fan of a certain superhero read, "Prices are rising. We can't take it anymore." Post content. Due to the time difference. While it is night for you, it is daytime for us. Just now, my friends and I planned to go out for a meal, and upon arriving at the restaurant, we discovered that the previously free white rice was now $50 a bowl. A serving of sushi costs $100. Even the cheapest bottled water has skyrocketed to $48. Just this one meal cost us several days' wages. Not only that, but even industrial goods and residential electricity prices are inexplicably skyrocketing. We consulted the local price bureau and learned that the reason is due to the termination of trade cooperation with a certain country. As a result, a large number of goods can no longer be transported, which means we are relying on the reserves from previous trade agreements. Upon hearing the bureau's explanation, my friends and I finally understood how terrifying the consequences of ending trade cooperation could be. In the future, will we even be unable to afford food? I really don't understand what the leaders in our federation are thinking. Don't they consider the consequences of the assassination of a certain figure? Now, facing the threat of monstrous beasts and soaring prices, we also have to worry about potential natural disasters in a month. With so many challenges at hand, those in power seem to be making it impossible for us common folks to survive. This post by the user, Spider-Man's Little Fan, immediately resonated with countless people. Even players from other federations quickly joined in. Yes, we have felt this too. Prices are rising rapidly in our federation as well. Even the cheap goods that used to come from the certain country are now beyond our means. These leaders are utterly clueless. Why provoke the certain country for no reason? The country is in turmoil, and the people are suffering. Is this what they want to see? Yes, I am now hoarding food like crazy. Even if the prices are high, because otherwise, I feel that with such high prices, I won't be able to afford meals if I go out. In a short period, posts about rising prices became hot topics on the Death Game forum, with everyone expressing their anger towards the leaders. Would such a situation have arisen if it weren't for the assassination incident? However, since this issue started to escalate, none of the high-ranking officials from other federations have come forward to stabilize society. Meanwhile, in the real world, monsters from mysterious regions continue to threaten human safety. A more alarming and chaotic social situation is unfolding. Time passed quickly, and at 8 in the morning, a certain figure logged into the forum and couldn't help but smile upon seeing these messages. He knew very well that the reason the high-ranking officials from other federations were keeping quiet was because they were waiting for the certain country to take the initiative to collaborate with them again. These people believe that the termination of trade cooperation threatens not only them, but also the certain country itself. However, times have changed. The certain country has already achieved its goals, and, with the construction of super granaries, can ensure its citizens have enough food for 20 years without price increases. Moreover, the National Fortune Synchronization Plan has provided the certain country with a brand new perspective. They are not afraid of the consequences of ending cooperation. On the contrary, they may develop even better. Under such circumstances, if other federal entities still cling to the past, waiting for a certain nation to come begging for their cooperation like a dog, then Qing has only 4 words for them. Dream on. Keep waiting. If this continues, the economy, livelihood, and finance of the foreign federations will completely collapse. As he browsed the news and enjoyed breakfast delivered by the secretary of a prominent figure, a knock on the door interrupted him. Shortly after, 19 players led by Chun Fan were fully prepared. Qing, we are ready to log into the game. From here on, how to develop and what the next steps are, all depend on you. Upon hearing this, Qing made an okay gesture. Then, at exactly 9 o'clock in the morning, a flash of white light occurred. The players selected globally instantly vanished from their locations. At the same time, the live stream of the Death Game was also launched worldwide. However, when the live stream began, countless viewers instinctively shifted their attention to Qing's channel. Upon seeing the scene unfold, the online community went wild. Chapter 22, The True Infrastructure Frenzy. It's blown up. What initially started as a few houses and a simple plan for the Dragon City has completely transformed. Greenhouses have emerged from the vacant land, showcasing a thriving vegetable environment. Upon closer inspection, a variety of vegetables such as eggplants, beans, tomatoes, cucumbers, and bell peppers are flourishing. They are not just seedlings. Many of them have already matured into small, fully formed vegetables. Moreover, these vegetables are growing at a visibly slow pace. Looking closely at the progress bar, it shows that these vegetables can be fully produced in just 3 hours. Additionally, surrounding the vegetable greenhouses are plots of fruit fields. Apples, pears, bananas, and even large watermelons are all present. However, the only items missing are pineapples and cantaloupes. Of course, this is just a minor detail. The key point is that countless netizens, watching through their screens, can feel just how healthy these vegetables and fruits are. In the distance, the establishment of a sewage treatment facility, along with the adjacent upgrading, non-polluting fertilizer production workshop, has formed a complete cycle. The sewage treatment facility connects to the fertilizer production workshop, which not only produces fertilizer, but also generates biogas. This biogas is incredibly valuable for heating and cooking. It appears that a simple urban ecological environment is gradually taking shape. This scene has not only stunned the netizens of the Dragon Federation, but has also left the global audience watching the live broadcast in awe. Yes, you heard it right. In awe. Because, besides farms and fields, there are also vast pastures. Chickens, ducks, fish, cattle, sheep, pigs, rabbits, mutated wolves, mutated wild boars, mutated fire dragons, mutated turkeys, and so on. Common edible livestock familiar from survival manuals are all present in the pastures. Moreover, some of them are already in their mature stages. In fact, there is even a fresh milk station being constructed in the cattle farm. Incredible. How can it be so well developed? Remember, this is only after one night's work. And all this happened while the main figure was absent. Those 300 refugees managed to transform Dragon City overnight. Some are astonished, their hearts racing, hands trembling as they type on their keyboards, nearly losing control. Look, the most important thing you might have missed. The residential buildings have now become 3 massive 30-story skyscrapers, complete with elevators and full fire safety facilities. I zoomed in and can see that each household has at least 2 fire extinguishers. How on earth did they manage this? Not only that, although the bathing industry hasn't emerged in the game world yet, soap powder is now available. They can even do laundry. Did you see that particularly large space on the left? There, it is not showing soap workshop, shower gel workshop, shampoo workshop, explosive workshop, submachine gun workshop, bullet production workshop, and lingerie workshop, all of which are under construction. Moreover, there are still 5 hours left for the construction, and all these workshops will be completed. This way, the livelihood foundation of Longcheng has been secured. Next, the focus will be on vigorously developing residential buildings for the city. As for electricity, there's no need to mention it. Haven't you seen the impressive nuclear power station still generating power leisurely, with 80 distance to reach the power generation warning line? This is truly a construction frenzy. I never expected that the construction situation led by Qing would progress so quickly. Countless people witnessing this scene were practically dazzled by it. Besides the phrase awesome, my dear, which could express their feelings, no other fancy language could convey the emotions at that moment. What is there to be proud of? When I played the farming game in our federation, it took me less than 3 hours to build such an environment. What is there to brag about? Are you a spender? If you had nothing, could you achieve such results in just 3 hours? Why don't you go check out the development in your own Federation's Empire's live stream, and then come back to talk? The players from the Longwa Federation immediately retaliated, causing the players from other federations to fall silent in an instant. This is just asking for a slap in the face. Not only the online users, but even the higher-ups of the Longwa Federation, upon seeing this scene, were somewhat incredulous. Even with their extensive understanding and knowledge of the game, this progress was still too fast. It should be noted that this deadly game has no recharge channels at all. Even if you wanted to spend money, it wouldn't be possible. So, how exactly did Qing accomplish this at night? While everyone was eagerly anticipating this question, Qing had already returned to Long City, to his own villa. Sure enough, a few seconds later, the highest leader among the refugees, the contractor, knocked on the door with a beaming smile. City Lord, are you satisfied with the city construction environment? Yesterday, you gave us so many materials and blueprints, so I thought, since it's the first day and we have the protection of the hot weapon nuclear power station, there is no need to worry about safety. Therefore, I used the 3-shift method from several years ago during the civilized era to let these 299 refugees work in turns. However, what I didn't expect was that because it was the first day and they felt the safety of a night without interference from monsters and zombies, all the refugees voluntarily participated in the work, completing some of the basic infrastructure from yesterday's design. It's just that some things are still not finished, which will take some time. Of course, we are not exploiting these displaced individuals. With your and Secretary Anna's permission yesterday, I provided them with a bit more pay and some delicious pork, along with a promise that once the garment factory produces clothing, we will immediately replace their current outfits with higher quality and more suitable ones. This motivated them and is why they are now in their current state. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded. The contractor did a good job, and the displaced individuals participated voluntarily due to the safe environment. However, in reality, having all the displaced individuals working around the clock like this is absolutely unacceptable. In the game world, the physical attributes of the displaced individuals are quite similar to those of ordinary people in the real world and can even be considered consistent. Long-term sleep deprivation, even if they are willing, can easily lead to sudden health issues. Therefore, we must strictly implement a normal 3-shift system, 8 hours during the day, 8 hours at night, and 8 hours in the early morning, ensuring they have adequate rest. The wages, in gold coins, should be strictly enforced according to the standards set by Anna. Daily beverages and food must be provided to ensure a genuine, safe, and healthy environment to attract them to work continuously. Great. Upon hearing this, the contractor nodded. However, before he could announce it, Yi Qing added another remark. Due to your outstanding work, you have been awarded a 3-bedroom apartment. If you have someone you like, go pursue them. Saying this, Anna smiled and tossed a set of keys to him. In an instant, the contractor's face was filled with joy. At the same time, the world announcement slowly refreshed at that moment. Chapter 23 World Announcement. Urgent Notice, World Announcement. Today's nonstop update has been completed. 1. The map environment continues to expand, with brand new secret realms and cities gradually opening up. The roads connecting the original river domain, the island resource domain, the volcanic rock or domain, the supergrassland domain, and the wilderness plain domain have been opened up. Players from various countries are allowed to engage in combat. 2. 4 seasons have been added: spring, summer, autumn, and winter, along with various natural disasters such as acid rain, mudslides, hail, and blizzards. 3. The real experience system has been launched, allowing players to get sick, be poisoned, become infected, and receive hunger prompts. If a certain height is not reached, hunger will reduce health points. World Announcement. Urgent Notice. Player Yi Qing completed today's tasks ahead of schedule and thus received an A-grade treasure chest, 100,000 gold coins, and additional experience points. This player leveled up to level 9. World Announcement. Urgent Notice. Player Yi Qing. World Announcement. Urgent Notice. Player Yi Qing. A series of world announcements swept through, leaving countless players in the game world completely bewildered, especially for the players from the Federation who had been wiped out and re-entered the island resource domain. They were currently huddling together for warmth. After a super training session conducted by the Federation's elite team last night, many of their skills had been enhanced. In fact, they were performing several times better when killing zombies than the previous day. However, just as they had jointly defeated 5 zombies, this sudden announcement caught them off guard. Had they really completed the task in less than 10 minutes since logging in today? What could they have possibly accomplished in that time? It is worth mentioning that since these players logged off yesterday, they were immediately taken by their Federation's training elite, leaving them no time to watch the replay of the live broadcast. Therefore, they were completely unaware of what Yi Qing had accomplished ahead of time. The time difference left them feeling confused. No, we can't waste any more time. Let's continue. We need to kill zombies. This time we dropped a few iron hoes and shovels. Although the tools aren't great, they're sufficient. 5 people will focus on killing zombies, while the other 15 will engage in construction activities. We must complete the task today. Understood. After a brief communication, they resumed their division of labor. It seemed that the world announcements regarding Yi Qing acted more like a catalyst for them. Ha ha ha. Did you see the live broadcast? Our Federation's players are amazing. Just one day, and we've already adjusted our emotions. Our zombie kill count is up. Indeed, we no longer look down on Yi Qing. He simply doesn't have the bloodline of our Federation. Once our players from the Federation of Korea unleash their power, everyone else will have to stand aside. But have you noticed another situation? Nowadays, the game world has opened portals to various regions, and the game even explicitly allows players from different regions to engage in combat. Does this mean that player conflicts between federations will soon begin? I think this might not be a good thing. Currently, Yi Qing is still the top player in the game. As long as others haven't developed a certain powerful technology, he will remain invincible. Are you all foolish? Have you not considered luring Yi Qing out and eliminating him without that powerful weapon? Wouldn't that solve the problem? I feel it's difficult. Countless people started discussing this. Meanwhile, more individuals began to focus on the world rankings. On that list, the rankings have already changed. In the latest update of the strength list, a new kill count list has been introduced. The statistics for the kill count list are very straightforward. It's simply the number of monsters killed. Ranking first is Qing, with 50 monster kills. Second is the bear from another region, with 50 kills. Third is Chun Fan from the dragon region, with 45 kills. Fourth is Xiao Miao Miao from the dragon region, with 31 kills. Fifth is the Great Commander from the Ninja Federation, with 21 kills. Seventh is Xiao Hui Hui from the Dragon Federation, with 20 kills. Overall, the Dragon Federation remains the strongest, with 4 players in the top 10. However, everyone knows that this is just the beginning. The next couple of days will be the most brutal and chaotic. Everyone is not foolish, having experienced the events of the previous night in the real world. These players have undergone a certain level of training. The data just released is not sufficient to prove anything. However, many understand that breaking the gap between 3,000 and 50, which is several times larger, will not be easy. Netizens around the world are discussing the implications of this refreshed leaderboard, and at the same time, Qing wasted no time and directly opened a treasure chest. In an instant, a pleasant notification sound chimed. Congratulations! You have obtained 2 enchanted attributes. The first is Weapon Enchantment, Double Burst. After installing this enchantment array in the production workshop, the weapon's double critical hit effect will be activated, and every bullet, every attack, will carry spell damage equivalent to its physical effect. The second is Building Enchantment, 10 times Sturdiness. Based on the original sturdy structure, the building's sturdiness is enhanced by 10 times, comparable to SS-grade bulletproof glass. As the 2 enchanted attributes were revealed, countless players instantly erupted in excitement. It is important to note that the enchanting attributes have been a topic of discussion among countless players in the gaming world. Since the game's launch yesterday, enchanting attributes have only existed in discussions and game manuals. This is the first time they have appeared in reality. Especially these 2 attributes are not trivial. They are quite practical, once synchronized to reality through certain means. And considering that the methods for constructing these enchanting attributes formations are brought back to reality by a certain individual, it can be seen that the overall strength of the Federation will reach new heights. This content regarding enchanting attributes has also sparked a sense of greed and anxiety among the leaders of other federations and empires. If this individual continues to uncover such attributes, it would not bode well for them. For now, they can only wait, hoping that their own federation's players, after last night's training, can quickly improve. Chapter 24 Sudden Global Announcement. At the same time, a feature that had been almost entirely overlooked by everyone was updated in the game world, the teleportation array. Yes, that's right, a teleportation array had been added, allowing players to quickly travel to other realms for a fee. At this moment, in the blink of a white light, 19 players belonging to the Dragon Federation appeared near Dragon City through the teleportation array. Within just a few minutes, they arrived inside Dragon City, where Qing was located. However, when these 19 players, led by Chun Fan, appeared in Dragon City, they were taken aback. They stared at the massive greenhouse structures, the fields of fruits and vegetables, and various other things that were marked as under construction. Even the players, who had seen many grand scenes, couldn't help but be stunned. Especially the enormous supernuclear power station, with blue currents flashing continuously and the dark electromagnetic cannon ports surrounding it, made even Chun Fan tremble slightly. What are you surprised about? Qing smiled, while his secretary Anna distributed sliced watermelon to everyone. Take a break, I won't say much. Your combat power is sufficient, but you lack growth potential. My next plan is to continue deep into the ruins, to the 72 laboratories in Phoenix City, to seize more resources and data. As you've seen in today's update, the future risk of infection and illness is significant, so we need to move in this direction. As he spoke, Qing instructed Anna to distribute the copied treasure map to everyone. Finish the watermelon, then set off immediately. Each of you needs to install a positioning device and radar. Signal if there are major problems, don't be overconfident. Got it. Seeing that Qing was fully prepared, the other 19 players did not waste time. In fact, after truly witnessing the development situation in Long City, they finally understood how terrifying Qing's vision and strength were. 3 minutes later, the players were ready to set off. However, just as they were about to depart, they were stopped by Secretary Anna. What is going on? Chun Fan and the others were confused. Weren't they supposed to set off? What was the delay for now? Before Anna could speak, a deafening roar suddenly erupted, and they were dumbfounded to see 5 armored off-road vehicles, loaded with various weapons, come to a precise stop beside them. 5 shy-looking refugees stepped down from the vehicles, greeted Anna and Yi Qing, and then went about their business. Chun Fan and the others were stunned at the sight of these off-road vehicles. This isn't wilderness exploration. This is practically an invasion of the wilderness. Upon closer inspection, they saw mounted machine guns on the vehicles, submachine guns, Desert Eagle handguns, and even found 50 rocket rounds and an RPG in the trunk. I said, Yi Qing, are you sure we are exploring and not bombing? Seeing this scene, everyone in the live broadcast room burst into laughter, especially the hosts, Bing Bing and Yao Yao. Fans, we can see that Chen Fan, Xiao Miao Miao, and the others are all dumbfounded. Now they finally understand what true extravagance means. Honestly, when the off-road vehicle appeared, I was stunned. And when I saw the rocket launcher inside, I felt that today's exploration mission might be quite exciting. Yao Yao continued Bing Bing's words, patting her chest, her eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Oh, but Bing Bing, look, it seems that the comments from the foreign federations are getting fewer and fewer. What happened? Upon hearing this, Bing Bing quickly opened the data station, but she was a bit at a loss for words. The latest news I received just now is that the Ninja Federation, the Goryeo Federation, and the No Sunset Empire Federation have experienced widespread power outages, with several nuclear power plants already out of commission. The latest reports from places that still have electricity and internet say that the monsters that appeared yesterday killed at least tens of thousands of ordinary citizens in these federations. After the federations urgently used large-scale weapons to suppress the situation, the disaster was finally contained. Unfortunately, some ordinary people couldn't evacuate in time, and some monsters were within the nuclear power plant's vicinity, leading to widespread power outages and injuries across multiple federations. No wonder the number of online users from other federations has decreased. Without their banter, the live broadcast room has suddenly become a bit deserted. The two beauties exchanged sarcastic remarks, making the players from Long Country feel exhilarated, genuinely pleased about the death toll and disaster situation in those federations. They were just short of setting off thousands of firecrackers in celebration. Ha ha ha, Bing Bing and Yao Yao are really sharp-tongued. Now, even the superficial mourning has disappeared. With the current economic crisis, beast crisis, and widespread power outages, I feel that if they keep their heads held high, they won't be far from riots and disintegration. Just wait and see. I estimate these federations will come back to plead with us. In the live broadcast room, discussions about the issues facing other federations became lively. At the same time, in the game world, Yi Qing and the others were sitting in the off-road vehicle, roaring towards the ruins of Phoenix City. The amount of ammunition is still a bit lacking. If the workshops for rockets and RPGs were also open, the pressure wouldn't be so great. Versailles Yi Qing sat in the passenger seat. His graceful words made many fans watching the live stream feel an impulse to eliminate him. You've developed to this point, and now you're still complaining about the lack of weapons and ammunition. What about Xiaoding Dang's Gatling gun? What about Anna's super bomb? Your own ability to turn stones into gold has been overlooked, hasn't it? Although it is said that Yi Qing is not familiar with the live broadcast rooms of the real world, he can still imagine what the fans are saying. However, he did not explain this. Instead, he took up a rocket launcher and, after communicating with the convoy through the intercom, instructed Anna to drive directly into the area that had already been explored yesterday. Roar, growl, woof woof. The sounds of various roars gradually faded away along with the vehicle. Those small mutated creatures, upon seeing such a massive off-road vehicle, naturally felt a surge of fear. Thus, for a short period, Yi Qing was not threatened. It wasn't until they arrived at the spot where the giant spider was killed yesterday that the vehicle finally slowed down. However, at that moment, the world announcement suddenly refreshed. Chapter 25. This floor is probably a shoddy project. World announcement. A player from a certain federation has obtained an A-level treasure chest. His empire has evolved to the Iron Age and is progressing into the Steam Age. The A-level treasure chest obtained by the player contains the feature, Mining Expert. With this feature, the mining expert can detect traces of mineral activity within a radius of 1,000 meters, including various types of minerals such as metals, stones, sand, wood, etc. Please note that this feature cannot be dropped. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. A player from a certain federation. World announcement. A player from a certain federation. World announcement. A player from a certain federation has killed 200 zombies, lost 3 lives, and successfully mined an A-level treasure chest, which has the attribute of construction speed doubled. Please note that this attribute cannot be dropped. World announcement. A player from a certain federation. World announcement. A player from a certain federation. At the same time, two world announcements erupted. One was from a super federation that once stood at the top of the world, while the other was from a federation that had previously faced total annihilation in the game. This contrast momentarily stunned the players from the Dragon Federation. Bing bing. Yao yao. Big streamers, what do you think about these two events? And what about the esteemed Yi Qing? Do you think he would care about this matter? As for this issue, it should be a result of their training last night, and since the game has been in a beginner phase these days, it was expected that they could catch up from behind. However, there's no need to worry. Our national infrastructure level is still growing, especially with the robust support from above, which has already begun to initiate reforms for our entire Dragon Federation. So, there's no need to worry about this. Actually, bing bing, yao yao streamers, to be honest, when those two world announcements rang out, my first thought was that Yi Qing might very well snatch those two A-level treasure chest skills. Wow, your thinking is ruthless. But given the current pace of development, it's possible. Isn't the game allowing players to fight? However, the world announcement indicated that the items cannot be dropped. So even if he snatches them, it wouldn't work, right? Then let them give it voluntarily. Can that really happen? I honestly can't imagine it. You should look at the live stream. Yi Qing's gaze has already proven everything. At this moment, countless people shifted their attention to the live stream, and after looking over, they found that a charming smile had appeared on Yi Qing's lips without them noticing. Brother Yi Qing, other federations are also starting to grow. Aren't you worried? Anna curiously asked. Worried about what? He smiled and said, let us focus on our own matters, and we'll address the rest later. The construction speed has doubled. And with expertise in mining, these two skills were acquired by other federations just yesterday in the previous life. However, due to his rebirth, they only obtained them today. To be honest, even Yi Qing is unsure if this is a butterfly effect resulting from his rebirth. But it doesn't matter. He has the experience and means from his previous life, and all these things will ultimately belong to him. However, he is not in a hurry to seize these resources. The timing is not yet ripe. It's better to let these entities grow a bit more before harvesting them, isn't it? Notably, in his previous life, Yi Qing used pig farming tactics to exploit countless players. Until the game reached a certain level, many even dubbed him the Pig Farming King. Although this title is a bit tacky, it accurately reflects how much his actions were despised. Recalling the events of his previous life, Yi Qing smiled and decided not to dwell on it further. Ahead lies one of the laboratories. Let us go. There may be terrifying creatures inside, so we need to be cautious. Boom. Just after he spoke, before anyone else could react, Yi Qing launched a rocket and killed a level 9 blood-red wolf. Congratulations. You have killed a level 9 blood-red wolf and obtained the crafting recipe for a super sanitary pad. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing looked bewildered. Why are there so many bizarre things in this life? In the live stream, the male viewers burst out laughing, while the females blushed. They wondered about the effectiveness of the sanitary pad, its absorbency, whether it could relieve menstrual pain, and if it had any magical properties to benefit women. At this moment, Bing Bing, at the commentary desk, had her mind racing until Yao Yao tapped her shoulder, bringing her back to reality. Instantly, Bing Bing's face turned red. Wow, Bing Bing's distracted expression was really cute. What do you think she was thinking about? Was she pondering the functions of sanitary pads? Meanwhile, in a side note, Xiao Ding Dong took out 3 bamboo helicopters and distributed them. In an instant, after the 3 equipped themselves, they soared through the air, skillfully dodging buildings as they gradually flew deeper into Phoenix City. Throughout the journey, the sounds of gunfire continued, with Anna and Xiao Ding Dong tossing bananas, chewing gum, and even half-eaten buns. This reminded Yi Qing of those legendary dramas from a century ago. Bun bombs, hidden explosives, tearing apart enemies. Just how much advanced technology is still untapped by these 2 character cards of mine. Fortunately, this process didn't last long. Following the memories of a previous life and combining them with the treasure map, the 3 arrived above a dilapidated laboratory in just 5 minutes. The air was thick with the smell of disinfectant and various chemicals. The combination of these odors was quite overwhelming. Reluctantly, the 3 put on masks. Then, they leaped into the hole in the already cracked ceiling. The show was about to begin. Everyone, take a good look at how the esteemed Yi Qing navigates. Just as Bing Bing was finishing her sentence, the moment they landed on the floor, the ground beneath them suddenly cracked. Then, they fell into the next level. Was the quality of this floor really that poor? Seeing this scene, someone commented in the chat, This image was too unbelievable. Chapter 26. The Bomb Girl's Matchbox. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Although this area had turned into a wasteland, the sight of such a high-end laboratory was beyond anyone's imagination. They never thought that the floor would not be able to withstand the weight of the three individuals, causing it to crack. Dust and smoke filled the air, swirling around. As the dust slowly settled, the viewers in the live stream pondered what the scene would look like as the three fell to the next level. However, their imaginations of the character Yi Qing landing awkwardly, with his back hitting the ground, quickly dissipated. At this moment, the three of them landed precisely on the floor of the lower level. Fortunately, this floor remained stable and intact. However, the players who saw their surroundings couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. Upon closer inspection, they found that the area was filled with a pale, sticky substance, and on top of this goo were numerous eggs, each about the size of an ostrich egg. These eggs were not only piled on the ground, but also filled the broken cabinets, ceiling, and walls. It was as if this place was a monster incubation chamber. EW. This is disgusting. Especially that white goo. It makes me think of... Shut up. You're the one thinking dirty. I'm not thinking anything inappropriate. I didn't say anything, okay? It's your mind that's unhealthy. Alright, stop talking nonsense. Focus on the live stream. In the chat, the mood shifted dramatically in an instant. The originally tense and thrilling atmosphere, for some reason, turned into a feeling akin to watching a low-budget film. What the hell? This is a death game. Pay attention. Meanwhile, Yi Qing was unaware of the chaos in the live stream. He and the other two were soaring through the air, carefully observing the room. Xiao Dingdang and Anna, on the other hand, wore expressions of disgust. Level 10 Demon Nest. Just then, a notification appeared before Yi Qing, instantly reminding him of his previous exploration in another laboratory in this area. Demons. These were creatures born from misguided research in several laboratories, reminiscent of bees' working mechanisms, with a queen, worker demons, soldier demons, and even caretaker demons. All sorts of them. And these demons were actually researched based on human genetic sequences, so their appearance and height were nearly indistinguishable from humans. It seemed that this new laboratory he was exploring was not much different from the one he encountered in his previous life. Be careful, there's a demon queen here, and beneath her are countless types of soldiers. We need to eliminate the queen to obtain better rewards. As Yi Qing spoke, he raised his hand, and a green flame appeared from his fingertips, directly aimed at one of the eggs. Crack! In an instant, the intense heat caused the egg to shatter, with the yolk and egg white instantly cooked. What? Flame-throwing ability. And why is the esteemed Yi Qing roasting the egg? Is he going to eat it? Didn't he see the warning? That's a monster's egg. How disgusting. Why would he want to eat it? I feel like Yi Qing might be using the flames to destroy these eggs. As for the flames, I'm quite shocked. Since the live stream started yesterday, it seems we haven't seen Yi Qing exhibit any flame-throwing abilities. Could it be that he has awakened some special power? It's not impossible. Let's keep watching. Everyone was bewildered, and soon their attention shifted back to the live stream. Meanwhile, the commentators Bing Bing and Yao Yao were equally puzzled. Flame-throwing. According to the information provided by the higher-ups, there was no indication that Yi Qing had any fire-related abilities. Is it a hidden skill? Using flames to roast these eggs, they would perish. Eggs aren't afraid of water, impacts, or various physical and magical effects, but they are afraid of fire. Listening to Yi Qing, Xiao Anna and Xiao Dingdong's eyes suddenly lit up. Fire, that's their specialty. Don't worry, boss. I'll take care of all the eggs in this room. There should be more elsewhere. You and Anna go handle the other eggs. TSK. How disrespectful. Call me sister. Anna. 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 Do you believe I'll kill you? With sparkling eyes, Anna was about to strike Xiao Dingdang, who had an annoying grin, but was pulled out of the room by Yi Qing. Meanwhile, Xiao Dingdang in the room had a mischievous smile as she took out a flamethrower from her bag. Burn my treasure. Boom. Flames erupted. And in an instant, two fire dragons from the flamethrower, like scorching true fire, enveloped all the eggs completely. At that moment, Xiao Anna didn't waste any time either. She took out a matchbox from her pocket. Yes, that's right, a matchbox. The matchbox of the bomb-selling little girl. Description. This is an essential item for igniting bombs. How could one ignite a bomb without a spark? Everyone in the live stream looked at this prompt, puzzled. How much power could a box of matches have? However, before the comments could emerge, Anna struck a match. Boom. In an instant, the match transformed into a thick, towering super torch over 2 meters high. She held the base of the torch with her slender hand and swung it fiercely toward the giant egg. Boom. Flames soared, detaching from the match head. Oh no. The torch head, an explosive, searing flame ignited another room instantly. At this moment, the torch head flickered with light, and the flames surged once more. Immediately afterwards, he flicked his wrist again, and flames leaped up, igniting the entire corridor. A charred smell began to waft through the air, especially as the flames from this match were incredibly powerful, as if some kind of accelerant had been added. Wherever the flames spread, there was no need for gasoline, diesel, or any other igniting materials. They burned intensely and thoroughly. In the blink of an eye, this place transformed into a sea of fire. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was utterly speechless. Is this your matchbox? Is this your tool for igniting a bomb? If that's the case, just how big of a bomb do you have that requires a super torch over 2 meters tall to light it? Honestly, I'm quite curious right now. Perhaps beside the formidable Qing, the little Belle's bag of tricks isn't the scariest thing. Anna might actually be the one with the most explosive combat power. It's important to note that until now, we still haven't confirmed what Anna's ultimate bomb looks like. The comments flooded in, and others nodded in agreement. Just look at this match. Who would have thought it could grow larger and thicker? Not only that, at that moment, under the scorching flames, the smell in the laboratory became rather strange, and the three of them, along with the cat, wasted no time. With a flicker of the bamboo copter, they nimbly leaped out. Boom. In an instant, flames surged, and the sound of an explosion erupted, turning the entire laboratory into ruins. Amidst the rising flames, 3 figures, covered in soot and with smoke billowing from their heads, emerged. Their eyes glowed with a fierce red light as they wielded different weapons, charging towards Qing and the others. The main characters had appeared. Chapter 27: The Shocked Netizens. Monster name: Demon Army. Monster description: loyal supporters of the Demon Queen. They possess immense strength to prevent any beings from interfering with the Queen's reproduction. Level 11 skills: flight, speed running, bite, capture, kill. Special ability: ice technique. Hitting enemies can immobilize them for 3 seconds. Reduces health by 500 points. Super ice technique. Imagine it as a movable ultimate skill from a certain popular mobile game. It has slowing and critical hit effects. What the? Is this game so lazy? Upon seeing those 4 words, netizens were shocked. This game has been around for at least 100 years since its release, right? Yet this death game actually references such a game. I seriously suspect that the developers of this death game are loyal players of that mobile game. Moreover, they are the kind of players who are terrible yet claim to be experts. The truth is revealed. Let's continue watching the live stream. The appearance of the character and the mobile game shocked countless netizens, who almost closed the live stream. Come on, at least give us something like a 20 slow effect with a 30 chance to freeze. Just then, beneath the bamboo helicopter, Qing had already materialized the light machine gun card, and heavy bullets sprayed out in an instant. Whoosh, whoosh. As a result, these 3 demon soldiers were much more agile than that level 5 giant spider boss, swiftly dodging and rapidly accelerating. One of them shot forward like a super cannonball, instantly closing in on Qing. Get lost. Boom. Qing shouted, and a blue flame erupted from his foot as he kicked fiercely at the opponent. Boom. The collision between his foot and the monster's fist released a blue-black halo of light, and the immense force sent the demon flying backward, while Qing, aided by the bamboo helicopter, landed steadily on a building. In contrast, Anna and the little Belle were surrounded by the sounds of explosions and bullets raining down. The Gatling gun spewed blue flames as it unleashed a furious output, and in the sky, large paper bombs covered the area where the monsters were flying. Then, boom, 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 boom. Under the explosions, the 2 demons were instantly engulfed in endless flames, unable to even let out a wail before succumbing to death. Immediately after, they turned their attention to the last demon. The demon facing Qing had burn marks on its palm, continuously emitting smoke. Upon closer inspection, its palm was completely charred, revealing bones as dark as ink. Furthermore, the blue flames still clung to its bones, as if vowing not to relent until its body was completely burned. At this moment, everyone saw the demon coldly use its long knife to sever its own hand. Swish! Thick white mucus emerged from his wrist, and astonishingly, a brand new palm grew back. His weakness flames were merely 3 times faster than the other 2. So pay close attention. Effects like freezing and immobilization can also be seen on the attribute panel, so I won't elaborate. Move left and right, disperse your attacks, and keep drawing his aggro. This is the quickest way to deal with him. Yi Qing slowly shared his experiences from his past life. If he were to face this monster alone, it might be somewhat challenging, but with the two small minions taken care of, he didn't even need to take action himself. He could just direct the others. In terms of combat experience, no current players had more than him. All right, the two replied. As the opponent was adapting to the new palm, Anna threw her unburned torch directly. Boom. In an instant, the demon wielding a long knife swung it, and a milky white blade light swept through, wrapping around the torch. Freezing spell. In a split second, the thick and long torch turned into an ice stick, instantly extinguished and fell hard to the ground. At the same time, Anna, who had been standing still, coldly smirked as her figure vanished like a wisp of smoke. At that moment, Tinkerbell had already moved. As the enemy cast the freezing spell, he donned a set of fiery red gloves and, powered by the frantic acceleration of his bamboo dragonfly, charged straight at the demon. The demon didn't speak. His figure flickered as he swung the long knife down at the charging Tinkerbell. But the next moment, clang, crack, the long knife shattered instantly. The demon was momentarily stunned. How could this be possible? A pair of gloves could actually cause his long knife to explode. Before he could process this, Tinkerbell unleashed a flurry of punches, each one emanating boundless flames from the gloves, continuously causing his chest to emit the aroma of grilled skewers. Buzz. With a high-frequency barrage of attacks, the demon remained calm, instantly shedding all his flying power and smoothly descending towards the ground. By escaping, he attempted to change Tinkerbell's attack rhythm. This demon was surprisingly clever. Watching the rapid progression of the battle unfold in just 30 seconds, from Yi Qing's command to the shattering of the long knife. And now this was so fast that viewers felt like they were watching an epic blockbuster. This was real combat. Far more impressive than those who get a scratch on set and rush to the hospital for surgery. It was exciting, truly exhilarating. A high-level demon soldier possessed such intelligence. One could only believe that the monsters to come would only grow smarter and stronger. However, I have faith in Yi Qing's vision and strength. These monsters will undoubtedly meet their demise. It's just a matter of time. This battle has given the little one enough practice time, and in the next fight, his close combat skills are bound to improve. What I'm looking forward to now is Anna. Where did she go after her figure vanished? Watch the live stream. She's appeared. Behind the creature. Yes, that's right. Just at the moment the creature was falling, Anna, carrying a rocket launcher, had already positioned herself behind the opponent. At that moment, boom. The rocket launcher fired, sending the creature soaring back into the air. Then, like fireworks, countless explosions erupted instantly. At that moment, the creature's body was blown to pieces, scattering numerous dark fragments across the sky. The crowd erupted in cheers. One shell took down that foe. It seems that creature had already reached its limit when it fell earlier. Little Anna then landed on a rooftop of a building, making a heart gesture towards Yi Qing and the little one. But just as everyone was starting to relax, they noticed Yi Qing moved in an instant. He vanished from his spot. In less than a second, he appeared behind Anna, and then, with his palm, he pressed directly onto her lower back. Ice blue flames surged instantly. At this moment, the entire arena was in shock. Could it be that Yi Qing was going to harm his own teammate? But before they could process the shock, a sharp and tragic scream rang out. When Yi Qing removed his hand, he found a shrunken creature, reduced to a fraction of its size, pinched between his fingers. With a gentle squeeze, snap, the monster was instantly killed. Congratulations. You have slain an enhanced creature. Experience 500. Chapter 28, Level 10 Boss, Bloodthirsty Demon. Congratulations. You have received a female A-grade armor card. This armor card is exclusively for female use. Equipping this armor will enhance female strength by 20 and grant a 30 immunity to infection effects. The armor has a 30 resistance, which can negate 30 of enemy attacks. Please note, this armor has a durability of 1000 and will break when worn out. It can be repaired. Seeing this attribute, although there isn't much of a critical hit increase effect, just the 20 strength boost is already quite good. However, it is just an armor for now. Accessories haven't dropped yet. Once they do, the overall stats will be several times better than they are now. Moreover, this card that dropped undoubtedly belongs to Anna. With a flick, Yi Qing crushed the card, and in an instant, amidst flickering light, the originally denim-clad Anna transformed into a stunning black ultra-short dress. Especially on the dress, There were intermittent red stripes, which, combined with her flowing red hair, showcased a different kind of beauty. Wow, this outfit is incredibly stylish. Unfortunately, Anna's weapon is a bit lacking. The presence of a matchbox makes her fierce look slightly diminished. If she had a black curved blade or a long sword in hand, she would definitely exude a goddess vibe. However, this seems to differ from my understanding of armor. It's actually a real outfit, not some colored armor. Hey, watch your language. Armor can be pretty cool, especially this ultra-short dress. Just look at her neckline and her thighs. Damn, why is there a holy light? I can't even see the other parties. Stop. Warning, 18 content. Beware of online regulators tracking you down. Remember the core socialist values. Recite them a few dozen times. Equality, harmony, friendliness. Because of this outfit, people's impression of Anna changed instantly. At this moment, a prompt sound appeared in Yi Qing's mind. Congratulations. Anna's affection for you has increased to 120 points. Since character cards are all his. The character card had a 100 affection level from the start, and now the increase indicates that his relationship with Anna has further improved. Wow. Anna looks even better in this outfit. Little Ding Dang was also extremely envious. When will he get such a skin? Oh, I mean outfit. But then he looked at his round body and shook his head helplessly. Forget it. After distributing the equipment, Yi Qing's expression remained tense as he took out a backpack card. Upon opening the backpack, it contained a staggering 50,000 rounds of ammunition for a Gatling gun, as well as over 200 rockets. Preparation is the first step, Yi Qing said, loading a rocket into the launcher. Then, with a precise shot, he targeted a corner of the laboratory that had already turned to ruins. In an instant, a pleasant notification chimed. Congratulations. You have killed an 8-level demon. The battle was far from over. The demon army would soon sweep in. We will target the queen later. That is the most important part. Yes. Exploring this area meant that the fight wouldn't end easily. This was just the very first step. After making you try out melee combat and abilities, we need to pick up the pace and cover fire, Yi Qing said, taking the two back into the off-road vehicle. At the same time, within the ruins of the laboratory, chunks of concrete were continuously collapsing to the sides. Then, countless demons, 5, 10, 100, a full 100 different demons, their eyes flashing with a strange red light, charged towards Yi Qing and the others. At that moment, Yi Qing wasted no more time. The heavy weapons mounted on the armored vehicle erupted instantly. Boom, 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 boom. The entire area was covered in explosive sounds, and the low-level demons rushing in were instantly reduced to ashes. At this moment, vroom, Anna stepped on the gas, guided by Yi Qing, racing deep into the demon army. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat, boom, boom, crack, crack, boom. The explosions continued, and these demons were not foolish. While dodging, they swung their weapons, and ice blades appeared, aiming straight for the tires. Skill, ice spike. Effect, pierce the tires, pierce the fuel tank. As demons surviving in the laboratory, how could they not understand the mechanics of a car? If they could freeze the fuel tank and tires, the vehicle would be rendered useless in an instant. However, Yi Qing and their mobility far surpassed that of these low-level demons. Anna's driving skills, like that of a seasoned driver, included drifts, high-speed leaps, and even a mid-air 360-degree spin, successfully avoiding any ice spikes from piercing the tires. Only, the chilling wind on the ground and the sweeping ice spikes had already frozen much of the nearby terrain. If the vehicle slipped even slightly, it could skid out of control or even crash. Demon killed one. Demon killed one. Demon killed one. Demon killed one. The notification sounds rang out, and the three of them leaped out of the vehicle just in time. Boom! A massive super mushroom cloud, towering over 20 meters, rose at this moment. The powerful shockwave and explosive force directly obliterated the nearest 10 monsters. Those slightly farther away were also sent flying uncontrollably by the blast. The sounds of explosions echoed. Boom! Crack! Immediately after, everyone in the live stream noticed that Yi Qing, Anna, and Ding had vanished like ghosts from their original spots, only to suddenly reappear behind the monsters. Daggers and short knives continuously pierced from behind, harvesting the lives of these creatures. This scene, reminiscent of a blockbuster movie, unfolded with the sound of cannon fire, and within less than 10 minutes, it was all resolved. Throughout the process, the health bars of Yi Qing and the others never decreased. At this moment, after defeating the last monster, as the laboratory ruins began to tremble violently, a 5-meter tall, Level 10 A-class boss known as Bloodthirsty Monster, wielding a halberd, emerged. The world announcement slowly refreshed. Chapter 29, Ultimate Kill. Itchy Powder, World Announcement. A certain federation has defeated an A-level 5th-tier boss and received an A-lucky treasure chest. Inside this A-level lucky treasure chest is 1 point of national luck, increasing the federation's national luck by 1. A player named Silda from this federation has leveled up to level 5. World Announcement. World Announcement. A player from the Ninja Federation has killed a 5th-tier boss and received an A-level treasure chest. This A-level treasure chest grants the ability to decompose ores, and the device carrying this ability can quickly extract pure minerals from raw ores, allowing for the instant separation of precious metals. World Announcement. World Announcement. A federation from a certain country. World Announcement. A federation from the empire where the sun never sets. At this moment, the world announcements echoed several times, causing players from the Dragon Federation to pause for a moment. However, they quickly regained their composure. After all, this is a game focused on infrastructure development, construction, and survival in a post-apocalyptic setting. Although limited to 20 players, with good coordination, other players can also thrive. It is unrealistic to expect that players from the Dragon Federation would continuously receive world announcements. However, fans of the Dragon Federation were not worried. They all knew that Qing had already defeated an 11th level ordinary demon beast, and since it was not a boss, it did not trigger a world announcement. Switching the perspective to Qin Fan and others, they were exploring laboratory areas at levels 4 to 6, where battles were continuously happening, especially Qin Fan, who had somehow acquired a long knife. As he swung the cold weapon, the limbs of certain monsters were severed in an instant, blood splattering everywhere. This scene greatly boosted the morale of the Dragon Federation fans. They knew that their side would definitely not fall behind other federations. In this state, players from foreign federations flooded into Qing's livestream, starting to mock. Ha 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 ha, look at those losers from the Dragon Federation. Our federation has already risen. Who said only you could gain national luck? Just wait, this is just the beginning. Next, our federation. However, before these players could finish their second round of insults, they fell silent when they truly saw the 10th level boss, Bloodthirsty Demon, in Qing's livestream. Even though Qing had not received a world announcement, he was already targeting a 10th level boss. Other Federation fans understood what that represented. In an instant, they didn't even dare to mock anymore. They were hesitant to exit Qing's livestream, wanting to see if this time, during the boss battle, Qing and his team could achieve another successful kill like before. Boom! Game world. A demon wielding a celestial halberd swung the weapon in his hand. A layer of cold aura surrounding him as he coldly stared at Qing. The demon queen had commanded that no one be disturbed. Otherwise, death was certain. You can even speak Chinese, Qing teased, then smiled. So what if I kill your demon queen? Wouldn't that mean I can live? As soon as he said this, a gust of white mist erupted from the nostrils of the bloodthirsty demon. His eyes turned bloodshot, and he charged towards Qing like a whirlwind, seeking death. The celestial halberd descended like a meteor, its enormous power accompanied by a rushing wind, striking down on Qing in the blink of an eye. Crash! In an instant, Qing's body turned into a puff of smoke. Dead. So soon. The players from the Federation were momentarily stunned. Qing shouldn't be this weak, right? At that moment, where Qing had stood, light flickered. Boom. 2 fire extinguishers exploded, instantly freezing the demon in place. The frozen state held the opponent rigid for 3 seconds. Swish. Qing's figure flickered and appeared on the rooftop of a building, waving his hands. In an instant, 3 unmanned bombers, under Anna's control, began dropping bombs that exploded continuously on the demon's body. Boom, 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 boom. -1,000. -1,000. -1,000. The health bar kept decreasing. And after 3 seconds, the freezing effect ended. The bloodthirsty demon's eyes gleamed even more fiercely. You are seeking death, he roared, launching himself into the air with a powerful leap. He swung the celestial halberd towards Anna's position with great force. Whoosh! A long, 5-meter-wide beam of freezing energy shot out like an arrow, sweeping forward. Swish! Anna had already sensed the danger and dodged in advance, but the next moment, she realized the skill was similar to a tracking ability. It relentlessly pursued her. Go around and let the building absorb the energy, Qing's voice echoed. And Anna's figure flickered again. However, the bloodthirsty demon, leaping in midair, had already twisted his body, tracking Anna like a ghost. Swish! The chilling halberd glistened with a cold silver light, but Anna remained composed. She waved her hand, and a gigantic match turned into a 2-meter-tall torch, which she hurled at the demon. At that moment, a small figure suddenly emerged, tossing a handful of flour, grabbing Anna, and swiftly disappearing from the spot. Crack! As Anna vanished, the frozen attack lost its target and crashed heavily into a building. Crack! Crack! In an instant, an intense cold, with an unknown temperature far below zero, transformed the building into an ice sculpture. The biting chill spread outwards, instantly withering all the plants on the walls. This scene left countless people in shock. The next moment, the two figures that had vanished appeared beside Yi Qing. Boom! Crack! At the same time, the torch thrown by Anna was sliced into dust by a weapon. Yet the flames posed no threat to this boss whatsoever. However, the cloud of powder caused the creature to feel an overwhelming itch all over its body, forcing it to pause its attack. The icy chill began to freeze it, encasing all the powder on its body in ice. Still, it found itself unable to move directly, slowly descending towards the ground. Itching powder. This is a prank item developed by the duo during their boredom. When applied to others, it causes intense itching, rendering them unable to do anything for a duration of 1 minute. Note that if the enemy is powerful, the itching effect will weaken, lasting a maximum of 30 seconds. Comment: you have a lot of fuzz, but you also have plenty of itchy spots. Give this feeling a try. It's quite exhilarating. As the opponent fell to the ground, amidst flickering lights, bombers, rocket launchers, Gatling guns, and all the heavy weaponry from the off-road vehicles unleashed flames and explosions once again. Boom! Under the explosions, the opponent's health continued to decline. However, it was clear that Anna was not pleased at this moment. She looked at Yi Qing and said solemnly, "Brother Yi Qing, the enemy's movement speed and special skills are too fast. Next time we encounter such an opponent, we need to level up quickly to deal with them easily. Right now, we must finish this quickly. We cannot afford to drag this out, as this so-called creature has strong healing abilities." Chapter 30. It ended before it even began. The barrage in the live stream was pitifully sparse. However, the number of viewers was steadily increasing, surpassing 100 million. In the blink of an eye, it had reached 130 million. The lack of comments wasn't due to viewers not wanting to participate, but because the previous battle had been over so quickly. From Yi Qing's swift movements to Anna being pulled by a companion to dodge attacks, and the bloodthirsty demon's incredible speed and chilling waves, the audience was on the edge of their seats. They knew that in the heat of battle, even a small mistake could lead to the demise of Yi Qing and his companions. Yet, their coordination was impeccable. Until now, they had only lost 10 points of health. Now, regrouped and having consumed a bottle of energy drink, their health bars instantly filled up. At that moment, looking towards the center of the explosion, although the opponent's health had decreased significantly, the intensity of the pressure was also diminishing. Moreover, the opposing health bar was gradually decreasing. This made countless fans realize that the battle was about to become even more terrifying and intense. Using this strategy, Yi Qing whispered to his companions, and in an instant, they wasted no time. With the help of their flying devices, they soared into the air. It must be said that the flying device provided by their companions solved the initial issue of not being able to fly in the game, granting Yi Qing and his team a tremendous combat advantage. Meanwhile, at the center of the fiery explosion, the bloodthirsty demon had ice slowly falling off his frozen body. He raised his head to gaze at the 3 flying figures above, his eyes gleaming with a more ravenous light. You have no chance of survival. With a firm grip on his weapon, he forcefully plunged it into the ground. Crack! In an instant, the weapon transformed into an ice sculpture from top to bottom. Following this, to the silent gasps of countless viewers, the ground within a 1,000-meter radius turned into a snowy battlefield. At that moment, the sky darkened, and heavy snow began to fall. Skill, snowfield, skill description. Enemies within this snowy field will have their health continuously reduced, as a chilling wave invades their bodies with 35 different viruses, gradually weakening them. Skill evaluation. In winter, if you don't catch a cold, you aren't doing justice to the snow. Skill, snowflakes. Skill description. Each snowflake carries a trace of the bloodthirsty demon's demonic power. The snow acts like icy blades, continuously dealing damage to enemies without armor. Skill evaluation. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. The opponent's incantation didn't take long before Yi Qing could launch his rocket. The magic array was complete. The snowflakes swept towards Yi Qing and his companions like sharp blades. At the same time, a blue ice sphere appeared in the bloodthirsty demon's hand. Boom! He aimed at Yi Qing and hurled the glowing orb with all his might. Ha 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 ha, Yi Qing, you're definitely done for this time. Such a twisted skill. This is the boss's ultimate move. If you manage to win, I'll do a handstand while washing my hair and relieving myself. Some spectators saw this scene and couldn't help but sneer. Yi Qing, I wonder how you'll defend against this skill. However, at that moment, bang! 3 bamboo dragonflies, stimulated by the snowflakes, instantly transformed into 3 umbrellas, blocking all the wind and snow from the sky. All the netizens. In an instant, they were dumbfounded. Even fans from various federations were bewildered. It can be played like this? But in the anime, I've never seen a bamboo dragonfly turn into an umbrella. What kind of technology is this? Boom! At that moment, flames erupted from Yi Qing's fingertips. As the snow and wind penetrated from below, the flames surged in the wind, instantly transforming into a massive fire dragon that melted the thrown ice orb and snowflakes in an instant. Uft! The sound echoed in the air like acid rain corroding. Yet, at that moment, countless snowflakes again swept towards Yi Qing from the sky, as if they were tireless necromancers. Just a trivial skill. Yi Qing sneered, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. In an instant, the light in his hand flickered, and this time, as the flames shot out, the blue flames transformed into a blood-red fire dragon that looked like fresh blood. Roar! Like a true Eastern dragon. Amidst a thunderous roar, the flames became a colossal fire dragon, spanning a full 20 meters. It roared, opened its mouth, and devoured all the ice crystals. At the same time, the fire dragon surged towards the monster on the ground with great force. Uft! Uft! At that moment, even the bloodthirsty demon was momentarily stunned. He could feel that the power of this flame exceeded that of the original blue flame by more than double. And Yi Qing was originally at level 9. Under full force, the power of this flame was stronger than before. This must be your ultimate skill. Using it will undoubtedly consume countless of your energies. The bloodthirsty demon thought to himself, yet he saw himself proactively retreating, as strange ice transformed into a set of wolf-tooth bracers on his hands, bravely attacking the fire dragon. Boom! The moment the two collided, a gigantic 30-meter super mushroom cloud instantly rose. The powerful shockwave sent both flying back. Yi Qing had the umbrella created by the bamboo dragonflies, so aside from his health bar dropping significantly, he was not in crisis. However, the physical resistant monster was closest to the explosion center, and with the weapon turned into the heart of the ice domain, he couldn't exert his normal defensive abilities. As a result, he was instantly propelled backward like a cannonball, crashing onto the ground. Yet, his expression was one of joy. Even though he had lost over 100,000 health points, he knew that his opponent was out of energy. This made him smirk. As long as he could recover for a moment, he would be able to directly eliminate this disrespectful brat. However, at that moment, he suddenly thought of something. What about the other two? Not good. In an instant, his heart was filled with alarm. Just as he was about to take action, a massive black net had completely enveloped him. Meanwhile, chains had bound his wrists, ankles, and neck, locking him down completely. At that moment, everyone noticed that the giant net was densely packed with various items of different sizes: bananas, apples, buns, bombs, paper, and many others. Particularly, within the net, there were countless ground-to-ground missiles as well as medium-sized electromagnetic bombs. Fireworks faded in an instant. This was the trace of your existence. With a smile, Anna lit the fuse. She pulled her companion and slowly walked away from the bomb cluster, turning her back on it. The bloodthirsty monster at the center of the explosives was completely immobilized because the net and chains binding him were all enchanted binding items. He wouldn't be able to break free within 30 seconds. And the bomb's fuse was only 5 seconds long. Boom! An even larger explosion occurred, creating a gigantic 50-meter mushroom cloud that rose in the live broadcast. The dazzling light and terrifying shockwave changed everyone's expressions. The snowflakes paused, and everything returned to calm. Meanwhile, Yi Qing, Anna, and her companion were on the rooftop sipping watermelon juice, recovering their bodies while waiting for the world announcement. This scene appeared extremely strange to others. Chapter 31. National Fortune Strengthened, or Treasures we all witnessed at this time. Yi Qing's battle was more thrilling than before. That massive weapon and the bloodthirsty look in the opponent's eyes made even me, watching from the live stream, feel a sense of heart palpitations. One can only imagine how powerful he truly is. And indeed, it was the case, but Yi Qing was able to turn danger into safety. The coordination among the three was quite surprising. In the commentary booth, Bingbing's chest was rising and falling rapidly, indicating that her emotions were far from the calm demeanor of a commentator. What I am most curious about now is whether Yi Qing activated some special ability. How could he wield flames and even manifest a fire dragon? This feeling is beyond the realm of physical attacks. In the live stream, some viewers agreed with Bingbing's comments, while others raised a different question. Similarly, players from other federations had completely fallen silent. As for the netizen who boasted about doing ridiculous things during the live stream, their profile picture had long since faded. If it weren't for the vast ocean separating them, the viewers might have been tempted to reach through the internet to fulfill that wish. Indeed, this piques our curiosity, especially regarding skills similar to the shadow clone technique. This skill was first used by Anna, but since Yi Qing can also use it, does that imply that character card skills can synchronize with the host? However, the specifics remain to be analyzed by Yi Qing. Everyone is not foolish. They understand that if character card skills can sync with the host, the power unleashed would not simply be a matter of 1 + 1 being greater than 2. Moreover, Yi Qing possesses the ability to synchronize with the national fortune of his foundation. If he continues to level up and achieves synchronization levels of 30, 50, or even 100, while possessing these skills, doesn't that mean that all humanity in the Federation will simultaneously be in a state of being as powerful as dragons? This would certainly be far more explosive than anything else. Amidst the discussions, the game world also refreshed its global announcements. World announcement: player Yi Qing has successfully killed the level 10 A-grade boss, Bloodthirsty Demon. As this player has achieved the first kill of the level 10 boss, he has received an SS-level treasure chest, 20,000 experience points, 300,000 gold coins, and 100,000 exploration points. His level has increased to level 10. World announcement: player Yi Qing. World announcement: player Yi Qing. The 3 consecutive global announcements left players from other federations momentarily stunned, especially the players from the Federation of Goryeo, who had killed enough zombies today and completed their housing activities, were trying to find displaced persons amidst the zombie interference. However, before they could recruit 50, the world announcement came. This caused the 20 players to exchange glances in disbelief. I think we need to contact other federations, and if possible, it would be best to take action at a lower level and eliminate this guy. He is leveling up too quickly, reaching level 10 in just 2 days, which puts a lot of pressure on us. For now, let's focus on completing today's tasks. After finishing the refugee missions, we also need to start exploring. We must quickly enhance our strength. Otherwise, even if we surround him, it would lead to our demise. I understand. In the live stream, fans listening to their conversation couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Fortunately, these players are not the type to recklessly challenge him without thinking. If that were the case, there would be no point in continuing the game. It would just be a bunch of players handing out experience points to him. Such dialogues are also being refreshed continuously in the camps of players from different federations. Of course, they have chosen to remain still for now, not allowing external factors to interfere, and instead, the speed of their city development has increased. He has acceleration cards and 300 refugees, so they need to catch up with that pace quickly. Returning to his live stream, countless fans came back from other Federation streams, providing this significant news to the hosts through comments. Naturally, the hosts were also aware of this, as there were many behind-the-scenes staff, including directors and news agencies, assisting them. Thus, they were well informed about the external information. The players from foreign federations are not foolish, and our protagonist is steadily growing stronger. The only point of interest now is who can advance on the stronger path faster. However, I believe all the fans share the same thought as the hosts, believing that our protagonist will definitely strategize against those foreign federations, right? Yes, exactly. Even though their development speed has increased, we are not afraid of them. The nuclear power plant is the core, but I'm still curious about what that flame on his fingertips is. Yes, can someone explain that? Host. The live stream became lively again. Meanwhile, in the game world, the protagonist looked at the treasure chest and opened it directly. Congratulations. You have gained 2 points of national fortune. Your national fortune in the Dragon Federation has increased. The national fortune infrastructure synchronization capability of the Dragon Federation will increase from 2 to 4. At the same time, Due to the stronger national fortune, resources within the Dragon Federation have also increased. Various metals and iron ore will increase tenfold within the Dragon Federation. Wow. When the contents of the treasure chest were revealed, everyone in the live stream was stunned. Not only the Dragon Federation, but even the super elites from other federations nearly lost control. It should be noted that in the current reality, due to a previous assassination incident, the Federation has actively severed all trade ties with various countries. A terrifying economic crisis is sweeping across every federation except for the aforementioned one. Previously, major federations abroad were well aware that the mineral resources of this federation were limited, and to sustain their domestic development, they needed to engage in trade cooperation. Therefore, they had been waiting for the Federation to take the initiative to seek peace with them. However, now, after the emergence of a new opportunity that has shattered all their plans, with resources 10 times more abundant than the current minerals, this Federation no longer needs to worry about various mineral resources. If they still do not take the initiative to seek peace, then a global economic crisis will soon collapse multiple Federation empires. The impact of this is undeniably far-reaching. Chapter 32. The Skills of the Demon Queen. Everyone's shocked Qing looked at the gleaming halberd in his backpack, a smile unconsciously appearing on his lips. With the memories from his previous life, he knew very well that weapons with enchantment properties had limitless effects. Moreover, these so-called enchanted weapons could be upgraded. In fact, he not only had the ability to upgrade them, but could also melt them down in a furnace to create entirely new equipment tailored to his preferences. Especially in this era dominated by advanced weaponry, Qing knew that if he modified the halberd into something like an ice laser gun, the resulting effects would be terrifying. Additionally, the equipment attributes on weapons were essentially inscribed with enchantment arrays. As long as he understood these arrays, he could mass-produce such enchanted properties on weapons. Imagine, a level 10 halberd could create a damaging ice and snow domain within a kilometer radius. What if he upgraded it to level 20 or 30? Perhaps no. It was not just a possibility, but a reality. If it truly reached that level, the scene of 1,000 miles frozen and snow drifting for 10,000 miles, as depicted in poetry, would absolutely come to fruition. Let us go. We need to defeat the Demon Queen. Qing did not forget the ultimate goal of this exploration. After using a one-click pickup function to gather some items, he led the two companions swiftly down the passage opened by the bloodthirsty demon. Boom. Crash. Snap. Bayou. 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 Sounds of explosions, flamethrowers, and even grenades being thrown and exploding echoed continuously. Along the way, low-level demons of level 3, 5, 8, and 9 were constantly being slain. Qing and his companions were like a merciless harvester, ruthlessly reaping the lives of these beings. After the previous battle experience, it was now incredibly easy to take them down. Congratulations. Doraemon has leveled up to level 9. Congratulations. Anna has leveled up to level 9. Their attributes had all improved. Doraemon's magic bag had upgraded again, now with a chance to draw A-level or even S-level super equipment. P.S. Mostly one-time use items. After this upgrade, Anna's experience and skills learned at the Nanxiang Technology School further awakened, and she acquired brand new combat techniques. Along the way, the system reported that they had collectively slain over 1,000 demons. In the live stream, viewers were not disgusted by the bloody and horrifying scene. Instead, it excited them even more. However, the sheer number of demons was still beyond what the viewers could imagine. Did you understand? The place where the demons are located is like a gigantic beehive. It's densely packed, with an overwhelming number of them. After previously defeating a considerable number, I didn't expect there to be so many left. So, do you think there might be similar level 10 demons like the earlier boss inside? Hard to say. Let us keep watching. But I know that the hidden boss will be at least as strong, if not stronger, than that level 10 boss. Now we just have to see how the esteemed Qing will deal with this demon. Hehe. Let me tell you. Don't you think Qing can keep winning? I found it strange earlier, so I casually did a divination. The result for Qing is a bad omen. A serious misfortune. In other words, this time, if Qing steps in, it's definitely a situation of no return. Ha 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 ha. Just wait for the decline of national fortune. Where did this lunatic come from? Are they resorting to superstitions? Admin, mute him. Global prohibition of superstitions is a rule jointly promoted by various federations. And there are still people playing this game. Wait, is divination also considered superstition? I'm not using any traditional methods. I'm an individual from a certain country, using the authentic Western tarot. However, After this comment was made, the viewers from the Federation noticed 3 large red exclamation marks appearing on the screen. Due to excessive promotion of superstition, your IP has been banned for 5 hours. During these 5 hours, you cannot send any comments, nor create any alternate accounts. Please use civilized language, oppose superstition, and let us work together. Well, upon seeing this, the tall viewer from the Federation was stunned. What civilized language? What opposing superstition? A dark line appeared on his forehead. In the game world, Qing, along with Anna and the others, gradually descended through the cave. This was a spiral staircase that had been repaired, going down layer by layer. After descending 10 levels, they finally reached the depths of the underground. Upon arriving here, they found an enormous superplaza. Although there was no lighting, under the burning of gigantic torches, everyone discovered that the plaza was at least the size of 2 football fields. On the ground, there were countless demon eggs of various sizes laid out everywhere. A disgusting milky white slime covered the ground, creating a scene that was as repulsive as it could get. Fortunately, there were no tentacle monsters around. Otherwise, the comments would definitely go wild with tentacle play. At this moment, the bamboo copter above the 3's heads took effect and soared into the air again. However, after observing for a while, they found no demons here, not even a trace of the demon queen. Burn it down. You all start burning. I'll go ahead and take a look, Qing said, and his whole being soared into the air, rushing towards the depths of the square. After a while, he arrived at the far end of the square. There, he saw 2 large closed gates on either side. Apart from that, there was nothing else. It was as if nothing had ever existed here. The viewers in the live stream were puzzled. Isn't this the lair of the Witch Queen? Why is there no Witch Queen here? Could it be that the Witch Queen already knew that Qing had killed the boss and had packed up and left in advance? What a ridiculous thought. Do you think the Witch Queen is like us, working people? Just as Qing was observing the 2 gates, suddenly, Anna leaped over, holding a large torch with a smile, and said, "Brother Qing, it's all burned down." Qing nodded, but the next moment, amidst the crowd's exclamations, a huge blue flame erupted from his fingertip and instantly engulfed Anna. In an instant, she was burned to nothingness. What is going on? Is there still a monster on Anna like last time? Or is this Anna fake? No, neither. Looking at the introduction panel, this is the skill of the Witch Queen. Everything here, including the large square, is all an illusion. This is a mental domain created by the Witch Queen. Qing and the others have already figured it out. Chapter 33. What do you want from me? Skill, mental domain. Skill description. The mental domain released by the sorceress allows individuals to immerse themselves in a state of unconsciousness, creating various illusions that can lead to death without their awareness. Skill evaluation. Do you prefer beautiful women or immense power? Come on, both can be satisfied here. The complete introduction was displayed on the data panel. However, at that moment, the live stream suddenly turned black. It was as if someone had forcefully cut off the feed. What is going on? Why is it blacked out? What about the death live stream operation? Where are the moderators? Come out and explain. Let me explain. Qing must be dead. Otherwise, this live stream wouldn't have gone black. When it lights up again, Qing will definitely be dead. Get lost. This isn't a place for you to speak. You worthless scum. Go play in the mud somewhere else. Countless netizens from the region began to panic. Even the commentators, Bing Bing and Yao Yao, were at a loss about what was happening. Left with no choice, Bing Bing took control of the screen, making the commentator section fill the entire display. The higher-ups are currently investigating what is going on, so please don't worry or panic. Qing has created such excellent and abundant conditions for us. He will definitely be fine. That's right. Yao Yao nodded solemnly. The Federation will not abandon any player, so all personnel can rest assured that an investigation is underway. Even if we have to use every means possible to destroy that asteroid hovering outside the planet, we won't let anything happen to Qing and Chen Fan. Hearing Bing Bing and Yao Yao's words, the panicked emotions of the countless online players began to stabilize. They knew this was the Federation, the super core of socialism. We will absolutely not let any player go. At the same time, we must also trust Qing. He will definitely be fine, absolutely. At this moment, the Federation, capital city, in the super conference room, the Supreme Leader stared at the black screen projection, furrowing his brow. What real-time feedback data do we have from the satellite? No fluctuations, sir. Even the locator we had Qing install is showing no data. Additionally, the locators on Chen Fan and the other 19 players are all in a non-functional state. our efforts are completely ineffective. Some researchers had reddened eyes, feeling indignant. Is the civilization technology from that asteroid really several times more powerful than what we have in the human world? It seems that in that game world, there are countless electromagnetic wave interferences. Even with the encrypted super radio positioning, we still cannot find out what happened to Qing. Yes, when players returned to reality yesterday, the Federation made special arrangements for the safety of these 20 players by equipping each of them with a positioning device. However, now all of them have failed. This made the expression on the face of the prominent figure even worse. Stop the investigation. Stabilizing public sentiment is the most important thing now. The prominent figure sighed and lit a cigarette. For now, we can only pray that Qing is safe. All attention shifted to the live streams of the other 19 players. Wasn't Qing leading them in investigations within Phoenix City today? If Qing were to die, it would definitely cause a stir. He is not foolish and knows how to assess the situation. Although we cannot monitor Qing's situation directly, we can infer his safety through the live streams of the other 19 players. As soon as this was mentioned, the researchers and several prominent figures who could cause a stir in the Federation were enlightened. Yes, this is a good idea. At the same time, news of Qing's live stream going black quickly spread around the globe. Some were worried, while others were delighted, especially among the various federations. There were almost celebrations in response to this event. They were well aware that since the game launched yesterday, Qing had been suppressing the various federations, and the construction level of his infrastructure was simply overpowering theirs. But now, the black screen indicated that Qing's personal safety was not ideal, and there was even a possibility of his death. In this state, it seemed that players from other federations sensed something, as their development speed became even faster. Gradually, the number of zombies killed and the task completion rate increased rapidly. In another federation, a prominent figure sat in the office, his eyes gleaming with excitement. New data was being rapidly collected, and they had selected 153 methods to accelerate the construction, upgrading, and planting in farms and graveyards. Moreover, after a day and a half of studying the game manual and analyzing various expansions, they had developed 712 upgrade plans for their domestic players. This is our valuable data. Once the players return to reality in 2 days, we can provide them with targeted knowledge. A technician in a white lab coat reported seriously from the side. That's good. This time, we must surpass Qing's development progress within the next week. If he really dies in the game world, then we will still be number 1 globally. Die, you are dead. And that so-called nuclear power station will no longer serve any purpose. Operations like those by certain federal bigwigs are constantly playing out around the world. They have long looked down on Qing. So at this moment, how could they possibly refrain from taking advantage of the situation? Especially since the fortune and benefits created by Qing have made them envious, and the global economic crisis was personally triggered by him. If it weren't for his words, how could such a terrible event have occurred? These Western federal empires have never considered the issues from their own perspective. Instead, they have cast all the blame onto Qing. And just when the sentiments of humanity worldwide are shifting, at this very moment, in the game world, in a stone room illuminated only by a faint candlelight, Qing sits on a stone bench, a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. He gazes at a nearly naked woman across from him and says, "Don't try to use your mental tricks to tempt me. Let's talk about something practical. What do you really want from me?" Chapter 34, May I ask a question about a linear equation? Yes, that's right. In everyone's impression, creatures like the queen bee, spider queen, and demon queen are typically seen as enormous beings, often lying in bed and incapable of moving, producing countless eggs. However, this demon queen is different. She looks no different from an ordinary person, with fair skin and a face typical of a certain federation. Particularly, she is only wearing an incredibly transparent piece of lingerie. Aside from that, there is nothing else. Yes, this is the demon queen, the real demon queen. At this moment, her abdomen is perfectly flat, showing no signs of being able to lay so many eggs. However, when Qing saw this scene, he was not the least bit shocked. In his previous life, he had seen information about such creatures, so he naturally had no reaction. Moreover, he had personally experienced her skill, the mental domain, in his last life. Therefore, to try and intimidate him, this demon queen was still somewhat inexperienced. "It's nothing, mainly I was too lonely. Now that someone suddenly came over, can't we just sit down, have some tea and chat?" Upon hearing this, Qing smiled. "Of course. I happen to have a few questions I'm quite puzzled about. Could you help me answer them?" "Sure. The Demon Queen replied, exuding a faint fragrance that was completely different from that of the level 10 boss. Then may I ask, is a linear equation solved for $1 each time? Also, for a two-variable linear equation, are the two variables worth $2 or 2 units of a certain currency? Or is it 2 euros? The third question, given f, x1x, x1x, find the analytical expression of f, x. Listening to Yi Qing's 3 questions, the stunning beauty, who commanded power in the demon world, gradually fell into deep thought. After a moment, she shrugged her shoulders. You're joking with me. Then aren't you also joking with me? Yi Qing replied with a cold smile. Let's get serious. Let's not waste time. In his previous life, the Demon Queen was notorious for being talkative, not just targeting powerful beings. Even if she caught an ordinary player, she would drag them into a room and ask questions all night. For example, did you eat today? What did you eat? Did today's food contain carbohydrates? What brand is your face mask? You know, if I were to dance for you, would you react? In short, the next day, players who were not killed by the Demon Queen were still nearly driven mad. After being tormented all night with countless questions, it was enough to make players lose their minds. Seeing this man who had no reaction to her, the Demon Queen was taken aback. Could it be that he is not interested? Otherwise, why wouldn't he be affected by her figure or her alluring abilities? Or is it that my figure and face do not meet his expectations? If the last deep thought was sparked by the awkward questions from Yi Qing, this time she is deeply questioning herself and her orientation towards Yi Qing. They just want to have a good chat with you. There's really nothing more to it. Is that so? Then how about I burn all the materials you have converted into human form, including the information you collected from multiple laboratories? Hearing Yi Qing's words, the expression on the Demon Queen's face instantly changed. How could you? I know very well, which is why I said from the beginning, don't beat around the bush with me, just say what you want. I'm not interested in wasting time here. As Yi Qing spoke, a layer of flames appeared on her fingertips. Your body is very fragile, aside from your mental realm. Your physical body cannot withstand a single blow from me. So to be honest, otherwise you will die. Looking at Yi Qing's stern face and the flames at her fingertips, the Demon Queen's expression shifted again. If she could learn the art of face changing from Sichuan opera, she would probably have gone through all the colors by now. All right. At this moment, the Demon Queen deflated like a punctured ball, losing the elegance she had earlier. And at this moment, a notification sound suddenly rang in Yi Qing's ears and in her live streaming room. Exploration task completion progress, 20. Player Yi Qing has uncovered the basic secrets of the laboratory, as well as a corner of the ultimate secret of Phoenix City. She has unearthed part of the truth and obtained an A-grade treasure chest. She has completed the achievement, the Demon Queen's Tale. This notification echoed, and in an instant, the live streaming room, which had been in a black screen state, erupted. At this moment, countless players within the Federation were praying that Yi Qing would have no problems, even using various methods like rituals, spirit communication, and shamanic dances to try to contact Yi Qing and find out what was going on. And now, this pleasant notification sound stopped everyone in their tracks. Yi Qing is fine. Not only is she fine, but she has also uncovered some secrets beneath the Phoenix City laboratory. In an instant, the live streaming room was flooded with the numbers 666. In just a few seconds, it skyrocketed to 999,999. Yi Qing, you're amazing, my darling. Incredible. You had me so worried. I really thought you were dead. Ha ha ha. The comments are too cute, but I have to say, our Yi Qing is awesome. She actually managed to deal with the Demon Queen. Wasn't he the Demon Queen supposed to be the biggest boss in this scene? Who knows? Ha ha ha. Let us wait for the notification sound and the world announcement. I suddenly remembered that even if players die, there will still be a world announcement. Yes, that's right. The fans of the Federation went wild. In the live streams of other federations, countless viewers were left stunned. It wasn't just them. Even the big shots from other federations had expressions of anger on their faces. Yi Qing, why aren't you dead yet? Hurry up and die, will you? Some people were already losing their minds. The name Yi Qing was like a nightmare for them, impossible to escape. In the realm of the mind, the sorceress knew very well that her skills could only torment the mind and could not kill her enemies, as her power was limited. At this moment, no matter the temptation or anything else, nothing could obstruct Yi Qing's thoughts. She understood that as long as the opponent exerted a little force, she would die instantly. So, there was no other way left. It originated 100 years ago. You must have investigated the materials and are aware that certain laboratories in a city received a mysterious order to study a project similar to cloning. However, this project was never completed and instead led to the creation of beings like us, who are shrouded in darkness and possess special abilities. Chapter 35. The seed planned, to put it simply, about 100 years ago, in a city known for its rebirth. Some experts aim to research a genetic agent to enhance human potential. However, due to legal restrictions against using living subjects, they resorted to cloning individuals devoid of personal identity to conduct experiments with this so-called genetic agent. The results were disastrous. The agent had little effect and did not yield the enhanced super abilities they expected. Instead, it transformed these clones into beings with a different form of consciousness, often referred to as demon people. These beings turned out to possess considerable strength, even surpassing that of elite soldiers. Realizing the gravity of their mistake, the laboratory experts sought to eliminate these beings to terminate the experiment. However, they underestimated the strength of the demon people. Ultimately, they had to escalate the situation, involving higher authorities who used more potent sedatives and hallucinogens to temporarily subdue the demon people, putting them into a dormant state. Unfortunately, just as these issues were being resolved, a global catastrophe erupted, with a zombie apocalypse sweeping across the world. Humanity abandoned cities and retreated into the wilderness to survive. Despite this, millions transformed into zombies and beasts, driven by instinct, roaming the cities. As for the so-called laboratory experts, even the Demon Queen was unaware of their whereabouts. This encapsulates the entire narrative. Over nearly a century, our demon race has grown, resulting in the emergence of beings like me, the Demon Queen, and several powerful guardians. She paused before continuing. Of course, most of them have been killed by you. However, in addition to investigating these matters, I have uncovered other information. This apocalypse was not a natural disaster. It was man-made. This is the entirety of the secret. As for myself, I wish to become a true human because I yearn for the experience of being a real woman. One who is not discriminated against, not treated as lesser. However, before she could finish, Qing let out a cold laugh. Your aspirations are your own concern. I have my own matters to attend to. In his previous life, Qing had gained a fair understanding of the demon people's situation. He was fully aware of these events. His desire to hear the Demon Queen out stemmed from his mission and the potential to uncover more information. It seemed that the current situation mirrored that of his previous life, showing no signs of a butterfly effect from his rebirth, which reassured him greatly. You want to, but before the Demon Queen could finish her sentence, Qing waved his hand. In an instant, flames erupted like a firework shooting into the sky, striking the ceiling of the room directly. Crack! Crack! At the moment of the fireworks' brightest display, the entire stone structure shattered like a mirror, splintering into countless pieces. Under the flickering white light, the square remained the same square, and the rooms were still those two rooms. In the center of the two doors, there was a beautiful woman squatting on the ground, her lovely eyes glistening with tears. It was the Queen of Magic. At that moment, without saying a word, Qing placed his palm on her head. A flash of light occurred, and she transformed into a character card, instantly being stored in his game backpack. This scene, fortunately, was happening while the live stream was still blacked out. Otherwise, viewers would have been left in shock at the sight of Qing capturing the Queen of Magic, whose level and data panel were unknown, as a character card. What a stunning maneuver. Boom. Crack. Crack. The sounds of explosions and burning filled the air. Looking closely, Anna and Ding Dang were still busy cleaning up. Almost done, Ding Dang. Open those two doors. They should be filled with vaccine data. Once we have it, we should leave. Okay. Ding Dang nodded, put away the flamethrower, and began to operate. Anna walked beside Qing, smiling at him but not asking how he had dealt with the Queen of Magic. The three of them shared a mutual understanding, and there was no need for unnecessary chatter. Before long, Ding Dang had moved all the data out. Then, the three of them left together, their footsteps gradually fading away on the spiral staircase leading to the ground, until there was no sound at all. Silence enveloped the vast square once more. It seemed that everything had returned to calm. This feeling lasted for a full 10 minutes. After 10 minutes, a faint light illuminated the center of the square. Soon, a figure identical to the Queen of Magic appeared again, though at this moment, she was in a spiritual state without a physical body. My lord, this time, our plan has failed. We did not manage to inject the spark into this human. She floated in the void, a hint of regret appearing in her eyes. It seemed this matter was of great importance to her. No worries, you are merely a soul, not fully matured yet, and cannot exert any influence over him. Aside from your own spiritual domain, you have no other means. Don't worry. My seal will break in 10 years. If we encounter more individuals seeking secrets and treasures in the future, we can still inject the spark. At that moment, a stone chair appeared in midair, entwined with numerous tiny black vines. On it sat an elderly man with a Western face, looking to be in his 70s or 80s. He shook his head, his tone not overly concerned. But, does that mean you will have to wait even longer? The Queen of Magic, or rather, a fragment of her spiritual body, remarked. Still waiting, the final battle has yet to begin, and we still have time. However, as soon as he finished this sentence, he fell silent. Because at that moment, both he and the split spiritual entity of the sorceress suddenly discovered that, at some point, something resembling a small hydrogen bomb was flashing with light. On top of this hydrogen bomb, there was a magic circle engraved with a pattern resembling a blood-red skull. That was an enhanced enchantment magic circle. It could give physical attacks double the effect of magical attacks. Hurry, let's go. The elderly man above, upon witnessing this scene, finally panicked. He realized that the young man who had just left had such malicious means. From the very beginning, he had prepared a backup plan, waiting for him and the sorceress's split spiritual entity to reveal themselves. But how did the other party know about this hidden matter? Unfortunately, in the end, this old man and the split spiritual entity could not figure it out. Boom. 5 kilometers outside the laboratory. Qing looked at the final image transmitted by the projector and the enormous mushroom cloud that had leveled an area of 2 kilometers, and couldn't help but smile even brighter. In his previous life, being meticulous, how could he miss any clues? Zzz. Crash. At this moment, the originally black screen of the live broadcast room instantly lit up. What the players saw at that moment was Qing and his 2 companions looking at the mushroom cloud in the distance, chatting and laughing while eating snacks. This scene, like the previous explosions of the demons and zombies, was so discordant yet incredibly harmonious. This, such a terrifying super explosion. What exactly did Qing do just now? Some felt their scalp tingle, wondering how many bombs these people had secretly made to cause such frequent massive explosions. Chapter 36. When wings harden, one wants to be a loyal follower. World announcement. Player Qing has successfully captured the Demon Queen. He has completed 100 exploration of this laboratory, and this exploration task has reached 40. His level has increased to level 11. His gold has increased by 500,000. He has obtained an S-level treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing. World announcement. Player Qing. Congratulations. You have obtained a metal mine with a reserve of 100 million tons. Congratulations. You have obtained the blueprint for manufacturing enchanted submachine gun barrels. Congratulations. You have obtained the core for upgrading a nuclear power plant. Congratulations. You have obtained the recipe for manufacturing production line robots. Congratulations. You have obtained various recipes for making toilet paper. Congratulations. You have obtained recipes for manufacturing aspirin, amoxicillin, ibuprofen capsules, emergency contraceptives, and quick-acting heart-saving pills. Congratulations. You have obtained the recipe for making 6 flavor Remania pills. Congratulations. You have obtained. Congratulations. You have obtained the recipe for manufacturing tanks. Congratulations. You have obtained resources from a steel or mountain with a reserve of 100 million tons. The pleasant notification sounds kept ringing out in the live broadcast room and in Qing's ears. And this was just the reward for defeating the level 10 demon boss and the demon queen. As for the contents of the treasure chest, it has yet to be opened. Oh my, it seems like so many interesting things have been missed. Yes, the demon queen has actually been captured by the great Qing. Can characters actually be captured in this game world? Besides, didn't you notice? This time's rewards seem to include some strange items, like those contraceptives, and 6 flavor Remania pills. Do you think Qing might be lacking in vitality? Otherwise, how could the game world possibly send him so many vitality-enhancing medicines? What the heck? Lacking in vitality. How do you explain the ibuprofen capsules and quick-acting heart-saving pills? And those 2 types of ores? Wow, I realize that with our resources, Qing's development speed will be even faster. Previously, all vehicles and various construction materials in the city were obtained by mining resources in the wilderness, and that barely completed the current construction. Now, with the ores, metals, stones, steel, all sorts of stainless steel products, as well as firearms and steel goods. One T they be produced even faster. This is a deadly blow to the Foreign Federation. Exactly. The fans were a bit unserious for a while, but soon, upon deeper reflection, they became more rigorous. At this moment, just as the netizens commented, the expressions on the faces of the superpowers from neighboring countries, the land of ninjas, and even the Federation were as dark as could be. Earlier, they were almost certain that Qing would definitely face a situation of certain death next. In this way, they could catch up with the Dragon Nation Federation in just a few days, especially after obtaining several treasure chests. But now, Qing not only survived, but also captured more valuable items while in a blackout state. What does this represent? Everyone understands clearly. It seems our plan needs to change. The top figures of the Ninja Nation Federation pondered, tapping on the office desk, and then said, "Strategist, do you think it's possible for us to negotiate peace with the Dragon Nation Federation now? After all, the Ninja Nation Federation is just a small federal empire, with a population barely exceeding 200 million, and this is after various developments and strong encouragement for population growth. Without these policies, their population would have already fallen below 100 million. With such a population size, wanting to compete with the currently advanced technology and skilled methods of the Dragon Nation Federation is simply a pipe dream. Moreover, they are also facing economic sanctions from the Dragon Nation Federation, and now seeing that Qing is not dead, they can no longer afford to wait. The Dragon Nation Federation has resources, Qing, and even 19 other players who have yet to perish. Combined, their advantages are enormous. Currently, the Ninja Nation is sandwiched between two powerful federations, and if they do not seek a breakthrough soon, they could quickly face bankruptcy or even disintegration due to the economic crisis alone. I think we can wait a bit longer. However, as soon as the strategist finished speaking, the world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. Players from the Dragon Nation Federation, Chun Fan and Yang Chan, have simultaneously defeated the level 5 boss, the Night Demon, and each received an A-class treasure chest. World announcement. Player from the Dragon Nation, Bald Guy, successfully defeated the level 5 Storm Demon and received an A-class treasure chest. Let us congratulate him. World announcement. Player. The announcement swept through. At that moment, the strategist, who initially wanted to say something, suddenly changed his tune. Super Boss, there's no need to wait. I agree that we should quickly seek peace with the Dragon Nation Federation, even if there are sanctions from the other federation. We cannot afford to wait any longer. It's no wonder the strategist's expression changed so quickly. The progress on the Dragon Nation Federation's side was too rapid. While others had only obtained a few treasure chests and hadn't completed their tasks, the Dragon Nation Federation had already gained multiple experts who started synchronously acquiring rewards. They understood what this meant all too well. In a competitive world, if the Ninja Nation Federation does not quickly choose a side, coupled with the economic crisis and sanctions, they are truly in danger. They are not foolish, with prices soaring to 100 Dragon Nation coins for a breakfast. Such an abnormal economic condition will lead to the collapse of the Ninja Nation Federation within 10 days. Therefore, in an instant, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Dragon Nation Federation, its higher-ups, and discussions on the Death Game forum began to surface regarding the Ninja Nation's communications and posts. Official post from the Ninja Federation. Dear Dragon Federation, we deeply acknowledge that the previous assassination of Qing was an unwise, misguided, and highly damaging policy to the friendship between our two federations. We express our sincere apologies for this matter. At the same time, we have developed a brand new trade agreement and opened up 70 of our maritime territory, as well as providing 531 technological projects from our laboratories to achieve new trade cooperation. We hope the Dragon Federation can forgive us for our mistakes. Following this announcement, there was a global uproar, especially in the Dragon Federation. Upon seeing this news, they were practically ready to cheer. Here they come. The first to fawn over the Dragon Federation has arrived. Why did they wait until now to show their admiration after witnessing the achievements of figures like Qing and Qin Fan? Where were they earlier? Falling behind means facing consequences, and the economic crisis in your federation is entirely of your own making. This time, I guess our Dragon Federation will reject their cooperation. Chapter 37. The mantis stalks the cicada, while the yellow bird awaits as expected. Just 2 minutes later, the official account of the Dragon Federation released a new post. It contained only 2 words: reject. In an instant, the faces of the superiors from the Ninja Federation turned pale. They never anticipated that the final outcome would be like this. Meanwhile, the netizens of the Dragon Federation were overjoyed. Haha, this is truly gratifying. Such opportunism should be punished. Forgetting loyalty for profit, who allowed you to act like this? You're just a small island nation. Do we still need your waters? How much garbage and waste have you dumped into the sea? Don't you have any self-awareness? Long live the Dragon Federation. This announcement is a classic example of few words. Big impact, and I love it. At the same time, the Federation across the ocean also issued a statement, declaring that from now on, they would refuse all cooperation with the Ninja Federation. This news made the netizens of the Dragon Federation even more ecstatic. Everyone is an adult and knows that, quite frankly, the Ninja Federation is just a puppet of the other federation. The recent announcement attempting to curry favor with the Dragon Federation was akin to a betrayal. So how could the other federation keep a disloyal puppet by its side? Even amidst an ongoing economic crisis, addressing this issue was well within their capacity. At this point, the Ninja Federation found itself in a dire situation, facing serious consequences on both sides. It's essential to understand that currently, the most authoritative entities in the world are the Dragon Federation and the other federation. Countless smaller federations or cooperative entities survive by aligning with the interests of these two major powers. Now, with both major federations rejecting cooperation with the Ninja Federation, what could the smaller federations possibly say? They could only follow suit. In no time, numerous federations emerged on media and forum platforms, severing their cooperation agreements with the Ninja Federation. Within just a few minutes, the public opinion and international situation underwent a dramatic reversal, leaving people around the globe in disbelief, far surpassing the incredulity of peacetime. It was truly unbelievable. As the superiors of the Ninja Federation witnessed this scene, they could no longer remain calm. Realizing their hasty actions had led to such a disastrous situation, they knew they needed to reconsider their approach. Perhaps they should discreetly reach out to the Dragon Federation? This was a miscalculation. Rubbing his temples in frustration, he quickly summoned his secretary. Arrange for the most secretive aircraft, one that no media outlet knows about. I need to personally visit the Dragon Federation. Remember, keep this under wraps. Yes. At this moment, the winds were rising and clouds were gathering. Originally in a brief state of peace, a greater crisis and more terrifying events are about to unfold as a certain federation ignites the fuse of the explosive vortex. No one is clear on who ultimately sparked this storm. Moreover, under such threats, there is also the impending disaster of an asteroid continuously destroying the planet in a month. Multiple crises are intertwined beneath humanity, and no one can remain uninvolved. In the game world, listening to the global announcement, Yi Qing's lips curled slightly. The fact that Chen Fan, Yang Chan, and Baldi were able to defeat a level 5 boss was already a great start. If this event were reflected in the real world, it would certainly lead to many interesting developments. However, one cannot let their guard down. Yi Qing was aware that movements from the Foreign Federation would inevitably accelerate. Furthermore, within this death game, things are far from as simple as they appear. For instance, the incident with the Demon Queen earlier. In the previous life, when he killed another Demon Queen, there was no occurrence of a soul fragment being separated. Yet, this time it happened. He was certain that this was not merely a simple butterfly effect triggered by his rebirth. More likely, the so-called Western Elder and the Demon Queen's avatar had already begun plotting a century ago. Shaking his head, he decided not to dwell on these thoughts. Bro, where are we going? At this moment, Anna had grown closer to Yi Qing, no longer calling him brother, but dropping the name altogether. They would go elsewhere to pick up Chen Fan and the others, as it was getting late. They needed to plan for the tasks of tonight and tomorrow. If all went well, the game would release tomorrow's tasks in an hour. All right, the group nodded, and soon, amidst the explosions, they met up with Chen Fan and the other 19 players, heading towards Long City in a grand procession. The Vanguard team exclusive to the nation had officially formed under today's mission. At the same time, a player from the Federation looked at the level 6 beast that lay dead beneath him, a glint of excitement appearing in his eyes. I just opened the tech tree, and they have already killed a level 10 boss. According to the recent world announcement, the development speed on their side has surpassed ours by more than double. Anyway, we have gathered enough food and stamina potions. Even if we don't sleep tonight, it's fine. Let's continue developing. He raised his head, observing the countless refugees diligently working ahead, a cunning smile creeping onto his face. The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. This is a saying from your federation. Guess who will be the mantis, who will be the cicada, and who will be the oriole? As soon as he said this, The 19 players gathered around him couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, roar! Around their federal camp, a massive, 5-meter-long, fire-red monster suddenly appeared. Seeing this scene, Sierra and the others picked up the weapons that were placed on the ground. It's time to get to work, brothers. In a certain federation, at this very moment, on an island resource cluster, they had built several bonfires. There were grilled fish, grilled scallops, and clay pots made from mud, along with 2 hot soups and a seaweed vegetarian dish. 5 dishes, enough. As for the refugees, they looked at the brown-skinned individuals sealing the roofs of houses in front of them, and their previously furrowed brows finally relaxed. 300 refugees, plus 20 completed houses. Tonight, we need to kill enough zombies and monsters, then arrange for 2 people to stay behind at the base, and tomorrow, start exploring other areas. Communications like this were continuously happening among players from various federations during the game. The development of Qing and the overall progress of the Dragon Nation had instilled a strong sense of crisis in the other federations. A chase game of development in the gaming world was slowly unfolding. Chapter 38, Security Under Law and Order. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Qing returned to Long City with a large group. Qing, having the memories of his previous life, was well aware of the situation he had developed, while others, including those in the live broadcast room, were not as calm. Upon closer inspection, the various production workshops had been completed. If viewed from a drone's perspective, it was clear that the farmland had doubled in size, and all sorts of livestock had been sent to the meat processing plant, accompanied by countless roaring sounds. A nearly complete small city industrial chain was slowly taking shape. If there were still imperfections, they would be the worn-out roads, the dilapidated streets, and the scattered abandoned vehicles and rubble. But aside from that, houses, a nuclear power plant, food processing factories, various daily necessities, and vehicle production workshops had all been established. In fact, just these simple livelihood institutions were enough to highlight the complete operation of a company. However, this was an apocalypse, so the weaponry still needed further enhancement. Dear viewers and fans, we can see that within Qing's Long City, not only military institutions, but also small hospitals and pharmacies have been established. It won't take long. However, the host, Bing Bing, who was explaining in the live broadcast, suddenly froze. At that moment, at the entrance of Long City, groups of people dressed in tattered beggar clothes were slowly gathering. Moreover, the numbers were increasing. What is happening? Why are there more and more refugees here? Some viewers expressed their surprise in the comments. It has only been a short time since the city was established. And just by looking at the screen, there were over 30 people quietly approaching the outskirts of Long City. It's important to note that when players observed other live broadcasts, those refugees were either scavenged by players from hidden corners or lured with food or various means. Some players even bound the refugees to their cities and threatened them with sharp stone daggers to force them to join. But now, Qing had people coming to him voluntarily. It was simply unbelievable. What's unbelievable about that? Haven't you heard of the term attraction? As long as something is appealing to those refugees, the big boss Qing doesn't even need to look for them. They will come on their own. For instance, the lure of food, the allure of safety, and the temptation of light. Electric lights. This is a symbol of modernity, and wherever there is electricity, there will be light. In modern society, this also represents safety. Nowadays, refugees have gathered at the edge of Long City, proving that this area is safe. This is what attracts so many refugees here. In the live broadcast room, when this scene appeared, it started to explode with activity again. At the same time, in a location 3,000 meters away from Long City, clearing the grass reveals an underground passage. As one descends, it becomes evident that the passage is extremely damp, with water droplets continuously dripping from the ceiling onto the ground, making the entire floor very moist. Following this passage down, one soon arrives at a hall capable of accommodating 50 people. At this moment, a young man who looks to be in his 20s sits in a chair, intently observing the contents under a microscope. Before long, another young woman approaches. She looks at the young man, a complex expression appearing on her face. Based on the clues you provided, we have investigated. The place where the roaring sound has been coming from is not inhabited by beasts, nor is it the result of monsters tearing apart or creating nests. Instead, it is an electric city, a city where living people reside. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker, who had been bitten by a spider, was stunned. He slowly moved his gaze from the microscope to the woman's face. Are you serious? Absolutely. And they already have several farmlands and ranches. They even have a nuclear power plant. Really? Really? Let us go? Quickly take me there. The others can stay here. If this is true, and it turns out the leader of that human city is not a big problem, we won't have to stay in this radiation-affected underground city all day. A smile appeared on Peter Parker's face, and he was so excited that he almost activated his Spider-Man gear. Fortunately, he quickly calmed down, and before long, he left with the young woman. Once they were 20 meters away from ordinary people, both of them unexpectedly donned Spider-Man costumes. Immediately, the two of them swayed and swiftly moved toward Long City. These two were actually both Spider-Man, and one was male and the other female. Come. Everyone, don't feel afraid. We welcome every wandering resident to settle here. However, please note that living here is not free. Everyone must work. Please line up for registration, and those with skills should speak up so we can assign you tasks. No cutting in line. We do not accept those who cut in. Elderly, women, and children will be prioritized. Please don't worry. We have a complete teaching staff and will provide 9 years of compulsory education. At the entrance of the city, a small platform was temporarily set up at this moment. A contractor was directing 2 girls who were using newly produced paper to record each person's information. They would also assign a temporary ID number. Due to the lack of synchronization with advanced technology, they could only use this method for documentation for now. Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, echoing through the area. Soon after, the contractor's cold voice followed, warning that anyone who concealed being bitten by a zombie and was about to mutate or claim to be a beggar would not be accepted. Otherwise, they would face dire consequences. The smell of blood spread, turning the once harmonious entry process into a silent affair. However, no one said much. Those who were meant to enter the city continued to do so normally. The only change was the rising approval rating on the interface. The gunshot from the bald man instilled a sense of security under the guise of law and order among the countless refugees wanting to enter the city. Chapter 39. The terrifying power of nuclear power plants. The fans in the live broadcast room were completely stunned. They had never seen such a method of operation before. It reminded me of when I was in school as a child, during the vaccination record statistics. One by one. The teacher kindly said not to cut in line and not to make loud noises. I recalled the teacher asking us to take 1-inch photos one by one. I remembered the teacher urging us to relieve ourselves during our outdoor activities. Seriously, does it need to be that disgusting? What a nice scene. And you've turned it into this? However, overall, this method by the expert Qing really works. It's like giving a sweet date and then hitting with a stick. Under this effect, those who cut in line or don't want to work will be completely eliminated. Even if there are still pests later on. The warning has been issued, and if they are expelled from the city afterwards, others will not say anything. In this apocalyptic scenario, nothing feels safer than being protected by advanced weaponry within the city. So these refugees will definitely obey. Otherwise, they know that wandering in the wilderness only leads to death. In the office of the powerful figure, he watched the scene and couldn't help but laugh. This kid really is talented. Sir, you've let loose a curse. Your wife once told me that if you swore, it would be recorded, and later you would have to pay more in taxes. The herbal remedy is also prepared for you. Can't you give me some face? The powerful figure's expression changed. This scene made the other leaders laugh as well. It seemed that since this mysterious game began, it was the first time these leaders felt so relaxed. By the way, I just received news that the powerful figure from the Ninja Federation is on his way here in the latest model of a stealth private jet. Should we let him come? Of course, why not? The powerful figure said with a smile. On the surface, they have already made the wrong choice. Now, the Ninja Federation is merely like a street rat, and they are seen as nothing more than a dog by the other Federation. After today's events, they will absolutely not seek cooperation with them again. So, they can only seek us out. Next, we must not just skin them alive. No, if we don't strip them of their flesh and blood, how can we justify it to Qing? Now that our Federation is strong, we are not something that just anyone can provoke. Since they have taken action, they must pay the necessary price. At this point, the powerful figure's eyes sparkled with brilliance. That kind of disdainful, authoritative pressure re-emerged. I understand. The secretary couldn't help but be momentarily stunned by the pressure. But she quickly understood that with the enhancement from the National Fortune treasure chest, at this moment, the super big shot was much stronger in both mentality and strength compared to a few years ago. Look, that kid has gone to the office for a meeting. I guess some secrets can be explained, but let's first watch the game. Regarding the matter with the Ninja Nation, the super big shot didn't say much and gradually shifted his attention back to the game live stream. At this moment, Qing smiled and welcomed the foreman and the other 19 players into a conference room that had already been prepared. Today, we have two main purposes for this meeting. This time, Qing did not speak. He sat in the foremost position, while Anna, who acted as the secretary, had changed into a black suit. Notably, she wore a pair of extremely sexy black stockings, and whether they had openings was something only Qing knew. Anna smiled and said, "Currently, the infrastructure of Long City has been completed. Based on the description from Lord Qing, I have clearly understood the professions of Chun Fan, Yang Chan, and Baldy, as well as all professions in the real world. Here is the improvement plan I have organized for you, along with the responsibilities assigned within Long City." As she spoke, Anna distributed A4 documents one by one. Immediately, the room fell silent. Especially the 19 players led by Chun Fan had expressions of utter shock, which even the viewers in the live stream could discern. Yes, Chun Fan was indeed very shocked. He had not expected that this document not only detailed his basic situation, but also made predictions and complete analyses regarding the development direction of his skills. He was a master of the assassin class, and in the real world, he was a death mercenary frequently taking on missions. His assassination skills and precise handling of various firearms were unmatched by the other 18 present. Thus, within Qing City, the position assigned to him by Anna was that of a killing instructor. Yes, that's right, a killing instructor. After the exploration mission, he would need to form a group of refugees within Long City specifically to teach killing techniques and train a killing team of hundreds. The purpose of establishing this team was to create the first line of defense in the city, combining cold weapons and firearms. Of course, aside from the mission, he was well aware that what an assassin needed was faster speed, unexpected methods, and a super agility that would leave people unaware. In his own document, there were 2 advanced speed skills listed. Moreover, there was even one that could activate a gene potion. Yes, that's right, a gene potion. Not just Chun Fan, but even Yang Chan, Baldy, and the others were similarly shocked. They had not expected the document to be so comprehensive. Does anyone have any objections to this? Upon hearing this, Chun Fan was the first to come back to his senses and shook his head. "I have no objections. This position and the upcoming plan have only benefits for me, no downsides, and I agree." "I agree too." In the blink of an eye, all 19 people agreed. It was unanimously approved, with no one opposing. "Very good." Anna nodded with a smile and continued. "Next, let's discuss the second." However, before Anna could finish her sentence, a furious roar suddenly echoed in the void. At that moment, aside from Qing, Anna, and Xiao Dingdang, the expressions of the others changed instantly. A monster? What level is it? Why are they coming here at this time? They wondered in their hearts, but did not voice their thoughts. Instead, they quickly reached for their weapons at their waists, preparing to rush out. However, before they could act, they saw a flicker of flame rising at Qing's fingertips. He gently waved his hand, and the flames transformed into countless glowing points, disappearing into the air like a radio signal. Then, through the window, everyone clearly saw a super strong laser beam, 10 meters in diameter, emitting a brilliant blue light from the area of the nuclear power plant in Long City. In an instant, this blue light seemed to cover the sky, illuminating the entire conference room in Long City. Moments later, boom! A massive explosion sound erupted. At this moment, the world announcement slowly refreshed. Chapter 40, Boss. I brought Peter Parker, world announcement. Player Qing has successfully killed a level 10 beast boss, Night Watcher. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing has successfully killed a world announcement. Player Qing has successfully killed a world announcement. Player Qing killed the Night Watcher in 3 seconds, achieving the fastest kill speed in the game and earning an A-grade treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. World announcement. In that instant, whether it was the players or the fans in the live stream, everyone exploded with excitement. The fans in the live stream, although they hadn't witnessed the terrifying power of the nuclear power station activated by Qing, could infer from the intense light emanating from outside the window and the dazzling blue glow that this power was incredibly fearsome. A nuclear power station, capable of instantly killing a level 10 boss in just 2 seconds. If this beam could be applied to that bloodthirsty demon, could it not also eliminate him in an instant? The only unfortunate thing is that the nuclear power station is immobile, otherwise, just this one station could completely disrupt the game's balance. So, I am from a certain federation, isn't this cheating? You guys are definitely cheating. I want to file a complaint. Must complain. Complain until the end. 10,086. You foreigners know about 10,086 too? Well, not only do we know that, we also know about 10,000 and 10010, and even the various banks and telecommunications companies' ladies dancing on certain platforms. Oh no, I mean dancing to animated music. This is all ancient history, and besides, this is a matter for our Federation. What is there to be happy about? As players communicated, the tone of the comments gradually shifted to a strange direction. Even the seasoned veterans Bing Bing and Yao Yao were at a loss for how to steer the conversation back on track. Ahem. Let's keep watching and switch to other live streams to see how players from other federations react to Yi Qing's nuclear power station attack. Left with no choice, Bing Bing quickly switched the screen to change the topic. After all, many people enjoy watching the astonished expressions of players from other federations, don't they? In the game world, players from a certain federation were divided into 4 teams, responsible for training refugees, cooking, building houses, and patrolling the city at night. After all, once the game begins, zombies will appear anytime and anywhere in the game world, and you never know from which corner they will jump out. I still remember one time when a player was in a vulnerable situation, knowing he was being streamed, so he specially covered his lower half with leaves. Just when he was halfway through, before he could finish, a zombie suddenly jumped out from the pit he had dug, giving him quite a scare. Although this meant that the mess ended up on the zombie, these players no longer dared to act alone. Now, while they were busy with their own tasks, the world announcement refresh made their expressions turn a bit unpleasant. This Yi Qing must have used the nuclear power plant to achieve that kill. Perhaps that monster had spawned near their city, otherwise it wouldn't have happened so quickly. But isn't this like cheating? One monster is a boss. What if another 10 or 100 come out? We wouldn't be able to catch up with them. No, I have to try reporting him. Hearing this, the top player from a certain federation quickly stopped the player. Don't report him. Since the game hasn't punished Yi Qing for the nuclear power plant incident, it means the game implicitly allows such things. We have more advantages than they do. We have plenty of resources here. Right now, we need to quickly attract refugees and enhance our combat power. The more items we can obtain, the faster we can grow. We're still in the Iron Age. As long as we can manufacture steam engines and develop internal combustion engines and generators, it won't be far off. We have blueprints, development plans, and even the most primitive molds. At this stage, our top priority is to defeat enemies, make money, and support the refugees. Once the technological era begins, our speed will surpass any Federation empire. Don't forget, we are the ones leading the technological explosion. Silda's explanation reassured the others for a moment. However, soon a player asked a question that made everyone want to punch him. So when can we, like Yi Qing, build a nuclear power plant? Silence doesn't mean you're mute. At this moment, not only the certain Federation but also other Federation empires were communicating nonstop, even working faster to manage their cities. As Bing Bing and Yao Yao switched between streams, it was evident that players from these Federation empires, regardless of their status, were putting in all their effort to complete the task of 30 houses and 300 refugees today. Look, these players from other federations are doing everything they can to advance towards technological civilization. But what about us? Now, no one else knows that our firearms production line has officially started operating. What do you mean by cheating? Our nuclear power station is a real building. How can that be called cheating? If we were to immediately create a nuclear bomb or a spacecraft, now that would be cheating, right? Some players burst out laughing. At the same time, in a conference room in Long City, the expressions of the 19 players from the Federation of Longwis still showed shock. Yi Qing, can you tell us how the flame on your finger is connected to that nuclear power station? At that moment, Chun Fan snapped back to reality, and even his voice changed slightly while speaking. This is understandable. Anyone who sees such a terrifying magnetic storm pulse erupting from a nuclear power station would have a stunned expression, right? Especially since that blue flame seemed to be the switch for the nuclear power station to send attack commands. As soon as this was said, everyone instantly came back to their senses. Even the secretary, Anna, shifted her gaze to Yi Qing. To be honest, she was quite curious about the blue flame on her brother Yi Qing's hand as well. Seeing the curiosity of others, Yi Qing knew without guessing that the people in the live broadcast room were also all ears, waiting for his explanation. It's very simple. Yi Qing didn't care at all about revealing this secret. This is one of my abilities, called invasion. As long as I want, I can invade any technological product at any time, whether it's a nuclear power station or a small battery. Moreover, I can extract 50 of the energy contained within these technological products for my own use. However, the farther the distance, the less energy I can utilize. So, I'm also looking forward to the day when our technology industry can truly achieve stable production of nuclear reactors. That will be my. However, before Yi Qing could finish speaking, the contractor opened the conference room door and excitedly said, "Lord Yi Qing, there are two drifters claiming to be Peter Parker and Mary Jane who want to join your technology lab. I've brought them here." Chapter 41. Yi Qing, I don't really believe you. Before the contractor entered, Yi Qing mentioned his abilities, and everyone, including those in the live stream, was stunned. Invasion. ISNT, this a hacker skill. Moreover, he could mobilize 50 of the energy from a nuclear power plant. This is simply too bizarre. No one could believe this fact because this skill was too powerful and too abnormal. Although the farther away one was, the weaker the mobilized force would be. The power demonstrated today was already astonishing. Perhaps Chun Fan and his group hadn't felt much of an impact yet, but those watching the live stream, along with Anna and Xiaoding Dang, had a much deeper understanding of the situation. In the basement of their research laboratory, the explosion created a mushroom cloud that was dozens of meters high. When Yi Qing shaped a blue fire dragon and fought the bloodthirsty demon boss, the power of that fire dragon was vividly remembered by everyone. The strength of technology, through the functional transformation of invasion, could even launch attacks with magical power. This kind of energy conversion made even the players from the Dragon Nation feel that Yi Qing's operations were akin to cheating. Moreover, just now, Yi Qing had controlled the nuclear power plant to instantly defeat the boss, Night Watchman, clearly showcasing that the power he wielded had long surpassed ordinary imagination. This was merely the first level of initial shock. Everyone was still processing this when the bald man mentioned Spider-Man. In an instant, everyone snapped back to reality and shifted their gaze to the entrance. There, two young people, a boy and a girl, stood behind the contractor. They looked just like the young Spider-Man from the movies, with curly short blonde hair and youthful faces, signaling their youth. As for the girl beside him, her long brown hair looked incredibly alluring. The most crucial detail was that the masks on their heads had been removed, revealing their white and red-black spider suits, indicating their identities. Spider-Man. In the crowd, some were shocked, and others flooded the screen with exclamation marks. It's important to note that in the game world, the appearance of superheroes is a first for many. What kind of divine luck is this for our Federation? Dragon City has actually attracted Spider-Man to settle here. It should be that Spider-Man has been living near Dragon City all along. However, aren't Peter Parker and Mary Jane from that other country? So why are they appearing in our Federation's wasteland domain? I think it might be that the apocalypse has lasted too long, causing many people to wander. Some individuals from that country naturally ended up here. Didn't we see those 300 refugees who previously settled here, all of whom had different skin colors? It is very likely that the issue of race has already been thrown off balance. I don't know. But you people shouldn't always be thinking about these messy things. Let's get to the point. The key point is the invasion ability of the great leader Yi Qing. This ability is just amazing. If I had this ability, wouldn't it mean that I could have a comprehensive view of all the short films around the world? Seriously, is that all you aspire to? If it were me, I would hack all the websites of the Foreign Federation. If it were me, I would post a message across the internet. Today is the birthday of a certain great leader, and if you share this message 5 times on all your social platforms, you will receive 100 yuan and a VIP account for a short film subscription service. Give it a try. I've already received 100 yuan in the account. Here's the screenshot as proof. What the heck? You're playing such an old trick. In the live broadcast room, under the influence of Yi Qing's ability, the crowd gradually started to veer off course again. This time, even the commentators Bing Bing and Yao Yao were visibly annoyed. Seriously, what else with this reward for sharing? There are girls here. Can we be a bit more serious? Right. At least share the short film platform. Come on. Yao Yao, I really didn't expect you to be this kind of person. All right. No more jokes. Let us refocus on the game and see how the great leader Yi Qing deals with these two Spider-Men. Also, I remember in the original story, wasn't Peter Parker the only Spider-Man? How come Mary Jane, his girlfriend, also became a Spider-Man? In the game world, in the conference room, Yi Qing looked at the shocked scene, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. The fact that Spider-Man joined them was within his expectations. In his previous life, due to the ongoing struggle for the top position in the Dragon Kingdom, an even more explosive event occurred. He obtained the character Mary Jane, while Chen Fan got Peter Parker, 2 Spider-Men. The key was that they were a couple, and in the early stages, amidst the playful competition of who would be first, this couple was not spared from torment. Oh no, they were not actually a couple. In the memories of his previous life, they were merely roles of an experimental doctor and an assistant, and they hadn't even kissed. Yi Qing verified in his previous life that Mary Jane was still a pure maiden. Therefore, in this life, with the nuclear power plant, he directly integrated all resources of the Dragon Kingdom to establish Dragon City, eliminating any conflicts. This indirectly led to them both seeking refuge in Dragon City. Come in. Are you sure you want to seek refuge in Dragon City? You want to go anywhere else? Yes. Mary Jane and Peter Parker nodded simultaneously. The technological development power of launching is truly impressive, especially the strength of the nuclear power plant. We know how safe it is to be in a city with nuclear capabilities, especially under the threat of a doomsday scenario. Especially for the two of us. Peter Parker pointed to himself and then to Mary Jane. One of us is a scientist and the other is a science assistant. And we can help your city develop more powerful weapons and advanced technologies, which is exactly what your city needs for its current development, right? Naturally, Yi Qing smiled. But then, he changed his tone. However, I don't quite trust you. As soon as he said this, the expressions of Mary Jane and Peter Parker, as well as the people in the live stream, changed drastically. This is a valuable resource. Moreover, according to the data panel, these two are indeed Spider-Man. The data panel doesn't lie. Even if Yi Qing doesn't believe them right away, why not bring them in first, gradually increase their favorability? And once it reaches 100, wouldn't that be completely reassuring? Everyone was somewhat puzzled. However, before the players could voice their thoughts, what Yi Qing did next left everyone stunned. They never expected such a turn of events. Chapter 42. The contract document. So terrifying, but as Yi Qing waved his hand, he took out an A-grade treasure chest. This was a treasure chest that had not been opened before, and everyone remembered clearly that in the previous two instances, Yi Qing had at least obtained 2 treasure chests that were still unopened. He opened the treasure chest, and in an instant, lines of prompt text appeared in the void. Contract document, 20 copies. This document can stipulate the actions to be performed by both parties. If either party violates the agreement, the violator will become the eternally most loyal and devoted slave of the other party. The origin of the rules in this document is unclear, and its quality is A-grade. Seeing this scene, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Wow. Although the quality is only A-grade, the effectiveness of this contract document far exceeds that of A-grade. As long as the other party agrees to the contract, they can only act according to the contract and cannot breach it. Look at the small print below. It completely avoids any issues. As long as Yi Qing uses this contract to bind Spider-Man to his war chariot, does he still need to care about favorability? Incredible. However, the treasure chest hasn't been fully opened yet. How did Yi Qing know that there was such a good thing inside? Before he opened the treasure chest, he appeared completely confident. Who knows? Perhaps Yi Qing has some indescribable mysterious method. Everyone was shocked. Not only Bing and Yao Yao, but at this moment, even the super big shots in the highest and safest office in the capital were on the edge of their seats. 20 copies of this contract document are a super treasure even for their nation. Just think, if this document were signed by the super big shots of the Ninja Federation and the Empire on which the sun never sets, what kind of powerful effects would it bring? They knew that the Federation would absolutely not sign this document. But these 20 copies posed a significant threat to many people. At this moment, the big shots in other federations and empires also received this news. They couldn't help but furrow their brows. This was not a good omen. Although the items that Yi Qing obtained from the treasure chest were not resources or national fortunes, they had already affected many processes, especially since there were still 20 copies of this contract. Even if 2 copies were used, there would still be 18 left. If this contract document could truly be brought into the real world, there was still 1 day left. After tonight, they could only observe the development of their Federation players tomorrow, as long as they could advance into the technological civilization era ahead of time. Their nation could not remain at the top forever. The Empress of the Empire on which the sun never sets had a dark expression. She had not expected the rapid development of the Federation this time, especially with the assistance of Spider-Man. It is unclear what benefits they have gained in the laboratory. These matters require careful analysis. She pondered for a moment before gradually shifting her gaze back to the game livestream. In the office of the game world, Yi Qing smiled as she wrote down a sentence and handed the 2 completed contracts to the Spider-Man. Sign here. As long as you sign, we will provide you with everything from our newly established primary advanced laboratory and some materials for your research. Okay. Upon hearing this, Peter Parker and Mary Jane exchanged glances, showing no hesitation as they immediately signed their names. In a brief moment, a beam of light emerged from the contracts and enveloped Peter Parker and Mary Jane. Soon after, the contracts vanished without a trace. The contract is complete. Congratulations, and may we have a pleasant cooperation. A pleasant notification sound rang out, and then Secretary Anna, smiling, placed her hand on Mary Jane's, saying, "From now on, we are family. Come on, let me take you to see the laboratory. While the things inside may not be exceptional, the current laboratory is sufficient." The Spider-Men left, and after Qing briefly addressed a few more questions, she disbanded the meeting. Just then, a world announcement refreshed once more. World announcement. Today's task statistics. All players have completed their tasks. Due to player Qing successfully completing 5 hot dishes, 30 houses, and 300 refugees yesterday, achieving the first kill, other players can only receive 10,000 gold coins with no additional rewards. World announcement. Today's task statistics. World announcement. Today's task statistics. World announcement. The next tasks are now available until tomorrow night at 2400 hours. As players' tribes are quickly completed, food shortages and survival crises have become widespread. Next, extreme weather conditions are expected, so please pay attention to protection and the occurrence of diseases. Task details. By tomorrow night at 2400 hours, build 100 houses or 3 large buildings. Create 2 dedicated cafeterias. Assemble a city guard army of 50 people. And have at least 5 types of vegetables and 3 types of livestock. Upon completion, corresponding rewards will be given. Failure to complete will result in a 20 reduction in income for 1 day. World announcement. The next tasks are now available until tomorrow night. World announcement. The next tasks are now available until tomorrow night. The announcement swept through. At this moment, under the night sky, players from the Federation were discussing how to guard the night in a brick house. Upon hearing this world announcement, a smirk appeared on their faces. 300 refugees? Building 100 houses is incredibly simple. Cafeterias are even easier. We just need to designate 2 out of the 100 houses as cafeterias, right? In the game world, there are no rules stating that one cannot use 100 houses as a cafeteria. Hearing this, the people in the live stream were left in disbelief. Wow, these folks from a certain federation are quite interesting. Are they exploiting a bug? I can't believe they came up with such a clever idea. I really wonder how the game will judge them tomorrow. Haha, just wait. I suspect it won't end well. Also look, those individuals from the Federation mentioned that they could casually make a wooden sign and distribute it to 50 refugees, which would basically mean they've formed a 50-person militia. But these 50 people haven't received any military training. Unlike our Federation, where the leaders have already sorted this out, and we have several large villas and buildings. If we calculate it this way, does it mean that soon our Federation's world announcement will be coming out again? Chapter 43. Lost everything as expected. World announcement. Player Qing has completed today's tasks ahead of schedule. He successfully established 10 production lines, 2 residential areas, 20 buildings with 34 floors each, equipped with complete fire safety systems, drainage systems, septic systems, and sewage systems, owns 5 ranches, 10 farms, and 5 large canteens with a balanced diet, including meat, eggs, and dairy. P.S. Each ranch has a fresh milk processing plant. He also has a military system for 50 personnel with a complete 3-shift policy in place. Please note that while managing and developing Dragon City, player Qing set wages for every adult during work and provided 9 years of compulsory education for children until adulthood. Based on this comprehensive evaluation, player Qing's task completion level is rated SSS, and he will receive an S-level treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing. World announcement. Player Qing. The announcement swept through. In the live stream, players erupted with excitement. The chat was filled with exclamations, especially Ice and Yao, who at this moment wore expressions not only of shock, but also of disbelief. An SSS rating. This is the first time such a rating has appeared in the game world. Moreover, it only accounts for city construction, excluding character upgrades, exploration, and zombie killing tasks. This is enough to leave people utterly stunned. At this moment, the live stream was almost entirely covered by players' comments. From the start of the game until now, this was a first. Meanwhile, in the game world, players from the region were happily discussing their upcoming tasks. Suddenly, the unexpected world announcement left them dumbfounded. What the heck? Here we go again. I suspect the game developers are really Qing's relatives. Not only did he exceed expectations, But he also managed to build a milk processing plant. A milk processing plant. Why not just make Coca-Cola while you're at it? System announcement. Player Qing took 6 hours and 35 minutes to successfully create a plant for cola, Sprite, Mirinda, beer, red wine, white wine, vodka, and an 82-year Lafite processing plant. Let's congratulate him. What the heck? Are you kidding me? Even an 82-year Lafite came out. That wine is over 100 years old. It's long gone. What do you mean by 82-year Lafite? You're talking about a brand, right? The wine's name is 82-year Lafite, isn't it? The players from the region were furious. Their faces turned pale, originally discussing their plans for the future leisurely, even considering venturing into the technological world. As a result, cola and even the 1982 Lafite have made an appearance. What can one say? It's really frustrating. It's not just players from a certain federation. Even those from the Sun Never Sets Empire, the Bear Nation, the Ninja Country, and the Federation of the Land of Morning Calm are all dumbfounded. How could the 1982 Lafite, a product of our federation, possibly belong to you? Boss, your tone is off. I have some quick-acting heart-saving pills imported from another federation. Let's take one first and not get too worked up. If you speak the language of other federations, people in the live stream might think you're a spy sent from the Ninja Nation. Damn it, I'm fine. When I get back to the real world, I will definitely file a complaint with the United Federation. It's one thing for this federation to plagiarize us in the real world, but in the game world, they even snatched away our brand. This is just inhumane. He was so angry that he seemed to be about to blow steam out of his nose. Moreover, he seemed to harbor a strong resentment towards Qing's progress, his chest heaving as he spoke. Then, he fainted from the anger. This scene left the other players stunned. Quick, quick, quick. Get the boss the heart-saving pills. Pinch the philtrum. Pinch the philtrum. Not the chin. I said the philtrum. The philtrum is not the nostrils. Bro. Seeing this scene in the live stream, the viewers from that federation were laughing uncontrollably. Who would have thought that a big player from the land of Morning Calm would faint over a 1982 Lafite? Haha. You see, this guy has woken up. At critical moments, our heart-saving pills really work wonders. I feel that if it weren't for the pills, this player might have already met his end. Not only that, I'm now wondering about another issue. If this player from the land of Morning Calm dies, will his death count towards our federation's Qing's kill count? If it does, then it would surely cause another wave of trending topics. Haha. However, while the players were enjoying their discussions, those from the land of Morning Calm could hardly imagine the far-reaching impact of their words in the game world. Just 3 minutes later, the Federation issued a brief world announcement on the Death Game Forum, various media outlets, and its official media. Cooperation announcement. Due to the significant impact of the statements made by players from the land of Morning Calm in the game, all viewers of the live stream are now aware of this matter. It is clear that this is a deep slander from the land of Morning Calm against us. Therefore, we hereby declare a refusal to engage in any economic, trade, or cooperative dealings with them. After careful consideration, we have made this decision. We declare that all technology and ancient products from our federation stem from our thousands of years of cultural heritage and civilization. They cannot be plagiarized or slandered by anyone. Should such incidents occur in the future, we will respond vigorously. We will see whether your statements are more important or whether cooperation in areas such as economy, trade, finance, people's livelihoods, and entertainment is more crucial. A lengthy article has quickly swept across major platforms in just a few minutes. Countless people are watching and finding humor in the situation of a certain country. It is worth noting that the population of this country is less than 100 million, and many of its resources heavily rely on imports, especially in the entertainment industry, where the dependence on our federation is immense. Now, with this statement released, many are well aware that the super economic crisis previously triggered in several federations will lead to an even larger and more terrifying storm in this country. Just because of one person's remarks in a game, they have lost everything. Whether this situation is good or bad is clear to everyone, isn't it? Chapter 44 New Abilities. Insights, Hints, 4th Update. The leaders of the Federation were currently sitting in their office, their beards practically bristling with frustration. After the game ends, they plan to eliminate that player and replace him with someone else. Yes, it's true. The big shots of the Federation had already developed a murderous intent toward their own player. They were well aware that the international situation was extremely tense at the moment. The statements made by their players had directly led to a financial crisis in their federation. The impact of this situation was profound. As previously mentioned, Their federation primarily relied on imports, and if the consumer market, or even the import market, of another federation were to directly intervene, it wouldn't just be a minor crisis. Perhaps within 10 days, chaos would inevitably erupt within their federation. Right now, seeking cooperation and timely reconciliation with the other federation was of utmost importance. The recent statement from that federation clearly expressed their immense anger. Secretary, draft a document to reconcile with the other federation and clarify that the player's statements are his own, not those of our federation. Additionally, they decided to return the 99 artifacts from their museum, stating that after expert evaluation, these were products of the other federation. In the interest of peace, friendship, and adherence to the core values of socialism, we will return these artifacts free of charge. No, I must handle this personally, the top leader said as he pulled out his phone and started dialing numbers one by one. Meanwhile, on the internet, some people in the Federation had already begun to express their anger toward that player. Why say such things at this time? Everyone knows that the other Federation is at its peak right now. Are you trying to provoke them? Countless people were at a loss for words regarding that player. Soon, within just a few minutes, the citizens began to feel the terrifying effects of the economic crisis. With no import channels available, the pricing bureau started emergency pricing, quickly raising the prices of many goods. While the increase wasn't substantial, a rising trend was evident. At the same time, convenience stores and small vendors bypassed the pricing bureau and began to raise prices even higher. There was no choice, without further developments. Relying solely on their federation's reserves wouldn't last more than 10 days. They lacked the vast agricultural lands and resources of the other federation, and even had no usable good resources. The only available assets were entertainment, celebrity resources. However, in the face of a major crisis, with the Federation's people lacking food, what good were these celebrity resources? Prices are skyrocketing, and I feel the need to change my nationality and move to another country to survive this economic crisis. I've sold everything I have and bought a ticket to go elsewhere. To hell with the apocalypse and the asteroid. I want affordable living. I don't want the economic crisis to affect my normal life. There are netizens from a certain federation commenting in the chat and on the Death Game forum. However, they never thought about how, just moments, hours, or even a day ago, they were maligning another federation, claiming that someone was theirs, and that all the ancient heritage belonged to them. When an avalanche strikes, no snowflake is innocent. At this moment, these netizens have forgotten the wrongs they committed and only shift all the blame to others. In the real world, new chaos is continuously unfolding. In the gaming world, however, the protagonist remains calm. He is completely unaware of the situation, or, even if he knows, he can't be bothered. For him, the most important thing now is development. Having signed a contract with a certain superhero, he now has 2 more tools at his disposal. Bro, should we take Peter Parker and Mary Jane with us when we continue exploring other labs tomorrow? On the edge of the wilderness plain, the protagonist, along with his companions, sits around a campfire, enjoying meat seasoned with cumin and chili powder. The sizzling sound of the meat makes everyone hungry, and they have no idea how much they've already eaten. This meat is freshly slaughtered from a local source. I must say, this meat is incredibly delicious. Of course, how could he not take advantage of having 2 more helpers? He chuckled, realizing he might as well use them. While he possesses the ability to infiltrate, if there are ways to make battles easier, why not take them? By the way, what was in that S-rank treasure chest you just opened? I'm quite curious. Hearing this, he smiled. He looked at the fading text in front of him, his eyes sparkling with excitement. It's worth mentioning that since the game started, he has had the standard feature of rebirth, a super reward system. On that day, the system rewarded him with a nuclear power plant, which, thanks to this, allowed him to progress faster than in his previous life, gaining strength more rapidly. However, this super reward system has not been dormant. When he logged into the game today, it already issued a second reward. This second reward is X-ray vision. Not just ordinary X-ray vision that lets you see through clothes. It provides precise information in lines of prompts. Besides being able to see through clothing, anything he looks at can reveal more accurate details. For example, the S-level treasure chest he just obtained was something that no one knew about before opening it. However, the small glowing text in front of him could reveal its true contents. Treasure chest contents. 1 S-level character card. National Fortune 1 point. Nuclear power plant upgrade core 1. According to the Game World S prompt, 3 cores are needed to complete the upgrade of the nuclear power plant. Now he only has 2, so there's no rush. As for the National Fortune, it's not needed today. He will wait until tomorrow to create a stir, making the real world a bit more lively. This would be more favorable for his plans. With the memories from his previous life, Yi Qing was very clear about the true purpose of this deadly game, which was about to begin. As for that S-level character card, seeing the cartoon character on it, Yi Qing's smile grew even wider. Chapter 45. The Shocked Crowd. The Demon Queen card. Not only Anna, but countless people in the live broadcast room were also curious about the benefits of this S-level treasure chest. Unfortunately, Yi Qing maintained a mysterious smile, which made many people feel an urge to punch him. Damn, this itching feeling is making us want to stay up all night to watch this live broadcast. Someone was furious in the live chat. I have to work tomorrow. Come on, Yi Qing, just tell us what's in that treasure chest. We can't go to work with dark circles under our eyes. Yeah, I have classes too, and I heard we're learning new knowledge tomorrow. I sneakily saw the teacher's lesson plan, and it says, friends coming from afar, though distant, must be punished. What the hell? This is insane, but I like it. Ha ha ha. It seems the education system has also been undergoing reforms these days. I feel like our federation has been in a very peculiar state lately. Not only has martial law become stricter, but some people have also been arranged for remote work. Several large companies have even been taken over by the military, seemingly discussing what to do next. Civil defense projects are also underway. I heard that some abandoned underground tunnels are being reopened. I wonder what our federation's higher-ups are planning this time. But never mind. Our leaders are definitely doing this for the people. If it weren't for the people, how could they make so many moves? Exactly. Just as the players were chatting, suddenly, everyone watching the live broadcast, no, even everyone in the Federation received a text message. Major media outlets, including official ones, also released the same announcement. The signature was shocking beyond words. Dear citizens of the Federation, today we announce a major piece of good news. Thanks to Yi Qing and 19 other players' heroic battles, such favorable conditions have been created for our Federation. As a reward, the higher-ups of the Federation have decided to give all citizens a paid 3-day holiday. Please note, this includes everyone. Students will receive their holiday pay within 1 working day, directly credited from the Federation's official bank. Signed, the highest command of the Federation, confirmed by the top leader. As soon as the news was released, the world was in shock. Yes, that's right, the world was shocked. Other federations and empires, especially the superiors from a certain federation, were wide-eyed in disbelief. 3 days off, and the funds are being directly transferred from the National Treasury online? What is the Federation doing? Have they received some special intel? But this shouldn't be happening. The industrial system, engineering framework, agricultural infrastructure, educational resources, and institutional mechanisms of the Dragon Federation are all exceptionally well developed. Under such circumstances, they are fully aware that if a complete shutdown were to occur, many critical institutions would descend into chaos. Think of internet companies, nuclear power plants, power supply stations. And yet, the Dragon Federation has done exactly that. What does this imply? Do we still have other operatives within the Dragon Federation? If so, investigate immediately. Use every means necessary to uncover what exactly the Dragon Federation is scheming. This shutdown is absolutely abnormal. It's not just a certain nation. Even the Ninja Federation, the nearly collapsed Goryo Federation, the Empire where the Sun Never Sets Federation, the Bear Federation, and others are utterly stunned at this moment. Frankly speaking, none of them would dare to declare a full-scale shutdown outright. This is far too unusual. Unlike other federations and empires, the online community within the Dragon Federation is buzzing with excitement. Particularly on Yi Qing's livestream commentary panel, hosts Bing Bing and Yao Yao are visibly thrilled. They've pulled out an oversized cup filled with a certain energy drink. Look, dear fans, we're ready to battle through the night. Tonight, will you join Bing Bing and Yao Yao in pulling an all-nighter in Yi Qing's livestream? Amazing. 6,666. How could we not follow when Bing Bing and Yao Yao are working so hard? All in. Let's go. I've got that energy drink, too. Fighting all night. Exactly. Don't worry. We're with you. Hey, you upstairs. Get lost. What? Trying to have both. The live stream is filled with laughter and energy. Meanwhile, in the highest office of the Dragon Federation, a top leader watches the live stream with sharp, gleaming eyes. There are 2 hours left until the agreed time with Yi Qing. It's about time. Everyone, prepare yourselves. Tonight, we have a tough battle ahead. Game World. By the campfire. To be honest, many are puzzled. Doesn't Yi Qing have a luxurious super villa where he could relax comfortably? Why instead? Is he here by the campfire with Anna and little Ding Dong, roasting meat? Surely it can't just be for idle chatter and casual banter. But seeing Yi Qing's inscrutable expression, no one dares to ask further. After all, everyone knows well the methods Yi Qing has demonstrated. Until the right moment, he won't reveal a thing. And indeed, that's exactly how it unfolds. The next moment, with a wave of his hand, a card from his in-game inventory materializes into a real person. This person is nearly naked, wearing nothing but a risque pair of underwear, no other clothing in sight. Fortunately, Anna knew this was a live broadcast. To prevent any disruptions in the experience caused by the real world, she directly took out a maid outfit from her game backpack and threw it to the sorceress. Put it on. What the heck? Is this real? No way. I'm going crazy. How is this even possible? Damn it, Anna. Why did you do this? I want to see high-definition footage. Get out of here. You're so inappropriate. Didn't you see the ID above that woman's head? Isn't that the sorceress we encountered while exploring in the lab during the day? Although the screen went black then, we all knew that the big shot Yi Qing was fighting with the sorceress, but now, who would have thought that Yi Qing actually turned the sorceress into his own card? I'm totally stunned. Chapter 46, Death Game, The True Death Game. 6th update, the players were stunned. The mayor of Long City in the Dragon Federation was dumbfounded. In the office of the major figure, the head of the Security Bureau was also taken aback. The head of the Intelligence Bureau was shocked. Even the secretary was at a loss. Even the top leader himself was left speechless. At the same time, countless major figures from a foreign federation stood up abruptly from their seats. The Demon Queen, a colossal boss existing within the laboratory, had an unknown level and unclear data. Although Yi Qing's previous livestream was a black screen, from the moment he began streaming, at least 300 personnel from the intelligence departments of every federated nation were crazily analyzing frame by frame of his in-game footage to uncover more information. This was to facilitate their analysis, allowing them to grow faster once the players returned to the real world. But now, the fact that the Demon Queen was contained within Yi Qing's character card completely exceeded everyone's imagination. This shock was global. In the game world, Yi Qing naturally understood how shocking the appearance of the Demon Queen was for people worldwide. However, he didn't care. In fact, he was well aware that even bigger surprises were yet to come. Now let's talk about it. Beneath the laboratory, what exactly is your soul avatar and the so-called seed plan mentioned by that Westerner? Seed plan. As soon as this was mentioned, the previously chaotic livestream room fell silent. The seed plan was a term that no one had ever heard before. After all, while underground in the laboratory, Yi Qing only installed a listening device, and the receiver was only in his own ears, so others were completely unaware of this matter. However, once he revealed it, he knew that the world would fall into a state of alert at that moment. Because Yi Qing wasn't a fool, humanity globally was not foolish either. The term seed plan sounded abnormal. The Demon Queen let out a bitter smile upon hearing this. I am now yours, so it's fine to tell you. But you must ensure my safety. Upon hearing this, a cold glint flickered in Yi Qing's eyes. You have no right to negotiate with me. I know that your physical body, which is you now, and your split spiritual entity are not the same person. However, that does not mean I will show you any mercy. If you don't speak now, you will die. All right. The Demon Queen shrugged, realizing that no matter how she argued, many things were already beyond recovery, especially back in the basement. If she had explained these matters to Yi Qing earlier, perhaps she could have lived better. But at that time, she thought Yi Qing was just a naive young man, and she had been contemplating how to inject the seed into his body. However, later on, everything that Yi Qing did left her with no chance to implement her plans. While in the basement, Yi Qing had given herself an opportunity, but she didn't grasp it and continued to play tricks. Therefore, now she understands very clearly that Yi Qing will no longer give her any chances. This world is far more complex than you can imagine. There are 72 laboratories. And on the surface, every 10 laboratories are conducting different human experiments. For instance, experiments on magical beings, various attributes of magical beings, even bacteria, viruses, and some biological cultivation in the direction of enchantment. The ultimate goal is the so-called Fire Seed Project. You might not know, but not only in the wild plains where you are, but in several other realms, every single place. In fact, every city contains 72 laboratories. Just as I mentioned, the 72 laboratories are grouped in sets of 10, and the last 2 are studying a certain experiment related to the resurrection of the 72 demon gods and a substance called Fire Seed. To be honest, Even I don't know what fire seed is. We only know that as long as we inject the blood of the demon queen into a human body, the preparation for the fire seed plan will be deemed complete. Moreover, there is an even greater secret. If you were to look down from the sky, or as you humans say, use artificial satellites in space to observe this planet, you would see that the locations of the 72 laboratories in every city, when combined, form an ancient and terrifying enchantment array. It can activate darkness and summon the true 72 demon gods. However, if the Fire Seed project is not completed, even if the 72 demon gods are summoned, they would only possess bodies without souls. Therefore, to truly summon the 72 demon gods, one must complete the so-called Fire Seed project. And you mysterious individuals who have descended into this world have, in another sense, already flipped the switch on Pandora's box. The demons have arrived. The game world you perceive is not that simple. According to the knowledge you have been fed on cards, I know this is a mysterious death game. But you have never considered why the game world and your so-called reality, where countless people have died, have not yet manifested? The reason lies in the exploration tasks. The more you explore and the more treasures you obtain, the greater the danger of death becomes, increasingly terrifying. As the Demon Queen spoke, a cruel smile suddenly appeared at the corner of her mouth. That smile was both ruthless and insane. Yi Qing, my master, you must escape. If you don't, what awaits you will be a death from which you can never reincarnate. As her words fell, the figure of the Demon Queen transformed back into a card and slipped into Yi Qing's game backpack. Everyone present, including countless viewers in the live stream and numerous fans, felt a chill run down their spines at that moment. A bone-chilling cold surged from their spines to their foreheads. What exactly did the Demon Queen mean by a true death game? The 72 demon gods. Is this real? But if it is real, then why would the asteroid still launch this so-called death game? Is it to give humanity a glimmer of hope, only to introduce a massive despair? Isn't that just toying with us? As if to confirm the words of the Demon Queen, at that moment, the once blood-red night sky in the real world began to be shrouded in a thick gray fog slowly descending from above. One city after another was gradually engulfed and covered by the dark mist. In the game world, the sky was filled with tumultuous sounds. Boom, boom. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, a storm crackling. This day was destined to be extraordinary. Ha 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 ha. Who would have thought there would be a 6th update at night? This is a treat for the readers. The debut is coming soon. I hope for plenty of 5-star reviews. The true death game is upon us. Are you looking forward to it? Additionally, thanks to the many generous readers for your tips, your comments, the yellowish prompts for updates. And your donations are all my motivation to keep writing. 5 updates every day, without fail. Chapter 47, Death Mode, Night of 100 Ghosts. What's going on? Why has the weather changed outside? Oh no, a thick layer of black mist has appeared outside my window, and I can't see the outside environment at all. Yes, but I've tested it, and the mobile signal is still fine. Moreover, if I close the window, I can temporarily block this mist with physical means. But what on earth is happening? Could it be related to the so-called 72 demons, just like the news from that expert in the game world? Aren't those celestial beings from the Western world? Do they really exist in reality? You ask me, who should I ask? Let's first check the surroundings. The network signal hasn't been interrupted, but I'm worried that if monsters emerge from the black mist, it would be disastrous. In the live broadcast room of the Federation, everyone looks terrified. Wasn't it said that in the real world, the asteroid wouldn't continue its approach for another month? So what is this so-called black mist? However, when players from the Federation began browsing posts on the Death Game forum, they discovered that this incident was not limited to their own Federation. Similar occurrences were happening in other federations as well. The mist interference has caused vehicles to be unable to operate normally. There have already been 35 major traffic accidents in the Federation of Goryeo. Ninja Federation issues an emergency statement. Unless necessary, do not go outside and implement vacation policies. Countless workers can choose to work from home. The construction industry has come to a complete halt. All workers outside must return to their dormitories as soon as possible. A temporary research team has been formed in the Federation, investigating the composition of this black mist. Please pay attention. It is advised that citizens do not breathe air containing the black mist to prevent virus invasion. Federations around the world issued orders one after another, beginning a series of preparations. Unsurprisingly, everyone globally implemented vacation policies. There was no choice. The sudden appearance of the black mist was too strange. Although there was currently no evidence proving that the mist had any effect on the human body, countless federations were unwilling to take risks. The black mist that has descended is global. If something were to happen later, causing mutations or virus infections in humanity due to the mist, we wouldn't even need to wait a month. Just in these few days, it could already be considered an apocalyptic world. In the Federation's super office, the top leader controlled the projection screen and opened the satellite imagery. From space, looking down at Earth, the originally blue planet was now shrouded in layers of black mist. And the source of that mist was none other than the threatening asteroid that had stopped moving in the void and was rotating in place. Everyone, we are ready to get to work. Although Qing did not mention the matter of the black mist, just like today and yesterday, some magical beasts will inevitably emerge. The military department and the security department are fully mobilized. We must ensure the safety of all citizens. Infrastructure capabilities are being synchronized, and all buildings and weapons in the region are undergoing modifications. Currently, our weapons have a 4 enchantment attribute. Let's get started. The supreme leader spoke succinctly, and the countless generals in the office immediately took their orders. Soon, they donned tight-fitting suits similar to protective gear and pushed open the doors one by one. At certain factories' gates, soldiers armed to the teeth marched in unison, boarding armored vehicles, heading toward every road in various cities. At the same time, on the Death Game forum, a brand new post sent chills down the spines of countless ordinary citizens. Global Information Summary. The federations of various regions have reported that there are calls for help from within the black mist. When doctors arrived, they found that the individual had been eroded by the black mist and had already mutated. Zombies have appeared in the real world. The United Federation is now officially calling on all federations worldwide to stop internal conflicts. Let us focus on external threats, develop the game, and simultaneously strengthen our real-world capabilities to collectively combat these mutated zombies. This announcement of the zombie appearance in the real world caused a pause in the live stream. This was something that no netizen had ever considered. At the same time, rumble. In the game world, heavy rain suddenly poured down. The rainwater extinguished Qing's campfire. The 3 individuals were bathed in the rain, and the bamboo dragonfly above their heads slowly began to operate. Soon, the 3 of them were suspended in midair. At that moment, the world announcement refreshed once again. World announcement. Due to the matter of the 72 demon gods, the player, Qing, has only scratched the surface. Consequently, this player has triggered a hidden storyline. The real world and the game world will upgrade simultaneously. The game, originally in survival mode, will officially advance to death mode. The first new task in death mode is released. Night Parade of 100 demons will erupt from the game world, and every city that has been built must withstand the attacks of the Night Parade for 3 hours. As long as the city is not destroyed and the loss of refugees is within 100 people, the task will be completed. Otherwise, if the loss exceeds 100 people, for every death, 3,000 gold will be deducted, and if the number of dead refugees exceeds 100, all accumulated gold and exploration points of the player will be deducted. If a player dies, the human lifespan of that federation in the real world will decrease by 5 to 10 years. If the entire player group is wiped out, half of the population of that federation will perish. Death mode officially activated. Please note, the Night Parade of 100 demons refers to countless beasts, monsters, and zombies that will emerge from the darkness to attack the cities established by the players, commonly referred to as the Beast Tide. World announcement. The Night Parade of 100 demons. The Beast Tide is coming. World announcement. The Night Parade of 100 demons. The Beast Tide is coming. The announcement swept through. At this moment, the audience in the live stream exploded with excitement. Lifespan. The true death mode. The cost brought by these two will be terrifying. This is something no one expected. It was believed that the construction mode of the infrastructure enthusiast was already the most frightening state of the game. However, this announcement made countless people realize that the so-called death game is not as simple as imagined. Chapter 48. The Battle at the Dump Game World. The Federation of Goryeo. At this moment, the leader had already awakened. He understood that his earlier remarks had indeed been a bit too much. However, even now, he was unaware of just how significant the impact of his words would be on the entire Federation of Goryeo. But, when the world announcement swept through, his face turned ashen. The switch for the death mode had been activated, which meant that the difficulty of the game world ahead would be several times greater than before. Thinking back to the leisurely days of creating houses, enjoying the sea breeze, and eating seafood, He felt a growing hatred towards Yi Qing. Moving forward, they could no longer use their previous plans to develop the city. Quickly, use exploration points and gold to purchase a batch of elite equipment. I have a feeling that the Night of the 100 Demons won't be that simple, he said, leading the other players to the city gate of their Federation of Goryo. Under the heavy rain, these individuals held umbrellas, gazing at the pitch-black scene outside the gate, a deep sense of unease growing in each of their hearts. It wasn't just the Federation of Goryo. At this moment, players from the Ninja Federation, Bear Federation, and others had also raised their vigilance to the highest level. Even under the cover of night, they could not afford to let their guard down. After all, this world announcement had come too suddenly and was too terrifying. Brothers, grab your weapons. All you refugees. I am issuing a statement right now. Suspend all construction activities. Next, weapons will be distributed to you. As long as we can survive unscathed tonight, each of you will be rewarded with 300 gold tomorrow. Some began to rally the refugees, preparing for the upcoming Night of the 100 Demons. At that moment, players from around the globe participating in the death game began to take action. In a far-off wilderness, at this moment, the ground, washed by the heavy rain, began to show cracks. Following that, red light flickered, and a terrifying tentacle with suction cups emerged from the fissure. Soon after, a monster, 2 meters in size and resembling a spider, burst forth from the ground. It was entirely red, and in addition to its spider-like limbs, it had a total of 31-meter-long tentacles. These tentacles floated in the air, writhing as if sensing the energy waves in the area. Before long, this mysterious mutated spider began to move in a specific direction. Following that, more mutated tentacle spiders started to emerge from the earth through the cracks. How? In the previously empty sky, countless 1-meter-sized flying creatures suddenly appeared from who knows where. They cannot understand the types, but the feathers are as hard as steel. In their eyes, a crimson light flickers. They fly swiftly towards the cities created by the players. In the rivers and oceans, the surface, which was once disturbed by rain, suddenly ripples with circles and waves. Splash! In an instant, strange black fish with wings leap out of the water. Suddenly, they grow 2 legs and walk upright, bizarrely heading towards the human city. At this moment, if viewed from a drone's perspective from the sky, one could see countless various monsters rushing towards every established human game city. Terrifying energy waves emerge at this moment. This is a global beast tide crisis. Brothers, catapults, enchanted axes, ranged arrows, prepare. In the city of the Ninja Federation, a leading player named Vortex Conan wipes the sweat from his forehead and knocks an arrow on his bowstring. Then whoosh! The sound of breaking air emerges. And in the blink of an eye, the arrow, shimmering with a purple glow, accurately strikes a level 4 wilderness wolf. In an instant, boom! Like an explosion from advanced weaponry, it obliterates the wilderness wolf into fragments. A strong gust of wind arises. Although not as powerful as the shockwave from an explosion, it still topples several nearby monsters. Following that, around Vortex Conan, other players, armed with earth grenades and earthen arrows, begin to shoot. Since their city has not yet developed a true technological era, they can only use catapults to launch explosives at this stage. Boom, boom, boom. Fireballs, like asteroids colliding with the earth, rain down and explode among the group of monsters. Immediately, the cries of these creatures fill the air. The battle has already begun. Every city around the globe is deploying its cutting-edge forces into this fight. It must be said that under disaster, the cohesion of humanity is indeed formidable. Now, as the battles of other federations have reached such a fervent level, let us shift the scene back to the Dragon Federation and see how the great leader Yi Qing is fighting. In the commentary booth, Bing Bing and Yao Yao switched between several federations battles before finally turning their attention to the Dragon Federation. However, when the scene shifted, everyone was stunned. This time, Yi Qing did not use the flames of his fingertips, nor did he utilize any resources from the nuclear power station. Instead, he placed a pile of rotten buns, damaged bananas, and decayed apples on the path of the monsters. There were even several dilapidated cardboard boxes marked with a danger sign. In particular, in some areas, countless scraps of paper were scattered haphazardly, making the pathway of these monsters resemble a genuine dump. A pile of trash. Ha ha ha. The players from the Federation, or rather, that impressive figure Yi Qing, can't be that foolish, right? Do you see it? There were even 10 opened cans placed there. And Yi Qing intended for these creatures to eat trash? Or do they think that garbage can block the footsteps of these monsters? This Federation, however, just as the netizens from the Western world were about to finish their last sentence, they noticed that as those monsters gradually spread across the dump, in an instant, boom, 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 boom. One after another, rotten apples, bananas, buns, cardboard boxes, and cans suddenly burst into brilliant light. In the blink of an eye, the dump before them seemed to transform into a bombing zone harvesting lives, with the sounds of explosions ringing in their ears. In just 2 seconds, over 100 monsters had already fallen. Chapter 49. Bombing. Continuous bombing. Looking at a few of you from the Foreign Federation, you clearly haven't witnessed our boss Yi Qing's combat style. Don't you know? Our boss Yi Qing has Anna and Ding Dang. Anna is a bomb expert. Don't even mention buns. She can make you unsure whether a piece of gum is a bomb or not. When we first explored Phoenix City, Anna created a terrifying paper bomb. Do you still not understand this bombing area? This is our combat style. And Ding Dong's bag of wonders can produce all sorts of bizarre items. Combining the two, creating a bombing zone in a short time is not a difficult task at all. Don't underestimate our country. Take it seriously. As countless people in the live stream discussed this matter, Yi Qing, floating in the void, had a somewhat helpless expression. How much junk food and expired food have you stored? With so much garbage, only 100 monsters were blown up. That's a bit weak. Hearing this, Anna's chubby little face puffed up. She casually took out a remote control from her pocket and summoned a drone. Swish. In the sky, 2 drones appeared out of nowhere. And under Anna's control, one bomb after another was dropped. Boom, 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 boom. At this moment, those low-level monsters, from levels 2 to 9, were being harvested like chives. One after another. Those were stocks from before, back when I was at Nanxiang Academy, to respond to a certain crisis. I collaborated with my students to recycle and create 50 tons of various bombs. Now, I've only used, less than 1/50th of it. But this sudden invasion of monsters was unexpected. Otherwise, I could have turned everything from mice, keyboards, secondhand phones, toothpicks, cotton swabs, to expired condoms into a real bombing zone. As soon as these words were spoken, Yi Qing's face darkened. What the heck, expired condoms? Although Yi Qing knew that the other party's bomb-making abilities were indeed strong, the 50 tons of bomb stock still surprised him a bit. After all, in the previous life, he didn't have the character card for Anna, the bomb girl. Not only Yi Qing, but also the netizens in the live stream, upon hearing this, almost wanted to blur the screen. What kind of bizarre and weird super bombs are there in such large quantities? It's not just the quantity, but the variety makes countless people suspect what exactly Anna was tinkering with at Nanxiang Technology Academy. Oh my goodness, how much sponsorship did Nanxiang Academy receive? Wouldn't it be fine if we old Orientals contributed 10 times more? My Excavator Academy could contribute 50 times more. This is too insane. A 50-ton bomb can hardly be called a bomb anymore. If fully deployed, it would be more than enough to destroy a city. Everyone couldn't help but elevate Anna's danger level in their minds. It's still more pleasant to look at the seemingly harmless little ding-dang. However, just as the viewers were contemplating this, boom, rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat, crackle. They saw little ding-dang holding a Gatling gun spewing blue flames, wildly firing bullets. At the same time, he pulled a drone out of his pocket and casually tossed it into the sky. In an instant, the drone flew directly above those monsters. Then, a barrage of various items, sweaters, undergarments, and even napkins, were dropped down. Following that, boom, 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 boom. A super bombing with even greater power than the bombs released by Anna moments ago erupted continuously. Large swathes of low-level monsters were instantly overwhelmed. Smoke filled the air, and the originally smooth ground looked as if it had been plowed anew. Congratulations. You have killed 200 monsters. Congratulations. You have killed 300 level 5 monsters. Congratulations. You have killed 1,000 level 3 monsters. Congratulations. You have killed 100 level 7 monsters. Congratulations. You have received equipment, bomb storage box. Congratulations. You have gained 500 experience points. Congratulations. You have received a ton of aluminum alloy. Congratulations. You have received a box of chocolates. Congratulations. You have received 300 songs. Congratulations. You have received a blueprint for crafting enchanted firearms with production line. Congratulations. Pleasant notification sounds echoed continuously. Soon after, these items turned into beams of light under the one-click pickup function and entered Yi Qing's backpack. Meanwhile, the bombing was still ongoing. It seemed that little Ding Dang and Anna were competing against each other. Qing didn't even need to take action. The number of drones in the sky increased from 3 to 5, then to 10. Anna and little Ding Dang each controlled 5 bombers, constantly exploding, blasting, and then blasting again. In just 5 short minutes, the once densely packed and countless monsters vanished completely. It seemed that completing the task of the night march of 100 demons was that simple. Brother, I'm awesome, right? Humph. It's not that you're awesome, it's that I'm awesome. I, little Ding Dang, am the undisputed king of bombings, okay? You're merely a supporting role at best. I say, little Ding Dang, are you itching for a fight? Do you still want to eat barbecue? In the midst of their banter, countless viewers in the live stream were already dumbfounded, unable to be any more stunned. In contrast, in other live streams, these monsters posed a significant challenge to them. Even other federations were not just using explosives. Some individuals even wielded axes and clubs to engage in close combat with those creatures. There was no other way. These people had not yet upgraded to a modern society and lacked comparable weaponry, so they could only resort to such means to eliminate them one by one. The only thing to be thankful for was that these beasts, part of the night parade of 100 demons, were all low-level creatures. Their threat to humans was not particularly terrifying. Even for the refugees, other federations only suffered losses of around 20 individuals, which was not a significant loss. I thought the abilities of these beasts were formidable, but I didn't expect them to be resolved so easily. A player from a certain federation had a smile on his face as he swung his newly forged iron sword, decapitating one of the beasts, and exclaimed, "Yes." However, before this player could finish his sentence, his body suddenly turned to yellow sand and vanished from the ground. This caused the original player to change his expression. At that moment, he noticed a small creature, about 1 meter tall, moving at lightning speed, charging straight at his head. Creature, sand monster, level 10 skills, high-speed movement, death sand, earth escape. Seeing this data, the player from the Federation quickly retreated. However, at that moment, he felt an inexplicable sensation beneath his feet. The next instant, his feet were instantly buried in yellow sand. At that moment, he felt that his feet had disappeared. A level 10 beast had arrived, and a far more terrifying battle was slowly unfolding. Chapter 50. The Silent Guardians and Qing's plan at the same time, in the real world. While most netizens were watching the live stream at home, countless armored vehicles had already taken to every road in the Federation. Thick fog covered the area, reducing visibility to less than 3 meters. However, amidst these conditions, the entire command center was still operating in an orderly manner. Report. No abnormalities detected. Report. No abnormalities detected. Report. No abnormalities detected. One report after another came through the intercom to the main control room. Continue the investigation. Do not let your guard down. Understood. The vehicles advanced. Under the thick fog, although the lights could not pierce through the dense darkness, they illuminated the surroundings, providing some relief to the countless people of the Federation. In the capital, on a bustling street, at this moment, all signs of life had vanished. Even the restaurants, convenience stores, and KTVs that used to be lively were now completely devoid of business. At this moment, an armored vehicle was driving down the road, and at the edges, 2 little girls were found huddled together in a corner, embracing each other. Their eyes reflected waves of fear. Report. 2 little girls found. They seem to be orphans. Should we get out and bring them back to a safe facility for a health check, then find kind-hearted people to adopt them? The young soldier driver looked at the 2 girls, a sense of compassion rising in his heart. Not just him, but all the other soldiers in the vehicle shared the same sentiment. As long as there was difficulty, the soldiers would never abandon anyone. However, at that moment, the command center issued another order. Prepare laser pistols. Aim at the 2 little girls. What? This order caused an uproar among the soldiers in the vehicle. Why? The command center observed the soldiers' confused expressions on the monitor, along with the sight of the girls huddled together in fear and helplessness, yet their faces remained unusually serious, seemingly devoid of any emotion. Eliminate them. But, follow the order, execute them. The soldiers were baffled but still raised their laser guns. For them, obeying orders was their duty. However, just as they were about to pull the trigger, the corners of the 2 girls' mouths revealed a strange smile. Whoosh. Before the soldiers could process their confusion and horror, the 2 little girls transformed into 2 clouds of black mist, vanishing like ghosts. The mist surged like lightning, swiftly penetrating the glass and invading the vehicle. In an instant, the black mist enveloped the driver soldier. An inexplicable sensation surged from the depths of his mind. At this moment, all the warriors in the carriage finally understood why the command center ordered them to kill. These two little girls were not human at all. Command center. We feel ashamed towards the Federation. We feel ashamed towards every citizen of the Federation. However, please understand that none of us warriors from the Federation are cowards. In the carriage, a smile appeared on the corners of the warriors' mouths. The driver, with bloodshot eyes, pressed a button fiercely. Boom! A violent flame erupted. In the explosion, the entire carriage instantly turned into a pile of debris. The few warriors inside the carriage left not even a complete piece of clothing or a whole corpse. Sigh. Command center, watching the surveillance turn to static. The commander sighed. He took off his hat. Salute. To bid farewell to our brave warriors. Although they hesitated when facing the little girls, this is human nature. When one has not experienced disaster or seen such terrifying sights, everyone would hesitate just like these warriors. But from now on, we must prevent such occurrences. The highest command center of the Federation has issued a top-level order to protect the citizens of the Federation at all costs. Never, ever be deceived by appearances. Understood? A voice echoed through countless intercoms. At this moment, some felt sorrow, while others grew more resolute in their thoughts. In this battle of national destiny, no one can stand aside. And this is the group of individuals from the Federation who usually remain unseen but act heroically in times of difficulty. These most admirable people are silently guarding the entire Federation at this moment. Salute. Ceremony concluded. In the highest conference room, a prominent figure sighed. He looked up at the live stream, at the excited comments, and at the blood-soaked scene facing life and death struggles, with a deep light reflecting in his eyes. Yi Qing. It's up to you now. In the game world, at this moment, the two Spider-Men had arrived beside Yi Qing. However, everyone noticed a look of sorrow on Yi Qing's face. What happened? This doesn't seem like the expression of the usually confident Yi Qing. He has never shown this before. Isn't he always so sure of victory? Could it be that he himself is unsure about handling this night of 100 demons? Ha 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 ha. Look at you, the worthless ones from the Federation. See, this Yi Qing is not your savior. He is just a piece of trash. A nobody. A loser. No matter what, advancing relentlessly within the game world is the correct positive guidance. Nowadays, the dark fog in the real world is spreading everywhere, and this moment calls for boosting morale. Yet, he is here recklessly spreading negative emotions, causing the sentiments of your nation to plummet. Isn't he a sinner of your Federation? Ha ha. Now, your Federation is doomed. In the barrage, someone sneered. The players from your nation immediately retaliated. However, all the netizens were curious about what had happened to Yi Qing. Boom, crackle. One after another, level 9 beasts fell to their demise under the bombardment. Yi Qing listened to the continuous sound of notifications and thought of this time point from his previous life. At that time, the incident of the 72 demon gods hadn't been revealed, yet the dark fog still appeared. The dark fog in the world, combined with the night parade of 100 demons in the game, had claimed millions of lives just from your Federation. Even except for a few individuals, all other players from your Federation had been wiped out. In his previous life, this had always been Yi Qing's regret. Now, as time flew by, based on his memories, those monsters ranging from level 10 to level 15 would soon respawn. This time, he absolutely would not let the tragedy of his past life happen again. Thinking of this, the sorrowful expression on his face vanished. He lifted his head, calling back Zidingdang and Anna. A cold smile appeared at the corners of his mouth. If this is a death game, then let death come even more fiercely. Saying this, he slowly and suddenly opened the S-grade treasure chest in his hand. At the same time, in the distance on the flat ground, gigantic monsters measuring 7, 8, and 10 meters tall released terrifying energy fluctuations, sweeping across the area. At that moment, blue flames enveloped Yi Qing's entire body. Chapter 51, Mecha Tabby Cat. The light flickered. Crack, crack, crack. Under the wash of rain, everyone watching in the live broadcast saw clearly that above the nuclear power plant, which stood prominently in the city, the barrel of the magnetic storm cannon and the muzzles of dozens of laser guns slowly turned their direction, aiming at those monsters above level 10. At this moment, the refugees who had been working had already put down their tasks and rushed to the city gate of Long City. Each of them held a dark submachine gun, their faces showing a serious expression. In the next moment, when a towering 8-meter-tall, level 12 werewolf, wielding a spiked club, leaped high into the air. Bayou! An incredibly terrifying and dazzling blue beam shot out from the muzzle of the magnetic storm cannon, striking down. Boom! The powerful beam instantly sent the monster flying through the air, reducing its health to 1/3. Immediately after, Bayou. Crackle. Boom. 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 The enchanted powerful rays burst forth from the laser guns above the nuclear power plant, accurately targeting the horde of high-level monsters. At the same time, a world announcement refreshed. World announcement. Player Yi Qing has opened an S-level treasure chest. National fortune of Long Country 1. Synchronization ability of Long Country 1. Since this treasure chest is S-level, Long Country has unlocked a special ability. All citizens of Long Country can awaken one combat skill at will. P.S. It is not a special ability, but a combat technique. The world announcement rang out, leaving everyone dumbfounded. No one expected that Yi Qing's treasure chest contained a point of national fortune. It should be noted that national fortune is extremely rare in the game world. Since the game's inception, the Long Country Federation had only awakened 5 points of national fortune, and there had been no further data. Other federations had not yet awakened any points of national fortune, and the only exception was the Federation of Goryeo, which had turned negative due to their total defeat. What this represented was clear to everyone. At this moment, those netizens who had been angrily criticizing Yi Qing had fallen silent. Of course, even players from other federations and empires could not spare time to comment on Yi Qing's treasure chest. High-level monsters were not only attacking the Long Country Federation, but were also appearing in other federations. In this crisis, they had no way to divert their attention to discuss anything else. The only thing they could do now was to fight. A frenzied battle. Boom, 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 boom. Like the special effects in a tokusatsu show, countless beams continuously attacked the center of the explosions. Smoke and flames enveloped these monsters, obscuring the environment at the epicenter of the explosions. However, the rapidly depleting health bar kept sending constant reminders. Did it succeed? Could the nuclear power station wipe them out in one go? The audience clenched their fists, as if they were participating in this terrifying battle themselves. Sweat poured from their palms, and countless individuals from the Dragon Nation felt an intense tension. Yet, this tension ultimately transformed into a sense of shock. Whoosh! Amidst the flames, the werewolf soared up first. Although his health bar was down to 1/4, his speed surpassed that of countless ordinary people, shooting towards Yi Qing's location like a cannonball. Yi Qing, let the hot weapons cool down for a moment. We're going in. Spider-Man Peter Parker said with a smile, as countless nanobots wrapped around him, transforming him into Spider-Man, who launched himself towards the werewolf using webbing. At the same time, a massive lizard emerged from the flames, its huge claws slamming down on the ground. Just then, bang! A sound like a cannonball erupted near Chun Fan, who was lying on the ground. It was Chun Fan, holding a fiery red sniper rifle, instantly firing a spinning enchanted bullet that hit the lizard man in the blink of an eye. The sound of the bullet embedding itself echoed. Although it didn't blow the lizard's head off, the magical attack penetrated its eye. The health bar dropped by 1,000. Damn, what hidden talents are here? I never expected Chun Fan to have such powerful strength. That enchanted sniper rifle could probably obliterate an ordinary person with a single shot. Some were shocked, truly not anticipating this scene. Moreover, look, Xiaodingdang and Anna have already appeared in midair. They didn't use hot weapons. Especially Anna, who had a technological lightsaber appearing in her hand. What the hell? Has future technology emerged? What kind of bizarre things has Anna been tinkering with at Nanxiang Academy? And look at Xiaodingdang. He was actually piloting a 10-meter-long tabby cat mech. What the heck is a tabby cat mech? And it's so fast. Countless people were dumbfounded, witnessing at that moment the two Spider-Men continuously leaping in the void, their webs binding the werewolf's body. Following that, Anna, like a ghost, flickered and instantly arrived at the werewolf's neck. Crack! The sword flashed, a blue light rippling from the laser sword, directly slicing through the flesh of the werewolf's neck. Then, using a displacement technique, she vanished from her original spot. At that moment, a blue fire dragon appeared on the ground, infused with a mysterious magical energy, instantly burrowing into the wound Anna had just inflicted. At the same time, meow! The massive tabby mech cat let out a roar. And the moment its opponent landed on the ground, its claws instantly climbed onto the opponent's neck. With a fierce rip, a large chunk of flesh was torn away in an instant. At the same time, the werewolf, firmly planted on the ground, quickly broke free from the web. He clenched his palm and instantly grabbed the tabby cat's neck. Immediately, the spiked club in his right hand came crashing down onto the cat's belly. Roar! Meow! The sharp cries erupted from within the mech. At that moment, Ding did not detach from the mech. Instead, its head quickly turned. And from the mech cat's mouth, an incredibly terrifying red beam shot out, directly striking the wound on the werewolf's neck. Boom! In an instant, the werewolf's head was torn apart. But at the same time, the werewolf's spiked club had already pierced into the mech cat's body. Boom! A terrifying explosion erupted, and the entire mech cat instantly transformed into a fireball, completely engulfing the werewolf, who was in the process of regrowing its head. At this moment, Anna took a slight step back. She had intended to rescue Ding, but the sudden explosion forced her to retreat for a moment. In that instant, her eyes turned blood red, and she spoke out in anger. Dare to harm my cat. You must be tired of living. Chapter 52. Consuming emotions. Anna was furious. Although this cat often joked with her, after all, Ding was still a character card. How could she possibly not have feelings for this silly cat? In an instant, driven by anger, Anna flipped her palm, and a thick stack of A4 paper appeared. The number of sheets unknown. At this moment, the werewolf was not dead, but Spider-Man made his move again. With the cooperation of Mary Jane and Peter Parker, they directly pinned the werewolf to the ground with webs. They even blocked the werewolf's neck with webs, preventing it from regrowing its head. This way, even if the werewolf wanted to grow its head back, it would take some time. Just then, Anna flashed and stood on the werewolf's chest. Immediately, she used a lightsaber to cut a large opening in its chest and stuffed the entire stack of A4 paper inside. Die! Anna roared in fury, her figure instantly vanishing from the spot. The next moment, boom! A massive mushroom cloud, 20 meters high, erupted. Under the blinding light, the terrifying shockwave directly swept away the lizard that was about to swing its tail. You're trash too. All of you are the killers of Ding. Anna's eyes turned blood red as she activated her teleportation ability and appeared in front of the lizard. At that moment, although the lizard was plummeting rapidly through the air, seeing Anna's blood-red eyes made its heart skip a beat. Without regard for the situation, it gathered all the energy in its body into its eyes. Whoosh! 2 beams of scorching light shot towards Anna like arrows. What the hell? Anna. She is so impulsive. Isn't she a bomb maker? So fast. In the conference room of the top-tier leaders, the security chief's pupils constricted. He initially thought that although Anna was angry, she should still be rational enough not to put herself in real danger. However, before he could finish his thought, under the beams of light, a dazzling blue glow flickered. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed in everyone's ears. Looking closely, it was Anna wielding a technological lightsaber, and with a swing, she shattered the 2 beams into countless fragments. How is that possible? Everyone was astonished. Anna was only level 9 and had not yet reached level 10. Yet technology is still just technology. Even with magical enhancements, could it really withstand an attack from a level 12 lizard monster? The crowd was puzzled, but Anna paid them no mind. At this moment, the lizard monster was also shocked. That beam of light was one of its strongest attacks. And the fact that the opponent was able to counter it directly meant what? The lizard man could no longer sit still. With a thunderous sound, it landed firmly on the ground. However, before he could take any further action, Anna appeared at his neck like a ghost. With a flash, the blue glow of a technological sword flickered, startling the lizard monster, who hurriedly tried to dodge. But boom! In that split second of turning his head, he found himself stuck to a massive white web that had somehow formed beside him. Upon it, countless pieces of paper, soda bottles, and even small cards promoting offers like buy one get one free soda when purchasing a house or free pancake set with villa purchase. An online emotional massage service erupted with intense heat. In an instant, flames spread. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Minus 30,000. Alerts of decreasing health points flashed repeatedly. Amidst the flames, the lizard monster roared in anger, wanting to escape. But he realized that his claws had been firmly bound to the ground by spider silk, without him noticing when the explosion began. There was no way out. At that moment, a 2-meter-tall super torch, glowing with intense flames, unexpectedly pierced through him. Yes, you heard it right. Pierced through him. Roar! The lizard monster was in unbearable pain, especially as the torch was coated with some flammable substance. The scorching heat directly seeping into every part of his body through his intestines. In an instant, his body swelled like a balloon, expanding to about 40 to 50 meters. Then boom! The lizard monster launched into the air. Then, a world announcement refreshed. World announcement. Player Qing successfully killed a level 12 werewolf and a level 12 lizard monster, taking 3 minutes and 21 seconds. He completed the first kill of 2 beasts above level 10. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing. However, just as the third world announcement was about to refresh, everyone clearly felt a momentary glitch in the announcement. Then, the world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. Player Qing. In 30 seconds, killed a level 12 killer cow. World announcement. Player Qing. In 30 seconds, killed a level 13 beast, rock-selling lion tiger. What the heck is this? For world announcements. Seeing the refresh and flash of the world announcements, others were momentarily bewildered. However, when their attention returned to the screen, the fans noticed that just as the werewolf and the lizard monster both died, Qing activated the electromagnetic cannon of the nuclear power plant again. With the cooperation of Chun Fan, Mei Yenner, Yang Chan, and Bald Chong, they had successively taken down 2 more monsters. Overall, they hadn't even used up 5 minutes, and the battle was nearly over. It seems that while we have been focused on Anna's rampage, we overlooked the fact that everyone around Qing is a skilled fighter, especially Chun Fan. Look, Bing Bing is replaying Chun Fan's footage. His sniping skills are growing rapidly, targeting certain beasts, with each shot striking a precise point, effectively providing the best attack points for allies. Yes, but the explosion earlier was so terrifying that we have been neglecting the presence of others in this battle. People are commenting and analyzing. At that moment, as the smoke from the explosion gradually dissipated, Anna gasped for breath and reappeared beside Qing. Brother, it's my fault, I couldn't save Ding Dang. However, before she could finish her sentence, the tears in her eyes vanished in an instant. There lay Ding Dang, weakly on the ground, frantically eating a type of cat food labeled delicious, slowly recovering. What? Wasn't Ding Dang dead just now? How did this happen? This is playing with my emotions. Anna was furious, almost kicking Ding Dang away. Chapter 53, Annihilating the Demon Beasts. Everyone's confusion. Anna thought that the little bell had died, which caused her to completely lose control. Whether it was the super matchbox, the infinite bombs, or the lightsaber. All of these were displays of extraordinary power. Now that she saw the little bell was alive and happily eating cat food, she was about to explode. Bro, why didn't you tell me the little bell was alive? Qing smiled. If I told you it was dead, you wouldn't have unleashed this kind of power, would you? Honestly, I'm quite curious about what your ultimate strength is like, but it seems like I still haven't seen your true capabilities. A look of regret appeared on Qing's face. To be honest, if it were in his previous life, he would have used a different method to eliminate these demon beasts. However, now with Anna and the little bell, along with Spider-Man and the others, wouldn't it be better to calm down and act as a commander? However, thinking about the incredible power that little Anna displayed in her rage earlier, Qing actually wanted to see if she could truly call upon something like a nuclear bomb or surface-to-air missile today. But it seemed that these low-level monsters were still not enough for Anna. Moreover, the little bell was slacking off, choosing to deploy a tabby cat mech instead of something more effective. He couldn't help but wonder what was going through its mind, attempting a self-destruct tactic to take out the werewolf. As a result, it nearly got itself killed due to poor execution. If he hadn't urgently used Anna's teleportation ability, the silly cat might have really taken a trip to the underworld. If you wanted all my strength attributes, you should have just said so. I wouldn't lie about that, little Anna pouted, about to say something when, at that moment, the thick fog gradually began to dissipate. Upon closer inspection, the other level 13 and 14 demon beasts had completely vanished. Just moments ago, there had been over a dozen demon beasts at the entrance of Long City. Now, after 4 were killed, the others had disappeared. Could it be that they were starting to fear the power of Qing City? Chun Fan and the others stood up, frowning slightly. This situation was somewhat strange. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room, everyone was completely stunned. Putting aside the fact that the little bell almost got killed, Anna's combat power alone was enough to astonish anyone, especially when she wielded the lightsaber, slicing through the beam shot from the lizard monster's eye into pieces. This was a level of power that 99 of people could not achieve. The group of netizens from the Western world has completely quieted down. To be honest, the battle scenes in the live broadcast were so intense that even they were thrilled by it. The imagery was so vivid in their minds that they almost couldn't suppress the urge to dive into the screen and fight alongside those beasts. However, as soon as the battle calmed down, these netizens snapped back to reality, feeling relieved that they didn't post any comments praising the prominent figure in the chat. Otherwise, they probably would have faced serious social repercussions in their own circles. So, for a moment, the fans from the Western world fell completely silent in the live stream. On the other hand, the netizens from the Dragon Country Federation noticed something unusual. Logically speaking, the disappearance of these beasts should be a good thing. Yet, did you see the expression on the prominent figure's face? It was even more serious than before. Yes, moreover, it seemed that he had said something to Spider-Man earlier, and now both Spider-Men had vanished. Look, the light above the nuclear power station is condensing again, and the electromagnetic cannon is aimed at the sky this time. What are they planning to do? Could it be that the remaining 5 or 6 beasts haven't left yet? Someone remarked. As if to validate these prophetic words, amidst the pouring rain, a massive 10-meter creature descended from the sky. Its eyes glinted with sharp intensity, wings retracted, diving down in a predatory manner. Name, mutated crow goose. Gender, 3rd gender level, 13 skills. Dive, invisibility, acid rain, gale. Evaluation, it is the offspring of a crow and a goose. In simple terms, a hybrid breed. You can never know what it might mutate into. The data panel flickered, and the crowd was astonished. The netizens, too, abandoned their teasing remarks, uniformly typing "be careful" on the screen. Yet at that moment, a sly smile appeared on the prominent figure's face. He lifted his head, resembling a strategist king, his eyes fixed intently on the descending hybrid. In an instant, puff, the hybrid halted mid-air, as if caught in a quagmire, its entire body curling up tightly. What just happened? The previously tense atmosphere shattered in that moment. Who would have thought that the diving beast would get caught as if ensnared in a giant net? Wait, a giant net? Countless viewers regained their composure. And when they looked closely, they found that in the void, transparent threads were woven together to form a massive web, firmly binding the hybrid creature. And in that split second, Bayou Chun Fan wasted no time. The blood-red sniper bullet, infused with an inexplicable power, instantly penetrated the opponent's eye. Crack! A howl erupted as the eyeball shattered. The health points dropped drastically in an instant. In pain, the creature reacted, spewing forth a foul-smelling spray that hung in the transparent webs. However, the acid rain began to corrode these spider webs, while the laser submachine guns and pulse electronic cannons from the nuclear power station unleashed their fury. Boom! In an instant, under the rain, the beast was left with not even a shred of flesh, vaporized into nothingness, utterly destroyed. Fly up. At that moment, Yi Qing spoke softly, and in an instant, everyone soared into the air. Upon closer inspection, it was still due to the webs in the void. The webs could bind people. But at the same time, for those skilled fighters with precise combat abilities, these intertwined webs would serve as their best support in the sky. Just as Yi Qing finished speaking, rumbling, the ground cracked open. 3 massive 10-meter drilling monkeys emerged from below. However, when they thought they could swallow these humans unnoticed, they discovered that Yi Qing and the others had already taken to the air. Just as they were about to unleash their flames, endless explosions, flames, and the sounds of sniper rifles, submachine guns, and grenades filled the air. The new round of bombardment left them unable to use any skills, leading to their demise. Not a graceful exit, but total annihilation. Such monsters were not even worthy of that term. Chapter 54. What strange things have mixed in? World announcement. Player Yi Qing has killed. World announcement. Player Yi Qing has killed. World announcement. Player Yi Qing has killed. World announcement. Player Yi Qing, carrying the entire Dragon City, has successfully completed this night parade of 100 demons death task. He withstood the invasion of 12 high-level monsters and 10,000 low-level monsters within half an hour. He has gained 3 points of national fortune and received 2 A-level treasure chests and 1 S-level treasure chest. Let us congratulate Yi Qing and Dragon City. World announcement. Player Yi Qing, carrying the entire Dragon City. World announcement. Player Yi Qing, carrying the entire Dragon City. The announcement swept through. At this moment, everyone realized that in the game world, the monsters had completely vanished from Yi Qing's screen. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Dragon City, it was a scene of devastation. Shattered pieces of bombs, monster bones, and fur were scattered everywhere. Most importantly, the ground was gleaming with countless pieces of equipment, gold coins, experience points, and various items dropped by these monsters. So shiny. If only all these dropped items were mine. You can dream on. You'll probably never get such things in your lifetime. Why? Because you are not a domineering CEO, you will never get these items? What the heck? Domineering CEO. Report, there's a fool upstairs, requesting capture. It is said that there's a lot of joy among fools, but at this moment, a group of them started to chat endlessly in the comments, arguing about these dropped treasures. This scene left Western netizens envious and speechless, even though they wanted to say that these items were dropped by Qing and had nothing to do with them. However, they didn't dare to say it. Since the game started, Western fans have been scolded countless times by fans from the Dragon Federation, and now they are really traumatized. At crucial moments, their keyboard warriors can't even compete with the keyboard warriors from the Dragon Federation. Alright, enough nonsense. I estimate that the great Qing is about to use the one-click pickup feature. Let us guess what strange things might be mixed into this reward. Hey, you're acting strange. You can't get in? In the game world, Qing seemed to have seen the comments in the live stream. He waved his hand, activating the one-click pickup feature instantly. In an instant, the glittering items on the ground transformed into resources and were stored in Qing's backpack. The pleasant notification sounds also flashed simultaneously. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 ton of iron ore. Congratulations. You have obtained 1 ton of radioactive or uranium. Congratulations. You have obtained a level 12 mace. Congratulations. You have acquired a production line from a well-known beverage company. Congratulations. You have received a diploma from a technology institute. Congratulations. You have obtained blueprints for a tank production line. Congratulations. You have received manufacturing blueprints for an armored vehicle equipped with 10 different types of weapons. Congratulations. You have gained 100 million tons of fertilizer. Congratulations. You have obtained formulas and production lines for 3,721 types of basic medicines. Congratulations. You have received 58 illustrated storybooks, including famous titles. Congratulations. You have acquired manufacturing formulas for 35 types of electric toys. You have leveled up. You are now at level 12. You have earned 3 million gold coins. You have gained 500,000 exploration points. A pleasant alert sound continuously refreshes in everyone's ears. At that moment, the live stream completely exploded. Look, the luckiest player has truly arrived. Strange items have mixed in. Speaking of which, I really wanted that previous chair, but unfortunately, it was destroyed by a certain individual. However, what I'm curious about now is whether these 35 electric toys are for children or adults. What do you think? The comments in the live stream have become increasingly explicit and suggestive. The appearance of certain individuals has made the commentators uneasy. Mind your image. We must remember that friends from abroad are still watching, especially since we still have 3 points of national luck unused, along with the previous 5 points, making a total of 8 points. If the key player activates this 8 points of national luck, our infrastructure synchronization ability will reach 8. That is already a high ratio. At that time, we will be completely self-sufficient, with all the adults in the Federation coming together for large-scale production and infrastructure. It won't take long before the production blueprints rewarded by the key player will be established in the real world by our infrastructure enthusiasts. That's right. The commentator is correct, especially since rewards within the game world are not just simple items, as long as the enchantment abilities are strong. Or if the electric toys are impressive, we can produce them and export them to other regions. We will extract their money and surplus value madly. Brother, your path is widening. I feel the upper echelons definitely have such plans. Count me in. While some quirky content still appeared in the live stream, under the guidance of the commentators, things finally returned to normal. At the same time, the key player in the game world also used the newly acquired 3 points of national luck. Whoosh! In that instant, the blood-red light, previously obscured by black mist, re-emerged in the sky. The brilliance swept over and illuminated every citizen of the Federation. In an instant, all the citizens of the Dragon Nation Federation could feel that not only had their bodies become stronger than before, but even certain parts seemed to have improved as well. I feel like I can eat 50 steamed buns in one go. What is that compared to me? When I was moving things in the basement today, I carried 1,000 bags of sand without feeling any back pain at all. Even my previous fatigue has disappeared. Well, you're impressive. Meanwhile, under the live stream comments, at the same time, Yao Yao and Bing Bing slowly switched the video feed to show a different region. Ladies and gentlemen, our world announcement from the Dragon Nation Federation and the Night of the 100 Demons has concluded. Next, let's take a look at the current gaming situation in the former world leader. However, as soon as Bing Bing finished speaking, Everyone in the live stream was stunned. They discovered a bizarre situation that was completely different from the Dragon Nation Federation. This situation instantly made countless fans of the Dragon Nation furious. Chapter 55. Plan against the Dragon Nation Federation. Boom. With a loud explosion, a level 11 beast outside the city in the original realm of a certain federation had its arm blown off. Yes, although this federation has only successfully established the steam age and has not yet entered the electrical age, the technology for bombs has already been skillfully applied. Currently, they have completed a streamlined production model. 100 workers are mining from a distance, frantically transporting materials to the city. Following that, another 100 people in the city are tirelessly making black powder, crafting rough but usable barrels of explosives. Then, through methods like catapults and steam engines, these are transported to the front lines. Thus, waves of bombings ensue. Moreover, this level 11 gorilla beast not only lost a limb, but is also bleeding profusely, with its health bar now reduced to just 1,000. Looking at the data from the entire Federation, at this moment, they have lost 2 players and 30 refugees. Aside from that, there are no other losses whatsoever. What truly angers the online community from the Dragon Nation Federation is that here, there is only one beast. Yes, that's right, just this one powerful beast. This doesn't seem right. In the live stream, Bing Bing frowned deeply. Yao Yao looked horrified, her eyes wide, her voice trembling. Could it be that the game is targeting our Dragon Nation Federation? According to the notion of Yokai Night Parade, the data situation of other federations should be similar to ours, with at least 10 high-level beasts present. Yet now, there is only one. Is the game perhaps easing the pressure on these other federations? If this is true, then the game is nothing like what was previously claimed. Yi Qing's strength is too formidable, and the rapid development of his nuclear power plant and city makes it seem as if he is cheating. However, the game world cannot stop Yi Qing and his allies from gaining rewards, so it uses this form to provide convenience to other federations, allowing them to catch up. This game's true nature is too disgusting. Quick, let us switch to other federations and take a look. With Bing Bing's button press, the interface instantly shifted to the game screen of another federation. Identical. They have also entered the Steam Age, and there is still only one beast. Next switch to the federation of another region. Damn, the crowd was about to explode with frustration upon seeing this scene. Because, in this federation, there isn't even a level 11 beast, but instead, there appeared an 8-level beast. Next switch to the federation of another region. Although the super elites of this federation have secretly contacted the leaders of the Dragon Nation Federation. However, now, the live broadcast still shows a level 10 monster. Right after that, the country to the north, the Icy Land, the European Organization, the Ancient Federation, and so on. More than 200 large and small federations, Ice and Demon switched through over 50 of them. Without exception, all federations, except for the one we belong to, are in this state. This is too much. When everyone returned to the live broadcast room, a look of anger appeared on Ice's face. This is no longer about maintaining the balance of the game. This is simply a blatant attack on our federation. Yes, such things cannot be let go. I feel that if it weren't for the strong abilities of our players, we would have been wiped out multiple times in this and previous exploration missions. I had been wondering why resources were so easy to obtain for players from other federations, while our federation was dropped into a wasteland full of zombies. Yes, analyzing carefully, there are indeed many suspicious points. It's clear that this game is targeting our federation. But why? Why does this game want to target us? Players began to discuss in the live broadcast room, especially since players from other federations each faced one monster, while our federation had as many as 12 high-level monsters. If it weren't for the nuclear power station, the sniper rifle, and the support from other players, our federation would have been completely wiped out in this wave of chaos. At this moment, in the highest conference room in the capital, the expression on the face of the top leader also darkened. Secretary, have you compiled the data on the clear targeting situations? Yes, I have. The secretary nodded and projected the data onto a holographic screen. Look here. Upon arrival, the wilderness was filled with zombies, flashing red lights everywhere, and crises all around. If it weren't for the caution of our players, we would have been wiped out in the first wave. Meanwhile, other federations arrived in resource-rich volcanic areas, river domains, island resource clusters, and super grassland domains, where numerous plants and animals, as well as resources and minerals, could be found. In fact, at the start, Other federations had advantages over us that were more than 10 times greater. Then, during the second wave, after our leader defeated some zombies, other federations finally encountered zombies, but in much smaller numbers. We have observed data from multiple exploration missions, and our players, including our leader and 19 others, faced either bosses or monsters above their level. In contrast, the players from those federations mostly encountered monsters of equal or even lower levels, and even when high-level monsters appeared, they were few and far between. Especially regarding this recent event, it is the most evident case of targeted action. Based on the data analyzed from these contents, it is undeniable that the game is indeed aimed at our federation. However, the think tank has analyzed another possibility. In addition to targeting our federation, it seems that the game world is also trying to cover something up. Upon hearing this, the prominent figure's eyes sparkled with a hint of brilliance. To dare to target our federation, it depends on whether all the people agree. Since the beginning of our federation's civilization, we have never admitted defeat. This time, let the game and other federations see our true unity. The Ultimate S plan discussed with Qing is officially launched today. Chapter 56, Moving Forward. Turning the tide in the game world. Qing has returned. After sorting out various items, he handed over several tons of metal materials, along with other materials he had previously acquired, to the contractor for processing at the raw materials factory. This way, for a short time, there would be no significant demand for metal ores. Qing also understood that this vast amount of materials, if utilized across various industries, wouldn't last long. For instance, after 1,000 submachine guns, 10 tanks, and 10 armored vehicles, along with some rebar and cement, that would be about it. It simply couldn't cover the entire industry of Long City. In other words, metal materials are currently extremely scarce. However, there are both good and bad aspects to this situation. Qing still has several million gold coins, which can all be used to purchase extremely cheap building materials and various chemical products. There's that saying about certain materials, right? Anyway, purchasing a wide variety of materials with gold coins, even in the tens of billions of tons, shouldn't be an issue. Qing is back. What do you think he plans to do? Do you think he and the other 19 players from our federation can see our comments? If they could, that would be great. Then they would know that the game is targeting our federation. Despite this, our federation still holds the top position on the leaderboard, and other federations are still unable to catch up. As long as we work together, and our leaders and Qing come up with a new plan, perhaps it would be absolutely possible for us to turn the tide. Up there, let me tell you, our federation's think tank might be even more capable than we imagine. The plan you mentioned might already be in the files of our higher-ups. The only thing missing now is communication with Qing. Exactly, there is someone communicating. However, at this moment, many people are starting to worry about Qing. The 24-hour period today has not yet ended. Although it is already nighttime, it's only 10 o'clock. There are still 2 hours until the next day. When the next day arrives, they will need to stay in the game for another day, which means 24 hours, before truly returning to the real world. Now, fans in the real world have already analyzed that the game world is targeting our federation. Therefore, it's likely that the game world created by the asteroid will present Qing and the others with even greater challenges. So they are anxious and concerned. How will Qing and his team navigate the next 24 hours? In the game world, inside the villa, Qing is sitting in his office. He rubs his somewhat swollen head. At this moment, Anna stands behind him, her chest against Qing, her hands gently massaging his head, relieving his stress. Beside him, the little companion, covered in wounds, was devouring the extremely expensive cat food purchased from the exploration shop, rapidly recovering its strength. With his eyes closed in a light doze, Qing recalled the events of his previous life. He wasn't foolish, and he was well aware of the obvious targeting of his nation by certain external forces in his past existence. However, after his rebirth, he had been observing and analyzing, wondering if the butterfly effect of his return could alter this targeted reality. But until tonight, he finally understood that it wouldn't change. Thus, within his nation, there must be something coveted by those external forces, even the secretive entities that were lurking in the shadows. They aimed to suppress his nation severely, hoping to diminish its fortunes and bring about its downfall to extract more benefits. Nonetheless, due to his rebirth, the trajectory of his nation had changed significantly compared to his previous life. In his last existence, the beginning saw over 1 billion people perish globally, and many from his nation as well. Yet, through his efforts and those of his allies, they managed to barely maintain the status quo. However, On this day in his past life, during the Night of the 100 Demons, his nation had exhausted all efforts but still could not withstand the assault of those numerous beasts. In the end, only 5 or 6 players survived that wave. In this life, the players had survived unscathed, already altering the timeline and causal relationships of the past. Still, that wave had been thwarted by him and his companions. The next attack could come in an hour, later tonight, or even tomorrow. The game world would undoubtedly launch more intense assaults against him, with even more terrifying pressures. What worried him now wasn't his own safety. The super reward system would refresh its rewards after midnight. Besides, he had Anna, the nuclear power station, the little companion, and a character card yet to be used. If necessary, he could even summon the Demon Queen to generate a horde of monsters for him daily. Currently, the priority was to elevate the levels of the other 19 players. This was also the reason why Qing had rarely taken action today. He wanted to distribute experience among the 19 individuals, allowing them to rapidly improve and catch up with him, which was essential for the next phase of their plan. In the real world, the S-level plan had likely begun to activate. Only certain elements within the S plan could resolve the pervasive dark mist. However, what he anticipated even more was the game upgrade after midnight. If the upcoming enhancements remained unchanged, it would be the strongest tool to strengthen the cohesion of his nation. At present, those Western deities hidden by external forces had yet to awaken, particularly the seed plan of the 72 demon gods. There were still many tasks to accomplish. Opening his eyes, Qing let out a sigh. He signaled Anna to stop the massage, smiling as he gently patted her head. Since his rebirth, he had never had much time to rest. However, there was no other way. He thought of those most admirable individuals who bravely faced adversity. He thought of the soldiers who had once fought fearlessly amidst the flames of war. He thought of the doctors in protective gear. And he thought of the elderly who had always cherished their dreams. These were the people Qing admired and respected. For those elders who had already passed, and for the young, lovely classmates, he must turn the tide in the battle for national fortune. Chapter 57. Escalating Pursuits. Global Turmoil, World Announcement. A player from a certain federation, Zelda, has successfully leveled up to level 8. This player united all players from the federation and successfully defeated a level 12 beast, earning an A-grade treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World Announcement. Player Zelda from a certain federation. World Announcement. Player Zelda from a certain federation. World Announcement. A player from another federation, Semida, has successfully leveled up to level 7. This player united all players from that federation and successfully defeated, earning an A-grade treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World Announcement. Player from another federation. World Announcement. Player from another federation. World Announcement. A player from a different federation, Prometheus, has successfully leveled up to level 11. This player united all players from that federation and successfully defeated, earning an A-grade treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World Announcement. Player from a different federation. World Announcement. Player from a different federation. At this moment, the continuous sound of world announcements echoed in the ears of people around the globe. Some were joyful while others were disheartened. The ones celebrating the most were from the Federation of the latter, although they didn't know what was inside the A-grade treasure chest or if it would bring good fortune. Reaching level 7 was already a significant achievement for them. Currently, Qing was only at level 12, so for them, catching up was merely a matter of time. Thus, these players from the latter federation, braving the heavy snow, invaded the live stream of another federation, ready to show off. However, when they saw a post in the live stream showing that Qing and players from that federation had taken less than 10 minutes to defeat 12 high-level beasts, they instantly fell silent. Indeed, they suddenly remembered that the latter federation had faced off against 12 super beasts at once, while they had only managed to defeat one. What was there to brag about? Most importantly, the achievements from the latter federation included all players, including all wandering ones, surviving without casualties. In contrast, other federations had lost some members. This highlighted the gap between them. So, if the players from the latter federation continued to speak carelessly against the players from the former, wouldn't that be courting disaster? As a result, the once mighty players from the latter federation retreated like a tide, as if they had never invaded the livestream at all. Unlike other federations, the players from the former federation felt completely unhappy upon hearing the announcements from other regions. The suppression was so blatant. How could this game still have the audacity to arrange world announcements for other federations without feeling embarrassed? It is estimated that the resilience of this game's world is thicker than the Great Wall of our Federation. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to pull off such ridiculous things. However, have you noticed that people from other federations are already discussing how to elevate their social structure? Haha, it's quite amusing. The game has been going on for nearly 3 days, and in this state, they still haven't entered the technological era. I truly feel embarrassed for them. However, the actions of the Federation are not slow at all. Look, they have already started using diesel generators, marking the beginning of the electrical age. What is the big deal? Our esteemed leader will surely sweep through like a locust swarm, plundering all their resources clean. Ha ha ha, that's the way it is. Meanwhile, as players were commenting in the live stream, the game, just as they analyzed, rolled out a new generation world announcement, indicating that under the leadership of the Federation, they have entered the electrical age and unlocked the technology tree. Modern civilization is brewing, but there's one thing temporarily limiting their development, aside from diesel generators. They don't have anything usable in the electrical age. Currently, they can only use steam engines and diesel generators, which can barely spark to life. But they lack any tungsten bulbs, wires, or anything like that. Even pulling a separate line for electric lights is impossible. There are no materials. This scene has triggered countless laughs from netizens of our Federation. They are not as prepared as we are. Look at us. We have already set up convenience stores. Although payment is still in cash for now, I believe it won't be long before the game world can use real mobile payments. In comparison, the difference is clear. At the same time, on our side, both the leader and Secretary Anna were originally prepared to rest. However, at that moment, the sound of a bell called out, causing numerous people to walk out of their rooms and gather at the entrance of the city. Everyone's eyes widened in shock as they saw a dense crowd of refugees gathering from afar. Upon closer inspection, there were at least 1,000 refugees. What on earth is happening? How could there be so many refugees gathering? 1,000 of them. ISNT that more than the 300 from before. Are you all fools? Don't you understand? Just now, our leader led everyone to defeat so many beasts, proving that this area is definitely safe. Naturally, the surrounding refugees have come seeking shelter. As they watched so many refugees actively gather at the edge of Long City, people from other federations started to feel restless. It is worth noting that the players' refugees from other federations were brought in through many disreputable means. Now, seeing so many people voluntarily coming together, they of course felt envious. But was there any other way? At this moment, the procedures for refugees entering Long City were being carried out in an orderly manner, following the methods previously established by Qing, Anna, and others. Those who sought to take advantage of the situation were all dismissed. Only those who were truly meaningful, wanting to survive and work, were allowed to stay. The development of the game world had become more stable. At the same time, in the real world, beneath the thick black fog, in the super conference room, the prominent figure looked at the red dots on the projection screen, a serious expression appearing on their face. Let us impose martial law. How is the S plan coming along? Upon hearing this, the secretary nodded. Everyone is ready, just waiting for your announcement. However, just as the secretary finished speaking, her phone notification tone rang out. When she shifted her attention to the news on her phone, her expression suddenly changed. The leader. Several federations abroad are starting to experience large-scale death incidents. Chapter 58. The arrival of zombies and the emergence of chaos in the real world. It remains pitch dark globally. At this very moment, under the night sky of a certain country in East Asia, heavy snow continues to fall. The national fortune has decreased by 2 points. And despite the recent A-class treasure chest, the negative figures have not turned positive. Since the onset of the cold wave, there have been at least 10 reported cases of people freezing to death in this country. This means that at least 10 individuals have succumbed to the cold under the harsh conditions. The rapid arrival of the cold wave has outpaced the heating systems, and rural areas in winter are far more terrifying and unbearable than urban ones, lacking sufficient insulation and income to purchase warm clothing. As a result, many can only await their fate. Of course, most people have resorted to gathering for warmth, altering their lifestyles. Groups of 7 or 8 have huddled together in a single room, having dug out a passageway to allow for a fire to provide heat. In this manner, the terror of the cold wave is somewhat alleviated. The urban environment differs from the rural one, yet the number of those who have frozen to death in city rentals, who remain undiscovered, is unknown and impossible to investigate. The interference of the black mist has made many hesitant to venture outside during the night. Now, countless individuals are confined to their rooms, with their activities limited to watching live streams, eating, and sleeping, essentially a monotonous existence. As for going to work, it's the end of the world, and yet some still think of going to work. In a city within this country, at this moment, in a certain sewer, a dense black mist gradually transforms into a shadowy figure. If one does not look closely, it is impossible to discern that it is a person. At this moment, the figure morphs back into mist, drifting into a residential building. Under the black mist, visibility is less than 3 meters, so even with lights on, one cannot see what is happening in other buildings. A female military officer, dressed in uniform, sits in her room. After hanging up the phone, her expression turns serious. She sighs, glances at the work documents on her computer, and heads to the bathroom. Before long, the sound of water running can be heard from the bathroom. However, just as the officer is about to finish, she suddenly notices a figure emerging from the black mist, bursting out from the toilet. What is happening? The officer instinctively holds her bladder, stands up, and draws her weapon. But at that moment, the shadowy figure formed from the mist bears an eerie smile. And in an instant, it lunges at the officer. The overwhelming odor fills the air, but the trained officer disregards it and fires her weapon. Bang, 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 bang. 5 shots in quick succession. The gunfire ceased, and on the ground, there was no longer any sign of the shadowy figures. However, the female officer's body was now enveloped in a darkness indistinguishable from the black mist. In an instant, her eyes turned a blood red. Immediately, an eerie sensation radiated from her once radiant form. With a low growl, her nails rapidly elongated, soon reaching over 10 centimeters in length. Then, she transformed into a terrifying beast. With a crack, she broke through the narrow bathroom window and lunged into the heavy snowfall outside. Despite the low visibility under the black mist, the transformed her seemed to disregard this rule, focusing her gaze on the room next door, which was flickering with lights. Crack. The glass shattered as she entered someone else's home. Moments later, screams echoed again. On the Death Game forum, warning, the real death has arrived. Mutated zombies have entered human homes from the windows, attempting to infect humans. If I don't survive. Breaking. There was suddenly a loud commotion next door accompanied by horrifying screams. I don't know what is happening. I've already called the police. I will update if there are any further developments. If I stop updating, dear netizens, please get me a coffin. Global summary. The situation of so-called mutated zombie infections has emerged in 89 federations, including the Federation of Korea, the Ninja Federation, and others. According to comprehensive investigations, the appearance of these mutated zombies is highly likely due to the black mist. Therefore, once again, we urge people worldwide not to go outside. Ventilation is not advised. In short, I have no idea how we can safely get through this crisis. I hope everyone stays safe. Posts continued to flood the Death Game forum. The emergence of zombies ignited a feeling called fear within people. Initially, many thought this crisis was merely a problem within the game world. But now, the appearance of zombies in the real world and the numerous posts from netizens had made countless individuals feel threatened. The apocalypse, this so-called apocalypse, has truly arrived. In just a few minutes, the number of posts about zombie attacks skyrocketed from 6 or 7 to over 50, indicating that the number of zombies was continually increasing. However, there was little large-scale activity from other federations. Even the enormous federations were not seeing much police action at this moment. It seemed as if everything had come to a standstill. At this moment, in the office of a prominent figure within the Federation, he looked at the various alerts on the screen, his expression darkened to an extreme. The eerie nature of the black mist is somewhat terrifying. According to the surveillance footage, the movement speed, strength, and even the level of mutation of the zombies are dozens of times more horrifying than those depicted in various shows like Biohazard and The Walking Dead. We cannot combat them with ordinary zombie awareness. The researcher in a white lab coat had beads of sweat forming on his forehead as he spoke, flipping through the report, and continued. Currently, the only effective weapon against these zombies is the laser gun, which has only recently gone into production. Unfortunately, the resources for laser guns are expensive, and the production speed is somewhat slow. Crack, crack. Just as the researcher was speaking, cracks suddenly appeared on the office glass. Before long, the black mist, like a strange ghost, surged into the office the moment the glass shattered. Quick! Protect the leader. Laser gun security team. Step forward. Protect the leader. In an instant, chaos erupted in the conference room. Chapter 59: The True Content of the S Plan in the Federation of Long Country, specifically in Long City. The command center for the Long-Tooth Special Forces is currently operational. At this moment, it is worth mentioning that some infrastructure enthusiasts within the Federation have officially begun their work. It can be observed that all the display screens in the command center have switched to holographic projection. This is a new data panel created by the people of the Federation through the shared capabilities of the infrastructure enthusiasts, reflecting some of the technological strength of the game world. Although there are still many gaps compared to the game world panels, the fully sci-fi state has already been realized within the command center, just like a naked-eye 3D display. The highest commander in the command center appears very serious as he looks at the red dots on the holographic projection map. He speaks into the intercom, stating, "The detection device has currently analyzed 98 zombie spawn points in Long City, and the specific locations have been sent to all of your vehicle-mounted radars. Spread out. According to the principle of proximity, eliminate the zombies. We once vowed to the Great Federation that we would not allow any crisis to arise in Long Country. Understood." Voices respond through the intercom. Immediately, on the map, large numbers of green dots begin to move. Those are all the special armored vehicles mobilized within Long City. This is a small rural area in Long City. Due to being a plain region with limited resources, the rural community relies solely on vegetable cultivation for survival. However, due to social development, the living space for farmers has become painfully limited. Large-scale agricultural production is now only found in massive agricultural bases like those in the Dongshan province. For those with only a few acres of land, survival has become increasingly difficult. Thus, the humans currently living in the countryside are either left behind children or elderly individuals. Young adults are either in school or have already entered the workforce. At this moment, the rural area is also shrouded in dark mist. In a somewhat dilapidated house at the eastern edge of the village, an elderly woman is tidying up dishes while watching a snowy television screen. She glances at the two girls on the bed and smiles. Wan, Yin Yin, after Grandma finishes washing the dishes, "I'll tell you a story, okay? We'll tell a story about a scoundrel, which dates back to 100 years ago, in the year 2020. Grandma, what does scoundrel mean? Also, when will Mom and Dad come back from outside?" The older girl, Yin Yin, with her hair styled in pigtails, asks with wide eyes and a childlike voice. Bang! The old lady was washing the dishes, smiling as she said, "This scoundrel," when the woman was hailing a ride, suddenly changed direction, causing the girl to think the man had ulterior motives, so she jumped out of the car. After jumping, she survived but became paralyzed from the chest down. This man was unhappy and decided to sue. He claimed the scoundrel clearly intended to harm him, wanted to assault him, which is why he changed direction. At this point, a hint of helplessness appeared in the old lady's eyes, but the girl didn't know that the road ahead was blocked. There was construction just 200 meters ahead, and if she didn't change direction, she would end up going against traffic after a turn. At that time, this incident caused quite a stir online, with the woman writing a post, continuously attacking the man. Even after experiencing this, one woman, while in a car, suddenly felt drowsy, thinking the driver had drugged her, and she even pulled out a knife and injured the man. Afterward, at the police station, the man was detained for a few days, while the woman managed to receive 1,500 yuan for her ride home. In fact, wasn't this attempted murder by the woman? But the old lady found it strange why this girl wasn't charged with attempted murder and instead, the driver was detained for a few days? The society at that time was something you couldn't even imagine. The old lady said, stopping her dishwashing. Suddenly, a red light burst forth from her eyes. "So, dear ones, you mustn't imitate such girls, always writing posts, which even makes me, as a woman, feel disgusted." Under the flickering red light, the old lady's hands turned pitch black. Not long after, she coldly laughed, stepping toward the two girls. However, the young faces of the girls became even more excited. "Grandma, when did your eyes start to shine? So fun? Can your hands shine too? Can little Yin Yan's eyes shine as well?" "Yes, they can." Just then, crack. A sharp sound. The door swung open. In an instant, 8 armed Special Forces soldiers rushed in through the window and door. Seeing this scene, the old lady's expression changed instantly. Blood light surged in her eyes, and 2 red lasers shot out, targeting the 2 bulliest middle-aged men. Bayu. She was fast, but the Special Forces were faster. 5 muffled gunshots rang out. They hit the old lady in the forehead, both temples, heart, and abdomen. The zombie was shocked. In that moment, the zombie could feel an indescribable power emanating from these 5 mysterious bullets, absorbing all of her mysterious black energy. The detox bullet had taken effect. The crisis was averted. The elderly person was sent to a facility for isolation and observation. The two children will undergo a thorough examination. And if they are confirmed not to be poisoned, further arrangements will be made. If poisoning is detected, appropriate detoxification procedures will be implemented. The tall figure in charge lowered his shield, ignoring the scorched marks from the impacts above, and began to report. At this moment, the dark glow surrounding the elderly woman and the red light above her eyes had completely vanished without a trace. A dull sound emerged as a soldier used a device resembling a vacuum cleaner to sweep over the elderly person, absorbing 5 darkened projectiles that had transformed. Remarkably, there were no wounds on the elderly person's body. Only the two children, Nan Nan and Yin Yin, remained, innocently watching their grandmother and the soldiers. Big brother, uncle. Why isn't grandma glowing anymore? Sweetie, she isn't glowing because her power is gone. In a moment, the uncle will show you more glowing fun things, okay? The middle-aged man said as he began to separate and move the 3 of them. Such events were continuously occurring across various regions. Beneath the thick fog, the bravest soldiers were tirelessly addressing the crises facing the Federation. This was part of the plan devised in secret by Qing and the influential leaders. Plan S. Chapter 60. Let us stir up some trouble, shall we? In the game world, within a certain villa, Chun Fan was preparing to conduct his routine training for the night with a sniper rifle in hand. For him, there was no distinction between day and night anymore. As an assassin, he only needed 2 hours of deep sleep to meet his daily activity needs. Nowadays, especially with the physical and mental boosts provided by various drinks purchased from the game store, he had reduced his deep sleep requirement to just 1 hour, enough to keep him going for 24 hours without rest. Therefore, daily training was a must for him. The future was uncertain, and he was well aware that he was not the so-called protagonist in this game. However, he could provide the real protagonist with the necessary support. As long as he could assemble his team of 50 assassins, at least for a while, there wouldn't be any major problems in the game world, particularly in Dragon City. Just as he was about to lie down, a notification sound suddenly came from his attribute panel. Opening the panel revealed a message from a player in the Ninja Federation. The Ninja Federation had only taken down a level 10 beast and had more resources than the Dragon Federation. The preliminary assessment indicated that the game had obvious targeted actions, and he needed to be cautious. Further data would be sent for comparison later. Chen Fan acknowledged the message. Got it, stay safe. He fell into silence upon reading this. This player was actually a friend he had met before, who had since joined the Ninja Federation. However, he later discovered that this person was a spy sent by the Dragon Federation to the Ninja Federation. Thus, they became acquainted. Now, due to their prior friendship, they had been keeping in touch. So, was the game targeting the Dragon Federation? Chen Fan frowned, finding it hard to believe. But soon, another chat notification pinged on his data panel. This time, it was a message from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. Yes, he had 2 spies of this level. Of course, all these connections were purely coincidental. It was not something he had orchestrated intentionally. Similar to the messages from the Ninja Federation, the information from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets was alarming as well. This was serious. I need to talk to Qing. He decided to skip training and push the door open, heading quickly to Qing's office. This scene was exactly witnessed by those watching the live stream of the host. Wow. Is this person a spy master? This guy actually has 2 spy friends. What a pity. It's unfortunate that we can't see the ID of the spies. The private chat channel has blurred everything during the live stream. This should be a form of protection, right? Or perhaps it makes the game more enjoyable. After all, it feels like being part of a Guess Who I Am game. Now in the host live stream, other individuals from foreign federations are surely observing as well, analyzing the actions of everyone under Qing, and they won't miss a single detail. They are aware that there are spies, but they have no way of knowing who the spies are. What about on the spy's side? Their live stream would be exposed too, right? Are you all foolish? How could a spy openly message the host? Moreover, the players had already returned to the real world once, so they know that this game is visible to everyone. So would a spy be foolish enough to send messages in front of the viewers? Indeed, as the netizens from the host's country mentioned, after this incident, netizens from other federations quickly withdrew and reported this matter to their spy command center and in their live streams. In an instant, a real-life and game version of Guess Who I Am unfolded. Although through the live stream, no one could tell who the spy was. It was evident that netizens from other federations were nervously trying to identify the spy. At the same time, a prominent figure from another federation, with a gloomy expression in the office, waved his hand and said, "Investigate. Find out who this spy is. You have 2 days. If you can't identify this spy, the entire intelligence team will be out of here." Wait a minute. Isn't out of here a term specific to the host country? Why are you using it? Damn. Do you think I'm also a spy? Can I use it if I like it? All right. Please don't be angry. We will investigate right away. This is how the other federation handled it. But at the same time, when the secondary secretary approached their top leader, they suddenly discovered something shocking. In such a critical situation for their federation, their leader was actually not within the country. This left the secondary secretary stunned, with such an urgent matter at hand. Their leader was missing. Where could they go to seek an explanation? However, at this moment, no one knows that the super boss of the Ninja Federation has arrived at a secret airport in the capital of the Dragon Nation, aboard the latest stealth aircraft. Accompanied by some escorts and using special equipment to avoid dangers lurking in the shadows, he is heading towards the super office of the Dragon Federation. The tension in the real world has reached its peak. At the same time, in the game world, Chun Fan has arrived at Yi Qing's office. Yi Qing is currently reviewing the data needed for upgrading the nuclear power station. He glanced at Chun Fan, who had just come over, and asked with a smile, "What happened?" "The spies have provided some information. We have discovered that the game seems to be targeting our Dragon Federation," Chun Fan replied, displaying all the comparative data from the spies. "Don't worry," Yi Qing nodded, a strange and cunning expression suddenly appearing on his face. "The big fish hasn't been caught yet. Let them target us. Next, we will stir up some trouble ourselves." Chapter 61, a brand new character card. An old slowpoke, a big fish. What big fish? Could it be that the esteemed Yi Qing is planning something again? Do you all remember? When Yi Qing makes a move, it's bound to be a monumental event. Just like today's incident of eliminating those 12 beastly creatures. Who can compare to Yi Qing? Right. Now, esteemed guests, allow me to briefly shift the topic. Could everyone please open their browsers and check out the Death Game forum while watching the live stream? Several significant events have occurred in our federation. What? Upon hearing this, everyone instantly redirected their attention to the Death Game forum. As a result, they saw 2 highlighted posts pinned at the top of the homepage. Warriors of the Federation, the most adorable people. A plane secretly landed at our Federation's hidden airport in Kyoto late at night. What exactly happened? There were only these 2 posts. The second post didn't generate as much heat as the first, only featuring a blurred, censored side photo of the plane. Thus, everyone began speculating about who was on that plane, arriving at the Federation's super airport late at night. It must be something significant. Meanwhile, the first highlighted post immediately had the Federation's netizens in an uproar. The Federation, jointly established by the world's top player, Yi Qing, and a super big shot from the Federation, is now officially launched. Below the text was a short video. In the center of the video, black mist swirled, with visibility under 3 meters. At that moment, countless armored vehicles, equipped with special glass and headlights blazing, pierced through the black mist like swords. Gradually, the armored vehicles spread out, driving from a main road toward various side streets. Reports came in. No demons detected. Reports. No beastly creatures or zombies found. Reports. Area C citizens are safe, window protections normal, and the fresh air system is functioning properly. No abnormalities. Reports indicate 2 zombies appeared in rural area B, which have been dealt with. Toxic decomposition bullets have been injected into the zombies. The toxin has been neutralized. The individuals have been rescued. No casualties. Reports. No casualties in Area S. Reports. All data from 30 provinces, 10 autonomous regions, and 7 municipalities in the Federation has been fully checked. Non-real-world data. Currently, 330 zombies have been detected, with 300 resolved. 20 have self-destructed. 10 have entered the laboratory for decomposition and research. The viral solution has been extracted. The composition of the black mist is under analysis. We thank player Yi Qing for providing the analysis scheme for the zombie virus solution and the special decomposition bullet manufacturing blueprints and raw material names. On behalf of all personnel in the Federation, we sincerely thank you. Rest assured, all the infrastructure enthusiasts of the Dragon Nation are working overtime to produce even more refined and excellent equipment. We will not let any citizen of the Dragon Federation down. Nearly 200 years ago, after that terrifying world war, when the Dragon Nation was officially established, someone said, "You are great." The other party replied, The greatness belongs to the people. Therefore, we will absolutely not abandon any citizen of the Dragon Federation. End of report. The sound of the walkie-talkie fades here. In the visuals, armored vehicles are breaking through darkness and fog, constantly traversing every city. They are selfless, asking for nothing in return, silently guarding the safety of the citizens of the Dragon Federation. This is part of the plan from Qing. Witnessing this scene, countless people were instantly moved. This is a group of the most admirable individuals. I was previously curious why, while other federations were experiencing incidents of deaths in the fog, our Dragon Federation had not seen any. Of course, I didn't wish for anyone to die. I just found it strange. Now I realized that a group of the most admirable people had already executed the plan devised by Qing and his team. These individuals deserve our respect and applause. Everyone, I am setting an example here. Salute. Below this reply, countless netizens from the Dragon Federation formed a unified salute. It turns out they weren't without casualties. They had been living under the most comfortable conditions. It turns out that in the game, Qing had already made arrangements for real-world matters. It turns out that all the leaders of the Dragon Federation had secretly prepared everything in advance. If the game world is the first battlefield of national destiny, then the real world is the true second battlefield. In the live broadcast room, everyone came to their senses, and simultaneously, the word salute appeared on the screen. Within the live room, it seemed that Qing noticed the comments posted by these individuals. He flashed a smile at the camera, which was directed in an unknown direction. This scene warmed the hearts of countless people. It turns out that the super leader who had been silently contributing in the game world had already accomplished so much behind the scenes. What's wrong? In the game world. In the office, seeing Qing suddenly smile, Chen Fan and Anna were both taken aback. It's nothing, let's get to work. Qing clapped his hands, and then playfully slapped the silly cat Ding Dang, who was still munching on cat food. Are you starving? Come on. It's time for us to work. In an instant, Qing took them out of the office and soon called over the remaining 18 players. They arrived at the entrance of Dragon City. At that moment, Qing waved his hand and opened another character card from his backpack. In an instant, the cards transformed into countless stars, gathering in the sky to form a silhouette of a person. He leaned on a cane, coughing softly, and slowly floated down beside Qing. At the same time, a data panel appeared before everyone. Name, Slow Sheep, identity, the first inventor of Sheep Village. An old fellow with a youthful mindset. Level, 10 strength, unknown skills, exceptional invention, super intelligence grass, the grass on his head, firearms, martial arts, bodybuilding champion, swimming champion, anion ball, cation ball, etc. Evaluation, don't think Slow Sheep is just an old man. He is actually a pure-hearted young boy who has a crush on Flower Sheep. Upon seeing this person's appearance, everyone in the live stream was instantly dumbfounded. Slow Sheep. What the heck? How did this guy show up? Wasn't it said that in good times it's happy sheep, in tough times it's gray wolf, and in dire situations it's lazy sheep? Why did Slow Sheep appear instead of lazy sheep? How would I know? Someone replied irritably. Just as the players were commenting, the screen showed Qing smiling and saying, Old Slow. All the netizens. What the heck, Old Slow? Also, I recommend a book by my friend, National Fortune, starting as the Holy Son of the Dragon Clan, commanding 100,000 demon dragons. It's really good on Tomato. Everyone should check it out. Chapter 62, Game Update, Exploding with Views. 12 o'clock a.m. At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream from the Dragon Nation has reached 230 million, although it's not the actual one, for billion viewers. This traffic is already terrifying at this hour. If compared to the weak traffic of a century ago, such a massive number of viewers is akin to several top celebrities' weddings happening simultaneously. This enormous data influx is enough to cause a collapse in the functions of likes, shares, and comments. Countless programmers can only stay up late adding servers, cursing the relentless work culture while praying that the celebrities don't get married all at once. The servers are about to crash. But now, in the live stream room within the Dragon Federation, so many fans are quietly watching, and not a single person is sending out comments, because they are all stunned. The appearance of the character has left many netizens in a brief state of blankness, especially the piece of wisdom grass on his head and the call of Old Slow from the host have caused many to explode with excitement. Damn it, Old Slow. The character, with wide eyes, glares at the host, his mustache twitching. You little brat, I'm way older than you. So what? The host smiles and waves his hand. The enchanting figure of the demon queen materializes from the card state into a real person, her eyes filled with allure. At that moment, the character's gaze is immediately captivated. He seems to teleport beside the demon queen. Hello, beautiful, I'm Old Slow. Can I get your contact info? I'd like to discuss life with you. He says, only for the host to mysteriously appear in front of him, rubbing the green wisdom grass on his head and laughing. Old Slow, get to work. I just recorded that scene. So be careful when I use the time machine to go back and tell Flower Sheep about this. Old Slow is blown away. His face turns pale. You're ruthless. What do you want from me? Turning back, he smiles at the demon queen. Beautiful lady, let us talk later. I have work to do. However, the demon queen completely ignores him and casually remarks, Old Lecher, nearly causing Old Slow to stumble. This scene makes everyone burst into laughter at the same time. The host pulls out a blueprint and has Anna and the two Spider-Men coordinate to gather some materials and laboratory resources, allowing Old Slow to develop something on the spot. Meanwhile, the netizens in the live stream are already going wild. This is online fishing. This move by the host is brilliant. He knows Old Slow usually takes his time with things like riding a giant snail, not knowing when he arrive at Wolf Castle. But did you see it just now? After the demon queen appeared, the old man instantly teleported over. This proves that in his heart, women are like gods, especially such a beautiful goddess. How ridiculous. That's the demon queen. Just imagine her squatting on the ground, constantly placing orders. Do you still have the mood to call her a beauty? No, what I'm really curious about now is, where does the demon queen lay her eggs? It can't possibly be from her mouth, right? Upstairs, your imagination is really wild. Meanwhile, a world announcement was made, refreshing at the same time. World announcement. Today's nonstop update has been completed. The main contents of today's update are 1. To enhance the interaction between the game and the real world, the game officials have decided to add an interaction window between the real and game worlds. The game cannot connect to reality, but in the real world, each player has 2 chances daily to send barrage messages to players in the live stream. This content will directly reach the players' online channels, meaning that viewers can interact with players in the game during the live stream. 2. To enhance the balance of the game, we have adjusted some abilities of the game's monsters. We found that other federations are unable to keep up with the pace of the Dragon Federation. After rational analysis, we realized it's not that the players from foreign federations are lacking, but rather that the development speed of the Dragon Federation is so extreme that it creates a perception that players from other federations are weak. Therefore, we have lowered some abilities of the monsters to stabilize the balance and allow players to reach similar power levels more quickly in preparation for the upcoming city and national battles. 3. We have added new treasure chest levels. Previously, there were only S-level chests, and now we have added SS, SSS, SSSS, and SSSSS level chests. The stronger the player, the bigger the treasure chest they receive. 4. We have introduced an inheritance feature to prevent slow game development. When a player dies in the game, they will also die in the real world, but at the same time, other players from that federation can enter the game. The new player can inherit the data and level of the deceased player. However, due to the penalty of reducing the lifespan of the federation as citizens, to avoid excessive complaints, the game level will drop by 1 level upon inheritance. For example, if the original level was 10 after the new player inherits, their level will be 9. 5. A new reporting feature has been added. If malicious game behavior is discovered, it can be reported both within the game and through the Death Game live streaming app. A total of 10 update items. The first 5 are significant updates, while the last 5 are minor adjustments to game details. As a result, shortly after this update ended, within 2 minutes, 230 million players from the Dragon Federation flooded the reporting window, directly reporting the second item of the game update. In just a few minutes, the reporting entry was filled with complaints, all denying the second item. The reason is quite clear. Isn't this clearly targeting our federation? You have lowered the upper limit for the beasts and restricted some of their abilities, which obviously weakens them, while allowing other federations to have more time to eliminate these beasts. Prior to this, when the Night of the 100 Demons occurred, our federation united and managed to kill 12 beasts, while other federations only managed to kill 1 and considered it a completed task. This obvious targeting has already made our federation very angry. Now, openly stating the intention to weaken the beasts is a blatant favoritism towards other federations. What does this represent? If not obvious, although weakening the beasts also brings benefits to our federation, our prominent figure has already defeated higher-level beasts, so why should we accept this update? This game, it's ridiculous. The minds of the creators must be filled with nonsense. How foolish do you have to be to come up with such an update? In anger, the number of viewers in our Federation's live stream has surged from 230 million and is rapidly increasing. This update is becoming more and more well-known among our netizens through word of mouth. People from our Federation cannot tolerate being targeted. Chapter 63. The Imagination of the Dragon Nation Federation, 666 Super Reward System, Third Day Reward Distribution. The reward has already entered the player's inventory. Would you like to open it? Suddenly, a prompt appeared in Yi Qing's mind. Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on Yi Qing's lips. It should be noted that on the first day, the Super Reward System granted him a nuclear power station, and on the second day, it awarded him a brand new skill, X-ray vision. Now, on the third day, which is after midnight, the refresh of the Super Reward System proved that this rather inconspicuous system reward refreshes and distributes daily and only once a day. However, that is more than enough. An item and a skill are both very beneficial to him, so he clicked to open today's reward without hesitation. Congratulations! You have obtained a Nuclear Power Station Upgrade Core 1. Congratulations! You have received an upgrade card for the Demon Queen. After fusing this card onto the Demon Queen, her data will be fully upgraded. From then on, her psychic space ability will not only be able to torment others, but also to kill. Hearing this prompt, Yi Qing let out a slight sigh of relief. Thankfully, this upgrade card does not force the Demon Queen to lay eggs or anything. If she were forced to lay eggs, wouldn't that mean she couldn't turn into a card and would have to stay in the room every day, laying eggs continuously? Imagining the scene of the Demon Queen squatting on the ground, laying one egg after another. The image was too beautiful for Yi Qing to contemplate further. Moreover, to put it another way, if she really gained that ability, even if she could turn into a card, wouldn't it mean that once the Demon Queen transformed into a card, she would instantly split into 1, 2, 3, dozens, hundreds of egg cards? What kind of nonsense is this? Yi Qing shook his head, casting aside all the bizarre thoughts. Turning back, he noticed that everyone else was carrying on as if nothing had happened, continuing with their previous actions. Yi Qing understood that the rewards and prompts from the Super Reward System were known only to him. Perhaps even the fans in the live stream were unaware. Otherwise, this matter would have been exposed long ago. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that at this moment, Yi Qing's invasion ability had not been upgraded, and in fact, this ability was something he had possessed in his previous life. That's why he hadn't shared much with others about how his ability awakened. Nor had he explained when it appeared, as this secret was quite significant. Once revealed, wouldn't others truly label him with the term cheater? As for Yi Qing also possessing Anna's shifting skill, that was purely because all character cards had a 100 favorability towards him. Thus, some of their abilities would synchronize with the host. That's why he had these skills. Of course, the skills that Xiaodingdang possesses, Yi Qing also has, along with Xuan Yangyang and the Demon Queen. Ahem, of course, the abilities synchronized from the Demon Queen are not about laying eggs. Besides, laying eggs is not even an ability. Crack crack, pop pop, zizz. Under the aroma of barbecue filling the air. Oh no, I mean, under the sparks bursting everywhere. Old Xuan quickly assembled a flying device using various welding tools, rebar, and steel materials. The rain in the sky had already stopped. But listening to the announcements in the world, everyone, including Chun Fan, knew that the second game update was definitely aimed at the Dragon Country Federation. So, it seemed like they were in sync with the online community, silently opening the game world's data panel. They accessed the reporting window. Ding. They directly reported this second rule. Ha ha ha. Amazing, my treasure. Look, Chun Fan and the others reported it too. This is simply a divine synchronization both inside and outside the game. It seems that our gaming tycoons also know that we are being targeted by the game. I have to say, having those two spies really helped us a lot. Hee hee. Now let's see how this game will conclude. I'm sure the game will have to revise this rule. Otherwise, would they dare to provoke us again, knowing the Dragon Country Federation could retaliate with nuclear options? Hey, up there, calm down. Think about it carefully. This death game created by the asteroid can not only enhance our national fortune, but also cause heavy snow in the neighboring federation, even allowing players to enter a game space that we can't even detect. With such advanced technology, do they still fear our nuclear options? I'm not belittling the power of our Dragon Country Federation. I just want everyone online to think rationally. The most important point is that our Dragon Country Federation has the strongest cohesion in the world. Even if nuclear options can't wipe the slate clean, just look at our most adorable soldiers at home, and then look at the players led by our great leader Yi Qing. Are we still afraid of such a game? Brothers, the game has been updated. Can't each of us send out a message to the players within 24 hours? How about this? Let us assign all the internet users from the Dragon Country Federation to watch our live broadcasts, while simultaneously opening another window to check out the game streams from other federations. We'll compile all this information, and then we can organize our thoughts. Each person should communicate the necessary points in simple terms to our great leader Yi Qing and the others. Wow, the idea from that person upstairs is brilliant. Other federations, with only a few 100 million people, cannot possibly have everyone watching the live stream. But we have one. For billion people. Once we mobilize everyone, that will be a massive intelligence network of 1 for billion. This really means everyone is a soldier. And everyone is an intelligence officer. Ha ha ha. Hearing you say that, I'm so excited. Initially, I thought this would be a benefit for players from other federations, as they could focus on our esteemed leader's live stream. But now that you mention it, it seems the advantage is on our side? Doesn't that mean the game is targeting our federation, but ends up shooting itself in the foot? Yes, in the live stream, everyone was in high spirits. They creatively turned the game functions, which were originally targeted, into something fun. I must say, the ideas from this generation of internet users are ahead of their time. Very impressive. Meanwhile, in the game world, at the entrance of Dragon City, the old man finally completed the last screw installation. Covered in grease, he fell to the ground, and the wise grass on his head, which aimed to grow into a green meadow, kept spinning. I've finished here. Now it's up to you, he said. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing nodded. He signaled for others to board the spaceship. After instructing the contractor to take good care of Dragon City, the spaceship emitted a burst of flame and shot straight into the sky without any gradual acceleration. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. Chapter 64. The fear of resurrection. At the same time, in a certain empire where the sun never sets, a tremendous roar echoed near the riverbank. Several players, clad in furs, finally defeated a monster using gunpowder and other means. A world announcement swept through, declaring that the empire had obtained an A-grade treasure chest. However, during the battle, 2 players from the empire were lost, resulting in a reduction of 6 years in the lifespan of all its citizens. In the real world, beneath the black mist and above the skies, a blood-red light descended, completely enveloping the empire. Soon after, those in the hospital, particularly the critically ill patients in the ICU, suddenly passed away, their flesh visibly disappearing at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of patients in beds had turned into mere piles of bones. Rescue personnel were left dumbfounded. How could living beings turn into bones in an instant? But they quickly realized that this must be related to the deaths of players from their empire, leading to such a phenomenon. They sighed, cold sweat beading on many foreheads. The death events in the game world had severely impacted the real world. In the office of the head of the newborn department at the hospital, a nurse knocked on the door. Is there something to report? The 30-year-old head, already showing many wrinkles and a touch of gray at the temples, replied, well, the newborn department can now transition to a youth department. All the babies we just delivered have instantly turned into 6-year-olds. Just moments ago, expectant mothers had screamed in agony as, with a sudden crack, a 6-year-old child emerged from one of their bellies, resembling a scene from a horror film. Several mothers bled out and died due to premature delivery of 6-year-old children. Meanwhile, there were still several expectant mothers awaiting suturing. The obstetrics and gynecology department was overwhelmed. Indeed, this 6-year reduction in lifespan had affected many. Young people began to age, the elderly started to die, and newborns emerged as if they had been gestating for 3 years. No, 6 years, like some supernatural entity, causing fatalities among mothers. All of this transpired across every corner of the empire. Some middle-aged individuals seemed as if death had pressed a shortcut key. They were driving when a red light illuminated them, and with a press of the accelerator, crash, they turned into bones. Meanwhile, the empire's supreme empress, receiving these various reports, was suffering from a severe headache. Although she had not turned into a skeleton, her body had become extremely weak. However, upon receiving the report, she had not yet given the next command when a world announcement suddenly refreshed. World announcement. A player from the Empire of the Endless Sun has opened an A-grade treasure chest, and the contents are, lifespan increased by 6 years. What the? Oh my gosh. In an instant, The live stream room of the Empire of the Endless Sun exploded with reactions. From the death announcement to the lifespan increase announcement, all of this happened in less than a minute. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. In the ICU, the doctors were performing the first prayer for the already deceased skeleton. And then, in a state of shock, the doctors saw with horror that those who had turned to skeletons and were rapidly dying were now reverting back to flesh at an even faster rate. They continued to display the same critical condition they had before, struggling to breathe. Even their expressions were identical to those just a minute ago. Oh no. Quick, adrenaline. Hurry. Nurse. Patient in bed 3 needs a stimulant. Anesthesia. Prepare for a second surgery. Where's the anesthetist? Anesthetist. Why do you look like you just woke up? In an instant, the terrified doctors began to clean up the chaotic ICU, their voices trembling. At the same time, in the obstetrics and gynecology department, the atmosphere was thick with the smell of blood. Inside the delivery room, the blood from a girl suffering from severe hemorrhaging was gushing out as if it were shooting from her abdomen. It was beyond just heavy bleeding. It was like a fountain of blood. And at that moment, the obstetricians, who were in the middle of suturing, bizarrely observed that the ruptured abdomens of the women began to slowly heal. The blood on the floor seemed to actively divert and even cleaned itself, flowing back into each pregnant woman's body, uncontaminated. Meanwhile, the 6-year-old children, in the terrified eyes of the nurses and doctors, actively grabbed hold of the pregnant women's wounds. Then their figures shrank, and shrank again. Immediately after, they slipped into the mothers' bodies. Pop, like the sound of a cork being pulled. Once the children entered, everything returned to normal. It was as if nothing had ever happened. This scene was truly extraordinary. And those who had died in the car accident, it was as if the world was rapidly rewinding, their flesh slowly growing over the skeletons, the traffic quickly reversing, and in the blink of an eye, everything returned to how it was in life. They seemed to still be unaware of what has happened, continuing to whistle or drink soda, leisurely driving through the dark mist. This scene was unfortunately recorded by surveillance cameras and some terrified individuals, and it was posted on a certain forum. Anger. Extreme anger. This game of death. Could you please stop tormenting the people of the Sunless Empire? Global fans, can you imagine this? After a 6-year reduction in lifespan, an elderly person on the brink of death instantly turns into a skeleton. A pregnant woman's belly bursts open, and a 6-year-old child laughs as they emerge from it. Someone who was just walking in their room suddenly collapses to the floor, turning into bones in the blink of an eye. And a minute later, these deceased individuals, the aged, alongside a global announcement of a 6-year increase, return to their original state. The belly restores in the terrified gaze of the doctors and nurses. Countless people come back to life in front of their family members. Witnessing the shock and horror of it all, how terrifying must that be for them? Upon seeing this post, countless players from the Empire, especially those from the Dragon Nation, shuddered. Oh my, this is a bit creepy. Fortunately, there were no player deaths or lifespan reductions in our Dragon Nation. Hey, not only did we not decrease, but we actually increased. Users from the Sunless Empire trembled with their hearts racing, gasping as they typed. You all get lost. Chapter 65. The brilliant invention of slow sheep. Shrinking powder aside from some players from a certain federation who approached the Death Game forum with a mindset of expedition and engaged in discussions with players from another federation. Many others have reflected deeply on this matter. When players die, the lifespan of their fellow citizens decreases by 6 years. So, how many people will be plunged into this heavy death? And if they do not receive a lifespan treasure chest, these individuals cannot be resurrected at all. It is equivalent to these people being forcibly erased by this so-called death game. If this continues, the number of deaths will only increase. The living will dwindle. Since the game began, the number of deceased players has already been significant. This situation has not greatly affected the aforementioned federation, but in other federations, the population has been steadily declining. The mass deaths have made netizens within the federation cherish the safety of their players even more. Dear Qing, you must keep going. We do not wish to see any deaths among the people of our federation. We are just ordinary citizens, lacking power. Currently, my brother has been called to join a construction army, reportedly participating in a major task at a military construction base. I am still young, but our federation has provided housing subsidies, allowing me to focus on online classes without any worries. With so many benefits from our federation, how could we bear to watch our nation disappear before our eyes? Therefore, you all must do your best. Bing bing yao yao goodbye. I may not be able to watch your commentary for a long time. I just received notification from the military that the construction task has been assigned. Yi Qing's plan has also extended to us. For the sake of our Federation, and for all of us to live healthily and resist this so-called death game, we must participate in construction activities. Yes, that's right, young generation. You will serve as our eyes and keep a close watch on the live stream. Now is the time for us to take up arms and protect our homeland. Although these weapons may be bricks, shovels, cement, or perhaps other things. But this is also our contribution, isn't it? Yi Qing, this is the first private message I am sending you, and it will also be the last. My son is watching your live stream, and now, as parents, we must also provide strong support for you on the second battlefield of the real world. Let us look forward to good news. At this moment, within the live stream of the Federation, whether on Slow Sheep's spaceship, in Yi Qing's opened private chat, or in the barrage of the live stream, farewell messages began to appear. These words brought tears to people's eyes, yet also evoked applause. What does it mean to be a member of this Federation? In the face of danger, we must swim against the current to find solutions, rather than thinking of escape. When confronting death, we should resist it strongly, instead of succumbing to its will. Everyone is like a dragon. Every netizen, every player, every citizen from the Dragon Nation are all heroes. Boom! At this moment, the spaceship landed steadily on the ground. As countless viewers in the live stream began to type, "Don't worry, our younger generation will keep a close watch on the live stream." Yi Qing and his team's spaceship descended in Phoenix City, Area C-18. Here, 7 laboratories are located. They had no time to rest, especially after the revelation regarding the 72 demon gods. Continuing the exploration was the inevitable next step, particularly with the memories from Yi Qing's previous life. He was no longer willing to waste any time. Fire. The zombies had yet to appear, and the monsters made no sound. It seemed that the arrival of the spaceship had not affected any part of the wasteland city. However, at that moment, after hearing Yi Qing's voice, Slow Sheep firmly pressed the attack button on the spaceship. Whoosh! A purple-black destructive beam emerged from the massive cannon at the front of the spaceship, instantly demolishing all buildings in its path. Boom! Large sections of buildings collapsed. At that moment, it was reminiscent of scenes from special episodes of Ultraman, where monsters destroy cities. Buzz whoosh, 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 whoosh. The commotion grew louder, with more and more buildings toppling over like a game of dominoes. Soon, countless demons, ghostly figures, and even various monsters that could not be seen clearly emerged from the darkness. Their eyes were blood red, as if they had seen their enemies. Fixated on the spaceship emitting beams, circling from behind and charging forward. The exhaust shockwave. You demons that exist in this world, you all deserve to die. Slow Sheep gritted his teeth and pressed another button. In an instant, boom! From the rear of the spaceship, dark gas surged out instantly. Those monsters that had swept in from behind didn't have time to react and were blown away by the powerful gas, turning into black beasts. They were sent flying, unable to stabilize in midair, and with a thud, they fell to the ground. Just as they attempted to struggle and stand up, they found that the black substance on their bodies was slowly seeping into their skin. Then, they completely lost their breath. This exhaust is toxic. The swarm of monsters surrounding the spaceship was only a part of them. Moreover, due to the fuel limitations, the beam in front of the spaceship could not continue to spray indefinitely. Thus, within just a few seconds, countless monsters had tightly encircled the spaceship. Iron Eater, not a giant panda level. 9. Ability, eats iron, stainless steel, pots and pans. Vulture, level 10. Ability, pounce. Bite, rapid flight. Unicorn, level 11. Ability, gallop, pounce, breathe fire. Enchanted Zombie, level 10. Ability, pounce, bite, fly, gang up. A wave after wave of monsters appeared, including some high-level ones. At that moment, they seemed to be in a state of frenzy, unleashing various skills all at once onto the spaceship. As a result, in that instant, the spaceship disappeared without a trace. The monsters. In their confusion, before the monsters could figure out what was happening, the spaceship reappeared in the sky. At that moment, the bottom of the spaceship opened, and a cloud of smoke, like swirling sand, poured out from the hatch, like a storm of yellow sand. In the blink of an eye, this smoke enveloped all the surrounding monsters. Whoosh! A flash of white light. Those enormous monsters, some as tall as 15 meters and others as short as 5 meters, instantly shrank to the size of ants. Special medication for the slow, shrink powder. Duration, 15 seconds. Ha ha ha. My slow intelligence is not just for show, you know? Brothers, let's go. Chapter 66. The Black Giant wielding a stick in the live broadcast room. Bing Bing and Yao Yao were already in tears. They had heard about the execution of the S plan. However, they did not expect that everyone in the Dragon Federation would be so open-minded and clear-headed. Not a single person hesitated. If you want to fight, then I will fight. The Federation needed them to enlist, and they had no complaints. Forget that S plan, I don't care what it entails. As long as it benefits the Dragon Federation and the people, even if it means death, I will charge forward. Even if they really died, there would still be countless compatriots who would follow suit, one after another. This was the true reflection of all the people in the Dragon Federation. Looking at the barrage of comments and the character created by Xuan Yang in the live stream, Bing Bing and Yao Yao smiled in an instant. Although a bubble of mucus formed at their nostrils, no one mentioned any issues with their appearance. Sorry everyone, I just lost control for a moment. Now let's shift our focus back to the live stream. Today we see Yi Qing leading all the players of the Dragon Federation, along with 2 Spider-Men and Lao Man. No, Xuan Yang, continuing their deep exploration of Phoenix City. Everyone could see that this scene was Xuan Yang's enemy strategy, using the spaceship to first attract countless monsters, and then, at this moment, before Bing Bing could finish her sentence, countless pieces of paper fell from the sky like snowflakes onto the screen. Boom, 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 boom. A super bombardment reappeared. The paper bombs from Anna achieved the strongest effect on the now smaller monsters. Large numbers of these ant-like monsters perished. At the same time, bang, enchanted sniper rifles, charging laser guns, RPG rocket launchers, and quadruple rocket launchers fired countless beams of light, turning this area into a super bombardment zone. Time's up. At this moment, Xuan Yang was timing the event, and as the voice fell, a level 10 vulture soared from the flames like a rocket taking off, filled with rage, opening its mouth to unleash beams of light towards the spaceship. Clang. The sound of metal clashing echoed. In that instant, Mei Yin'er in the spaceship, wearing a bamboo dragonfly on her head, coldly smiled while wielding a long knife glowing with fire, cutting through all the beams of light. Without slowing down, she accelerated, and her long knife sliced through the air, aiming to cleave the vulture. Whoosh! The vulture was certainly no fool. As its figure flickered, it swiftly dodged the light, only to find that a bald man had appeared beside it without its notice, and was now gripping its throat. With a gasp, the vulture flapped its wings, attempting to escape, but the grip only tightened, and it was soon choking to death. Humph! The bald man snorted coldly as he looked at the flying zombies approaching from the ground. He quickly pulled out a gum bomb given by Anna from his pocket and stuffed it into the vulture's neck. Then he threw it fiercely. Boom! In an instant, the zombies fell to the ground like dumplings, all at once. Whoosh! At the same time, a fire dragon emerged from the ground, sweeping through with unstoppable force, quickly surrounding an area of nearly 1,000 meters. The flames emitted thick smoke, engulfing many of the beasts within. Soon after, a new wave of explosions began to flash continuously. Within just 2 minutes, all the low-level and level 10 to 11 beasts were completely cleared. At this moment, the viewers in the live stream were stunned, especially as they watched the vulture being blocked from attack by Mei Yin'er, followed by the bald man's timely appearance. Although it was 2 against 1, the seamless cooperation and near-instantaneous kills left countless netizens in awe. Notably, throughout this segment of beast killing, Yi Qing had never made a move. Or rather, it wasn't that Yi Qing didn't act, but he used this scene to train the players' coordination. An excellent commander. Did you see that? Each person had an earpiece, and the overall control authority seemed to rest with Yi Qing. He remained still in the spaceship, yet had a comprehensive view of the battlefield, keeping everything within controllable limits. From the start of the battle until now, our 20 players, along with Spider-Man, Anna, and Tinkerbell, hadn't lost a single drop of blood, especially that last wave of bombardment. It was absolutely magnificent. I want to shout out loud. Anna really is impressive. Wait, that's not just your Anna, don't forget. Saying that might just prompt her to unleash a nuclear bomb on you. Oh my gosh, don't scare me. People were chatting among themselves. At that moment, Yi Qing led everyone off the spaceship. It's worth mentioning that during the battle, Yi Qing had already utilized the one-click pickup function to gather all items. The various items dropped were his resources. He certainly wouldn't forget about them. Although, maybe, possibly, there might be some strange things mixed in. With a whoosh on the ground, Tinkerbell led the way, using a fire extinguisher to put out the surrounding flames. Soon, they stopped at a location among the ruins. Suddenly, a bald figure moved a massive stone aside, revealing an entrance to the underground, much like the last time, on the originally charred ground. Next, we would encounter an even stronger army of magical beings, with a total of 72 laboratories. We had only breached 5 of them, leaving 67 remaining. Therefore, starting today, we won't waste any time. Everyone will work together to quickly gather all the information from these laboratories. As the voice fell, Qing took the lead and jumped down. However, at that very moment, whoosh, a fiery red beam of light shot up into the sky from the pit where Qing had jumped. At that instant, countless people were stunned, and everyone in the live broadcast, including Bing Bing and Yao Yao, could not have anticipated such a change. What happened? Is Qing okay? Before the question could finish, everyone saw the ground rapidly crack open. Retreat. Anna thought of something and shouted, causing everyone to rise into the air instantly, thanks to the effects of the bamboo dragonfly. Soon, they saw beneath the ground a colossal black giant, towering at 20 meters, wielding a golden staff, swinging fiercely to the left. That position was exactly where Qing had emerged from the ground. Chapter 67. The frustrated beast in the live broadcast room. Everyone's emotions instantly became tense. It was too sudden, especially when they saw the huge stick shimmering with golden light. Countless people felt a strange familiarity. Why have I never seen this person or this weapon? Yet somehow this image feels familiar. Many shared this thought, but clearly, now was not the time to ponder such things. Because, in that moment, the stick had already swung toward Qing. Swish. In an instant, Qing transformed into a bubble, disappearing from his original spot at the critical moment. Skill, Shifting Shadows. This was a spell inherited from Anna. Uft. Flames surged, and in the moment the monkey was momentarily stunned, Qing appeared behind it, the azure flames swirling like a fire dragon, rushing forth in an instant. Roar. The monkey roared in anger. It was incredibly fast. With the massive stick in hand, it managed to absorb all the flames in a split second. In that moment, countless people were taken aback. This weapon could actually absorb flames. Everyone was somewhat bewildered. At the same time, a deep concern for Qing and the others arose. How could one evade such a terrifying ability? Boom, boom. However, in that instant, the sound of explosions erupted, unbeknownst to them. Anna's explosives had already been scattered along the path of the approaching beast. It was fast, but the speed of the explosion was even faster. As it chased after Qing, the massive shockwave directly pushed it back several steps. The health bar, unsurprisingly, dropped by 1,000 points. Boom, boom, boom. As the monkey retreated, its eyes darkened. Damn it! It brushed off the dust from its body and leaped into the air. But just as it soared, a net that seemed to have already been woven in the sky enveloped it, visible only to Spider-Man and others, as well as to Qing and his group through their special glasses. Immediately after, the flamethrower in Ding Dong's hand blasted toward the creature's groin. Uft. Under the onslaught of flames, the creature's health bar continued to drop. But at that moment, the monkey beast roared, manifesting a layer of tangible sound waves that instantly dispersed the flames and spider silk. Then, it lunged toward Ding Dang as if teleporting. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Ding Dang. Anna grabbed her, and it was as if they had opened a portal. The two instantly vanished from their spot. The monster was somewhat bewildered. The coordination of these individuals was even stronger than it had imagined, especially that ability to disappear in an instant. Just when it was about to catch up, they vanished without a trace and reappeared from another direction. At the same time, it seemed as if others had calculated his landing points. Every time he stopped, or was about to land, various traps awaited him. Although the harm inflicted on him was not fatal, this mob-like tactic was truly overwhelming. How despicable are the people from your federation to use such methods? Some individuals from foreign federations were shocked, remarking that this was nothing but a rogue-style tactic, moving after each strike, and it wasn't just one person, but a group employing the same strategy, combined with sudden changes in position, making it akin to a game of hide-and-seek, plus moving after every hit. How rogue? What is there to hate? This is a game. If you have the ability, you should also deal with the beasts like this. Just a bunch of keyboard warriors. This is our Federation's matter. Why are you meddling here? Exactly. We are doing this for the world, for all humanity. Mobbing is just a light approach. I'm not saying, but that guy who called it despicable, are you turning your elbow outward, siding with the game? Don't you care about global safety? Or have you already aligned yourself with the asteroids? killing and striking at the heart. One after another, members of the Federation commented, leaving this user speechless. Because his words clearly positioned him against humanity. Isn't that feeling disgusting and strange? Thus, even the netizens from his own Federation began to look at him differently. Meanwhile, in the game world, the monkey's expression was grim as he watched his health bar steadily decrease. Although a third of it was still intact, it was evident that this situation was incredibly annoying for him. Clone, he murmured softly, and as his voice fell, dark light emerged around him, with illusions of monkeys, the same size as him, slowly appearing behind him. Whoosh! At that moment, Yi Qing's body erupted with intense blue flames. Under the brilliance, a massive fire dragon, over 10 meters in size, surged towards him. At this moment, Yi Qing naturally wanted to interrupt the opponent's spellcasting. With memories from his previous life, he clearly understood that the opponent intended to unleash their cloning ability next. Once the clones appeared, the fast-paced mobbing attack pattern would be disrupted. Therefore, he would not allow such a thing to happen. Thus, he activated his invasive ability in an instant. Roar! The blue fire dragon was enveloped in a wave of indistinct magical energy, and under the rippling effect, it instantly swept over to the opponent. In that instant, the monkey was stunned, because, on that flame, he actually felt the burning sensation of magic. The opponent's attack had magical effects. This left him in shock. A mere human possessed magical abilities. Despite the surprise, it had only been less than a second. Although he had sustained some damage, the monkey continued to cast spells without hindering the burning flames. Just 2 more seconds. He only needed 2 seconds for his avatar to emerge. At that point, the situation would change dramatically. But in that instant, bang! A fiery, enchanted projectile, shimmering with a strange magical power, struck directly at his eye. With a crisp sound, under the scorching blue flames, the enchanted bullet pierced through, obliterating his eye into nothingness. Blood flowed profusely, and the pain finally made him scream out. However, it wasn't over yet. At the moment of casting, he was like a living target. The bombs from one individual and the oversized fire extinguisher from another activated simultaneously. Crack! The monkey was frozen stiff. Duration, 3 seconds. Then, 2 weapons. One long knife and a technological lightsaber, glimmering in red and blue, simultaneously slashed down towards the monkey's neck. Boom! At that moment, the opponent's head was severed. However, the 3 seconds had already passed. Chapter 68. Shocked, the abilities users of the Dragon Federation wielding sticks. At the same time, 5 monkeys suddenly appeared behind the opponent. Each held a stick, their gazes fierce, spreading out to simultaneously attack Yi Qing, Chen Fan, Anna, Xiaodingdang, and Mei Yin Whoosh. They were as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, they swept around the group, their sticks shimmering with golden light, crashing down with overwhelming force. In an instant, the monsters were bewildered. The expected sound of impact did not occur. Instead, those few people instantly turned into shadows and vanished without a trace. What is going on? From the previous battle, it seemed that only Yi Qing and Anna could use the skill of shadow shifting, right? Why does it feel like everyone has learned this skill at this moment? As the live broadcast shifted its view to the gloomy-faced monkeys, everyone was stunned. The previous battle had unfolded at lightning speed, leaving no time for viewers to send bullet comments. It was simply too tense. The monkey's speed was something that Yi Qing and the others could not keep up with at their current stage. The reason they had been able to press the monkeys was due to Yi Qing's exceptional combat skills and command level, which had led to that situation. However, as the clones appeared and the monkeys began to attack individually, it was inevitable that Yi Qing's side would face a downer. But now, everyone was confused. Had they vanished? Could it be that, within the game world, players from the Dragon Federation were not the only ones with awakened abilities? Some wondered this. Not long after, under the flickering light, the camera shifted. In the void, a spaceship with a slow sheep logo hovered 100 meters above the ground. Inside, the beautiful Yang Chan was sweating profusely. Sitting in her chair, the seatbelt kept her body stable. I can only do this much. I initially thought this ability was somewhat useless, but now it seems to have greatly helped our team. Although Yang Chan looked exhausted, she was still pleased that she could teleport 4 or 5 people onto the spaceship in an instant. At least, none of the players from the Dragon Federation had been lost. At that moment, seeing everyone appear on the spaceship, netizens started to understand. The awakened abilities were not limited to Yi Qing. Perhaps the previous actions of Mei Yin with her 49-meter long sword. Oh no, 2-meter long sword. along with Chun Fan's enchanted sniper bullets and Yang Chan's teleportation, were all abilities. Now, everyone understood that there were multiple abilities users among the people from the Dragon Federation. Countless individuals from the Federation were left dumbfounded. Abilities. When did these people awaken them? They had received no information at all. Especially the super big shots from various federations, they were even more shocked and dumbstruck. However, soon the federal leaders began to sneer again. Regardless of whether you are superhumans or not, this 20-meter-tall super ape that has appeared now is terrifyingly powerful. In this state, if you can survive this battle, then we can discuss what comes next. Inside the spaceship, Qing nodded. Thank you for your hard work. Take a break for now. Lao Man, it's up to you next. Little Spider, prepare for the next round of attack. Little Spider? Peter Parker was taken aback. Is that how you call me? Don't mind the details, just focus on taking down this monster. As Qing spoke, Lao Man adjusted his glasses and controlled the spaceship, which moved like a bolt of lightning. The beam cannon on top of the spaceship activated instantly. Whoosh! The light shot out like an arrow, carrying a terrifying wave of energy, striking first. To actively show up like this, isn't that asking for death? Seeing this scene, the ape laughed. He sneered, and his clone, holding a golden staff, swept horizontally. A golden glow instantly formed a shield, blocking the attack. Yes, that's right. It was blocked. In the live broadcast room, everyone was astonished. But Qing showed no surprise. With a wave of his hand, the spaceship instantly vanished from its original spot. At the same time, the staff was raised high, angrily smashing down at the spot where the spaceship had disappeared. The air twisted, and golden light flickered. This clash resembled a collision between magic and technology. However, the spaceship had long since vanished, and the ape struck nothing but air. He hovered in the void, not pursuing any further, because he knew very well that the opponent must. What the heck? At that moment, his expression changed drastically. He suddenly felt that one of his clones had died. This caused his health bar to drop by 10. He was momentarily stunned. Just now, the opponent had clearly disappeared. And according to the energy signals he had captured, all those enemies were inside the spaceship. How could they possibly have reached the ground in an instant to kill his clone? He was well aware of how strong his clones were. Even if one slipped through, the opponent simply couldn't defeat them. Anxious in his heart, he descended towards the ground as if teleporting. But just at that moment, a wave of dread gripped him, making him stop in his tracks. At that moment, on the ground, an incredibly bright, almost blinding white light enveloped the area within 100 meters. Boom! Immediately, buildings in all directions collapsed in an instant, turning to dust. Yes, dust. And under this extreme brightness, the ape could feel his clones were dying one after another. 2, 3, 4. The last one. And after 3 seconds, the light faded, and that last clone vanished without a trace. In an instant, his health bar dropped to 50. What on earth? The creature felt a surge of anger. The white light he had just encountered carried a deathly threat even he could sense. Reluctantly, he chose to linger in midair. However, the speed at which his clones were being eliminated was something he could hardly fathom. Time passed swiftly. He did not rashly descend to the ground again. The shock he experienced was akin to taking down a powerful adversary himself, especially since, through energy wave detection, he realized that none of those individuals had perished. Not a single one had died. What was going on? He was puzzled, even hesitant to approach below. However, time was not on his side. It was evident that those individuals were heading towards a new lair of the Demon Queen to eliminate her, an act he absolutely could not tolerate. So, after a moment of contemplation, he no longer hesitated. His figure darted down towards the ground like lightning. Yet, before he reached the ground, the sight of the countless heaps of trash below, along with the terrifying explosive energy contained within those piles, made it impossible for him to proceed further. He sensed a particular energy among the debris that was lethal to him. What methods had these humans employed to uncover such means? Chapter 69. The Power of the Ice and Fire Dragon and the Feng Tian Hua Ji. In an instant, the monkey fell into deep thought. He believed he had accounted for everything and could completely eliminate the small fry before him. But in reality, there were too many variables. Just as he was pondering, his brows suddenly furrowed tightly. With a swift motion of his hand, the massive golden staff swept horizontally. 2 golden characters, Rui, shimmered on the staff, exuding an inexplicable power that violently tore apart a transparent giant net above. Then, like lightning, he moved rapidly. At that moment, seemingly out of nowhere, A rocket flew past his forehead and shot away into the distance. Boom! A loud explosion erupted, and a 15-meter mushroom cloud rose from afar. The powerful shockwave reduced the surrounding ruins to dust. It was evident that this rocket was no ordinary projectile. Otherwise, it could not have unleashed such tremendous explosive energy. Now, the monkey was even more shocked. Had the opponent's firearms been modified? However, just moments ago, he distinctly felt that the energy fluctuations from those humans were all on the ground. So where were these energy waves coming from? Ha ha ha! At this moment, the live stream audience was in fits of laughter. The monkey couldn't see the perspective of Qing and the others, but the netizens could. Above in the sky, a spaceship was flashing with lights, continuously unleashing various tactics. Whether it was spider silk, rockets, or even dumpling bombs, they were all being dropped one after another from the cabin door, positioned at a height of 100 meters. And all of this was being controlled by Anna's remote. Yes, that's right. The massive spaceship created by Lao Man had remote control capabilities. The delay of this feature was virtually zero. Once the command was issued, the spaceship would instantly execute the corresponding operation, just 2 minutes prior. The reason for the enormous white light explosion on the ground was that this white light was another bomb from Anna, a flashbang. This was no ordinary flashbang, but a super bomb modified from white alpine candy, 50 times brighter than a regular flashbang. Moreover, the illumination effect of this flashbang could last for over a minute. Over 100 years ago, a popular video meme on a widely used short video platform featured a person who, in the blink of an eye, went from night to day. The brightness of this flashbang was on a similar level. Within a 2-kilometer radius, under the dazzling white light, it was as bright as day. During this time, the 5 monkey clones were momentarily blinded, unable to see the surroundings at all. Furthermore, it seemed that this flashbang also possessed some magical properties. The clones were unable to sense the player's true locations. Thus, Qing and his team, wearing special sunglasses, quickly eliminated one after another using bombs, fire extinguishers, high explosive shells, and electromagnetic bombs. This was why the monkey was so shocked earlier. At the same time, Anna produced several supersized bombs, and under the slow processing, along with Qing using his invasion abilities, they infused the nuclear power plant's energy into numerous bombs. The power of these bombs had become extremely terrifying, and they had arranged a minefield on the ground. Therefore, as long as the monkey dared to come down, the bombs in the minefield would be enough to reduce its health to critical levels. It was said that Qing's combat skills were not the only ones available. Additionally, with the memories from his previous life, even though his level was not as high as the monkey's level 15 boss status, they could take alternative paths and outlast it. Moreover, with the memories from his previous life, there had already been countless discussions about strategies to deal with this monkey boss on the Death Game forum from the last life, involving numerous gaming experts, grassroots elites, and even official figures. Just the strategies that Qing remembered had at least 31 ways to take it down. The reason Qing did not resolve the situation quickly was to continuously improve the teamwork attributes among his teammates. As long as their synergy improved in the upcoming battles, Qing could even act as a commander without entering the fray himself, gradually pushing through the bosses. He was very clear about his role and what to do in each position. Alright, on the ground, in a corner of the ruins, Qing used binoculars to observe the cautious monkey still fixated on the ground, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. He pressed the earpiece. No more time for him. His health is continuously dropping, and he can no longer exert his full power. Lao Man, don't hide your strength anymore. Start using the wisdom grass and your plant-based abilities. Xiao Ding Dang, take out your repaired mech raccoon and follow this approach. Anna, Mei Yenner, flank him from both sides, using the tech lightsaber and long knife simultaneously. Chen Fan, you weave in the middle, sniper rifle, one shot to seal the throat. Little spiders, you two figure it out. Hearing this, the 2 little spiders were unhappy. What do you mean by figure it out? Big brother, what is the plan? I want a precise strategy. Qing chuckled. Your combat experience is no less than mine. Do you still need me to teach you how to coordinate? Just as Qing was about to prepare for action, Anna's voice came through the earpiece. What about the opening? Who will trigger it? I will. Qing replied. It's been a long time since I've seen such a lively opening. Reflecting on the memories from his past life, along with his flames and the ice halberd that had always been sealed in his backpack and never used, a bloodthirsty sensation surged from deep within his soul. Wait for my signal. As the sound fell, Qing instantly vanished from his original spot. At the same time, in the sky, the cautious monkey furrowed his brow. Immediately, he swung a golden staff angrily to the left. In the void, a fire dragon, 20 meters long, appeared out of nowhere, as if it was actively welcoming the staff. Boom! With a loud collision, a massive explosion erupted, accompanied by an incredibly terrifying shockwave. At that moment, the fire dragon transformed into countless blue light spots, gradually disappearing into the air. The monkey sneered, just about to make a move, when suddenly, snow began to fall from the sky. In the blink of an eye, a heavy snowfall emerged, with sharp snowflakes striking against him, causing his vitality to steadily decrease. This magical energy surprised the monkey slightly, but at that moment, behind him, Qing wielded a halberd, resembling a deity descending, bringing forth a blue ice fire dragon that roared towards him. At this moment, the monkey was astonished. He realized that the ice fire dragon was as if it were a solid embodiment of both ice and fire. The bone-chilling energy mixed with blue flames, instilling a sense of fear within him. What is happening? Chapter 70. Global Announcement with a Rumble. The massive 20-meter-tall ape was engulfed in golden lines that appeared across its body. These lines traveled through its veins and continuously flowed into the staff in its hand. In an instant, the staff radiated a brilliant golden light. Clang! The sound of metal echoed as the halberd clashed with the staff, sparks flying and a powerful shockwave rippling through the air, creating a golden ripple in the void. This was the energy wave generated by their confrontation. The sheer magnitude of their attacks was evident, showcasing just how terrifying this encounter was. However, neither the ape nor the other combatant moved. On the surface, it seemed both parties had suffered no losses. Yet, the ape was internally alarmed, realizing it had drawn on some of its energy to resist the dual forces of ice and fire. It had hoped to create an explosive scene with this strike to turn the tables, but ultimately, they were evenly matched. What exactly was the origin of the halberd in the opponent's hand? The ape was shocked, and upon closer inspection, it noticed several minor wounds across its body, inflicted by the harsh winds and snow. They were not painful, but extremely annoying due to the continuous loss of blood. In a fleeting moment, the two separated and then, once again clashed. Boom! Clang! Clang! Crackle! In less than a minute, the two engaged in a fierce exchange, resembling two equally matched bosses, striking dozens of times. At one point, the staff nearly slipped from the ape's grasp due to the impact. It thought the opponent would eventually tire, so it increased its strength, waiting for a moment of weakness. But it couldn't understand why this opponent's power seemed limitless. Little did it know, the other combatant's energy was not abundant. The sustained power came from the nuclear power plant in a distant city, which had ramped up to maximum output, generating electricity at an incredible rate. Sparks of blue electricity flickered continuously, feeding into the combatant and creating the illusion of boundless energy. In reality, if the ape had recognized this energy source, severing the connection would have rendered the situation moot, leading to an immediate defeat for the combatant. But there were no ifs. The ape was not one to think that far and failed to consider this layer of complexity. And then boom! Another wave of ice and fire surged forward. This time, the opponent could not withstand it. The staff flew from the ape's hand with a violent shock. Bang! At that moment, a muffled sound echoed. In the ape's terrified gaze, a gaping hole pierced through its chest, appearing as if it had been struck through from front to back. The fiery glow pierced through his chest, burning at the wound as if it intended to completely corrode his flesh and blood. The intense pain made him unable to suppress a roar of fury. Even without his preferred weapon, in his anger, he kicked out forcefully, charging towards his opponent with all his might. However, he indeed struck his target, but the opponent transformed into countless shimmering illusions. The skill, Shadow Shift, activated in an instant. The figure vanished. After delivering the blow, the opponent had no interest in lingering. For the creature, once the force was unleashed, it couldn't be retracted. He tried to stabilize himself, forcibly controlling his energy, and began to descend towards a nearby building. His health points steadily decreased and had reached a critical level. He needed to retreat first, find a place to recover his body. That was the most important thing. Yet, it was as if someone had read his thoughts. In that moment, amidst the flickering light, a fiery long knife and a blue lightsaber struck from both sides like phantoms, again targeting the wound in his chest. Before he could even utter the word death, two beams of sword and knife light, each 10 meters long, had already slashed down upon his injury. The next moment, whoosh! Both figures vanished simultaneously. He was furious. The scenes of being interrupted and beaten repeatedly resurfaced. He wanted to catch the opponent, but with his health points at the bottom, his body had become completely weak. His speed had slowed down significantly compared to before. So at that moment, the old and slow came out. To be precise, it was the wisdom of the old and slow that emerged. In the void, vines instantly grew into enormous 5-meter-thick tendrils, binding all his limbs. The green energy surged continuously, and one of the vines violently penetrated his wound, then coursed through his veins and organs, spreading throughout his body. The tendrils, like octopus tentacles with suction cups, continuously drained the life force from his body. Only his blood remained untouched by the vines. Splash, 4,000, -3,000, -2,000, -1,000. His health points continued to plummet, the drained life force making his body even weaker. However, at that moment, when his health reached 500, a blood-red glow began to emanate from the enraged creature. A more terrifying wave of energy mixed with the red light. And in an instant, he broke free from all the vines. This guy had triggered the game's protective mechanism and began to go into a frenzy. However, at that moment, his body plummeted violently towards the ground. Upon closer inspection, it was unclear when, but within the massive wound on his chest. Transparent spider silk had transformed him into a puppet. The silk pulled him downwards, continuing his descent. The explosion had not yet fully formed. And as the opponent broke free from 3 strands of web, a figure in the sky descended like a nuclear bomb. A terrifying flame erupted from beneath its feet, crashing heavily into the opponent's body. Boom. This gave the primate a boost, and in an instant, it fell right into the danger zone. Thus, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Countless bombs detonated instantly, especially those mixed with the immense electrical currents contained within a nuclear facility. Crackling sounds accompanied the explosions, flashing with an incredibly terrifying supercharged current. A colossal mushroom cloud, towering 35 meters high, rose into the air. The powerful shockwave swept through the area like an apocalyptic force, reshaping the entire region. Instantly, all surrounding structures were reduced to nothing more than fine dust. The world announcement also slowly refreshed at this moment. Chapter 71. How is this possible? World announcement. Player Qing led all players from the Dragon Country Federation and defeated the level 15 A-class boss, Demon Ape, in just 15 minutes. Let's congratulate him. As this player achieved the first kill of the level 15 boss, he has received an S-class treasure chest. Additionally, he earned 1 million gold coins and 300,000 exploration coins. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing. World announcement. Player Qing. The announcements swept across the world. At this moment, countless people finally breathed a sigh of relief, especially the commentators, Bing Bing and Yao Yao, who were sitting in the commentary booth, finally had time to wipe the cold sweat from their foreheads and palms. To be honest, this battle was truly breathtaking. This level 15 boss, being A-class, was in a completely different league compared to B-class, C-class, and the like. Its strength was on a whole different level compared to ordinary level 15 bosses. We all witnessed that its attacks and speed surpassed our understanding. Right. Yao Yao nodded and interjected. This can truly be described as a life-and-death struggle. To be honest, without the rapid coordination ability of Qing, I believe this tough battle would have definitely ended in failure. Exactly. And the most important thing is that none of us expected that players Chun Fan, Baldi, Yang Chan, and Mei Yin'er from the Dragon Country Federation were all ability users. Did you see that? Especially Qing, when using that halberd. He was able to match the ape in strength. Wait, hold on. Yao Yao, you're going down the wrong path. Didn't you realize that Qing is exploiting a bug? Do you remember his invasion ability? He has been manipulating the nuclear power station's energy, which is why he has such powerful combat sustainability. But I'm more curious about another matter. His invasion ability is primarily associated with the fire element, right? So, why is he able to wield the halberd with ice attributes? Just now, you all saw the skills Qing used, which clearly resembled the ice domain used by the demon earlier with the halberd. Moreover, Qing didn't even need to channel for a second. It was instantaneous. Wow. This netizen is amazing. I couldn't analyze so many details, yet you did it so thoroughly. Plus, with Qing's previous coordination abilities, I've come to realize that their victory in this battle was not due to luck, but genuine, solid strength. Yes, in the live stream, everyone was discussing. Yao Yao and Bing Bing, looking at the audience's comments, nodded in agreement. This was their first time as commentators for a death game, and there were many aspects that true gaming enthusiasts understood far better than they did. Therefore, they will not pretend to understand when they do not. What you see is what you get, and because of this, they have won the affection of countless netizens. At the same time, in the conference room of a leading organization in a certain region, numerous high-level executives were watching the commentary of this game, and the top leader couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Qing has indeed won this battle. It is important to note that at the start of this battle, he had not placed very high hopes on the outcome. The strength of this boss was indeed formidable, especially with its powerful abilities, rapid movement, and other seemingly extraordinary weapons and skills. But now, he could truly see that this young man, only 19 years old, was definitely not simple. Do not delve into his background. Let us provide the best benefits for our Federation, no, for all of us, and give everything to him. At the same time, equip him with the top-notch secretarial team, nutritionists, emotional analysts, and so on from our Federation. Once this event concludes at midnight, when they return to reality, we will provide them with the most comfortable and pleasant environment. This battle, even in the first phase of our game world, was a true life-and-death struggle, and they deserve this benefit. I agree. I have no objections. Unanimously approved. All the executives present agreed with this idea. At this crucial moment, no one dared to oppose the top leader. They all understood how inspiring it was for the entire Federation that Qing had defeated such a powerful boss, especially since Qing won this battle. Surely, the expressions of those other imperial leaders and their players must be quite interesting, right? Furthermore, everyone is not foolish. Qing is only 19. Although he possesses some unique calmness and maturity beyond his years in the game world, having Anna, Ding Dong, Slowpoke, Spider-Man, and others by his side, he remained grounded, focused on the situation without arrogance, and crushed obstacles with his formidable strength. This alone is enough to prove his exceptional nature. The reason the top leader said not to investigate his deeper background is that Qing is a member of our Federation. He trusts this young and cautious individual. At this moment, the secretary received a phone call and reported, "The top leader from the Ninja Federation has arrived in our vehicle from the airport. Should we let him in?" Upon hearing this, a smile appeared on the top leader's face. The real drama in the world is about to unfold. Qing has achieved such great results in the game world, and the elders of our Federation cannot afford to fall behind. Let him in. In another region, at that very moment, in the office of a top leader in a certain federation, there were two projection screens. One is from a certain federation, and the other is from their own players. Watching the players from their own federation, listening to the global announcements, with a look of bewilderment on their faces, he irritably waved his hand, signaling for a drink to be brought to him. Immediately, a gleam shone in his eyes. This individual was definitely not simple. "Secretary, after the last operation to capture spies, how many deeper hidden spies do we still have?" "Boss, there are still 31. Then within the country, investigate thoroughly for me. No matter what method you use, dig up all the information on this individual, from birth to before entering the game, and get it all clear." However, that might not be possible, the secretary said awkwardly, looking helpless. "Why?" the boss asked. "Because all 31 of them are dead." The super big shot was shocked. "All dead? How is that possible?" Chapter 72. A cautious mind from a certain federation. Infrastructure Madness officially launched. It should be noted that the certain federation has deployed at least 500,000 spies and online operatives in the Dragon Federation. Otherwise, why would there be so many exchange students and content creators on certain video platforms, as well as professionals from various fields? Of course, not all of them are spies. The overall number of people coming to the Dragon Federation is certainly substantial. After all, the certain federation has always been at odds with the Dragon Federation, compounded by the pervasive influence of its cultural hegemony and the previous purchasing power it held. Who would be foolish enough to come to the Dragon Federation to work as a delivery person or something similar? Thus, the outcome is quite clear. As for the online operatives, that's even simpler. They simply pay. The baseline for some online operatives is much lower than what ordinary people imagine. To put it simply, as long as you pay, they even agree to claim to be your grandson. However, at present, excluding those spies that have already been uncovered, the remaining 31 spies have all died. This was completely unexpected. How did they die? When did it happen? Upon hearing this, the secretary weakly responded, "At the very moment you asked. The 31 spies, according to the information from our detectors, all died simultaneously." Based on the content from the black box of the detector, it involved numerous armed special forces using what they referred to as zombie-killing bullets to eliminate them, after which they were directly taken to. No need, I already know. The high-ranking official of the certain federation helplessly nodded. He pointed at the newly opened projection screen, displaying a post on the Death Game forum from the Dragon Federation, and smiled wryly. The post detailed that tonight, the Dragon Federation had identified 876 individuals from other federations within its territory, of which 321 were facing a zombie infection crisis. The antidote for the zombie virus was specifically researched based on the physiology of the Dragon Federation citizens. Their original intention was to save these friendly individuals from foreign federations. However, these foreigners lacked a certain special trait found in the citizens of the Dragon Federation, so while the antidote did neutralize the zombie virus, it also decomposed normal human cells. Consequently, these 321 individuals perished. Coincidentally, after reviewing the list, the certain federation realized that all of them were spies, including the 31 from their own federation. The Dragon Federation is truly ruthless to use such methods to eliminate our spies. Boss, we could have used the black box footage to blackmail the Dragon Federation. Shouldn't these individuals have been taken to the hospital for rescue first? We could apply pressure on the Dragon Federation in a humanitarian manner. Upon hearing the secretary's words, the high-ranking official of the certain federation looked at him as if he were an idiot. You Fouquet, are you really that foolish? The individuals from a certain country have identified these 31 spies, clearly indicating that they possess information confirming their espionage activities. Moreover, the intelligence department has reported that the black box has been tampered with. This proves that they are aware we have espionage communication equipment. We are attempting to wage a humanitarian public relations battle, while they have directly exposed the espionage data of these 31 individuals. In the current international situation, we are fundamentally at a disadvantage. After being your secretary for such a long time, you still don't understand this? To be honest, I am now doubting whether you are a spy from that country, given how foolish your proposal is. Hearing this series of remarks from a high-ranking official, the secretary broke into a cold sweat. She truly did not expect the situation to be so complicated. I originally thought. You thought what? Think carefully about why they would take action at this moment. All right, in a few minutes, someone else will come to take over my secretary position. We are short a person over by the restroom, so you can go there. Sir, the secretary was stunned. She thought that even if she made a small error in decision-making, it wouldn't lead to her dismissal. Yet one sentence directly cost her the job. Cold sweat poured down as she exploded with frustration. Sir, I may not have merits, but I have put in effort too. Is this how you treat me? However, during her outburst, the office door was opened by several armed soldiers. They pointed their weapons at the female secretary. Please come with us. After sending away the secretary, oh no, the former secretary, the high-ranking official opened his computer and deleted hundreds of sensitive documents related to her, his expression cold. The current situation is even more complex than before. The players from that country are clearly being targeted and suppressed in the gaming world, yet they remain formidable. It seems our plans must proceed more swiftly, he said, pressing a button. Shortly after, a middle-aged man in a lab coat slowly emerged from a hidden door. Sir, what can I do for you? Doctor, have you completed the analysis of your son's special gene? Our special abilities program must be initiated immediately after the 24-hour mark today. We have the advantage, but their development speed is too fast. We need to take action. I've been waiting for your word. The doctor nodded. The special gene analysis is complete, and clinical trials are underway. Currently, according to our data, 2 ordinary individuals, after transformation, have become special ability users akin to transformed individuals. That's excellent. The 2 exchanged a glance, a fierce smile appearing at the corners of their mouths. The battles in the game will escalate to a whole new level. At the same time, in that country, it was already 3 a.m. Countless people, each with a can of a certain product, are boosting their spirits while watching Qing's live broadcast. However, at the same time, in a certain location on the outskirts of the capital of a certain federation, it appears to be a wilderness, surrounded by weeds and trees. There are no signs of human presence at all, but if one looks underground, it reveals a different story. Almost the entire underground area of 30 meters deep in the suburban region has been hollowed out. This is a superplaza that is as large as 10 football fields. There are massive passages leading to different areas in all 4 directions of the plaza. On this superplaza, figures are seen, their foreheads glowing with a faint white light. Some are incredibly strong, using supercarts to transport thousands of boxes of supplies at once. Others move at lightning speed, passing documents in just 3 seconds. Engineers are seated in front of CNC lathes, their fingers flying like shadows as they continuously modify various parameters and settings. Above the CNC lathes, enchanted sniper rifles, enchanted bullets, enchanted submachine guns, and bright red Desert Eagle handguns are being produced at an astonishing rate. Moreover, on the other side of the plaza, there is already a pile of finished weapons, exuding a strong smell of machine oil. All of these are the first batch of weapons produced by the infrastructure enthusiasts under a certain plan. Chapter 73, Global Chaos, targeting Qing in the game world. The activities of other federations and empires have also accelerated. They are not foolish. They know very well that in the real world, there are many night owls. Regardless of gender, under such circumstances, news reached them about Qing defeating a level 15 boss. How could they still have the face to rest? Especially after the last experience of returning to reality, these individuals are well aware that the superiors of their own federation are currently watching every move in the game world. Moreover, many federations are taking action against the Dragon Federation in the real world. Therefore, in this situation, if they were to show any signs of slackness, they would be the first to face dire consequences. Thus, with a rumble, they began to allocate tasks. Some started recruiting commoners and working on infrastructure projects with them. Others set out to explore various tasks. The two efforts complemented each other, ensuring that the development of infrastructure in the game would not be hindered while also facilitating exploration missions. However, at this moment, a small official event occurred in the game world. A world announcement was refreshed. World announcement. Dear players, due to the large number of reports and complaints regarding the second point of our last update, which was perceived as targeting a specific federation, we sincerely apologize to all players and viewers. This was an oversight on our part. Therefore, we have made the following decision. The second point of the last update, 2. To enhance game balance, we have reduced the capabilities of some game monsters. We have found that other federations are struggling to keep pace with the Dragon Federation. After rational analysis, we concluded that it is not that players from other federations are incapable, but rather that the development speed of the Dragon Federation is excessively rapid, leading to the impression that players from other federations are weak, will be permanently retracted, and will not be updated again. We have also adjusted the relevant attributes, and we ask everyone to pay attention to safety. Additionally, to express our apologies, we have increased the lifespan of every player globally by 2 years. We hope everyone views the game reasonably, as ultimately, your fates lie in the hands of the death game. For those who still do not believe, we would like to disclose the report data. A total of 1,078, 998, 959 reports have been made. Furthermore, 537, 536, 421 reports were specifically against the player, Qing, with the reason cited as cheating. We conducted an in-depth study and analysis of this player and found that they indeed possessed a nuclear power plant cheat. Therefore, we will ban this player's nuclear power plant to restore game balance. To punish this player, we will not only shut down their nuclear power plants, but we will also regress their era from the technological age to the primitive age. Please understand. Global announcement. Game rule number 2. Player Qing. Global announcement. Game rule number 2. Player Qing. The announcement swept across the board. In an instant, the global network exploded. Especially among the top brass of various federations, there was a wave of celebration. Some even brought out champagne and red wine, starting to toast each other. After all, Qing was like a thorn in their side. Particularly, recent streaming data indicated that Qing's nuclear power plant was his greatest asset. After all, it was the reason Qing had entered the modern civilization era right from the start. Without this advantage, it would mean that Qing's starting point would be exactly the same as other federations, wouldn't it? This guy has been successfully reported. Everyone, it's time for us to take control of the game world now. Prepare to issue a statement and target the Dragon Federation. Some celebrated, downing their champagne in one go. No, I think we should wait a bit longer. Others maintained a cautious stance, believing that we shouldn't act too hastily. If Qing has other hidden strategies in the game, then tearing our relationship with the Dragon Federation apart right now wouldn't be wise for anyone. Everyone knows that the Dragon Federation is the most united federation in the world. Once we truly start targeting them, we might face even greater issues. Moreover, in a sense, the game has discovered Qing's cheating, but has not directly banned his account or caused his character to die. Doesn't this prove that even the game lacks a direct excuse to eliminate Qing? In any case, since this global announcement came out, the high-level officials of the global federations have been divided. Some are observing, while others have already begun to take action. That once clear pool of water has finally started to become murky at this moment. At the same time, in the live stream of the Dragon Federation, countless people were enraged. They undoubtedly began to use the complaint feature to deny that Qing was cheating. If others can't develop, it's because they are incompetent. But if Qing has developed, they claim he is cheating? Moreover, this nuclear power plant isn't a reward from the game, right? Why didn't the game intervene when the nuclear power plant was first introduced? Instead, after the complaint, they confirmed that Qing was cheating? Isn't this a typical double standard? They see Qing as strength and want to suppress him. Brothers, let us appeal to the top brass. Prepare nuclear options to counter this asteroid. Yes, I think so too. Look, the people around Qing are all stunned. Everyone is discussing countermeasures, but I think, what's the point? The game is already targeting us like this. Are we supposed to just take it? Let's stop talking nonsense and take action. Since they are targeting us, let's go all out. A nuclear explosion could probably take out this small asteroid, right? It's said that our leader is already executing this plan, and the launch silos are adjusting their direction. The leader has control of the final launch button and is preparing for an attack. That would be the best. However, let's not act impulsively. Look at our leader Qing. I estimate he has definitely encountered this situation before and has a backup plan. Some people are being rational and not saying anything crazy. Meanwhile, in the game world, those around Qing showed worried expressions. But at the same time, Qing smiled. A flicker of flame appeared on his fingertips. Then he said with a grin, "Chen Fan, little spider, you three stay here and wait for us for 10 minutes. Lao Man, start the engine. I want to return to Longcheng in 1 minute. Okay, no need for 1 minute. Activate the warp engine. We'll arrive in 3 seconds. Lao Man pushed up his glasses, a sinister smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. These so-called game developers are being quite underhanded. Chapter 74. Once the props appear, who can compete? Game world, Dragon City, a flash of white light. A spaceship appeared above the nuclear power station in Dragon City, as if it had teleported. To be precise, there was no longer a nuclear power station. At the very moment Qing and his group returned to Dragon City, the nuclear power station had vanished completely due to the game system's influence. The most luxurious and tallest building had disappeared without a trace in an instant. Such a massive disappearance left countless refugees who had settled in Dragon City dumbfounded. How could the nuclear power station just vanish in a moment? However, before they could fully process their shock, the gigantic super breeding farms, skyscrapers, and various processing plants, raw material factories, and even lingerie factories within Dragon City also vanished without a trace in an instant. This scene infuriated Bing Bing, who was commentating in the live broadcast room. This game was ridiculous. This asteroid must be foolish. If it held the fate of the entire planet, it should understand the vastness of the Federation and that the distance they could travel was comprehensible. Why would it offend us like this? Not fearing that we would cause destruction in the game world. Furthermore, in the real world, our Imperial Federation was already preparing the power of nuclear weapons, with countless launch silos adjusted and ready. At this moment, Yao Yao nodded and added, according to the information we received, if the game developers continue with these tricks, the nuclear warheads will definitely be launched. If they want to go down together, then let's do it. Yes, come on. Those developers must have their heads filled with nonsense. Right. This operation is something I've never seen in my life. It's outrageous. Hee. Don't let the game developers lead the rhythm. Focus on watching the live stream. Look, Qing is speaking now. In the game world, Qing seemed to sense the emotions of the live broadcast room. He opened the private message interface and smiled at the audience, saying, I've received all your messages. But there's no need to rush. Qing didn't elaborate further. He hovered above Dragon City in the spaceship, looking down at the entire area. When he saw that all the massive buildings in Dragon City had completely disappeared, he coldly smiled and used a bamboo dragonfly to descend back to the ground. Everyone stood behind him. At that moment, Qing took out a blueprint. It was none other than the blueprint for the nuclear power station. It should be noted that Qing had acquired many resources before, whether it was uranium for nuclear fission or various other building blueprints. These were not one-time use items. Even if they were, the memories in the minds of the contractors were invaluable. Could it be that Qing wanted to rebuild a nuclear power station? The resources and time it would consume would be immense. You should remember that the power of nuclear power plants has already surpassed any conventional weapon within the city. Just the creation of electromagnetic cannons and laser guns is absolutely not something that can be completed in a short time. Furthermore, we need a large amount of resources, furnaces, molds. Some were shocked and then began to analyze rationally. Not to mention anything else, if the esteemed Qing really had that many materials. Time is still of the essence. When it comes to time, Qing simply cannot catch up with others, especially with a core nuclear power plant. The difficulty is dozens or even hundreds of times greater than that of a workshop for novelty items, weapon workshops, warehouses, or sewage treatment facilities. Ridiculous, utterly ridiculous. To think that one could recreate a nuclear power plant based solely on a blueprint? This Qing must be out of his mind. A bigwig from a certain powerful empire, watching the live stream, couldn't help but laugh. He took a sip of his drink, his eyes filled with mockery. It seems we no longer need to regard Qing as a rival. He is about to regress from a civilized era back to a primitive one. No one could possibly accept such a change, right? Exactly. Another person chimed in, his extremely plump face quivering. This time, let's see how he turns things around. Let us celebrate in advance. The coming era will be ours. At this moment in the powerful Federation, a major figure saw this scene, and a smile appeared on his lips. However, soon, his expression turned serious, because he thought of a problem. Since the game began, Qing had never lost his composure. He had never made a mistake. Even when facing that level 15 boss, he had never panicked. Moreover, in the live stream, Qing's eyes were not those of someone who had lost their mind or gone insane. Instead, it was confidence. A confidence that was calm to the extreme. Could it be that he really has a backup plan? In an instant, he became tense. If this guy truly has a backup plan, then his evaluation would definitely rise. No, not just one level, but 10 or even higher. Because even he himself couldn't understand how Qing could turn the tables under such targeted circumstances. How could he reverse the situation? Hopefully, this guy is just bluffing. The major figure sighed. However, even his own tone was not very confident. The situation had taken many by surprise. And at that moment, in the highest office of the Federation, a major figure looked at the live stream and turned to the bigwig from the neighboring nation. Smiling as he asked, "What do you think the next development will be?" Upon hearing this, the bigwig from the neighboring nation instantly panicked. It was instinctive. He realized that he was completely on a different level of strength compared to the powerful figures of the Federation. Previously, there were very few visiting activities. So his interactions with these influential individuals were minimal, mostly limited to what he could see on television or the internet, and through phone communications. But now, standing right in front of these powerful figures, he felt their authority as if it were an insurmountable mountain. The pressure was so intense that it made it hard for him to breathe. I feel that the upcoming developments will likely leave everyone stunned, shocked, and lead to a reversal of expectations, right? You are correct. The powerful figure smiled and replied, then fell silent, focusing on the live broadcast. Immediately after, as if to validate what the two figures had said, at that moment, the live stream revealed that he had opened the S-level treasure chest. In an instant, something nearly divine and unimaginable was taken out. Congratulations. You have obtained a 24-hour construction operation acceleration voucher. Quality S-level. Effect. Can accelerate construction actions by 24 hours, saving 1 day of time. Evaluation. How could time possibly hinder the construction enthusiasts? It should be speeding up instead. As soon as the item was revealed, everyone was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 75. The situation turns around, trembling in shock. Wow. 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 At this moment, the live broadcast room exploded. The super big shots from various federations were all stunned. Even those who were engaged in private activities suddenly stopped. They all stared at the holographic projection screen, their eyes nearly popping out. The big shots truly deserve their title. Qing is invincible. I never expected this. The contents of the treasure chest this time are simply incredible. This definitely deserves an S-level rating. You have to know, with a sufficient number of displaced populations, a 24-hour acceleration voucher can create godlike infrastructure capabilities. What was said earlier is correct, especially considering that the development mechanisms in the game and the real world are different. What can be created in the game world is exponentially more frightening than in reality. Just think about it. Vegetables can mature in just 3 hours. And fruits can also be ready in 3 hours. Buildings take 5 hours to complete. Production workshops, molds. All of these in the game world take a very short time. Moreover, the game has already imposed a significant penalty by prohibiting Yi Qing from using all his buildings, reverting to a primitive society. He can't possibly have all the various resources in his hands taken away, right? Just look at that mountain of materials. However, before the players could finish speaking, at that moment, another mountain of materials suddenly fell from the sky, with various lights flashing continuously. It was all kinds of seeds, young animals, metallic materials, sand, cement, and electrical wiring materials, among others. Immediately, under the astonished gaze of countless people, Yi Qing activated that 24-hour acceleration voucher in an instant. In just a moment, it was as if a big rat had suddenly flashed past. In the blink of an eye, all the buildings that had disappeared without a trace instantly reappeared. Not only that, the entire area of the city expanded by more than 3 times, gradually incorporating a larger area of wasteland, almost reaching the edge of Phoenix City. Farmlands reappeared, with various ripe fruits emitting a charming fragrance. High-rise buildings stood tall, and this time, it was not just 2 neighborhoods, but a total of 5 neighborhoods: Kyoto District, Magic City District, River City District, Sea City District, and Jiang City District. On one side, a cutting-edge laboratory stood on the ground like a Rubik's Cube. Next to it were various experimental bases. As for sewage treatment plants, fertilizer factories, weapon production workshops, and novelty item production workshops, those go without saying. The key issue is, in just that fleeting moment, the bewildered, displaced people had already developed a strong sense of admiration in their eyes. They never expected to be so astonished just moments ago. Immediately, their bodies seemed to tremble for a moment, and in their minds, a memory of 24 hours of construction appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, in their hands, everyone had a bottle of a well-known drink that was already half consumed. This drink seemed to carry some kind of energy, sweeping away their fatigue. Most importantly, the 500 square meter nuclear power plant had now doubled in size. It transformed from 500 square meters directly to 1,000 square meters. Someone had once commented in a live stream that the area occupied by the nuclear power plant in the real world was dozens of times larger than just 500 square meters. However, they might not know that this nuclear power plant, and even the blueprints for it, were initially provided by a super reward system, which contained extremely stable dual technologies of nuclear fission and nuclear fusion. Why couldn't a super nuclear power plant equipped with future technological advancements reduce its area? Just like computers over 200 years ago, didn't it take up an entire room at first? But what about later? Holographic projections, gaming helmets, button-sized holographic projectors. Laptops, didn't these shrink in size countless times compared to before? The same principle applies to nuclear power plants within the game world. As for why nuclear fission and nuclear fusion do not explode within the same nuclear power plant, it's because they are different reactions. These 2 reactors are located in separate rooms within the plant. They do not interfere with each other, but under certain technological integrations, they can simultaneously generate power for the plant. In such a highly stable operating environment, how could an explosion possibly occur? Incredible, my dear. Ha ha ha. As expected, the master Yi Qing has his ways. Just a moment ago, it felt like a giant mouse appeared on the screen, and in an instant, this environment transformed into what it is now. Amazing. By the way, do you think Yi Qing already knew that this S-class treasure chest contained the acceleration voucher? Which is why he had such confidence in tackling this game. Perhaps. We can't guess Yi Qing's thoughts, but I believe that other leaders from the Federation would definitely have expressions as if they had just tasted something unpleasant upon witnessing this scene. Yes. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about that image makes me laugh. Just like the thoughts of the netizens. Outside the live stream, especially for the leaders from the Federation. They must be so shocked they feel like they might be sick. In just a moment, the advancement from a primitive society to a technological civilization happened in an instant. Moreover, due to the use of this 24-hour acceleration voucher, Yi Qing's city has become larger, longer, and more formidable than before. The countless infrastructure buildings and advanced cutting-edge laboratories. Even he felt a tinge of envy. This guy is ruthless, he muttered to himself, and a red light emanated from his eyes. Yes, that's right. A red light. No one knows what is going on with him. No one knows what the leader of a certain federal entity is thinking at this very moment. Not only the leader of that federal entity, but even the leaders of other imperial federations, who just moments ago were toasting with champagne, are now feeling weak in their hands. Just a moment ago, they were raising their champagne glasses high, as if they were standing at the pinnacle of a pyramid. confidently discussing plans to target a certain federation. And now, they are trembling, filled with regret over what they just said. They are even worried that their previous statements should not leak out. Otherwise, if these federations were to simultaneously find themselves on the blacklist of that certain federation, it would be a worldwide catastrophic blow for them. The situation is changing rapidly. This time, Qing has forcefully turned the tide, and it is unclear how many perspectives have been altered as a result. Chapter 76. No need to get angry with the incompetent. I never expected, bro, that you had such a powerful artifact. Anna's mouth opened slightly in surprise, but she quickly regained her composure and smiled. Yes, I didn't expect our captain to be so impressive. I almost want to dedicate myself to him, Mei Yinner said with a grin, and in an instant, countless gazes turned toward her. Even the old man was no exception. What's wrong? Did I say something wrong? Mei Yinner felt a bit nervous and blushed. All right, stop teasing the young lady. Qing shrugged and said, let's go. We need to head to Phoenix City and wrap up that laboratory's conclusion. We only just dealt with that level 15 boss, and we haven't even entered the underground laboratory yet. If it weren't for this incident, we wouldn't have wasted so much time. Okay. Everyone nodded and boarded the spacecraft. Under the flickering white light, the warp engine started, and in an instant, they returned to their original positions. However, as soon as they landed, the spacecraft disintegrated in an instant, turning into countless particles. The spacecraft had reached its final lifespan, and with the current level of technology, the materials simply couldn't support the warp engine for multiple uses. To create such a fast and efficient spacecraft again, they would need to find a precious metal that is at least 100 times stronger than the currently known materials. The old man adjusted his glasses, sounding a bit regretful. In fact, with his level of technology, he could manufacture these spacecraft and even maintain them long-term. But the key issue was the materials. This wasn't a cartoon world where even mythical elements could be produced. Such heavy metal materials were rare and hard to find in the human world. It doesn't matter. The spacecraft was originally a bugged creation that provided us with 2 conveniences, which is enough. Qing didn't care much about this issue. He only needed it for the convenience of travel. According to his memories from the previous life, when they next entered the game world, there would be even more teleportation arrays, and at that time, there would also be corresponding teleportation arrays on the outskirts of Phoenix City. Therefore, they wouldn't need the spacecraft tomorrow. He felt no regret over its scrapping. After a brief conversation, Qing exchanged pleasantries with Chen Fan, who was on guard here, and the little spiders for a moment. Then they wasted no more time and entered the underground world of the laboratory. At that moment, a world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. Player, Sierra, successfully leveled up by 10 levels and, using a generator, successfully created a technological marvel. He has completed the use of radio technology, fully bringing the Federation into the technological era. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player, Silda. World announcement. Player, Silda. World announcement. The player, Ababa, you go to hell from the Empire Federation, leading the players from the Empire Federation, has successfully entered the technological era. The Federation has illuminated its technology tree, and the overall city is undergoing comprehensive upgrades. World announcement. Empire Federation. World announcement. Empire Federation. World announcement. Bear Country Federation. World announcement. Bear Country Federation. World announcement. Bear Country Federation. World announcement. At this moment, various world announcements from different federations echo throughout the realm. Countless individuals hurriedly gathered, finally stepping into the technological era on this day. Although many are unclear about the specific process, everyone understands that the arrival of the technological civilization brings only more brutal competition and upgrades to the world of death game. As they witness the rise of skyscrapers, war becomes inevitable. Each federation's domain certainly has various resources. However, resources are singular, just like in the real world. Perhaps you have oil here, but I do not, as I am merely an agricultural powerhouse. Some empires have none of these, but are rich in marine resources. Thus, the disparity in resources leads to increased demand, and under such circumstances, the escalation of tensions and the outbreak of war becomes inevitable. Of course, avoiding war is also possible. That would be through the development of nuclear weapons. Once there are more than 2 nuclear players in the world, any war that breaks out would only be localized. A world war would be impossible. However, this game world is not merely an era of developing civilization and technology. Many are already aware of the 72 demon gods, And the continuous emergence of exploration missions proves that the true main storyline is still progressing steadily. Naturally, everyone has not forgotten the biggest matter at hand. Only by winning this so-called death game can they truly resolve the asteroid crisis. Phoenix City. On the spiral staircase leading to the underground laboratory, listening to the world announcements, Chun Fan looked at Yi Qing and said, "They have developed. Should we take action now?" He knew that Yi Qing had been very meticulous with many plans. Previously, when in the real world, they were all clear about the extent of harm other federations had done to the Dragon Country Federation. Even Chun Fan himself had once thought that one day, when their strength improved, they would surely give other federations a taste of their power. And now, he felt this was an opportunity. There's no rush. The fish have not grown fat enough for us to eat. Let's wait a while longer until they are big enough, and then we will pick the fruit. Listen, can you hear that? Is this even human talk? The netizens from other federations instantly became furious. Isn't it clear that Yi Qing has never taken the other federations seriously and has always treated them as mere pawns? In such a situation, can they endure it? As a result, a bunch of people began to send private messages to Yi Qing, unleashing a torrent of insults. However, Yi Qing completely ignored them, permanently blocking all private messages and slowly continuing on his way. This left the people from the other federations feeling as though their punches were landing on cotton. They had already sent insults and received no response, making it impossible for them to feel the satisfaction of venting their anger. Yet, in Yi Qing's eyes, those who insulted him were all foolish individuals lacking intelligence. He saw no need to waste energy on such nonsense. At this moment, everyone arrived at a vast plaza that looked exactly like the underground world of the previous laboratory. However, this plaza was devoid of any eggs, instead filled with beings that were falling into a deep slumber. These beings were different from the ones associated with the sorceress. They were a group of beast men with donkey heads and human bodies, referred to as donkey people. Listening to Yi Qing's summons, the sorceress transformed from her card form into her real self. "What's wrong, my dear master?" she asked. "Call out your good sister. We don't need to waste any more time." Upon hearing this, the sorceress was instantly taken aback. How did he know that she and the sorceress of this laboratory were sisters? Chapter 77 Hidden Boss. Not only the Dark Queen, but also the others in the live stream were bewildered. Seeing the expression on the Dark Queen's face, everyone realized that Yi Qing indeed had some information about the other party. However, at this moment, everyone shared the same expression as the Dark Queen. Why did Yi Qing know that the Dark Queen here was the Dark Queen's sister? They had never met before. As if seeing through the Dark Queen and the viewer's expressions, Yi Qing smiled and said, "You are all dark beings created in a laboratory, and since Dark Queens are generally female, isn't it normal for you two to be close friends or sisters?" Dark Queen. What kind of logic is this? I'd be a fool to believe you. The Dark Queen rolled her eyes, then swayed her hips, and slowly walked to a door. Knock knock. Knock 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 knock. Knock knock. A short, a long, and a medium knock. This method of knocking seemed to be a special way of communication. Everyone held their breath and instinctively tightened their grip on their weapons. Just then, the stone door slowly opened. Out walked a donkey-headed Dark Queen. Yes, even the live-born dark beings in the underground space had a donkey head. How could this new Dark Queen also have a donkey head? Her figure was as enchanting as the Dark Queen's, especially her assets, which were even larger than the Dark Queen's. However, this time, the Donkey Queen was different. She wore a tight suit like a Special Forces soldier, without any embarrassing exposure. Name: Donkey Queen. Identity: one of the 72 Dark Queens created in the laboratory. Skills: unknown level, unknown, background, unknown. Looking at this series of attribute panels, everyone nodded subtly. Just like the Dark Queen, these attributes were not much different from before. If nothing unexpected happened, this was the result of game intervention. When the Donkey Queen saw the Dark Queen leading so many people into the underground space, she was instantly dumbfounded. She did not expect there to be so many people. "My dear sister, does this count as betrayal?" The Donkey Queen opened her mouth, and a foul odor swept over. The intense bad breath was like hundreds of years without brushing teeth, more terrifying than chemical weapons. In that moment, all the players donned gas masks. Donkey Queen. Seeing this scene, she was stunned. "Good sister, I can't help it. I've already been reclaimed by the Master and can only act according to his will. Otherwise, I would also die. You shouldn't have mentioned the matter of the 72 dark gods, and I didn't expect that these people could actually defeat the monkey." The Donkey Queen's expression was calm, but her words revealed her astonishment. It was useless. When encountering this person, whatever you wanted to say or not say, he could pry it out of you. Moreover, you shouldn't use your illusion magic anymore. It won't work on my master. I've tried it before. With that, the figure of the creature gradually began to dissipate, seemingly attempting to escape. However, just as her form was about to vanish completely, it suddenly regained its solidity. The creature was taken aback. She looked at the half bottle of liquid in the sorceress's hand, and a fierce glint appeared in her eyes. The Dark Lord and the project won't let you go. Sorceress, if you turn your back on us, then be prepared for the wrath of the Dark Lord. She howled, and in an instant, the previously sleeping dark beings awoke, their eyes shining with a blood-red light. In a blink, these beings surrounded Yi Qing and the others as if they had teleported. At this moment, Yi Qing and his companions quickly pulled out a dozen rocket launchers and submachine guns, aiming at the dark beings. The ominous gun barrels and rocket launchers emitted an indescribable threat, leaving the creature stunned. She never expected the opponents to possess so many firearms. Most importantly, she sensed a kind of magical energy from these weapons. Just one shot. She knew very well that once a shot was fired, all the dark beings around would perish instantly. Speak up, what do you want? However, before she could finish her sentence, a flash of light illuminated the area, and a blue flame engulfed her entirely in an instant. She didn't even have time to react or scream before falling into a state of death. It all happened in just a moment. Once the creature died, the dark beings also turned to mist and vanished without a trace. Let's move the supplies, Yi Qing said, directing everyone to start transporting the materials. He then took out a small stool and sat down in the center of the vast square. Come on, stop hiding. You old schemers, aren't you just using the project to cultivate stronger zombies? To resurrect 72 Dark Lords with true souls and flesh using zombies as their blood and multiple cities as the base. Isn't that your goal? With a casual tone, Yi Qing spoke as if he were having a chat with the air. However, upon hearing these words, Anna and many others in the live broadcast room grew serious. The term project was something they had heard Yi Qing mention before, especially the matter of the 72 Dark Lords revealed by the sorceress, which they regarded as a further attempt by the game to eliminate humanity. Now, however, what Yi Qing was saying was even more detailed. Zombies as blood. Wasn't that the construction of an enchanted magic circle? If we were to apply this situation to the real world, does that mean that the recent appearances of those dark-skinned zombies are somehow related to this so-called plan? Could it be that this so-called 72 demon resurrection plan is not just confined to the gaming world, but is also set to manifest in reality? If that is the case, then the entire real world would truly be on the brink of a catastrophic end. At this moment, the thoughts of individuals in the live broadcast room, and even influential figures around the globe, suddenly became lively. What Yi Qing mentioned is simply too significant. In that instant, the underground plaza fell silent once more. But just less than 10 seconds into the silence, a split spiritual entity and an old woman with a wrinkled face, dressed in a robe and holding a green magic wand, slowly emerged. You brat, spouting nonsense will bring you retribution. Hey, at this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. In this underground space, there actually existed two hidden bosses. Chapter 78. The failed scheme. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled. He waved his hand and directly produced a miniature apple infused with the power of a nuclear power station. Then, he took a bite. In an instant, a terrifying force emanated from the apple. In that moment, the old woman holding the staff and the spirit of the separated donkey were stunned. They had previously suffered a certain power a century ago, which forced them to recuperate in this basement. According to the previous statement from the spirit of the demon queen, they would be able to restore their bodies in 10 years. Now, feeling the terrifying energy radiating from the apple, they understood clearly that this energy could indeed cause their immediate demise. I meant to say, it's this seat. No, I misspoke. In an instant, a flattering expression appeared on the old woman's face. Big shot. Let me tell you, the power awakened by the 72 demon gods requires the infusion of at least 100,000 people's fire seed plan to be completed. In recent years, there have been very few people in this basement, and we have only completed the plan for 30 people. However, this is not something we wanted to do ourselves. It's all because those 72 demon gods personally instructed us to do it. If we don't do it, we won't survive. In an instant, the others were left speechless. Yi Qing hadn't done anything extraordinary. He merely took out a bitten apple, yet the old woman started spilling secrets like a broken tap. Especially the people in the live stream, who were utterly bewildered. Could it be that this apple was even more terrifying than Anna's banana bomb? It was unclear. Perhaps it was a bomb that Anna had given to Yi Qing at some point. We all knew that Anna had various strange gadgets, which she often shared with Yi Qing and explained how to use them. However, returning to the topic, someone commented that they felt the scene was somewhat unreal. The expressions on the faces of the people from the Federal Empire were as grim as it could get, especially the super big shot from the Federation. At this moment, he had already downed 10 cups of sugary drinks, causing his already overweight body to visit the restroom 20 times. What other secrets does Yi Qing have? He wanted to investigate the specifics about Yi Qing, but at this stage, all the spies from the Federation hidden within the Dragon Kingdom had been completely eliminated. Even those international students were now under a military-style management system arranged by the Dragon Kingdom. The students from the Federation shared the same classroom, same dormitory, and same supervising teacher. They even designated a specific teaching area for the Federation students. And they didn't even have to go to convenience stores to buy things. Teachers would deliver items directly to their doors. This practically cut off all possibilities of them contacting the outside world, even due to the development of science and technology. The mobile networks of these international students have been specifically restricted, allowing access only to forums and live streams related to fatal games, as well as checking scores. For anything else, even if you want to use a certain search engine to look up information, you would only receive a message stating that some results cannot be displayed due to relevant regulations. Therefore, all of this clearly indicates that the Federation in the Eastern region is evidently targeting their counterpart. Of course, he understands that anyone would be reluctant to deal with spies, right? The superpower from the Federation felt helpless. Gulp, gulp, gulp. He took another big sip of sugary beverage and continued to stare at the live stream. Think tank, get moving. Analyze Yi Qing's every move in the gaming world. He issued the command. Then he took a bite of a chicken nugget. However, the nugget was spoiled. Who on earth left chicken nuggets here for 5 days? Upon seeing the production date, he became furious. In the gaming world, the plan of the 72 demon gods was something Yi Qing had already known from his previous life. Not only that, but he also had more information. However, he was unaware of the matters concerning the old woman and the demon queen, as well as the fragmented spirit of the donkey queen. This was hidden plot content that very few, including himself and others, could trigger in the previous life. Now that he had learned about these, he naturally wanted to know more. It seemed that when the laboratory was built, someone must have already infiltrated humanity to promote this matter, right? Hearing this, the old woman nodded. Yes, researching viruses and vaccines was just a facade for the 72 laboratories. The real purpose was to serve the plan of the 72 demon gods. The Donkey Queen and Demon Queen mentioned by her were actually the results of failed experiments, which was merely an excuse. The real reason for their existence was that they were all fragments of the souls of the 72 demon gods, albeit very weak and not significantly related to the 72 demon gods. The only connection was the master-servant mark deep within their souls, urging them to complete the seed plan. Once you become their master, this master-servant mark will naturally disappear and turn them into your exclusive personnel. Yi Qing nodded. He had researched this with Chun Fan and Mei Yenner in his previous life, and it was not a big secret. However, from this point of view, it also proved that what the old woman said was indeed true. As for the demon queen, what about you? And that old man sitting on the stone chair? Upon hearing this, the old woman's expression changed slightly. However, she still truthfully explained. She threw her staff directly to Yi Qing. This was a magical artifact given to him by the 72 demon gods, called the Staff of Illusion, which could create illusions and also kill. The little one was originally a demon from the demon world and belonged to the subordinates of the 72 demon gods. Under the orders of the adults, we, the subordinates, can only obey unconditionally orders. When the word command emerged, a sinister expression appeared on the old woman's face. On the staff, a milky white light was erupting. It was the prelude to an explosion of energy. Kid, I know you are powerful, but do you really? However, before she could finish her sentence, she was left dumbfounded, because the staff did not explode. At that moment, the milky white light melted away quickly, as if white snow met sunlight. Soon, the staff transformed into a silver ear scoop. At this moment, Yi Qing casually tossed away the bitten apple. Immediately, everyone, except for the donkey and the old woman, vanished in an instant. Boom! With a loud explosion, the viewers in the live broadcast saw Yi Qing and the others teleporting into the sky. On the ground, The laboratory at the center of the explosion had been blasted into a massive crater over 50 meters wide. The terrifying mushroom cloud left the surrounding environment in ruins. Naturally, those two individuals had completely lost their lives in the explosion. Chapter 79. The chaotic beginning and the thoughts of the crowd. Those two individuals have died. However, the reality has become more stringent in its contemplation of this matter. Everyone is not foolish, from the beginning until now. The shadow of the 72 demon gods has loomed over them. If they still cannot deduce that these 72 demon gods are the superbosses of the game, then they might as well give up on living. Moreover, they are speculating that these 72 demon gods may not only be resurrecting in the game world, but also in the real world. If that is the case, the terrifying consequences would undoubtedly be akin to a true apocalypse. Nevertheless, there is some confusion among the crowd. Wasn't it the case that the game world had already gone black screen when Qing dealt with the demon queen last time? Why is it that this time there has been no black screen treatment? Could it be that this death game has swollen to the point where it no longer considers the emotions of the human world to fulfill its purpose of resurrecting the 72 demon gods? However, if one thinks in this way, then let's consider it from another angle. This death game, or rather, the asteroid that has come to a halt in the starry sky, itself possesses the capability to cause the instantaneous death of humanity worldwide. So, why would it go through all this trouble to complete the resurrection plan of the 72 demon gods? Or perhaps, the 72 demon gods are not part of the asteroid's plan? Instead, they belong to another force's scheme? Or could it be that the death game proposed by this asteroid is not meant to destroy humanity, but to help humanity enhance its strength in order to counter the 72 demon gods' plan? Furthermore, since this world has already highlighted the existence of the 72 demon gods, can we not think from a different perspective? That is to say, in this world, or rather, within this universe, there might exist not just the 72 demon gods. After all, in Western mythology, these 72 demon gods are not the most powerful tier of beings. There are deities like Zeus, Poseidon, and Apollo, with a variety of others. Could it be that the matter of the 72 demon gods is merely the beginning? The crowd's thoughts wandered far and wide. However, there is currently no additional information available to investigate further. Although think tanks around the globe have received this intelligence in Qing's live stream and have been frantically analyzing it, they still have not derived any useful insights. Instead, it has heightened the fear and contemplation of every individual and every high-ranking official in the Federated Empires. At the same time, in the game world, on the ground after the explosion, Qing stood beneath the ruins, atop the only intact building, looking at the figure beside him with a smile creeping across his face. So, are you going to confess on your own, or should I wait until I've tortured you to the point of no return before you reveal the information? As his words fell, everyone understood that Qing had declared the death sentence for the figure beside him. There is no need to say much more. The figure smiled faintly and self-destructed, turning into countless fragments and vanishing without a trace. No one knew why she made such a choice. Clearly, if she had been able to clarify everything with the other party earlier, she had the chance to survive completely. Yet, she didn't. Just like that, she perished. How naive. She could have lived. In the live broadcast room, someone sighed. It seemed the other party had been severely brainwashed by some so-called plan. Or perhaps, this figure cared more about the punishment she would face if she stood on the side of the other party after the awakening of the so-called powerful beings. However, how could she know that we, the people of the Federation, never yield or cower under anyone's intimidation? No matter the threats posed by these powerful beings, our leader would overturn them. Yes, that's right. And the most important thing is, I can't stand the words coming from that figure. They are just too unpleasant. Can't you see? Our leader and the others haven't even taken off their gas masks yet. At this point, the fans watching the broadcast were completely dumbfounded. What nonsense. What gas masks? You guys have such wild imaginations. In the live broadcast room, people began to cheer again. However, compared to the Federation, other Imperial broadcast rooms appeared rather desolate. Because the events revealed by the leader were too significant, the viewer count in other Federation rooms was very low. Some viewers even closed the broadcasts from certain Imperial federations due to the inaction of their players. It was evident that people within those broadcasts had died multiple times in zombie hordes. It was clear that the lifespans of smaller federations had been drastically reduced. Some federations were disintegrating, splitting into even smaller entities. It was a sight to behold as once thriving retirement homes turned into graveyards overgrown with weeds. Many had lost hope. Some were even contemplating whether to immigrate to the Federation. Would changing their citizenship to the Federation help them resist the death and the curse of shortened lifespans caused by this mysterious power? Some were attempting to do so. Unfortunately, due to the dark descent upon the real world, nearly all flights and ships were suspended. Global transportation had come to a complete halt, except for a few federations with special technologies. In the face of this terrifying crisis and the dangers lurking in the darkness, some had directly implemented a rationing system. Each household received a specific amount of supplies based on the number of people in it. If someone wanted more, they would be directed by the military, which would personally take them to work sites, and only after working to a certain extent could they receive better rewards. Of course, there are dangers involved. If one is not careful, under the dense black mist, there could be an invasion of the undead. Perhaps you wouldn't even need to work at all. If there's no life left, what's the point? The pace of the real world has entered a new round of major reshuffling. Meanwhile, the game world is also undergoing a new rhythm at this very moment. The Federation successfully completed this underground exploration in just a few hours. At the same time, other federations also gradually refreshed their rewards for completing exploration tasks, along with various resources obtained. Of course, these are not from the small federations that have fallen apart, but from some truly powerful players. During this process, Qing did not waste any time, leading everyone to push forward towards the remaining 6 laboratories, exploring furiously. Chapter 80. The unique abilities of the Goryeo Federation. On this day, world announcements continued to erupt. Players from other federations and empires also began to grow amidst the frequent world announcements. Of course, all of this was a result of the suppression of players from the Dragon Country Federation, both overtly and covertly. However, being the Dragon Country Federation, with Qing as their leader, they focused solely on breaking through the remaining 6 laboratories. It was not until exactly 11 p.m. that the world announcement belonging to Qing and the 20 players, including him, from the Dragon Country was finally refreshed. This achievement was something many had imagined, yet it came as a surprise. After all, ever since Qing began to push through the first laboratory earlier that day, they realized that as the game targeted them more seriously, the Dragon Country Federation had to continuously develop to gain better rewards and returns. No matter how much the game aimed to disadvantage them, they could not be deprived of rewards and treasure chests while the players from the Dragon Country Federation were developing into a stronger state. Could they? Moreover, with Qing's seemingly fortunate steps, he pulled out a super Gatling gun on his left, only to step on air with his right foot. Though he didn't fall, he discovered a basement filled with heavy firearms. Even when facing other level 15 bosses, he accidentally tripped and ended up with a thumb-sized nuclear reactor. As everyone knows, the larger a nuclear reactor, the stronger the energy it emits. However, on the contrary, truly reducing the size of a nuclear reactor requires a technological development effort that is 10, 100, or even 1,000 times greater than that of a large nuclear reactor. Therefore, in this situation, when Qing tripped and obtained this item, it left everyone in the live stream utterly dumbfounded. Whether it was the big shots from other federations or the high-ranking leaders from the Dragon Country Federation, they stood in the wind, confused, and even Chen Fan and Anna began to doubt if their boss was cheating. Who else could trip once and still get something good? However, there was no need to explain this matter, nor could he reveal that he had memories from a previous life. So let them guess. Even if they crowned him as the universe's #1 lucky person or chosen one, it didn't matter. After all, they were the ones who made the claims, not him. Haha. Nevertheless, as the Dragon Country Federation developed rapidly, other federations and empires were dissatisfied. Sierra led the players from a certain federation to gradually develop, officially entering the technological era. Thus, an agricultural empire, a resource empire, began to rise like a new star in the game world. At the same time, players from certain federations and empires have gradually entered the technological era, evolving from basic amenities like electricity and telephones to a state where they are dressed in suits and wielding smartphones. Fortunately, the players within these federations are not lacking in intelligence. While advancing technology, they have also balanced development in sectors such as firearms, agriculture, and infrastructure. Naturally, the focus of their technological advancements leans heavily towards firearms, as having a favorable environment necessitates their presence. Additionally, it is worth mentioning that regions like certain federations have begun to awaken special abilities. Today's news also features a humorous incident. in one federation. 3 individuals have awakened special powers, one of which involves the ability to pass gas. Not just any gas, but a continuous chain of it. This ability allows the player to launch themselves into the air, and the gas they produce can emit a yellowish smoke reminiscent of a weasel's. Most importantly, the smell is so potent that it can wilt nearby plants. To make matters worse, this player happened to have an upset stomach today, causing several others to faint from the fumes while they were all working together. Consequently, a unanimous decision was made to keep this player away from the crowd, even constructing a special enclosed restroom for them. However, after a couple of hours inside, concerns arose as the player had not emerged. Upon investigation, it turned out that they had fainted from their own gas, a first for anyone to knock themselves out like that. Moreover, there were 2 other players with unique abilities. One could continuously relieve themselves and even eat while doing so. The waste produced could serve as fertilizer and even feed dogs. Unfortunately, this ability has no combat potential and is not explosive like the previous one. This player can only sit on the toilet or squat down, continuously going without ever feeling exhausted, which is quite astonishing. Plans are being made to take this player to a research facility in the real world after this, allowing scientists to study the source of their abilities and potentially extract active cells to benefit others with similar endurance. Lastly, there is a 3rd player from the same region who stands out as the only combat-oriented ability user. However, this combat-type supernatural ability user is a bit special. His ability is not elemental, like shooting water, breathing fire, or having immense strength, or even growing bigger like a certain character. His ability is fireworks. That's right, as soon as he opens his mouth, a firework might just shoot out. The key is that this ability is chaotic. What does that mean? It means that the first time, what comes out might be a firecracker. The second time, it could be a small firework. The third time, well, sometimes he even needs help from others, because it could be a massive firework. It's like pulling a gastric tube out of your stomach. A huge firework just gets pulled out from his mouth. Some people, when they see a little firework coming out, don't even know what to say. Are you sure this is a real combat attribute and not a human firework manufacturing machine for entertainment? Especially since he can also spit out firecracker balls. When the ball is placed in a barrel and ignited, boom, it shoots up into the sky. But the result is a picture of a cartoon character. And it even says Happy New Year on it. What the heck, Happy New Year? Players from the neighboring region saw this scene and all burst into tears. Chapter 81. Rankings refresh. Returning to reality. Originally, everyone thought that as the game was about to return to reality, there would be a very tense and charged atmosphere. But who would have thought that in the game world, a certain federation would stir up such a bizarre situation? Who would have imagined these 3 individuals with their strange abilities? Is this for real or just a joke? In this context, the posts by these 3 experts suddenly rose to the top of the forum, becoming the most prominent topic. The popularity of this trending topic even surpassed that of another major federation, becoming the #1 trending topic globally. Yes, that's right, the #1 trending topic worldwide. To be honest, this is the first time this federation has hit global trending, but they weren't exactly thrilled about it. After all, the snowflakes in their real world had yet to settle. Amidst this unexpected amusement, the time finally arrived at 23:40 today. The leaderboard and the upcoming infrastructure tasks refreshed simultaneously. World announcement. All players have completed the tasks issued yesterday. As a result, each player would receive an increase of 5 years to their lifespan and a 10 boost to their strength. Natural disasters globally were halved. The intensity of fog around the world was also reduced by half. Tomorrow's tasks. Players' cities need to create 1,000 farms, 1,000 ranches, accommodate 10,000 refugees, and acquire the following technology and weaponry: 10,000 submachine guns, 100 armored vehicles, 500 boxes of grenades, 20 sniper rifles, and 10,000 ballpoint pen refills. Additionally, 10 residential complexes. World announcement. All players have completed the tasks issued yesterday. The announcement swept across, and in an instant, countless people around the world were left dumbfounded. What on earth? The farms, ranches, and weapons are understandable, but what else with the 10,000 ballpoint pen refills? What is this nonsense? Is this game world for real? Ha ha ha. I still remember that the other federation hasn't even been able to produce ballpoint pen refills until now, right? Isn't this something that has always been monopolized by the Western world? Are you from the other federation? This has been a marketing tactic of other imperial federations for hundreds of years. Are you just now getting online in your village? Do you know that over 100 years ago, during the period from 2000 to 2021, countless people from foreign federations hated this kind of marketing tactic? Because, initially, small factories and other imperial federations were controlling the profits from ballpoint pen refills, but due to excessive marketing, it ended up being promoted to this federation. That was simply intolerable. So, the big shots of this federation issued a task to produce ballpoint pen refills. And guess what happened in the end? The steel and infrastructure industries in our federation are well known. A state-owned enterprise directly set up a production line and produced billions of pen tips. Then, they monopolized the global market. The key point is, the steel company mainly manufactures large steel products. Producing pen tips is not profitable at all. Yet, they managed to put many small businesses from other federations out of business with no way to survive. If you check the news and historical data, you'll see that this batch of pen tips is still sitting and used in the warehouse. If it weren't for fulfilling the upper management's task, that steel company wouldn't even bother with making pen tips, because it doesn't make money. With this in mind, do you still believe those marketing accounts? I don't know what you think. Wow, I checked the news. It's really true. It turns out we've been brainwashed to such an extent. It's truly a shame. Our federation is the best. And seeing these comments, the descendants of those small businesses from other federations have darkened expressions. Yes, that's right. They have already gone bankrupt and now have to switch to other industries. So, even they are quite averse to the marketing from those news outlets. They've really dug their own graves. However, while everyone was chatting, a global announcement refreshed. Global announcement. Player Qing has successfully completed today's task. Global announcement. Player Qing has successfully completed the task issued today. Global announcement. Player Qing. Global announcement. The new leaderboard is as follows. City rankings. Federation, Dragon City, Global First. Another federation, Global Second. Empire of the Rising Sun, Global Third. Another federation, Global Fourth. European side, Global Fifth. Ancient Greek Federation, Global Sixth. Ninja Federation, Global Seventh. Another federation, Global 8th. Last place, another federation. Personal combat power rankings, Global 1st, Federation S. Qing. Last place, another federation. Worst abilities ranking, first place, another federation. This time, the rankings have changed significantly compared to last time, as there have been many targeted situations in the game world these past few days. However, currently, most federations are in single-player mode, at most understanding some situations through world channels or private chats. Countless players are aware that when it hits 2400 hours today and they return to reality, the next time they enter the game, it will be the most terrifying state. Even so, the fact that the federation of a certain country made it into the top 10 today still surprised many, including some from a foreign federation. However, they quickly came to terms with it, especially the federation of another country. They understood that the prominent figure had not yet said anything, and it would clearly be inappropriate for them to comment further. The key is that all netizens from the federation of another country had an inexplicable intuition. They always felt that during this stage of game development, the prominent figure would do something regarding the federation of the certain country. Therefore, countless netizens were analyzing the changes in the live broadcast rankings and the trending topics of those three extraordinary individuals, while time finally reached 2400 hours. Under the flickering light, everyone noticed that all the live streaming rooms suddenly stopped. The screen went black. At the same time, players also returned to the real world at that moment. When the prominent figure opened his eyes, he found that the super big shot from the federation of another country was already sitting on the sofa, smiling at him. Chapter 82. The Civilizational Fault. Issues with the S-Plan. Welcome home, Mr. Qing. At this moment, the influential figure smiled, his eyes reflecting a hint of concern. He understood how much this young man had endured in the gaming world. To be honest, the situation in the gaming world was extremely perilous, especially given that the game was targeting the Dragon Nation Federation. The pressure of being in a leadership role was something he, as the head of the Dragon Nation Federation, was very much aware of. Not to mention the most terrifying battle they had faced, involving 12 super beasts at levels 13 to 15. These were not ordinary beasts. An analysis from the game indicated that Chun Fan had enchanted sniping abilities while Mei Yin'er wielded a blazing long sword. Yang Chan could teleport. The bald figure descended like a warrior from the heavens, wielding an effect similar to the Pegasus Meteor Fist. However, if they couldn't effectively utilize these skills, This group couldn't be said to be disorganized, but they would certainly make mistakes due to a lack of combat experience. Moreover, this was not an ordinary online game in the real world. In a death game, one mistake could truly mean death. Thus, Anna and Little Ding Dong appeared before Yi Qing as if they were sent to him just when he needed it most. Their teleportation skills conveniently compensated for Yi Qing and the other 19 players' shortcomings. One misstep could be immediately rectified by an escape through teleportation. This essentially granted everyone an extra life. Anna's technological lightsaber, combined with her unique bomb girl effect, produced results far beyond mere addition. Although Little Ding Dong had summoned a mecha tabby cat and had various items in her magic bag after leveling up, it was clear to everyone that the two had not yet reached their limits. Everything they were doing now was in accordance with Yi Qing's pace. Especially since this was a globally live-streamed game world, they had to achieve significant results while facing the game's penalties. The feeling of reverting to a previous state was daunting. Anyone else might have crumbled under such pressure, but Yi Qing was different. His backup plan seemed endless. With the nuclear power plant blueprints and 24-hour infrastructure acceleration vouchers dazzling many. Furthermore, during his last return to reality, Yi Qing had privately shared the S-plan with him. It was evident that this young man was not simple at all. "Thank you," Yi Qing said with a smile, nodding. This old man treated him quite well. What is the situation in the real world? Yi Qing did not waste time. He was very familiar with the gaming world. But due to the butterfly effect of his rebirth, the changes in the real world were certainly greater than in his previous life. Therefore, he urgently needed to understand this information to facilitate his next plans. The influential figure then recounted the events that had transpired in the real world over the past couple of days in detail. He even presented some data analyzed from the game world to Yi Qing. "This is what we found. There is no city named Phoenix in the real world. But we did find an area similar to it, Bagua City. The architecture there is about 80 similar to that of Phoenix City, and within Bagua City, there are 21 laboratories. Investigations revealed that 3 of these laboratories are commercial in nature and have foreign investment. After inquiries by the Business Bureau and the police, some items related to the 72 demons were indeed discovered." As he spoke, the secretary respectfully approached and handed over photos and video materials from these 3 laboratories to Yi Qing. Yi Qing casually flipped through the photos and soon focused on one of them. It showed a researcher observing changes in the activity of some cells under a microscope. Behind him was a transparent lab cabinet filled with petri dishes, culture flasks, and test tubes. In one of the flasks inside the cabinet, a faint red light was glowing. "Has this cabinet already been transported?" Yi Qing looked up. "At the base, do you want to take a look?" "Not for now." The prominent figure nodded. But then a peculiar expression appeared on his face. "Yi Qing, I don't know if you felt it, but somehow, the few bosses we've encountered in the game world have a sense of familiarity for us. It feels familiar yet strange at the same time. We conducted a survey and found that among the 800 million people in the Dragon Country, many have a very familiar feeling towards these bosses." As he spoke, he projected 4 photos using a projector. The first was of the demon wielding a halberd that Yi Qing encountered before attacking the demon queen. The second was of them jointly defeating the monkey boss holding a magic staff. The third and fourth were close-ups of the 2 weapons, the halberd and the magic staff. Upon seeing these 4 images, Yi Qing narrowed his eyes. Has there already been a fluctuation? He clearly remembered that in his previous life, when they defeated these bosses, it wasn't until a month was about to expire that countless netizens in the Dragon Country realized they were familiar with many of the bosses that had been encountered in the game world. It was also at that time that many discovered that the Dragon Federation was not devoid of deities. He sighed. "I don't know much about these matters either. I feel familiar with them, but I can't figure out what's going on. The issue of civilization disconnection is not yet the time to explain." In reality, Yi Qing also understood that these demons resembling figures like El Bu and Sun Wukong were actually puppets created by Western demons and deities. They were essentially experimental subjects. However, this matter is too significant, even involving some real secrets about asteroid impacts on Earth. At present, the spirit of the Dragon Federation has not truly awakened. Clearly stating everything now would not only be detrimental to his next steps, but also poses a danger to the Dragon Federation. Rest assured, the Dragon Federation is your strongest support. No matter what happens, we will face it together. Seeing the expression on Yi Qing's face, the senior figure understood some things. However, he did not pressure Yi Qing to speak up. Just as Yi Qing was contemplating, the timing was not right. He knew that as long as Yi Qing wanted to speak, he would clarify everything. However, At that moment, a senior military official suddenly pushed the door open. A bit of cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and his tone had changed. Senior figure, Qing. The plan has encountered issues. Chapter 83, Global Trends. Undercurrents rising. Is the S-plan in trouble? Hearing this, Qing's expression changed drastically. In his plan, the S-plan was the first step initiated by the infrastructure behemoth of the Dragon Nation. In the face of the impending global disasters, whether from mythical beasts or natural calamities in the real world, the situation would only grow more dire each day. On the surface, the game suggested that the asteroid would arrive in a month, but that was merely a facade. The real crisis did not stem from the asteroid, but from various disasters within the human world. Thus, during his last return to reality, Qing had followed his memories and led the super elites to eliminate the first wave of mythical beasts. The purpose of this was to ensure that all high-ranking officials in the Dragon Nation would believe that crises could indeed arise in the real world. This way, the S-plan could be executed fully. But now, take me to the source of the problem. Qing commanded without hesitation. This was no small matter. Any delay in addressing it could lead to unimaginable consequences. Understood. Wait. Before leaving, Qing paused and summoned Anna before everyone. He assigned an officer to take Anna to find the laboratory researcher, also instructing them to bring along a specific photo he had chosen, as it concealed many issues. Got it. After that, they wasted no time and drove straight to their destination. Of course, the S-plan had also prepared for these big shots, including zombie toxin-decomposing bullets and special bulletproof glass, all designed to prevent the black mist from infiltrating their vehicles. Thus, neither the elites nor the numerous soldiers patrolling the streets would be infected and turned into zombies. Abroad, in the Ninja Federation. At this moment, the secretary of a super elite in the Foreign Federation received a phone call. She respectfully nodded towards the phone. Okay, super elite, I understand. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up, she followed the officer to the training base where the 20 players had returned to the real world. Hello, secretary. The players knew that the secretary's arrival meant there were matters to discuss. However, when the secretary stated that they would need to covertly support the Dragon Nation Federation in the upcoming game world, they were momentarily stunned. Wait, aren't the Dragon Nation Federation our enemies? Why should we support them? One ordinary player questioned. Because our super elite has made certain secret agreements with the leaders of the Dragon Nation Federation. These agreements could alleviate the economic and food crises we are currently facing, which is beneficial for the entire Ninja Nation. If you disagree, then you may as well not participate as a player, the secretary replied. Upon hearing this, the young players seemed ready to argue, clearly unhappy with the decision from above. As a result, the secretary directly pulled out a handgun. Bang! Without any warning. The player fell into death instantly. Because he was an ordinary player, not a special ability user. Even if he could react to the fact that someone was trying to kill him, the secretary was faster. Moreover, there were countless armed soldiers surrounding him, all aiming their guns at him. Therefore, his death was inevitable. The current world situation is far more chaotic than before. What we are doing now is for self-preservation, so that the Ninja Nation can become stronger in the future. I hope you all understand this matter. Here are today's live broadcast data and the 786 development directions you can pursue. Biologists, geneticists, the top martial arts experts within the Ninja Nation, agricultural scientists, and architectural experts have all been prepared to conduct a day-long training for you. Remember, this day is precious. Make good use of the training time, as this is your only opportunity to become stronger. After the secretary finished speaking, she no longer paid attention to these people. The already deceased ordinary player was dragged out like a dog. The other players exchanged glances at this scene. This time, the methods of the secretary of the Ninja Nation Federation were truly terrifying. One small disagreement, and they directly kill someone. Could it be that their superiors, or perhaps those from the Dragon Nation Federation, have figured out a way to integrate humans into the game world through some research? Otherwise, why would the secretary be so confident in killing? They couldn't make sense of it, but there was no need to think about it anymore. At this moment, an agricultural expert stepped forward. Please pay attention. This person next to me is the top expert in our Ninja Nation at playing farming games, growing vegetables, and managing livestock. Together with this gaming expert, I will analyze how to create a massive agricultural and livestock empire. They began to communicate. Situations like this are continuously occurring across various federal empires in the real world. Everyone knows that the day of returning to reality is the most valuable day for players. They need to absorb more knowledge and skills to take the next step in the game world, especially in the game world, where they need to complete a task involving a ballpoint pen, which seems bizarre to many because the current level of technological development has just reached modern civilization. There are no steel furnaces or molds available. To manufacture, one must study tools from the very beginning of entering the game. There is no time to waste. Therefore, in this situation, the learning time is only 24 hours, which is already very urgent. The whole world is learning. However, at this moment, there is one federal empire that is an exception. That is the empire where the sun never sets. In the gaming world, everyone is very clear about the situation. Among the players from the Dragon Federation, Chun Fan received messages from two spies. One is from the Ninja Federation, which has secretly reached some kind of agreement with the Dragon Federation. Therefore, they don't care about this spy issue. However, the Empire of the Rising Sun cannot be overlooked. Broadly speaking, they are also rivals of the Dragon Federation. Now that there are spies among the 20 players, this is serious. Speak up. In a large training room, 20 players stood on the open ground. In front of them stood the most loyal knight next to the Queen of the Empire of the Rising Sun, holding a handgun and coldly scanning each player. Who is the spy? I give you one chance. However, before he could finish his sentence, a figure flickered. In the next moment, the so-called knight's head suddenly burst like a watermelon. The surrounding people were stunned at this sight. Meanwhile, a white man with dyed yellow hair coldly sneered, "We are all superhumans. You are just an ordinary person. Trying to give us orders? Is that not seeking death?" Chapter 84, Werewolves and Shifters Guard. Guard. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, alarms blared. No one could have anticipated that such an event would occur within the Empire. A supernatural being had turned the tables on the guards. This was nothing short of a disgrace for the Empire, especially for Her Majesty the Queen, who, upon hearing the news, ordered her servants to swiftly take her to the training room. Unfortunately, upon arriving at the lab, a dagger was already pressed against her neck. The one holding the dagger was a girl in a very short skirt, with heavy smoky makeup and a cigarette in her mouth. "You old fool. We are now supernatural beings, understand? Our power surpasses that of ordinary people. Look, we are invincible in the game, able to slay even the largest of beasts. So, killing you should be a piece of cake, right? Now, let us address a real issue. This is not the time to search for spies. Remember, we are the great saviors protecting and rescuing the entire empire. You should be worshipping us, not treating us like lab rats to heed your commands." Listening to this tirade, the queen's face turned pale with anger. She truly did not expect that these individuals, only recently endowed with powers, would exhibit such rebelliousness. Was this not a threat to her throne, suggesting that these 20 people could jointly control the empire? If they succeeded, what authority would she, as queen, have left? You ungrateful lot. It is the great divine power of our empire that has granted you life. You should be grateful. Children, do not go astray. Smack. The smoky girl delivered a heavy slap to Her Majesty's face. In that moment, the sound of countless gun bolts being drawn echoed, with weapons aimed at all the supernatural beings. But the next moment, to their horror, they saw that under the command of a young man, the barrels of the guns began to bend. This scene left many in shock. A supernatural being could control metal? See, only power can solve any problem. Your firearms are completely useless to us. The smoky girl sneered, "Don't even think about launching a nuclear strike to take us down with you. Controlling metal includes the buttons for launching nuclear weapons, understand? The queen. That's more like it. Now, call your intelligence chief over. We need to gather all information about the real world and others in the game." From that moment on, the empire was thrown into complete chaos. This was something no one had anticipated. When this matter truly began to escalate, those extraordinary individuals from other federal empires also started to stir. For them, they were just waiting for an opportunity to open the Pandora's box within their hearts. Nowadays, if someone takes the first step, there will inevitably be others following suit. The chaos on Earth is not just a small matter. More terrifying and dark events have also begun to unfold since these extraordinary individuals returned to the real world. Within the territory of a certain nation, in the capital, in a prison, identity verification completed. Leader, I leave this person to you. By the way, that young lady next to you is quite impressive. In the gaming world, how I wish to have someone like her. However, before the officer could finish his words, he was shot a glare by a senior military figure. Don't say such things if you want to stay alive. That person is Bomb Anna, obedient in front of Yi Qing. What do you think others' words mean to Anna? Hearing this, The officer awkwardly smiled, but dared not tease any further. He knew the senior military figure was serious. The data handover is complete. Wishing you success, he said while shaking his leg. At that moment, the senior military figure and Anna walked into an interrogation room that lacked surveillance. Behind them, two imposing soldiers escorted the researcher inside. Actually, you don't need to scare that young one so much. Anna chuckled. These people are far weaker than me. I wouldn't even glance at them. Teasing? Anyone can do that. As long as it's not said in front of me, you can discuss whatever you want. Like a mischievous child, Anna took the initiative to sit in the main interrogation seat without waiting for the senior military figure to say more. Meanwhile, the researcher felt his legs trembling. He never expected that the one interrogating him was not only a top military figure from the Federation, but also the super bomb girl from the gaming world, who possesses over 50 tons of explosives. The thought of this girl playing a game with a giant matchstick sent chills down his spine. Will you voluntarily confess, or should I apply some pressure? Anna tossed a photo to him, smiling sweetly. Ms. Anna, this matter is really beyond my control. It was arranged deliberately. I have already made it clear that my leader, Professor Zhou, invited me to conduct this experiment, and he provided the materials. How was I to know that there would be something glowing red in these experimental materials? If I had known, I would have never conducted such an experiment. He vehemently denied the matter, as he found it too terrifying. Is that so? Anna smiled, and then, as if performing a magic trick, she pulled a packaged box from her pocket. Inside, there was a syringe and something resembling a vaccine. I hope you can still hold on to this idea moving forward. However, when Anna took out the vaccine, the researcher's expression changed instantly. He only uttered one word, and the next moment, he transformed like a character in a game or a movie. The once normal person suddenly turned into a massive werewolf, towering at 2 meters tall. Under the flickering red light, his eyes sparkled with red light, fixating on Anna. You possess the vaccine against the Lord of the Demon Gods. That, he broke free from his shackles and, like a flash of lightning, rushed towards Anna. But in the next moment, he was locked down. Because, at some point, a transparent net had appeared before him, trapping the werewolf. Meanwhile, a small spider in stealth mode reappeared, smiling and snapping its fingers. This werewolf's transformation level was too low. Not even comparable to the one in that superhero movie. Chapter 85. Decision-making and next steps. The appearance of Spider-Man left the military leader momentarily stunned. He had no idea that there were individuals capable of bypassing all infrared systems, iris recognition systems, and various security measures to infiltrate the area. Don't be surprised. This is our basic skill, Anna said with a smile. This werewolf is just a low-level one, not very strong. As she spoke, it seemed the vaccine had taken effect. And under the dazzling light, the werewolf transformed into a little puppy. It lay on the ground and soon became lively, even trying to nuzzle Anna's calf, only to be kicked away by her. By isolating him in a cell, your core researchers can extract his blood for genetic studies, which will yield surprising results. All right. My business with Spider-Man is concluded. Thank you for your guidance. Okay. At that moment, the military leader was still in shock. So, it seems you want to find Qing, right? Do you need me to give you a ride? No need. Anna shook her head, waving her hand as a black hole appeared before them. It was a standard feature of teleportation, just slowed down immensely. Shortly after, Anna and Spider-Man jumped in one after the other, and the black hole closed. All that remained was the little puppy howling in pain on the ground, along with the military leader still dazed from the shock. In the past couple of days, he had witnessed all sorts of bizarre phenomena in the real world. Previously, concepts like teleportation, werewolves, and various superpowered individuals were merely products of fiction. However, when such incomprehensible events occurred in reality, he realized that it would take him a long time to process it all. Meanwhile, in a suburban area of Kyoto, 30 armored vehicles had stopped in a hollowed-out section of the mountains. After an officer fumbled around on the ground for a moment, the hollow split open like an ancient mechanism, revealing an underground vehicle entrance. This was the entry point for the infrastructure enthusiasts. Buzzing. At that moment, the vehicle started again, and once all vehicles and the officer who activated the mechanism were inside, the entrance slowly closed. After driving for half an hour, they finally stopped in a large underground parking area where personnel were directing traffic. Following identity verification, the high-ranking official took Qing and raced toward the workshop where issues had arisen, guided by a map. Since ordinary vehicles were too slow and the area was vast, Qing, wanting to save time, immediately grabbed the high-ranking official and activated a flying device. In an instant, they resembled phantoms, reaching the workshop entrance in less than 10 seconds. A group of soldiers was left behind, disheveled in the wind. The workshop for decomposing zombie toxins. This was the name of the laboratory. When the door was opened, countless researchers in white lab coats were seen moving frantically. Some individuals in leadership positions were shouting wildly, completely ignoring the arrival of Qing and the prominent figure, continuing their work without pause. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The 3 types of gene mutations are occurring too quickly. Try using the interference method. We need to see if it can stop it. The latest zombie cell tissue is dividing too rapidly. We haven't even analyzed the reasons and methods of its division yet. Don't move around. Terrifying. 3 decomposing bullets have exploded. Suspected instability in the internal inactivated vaccine. Quick, transmit the self-explosion video. I need to understand all the details involved. Everyone, we don't have much time. The warriors outside are desperately trying to stop the zombies. We must solve these problems within the next few hours. Otherwise, after dawn, things will get serious. The voices continued to relay urgent information. At this moment, Qing also realized one of the issues with the S plan. That is, the zombies seemed to be in a state of mutation. So this was the problem. The mutation of the zombies caused the mutated zombie virus to begin dividing, and the pathogen was evolving. In this state, using the first-generation decomposing toxin bullets would definitely not kill the zombies or clear the zombie toxins from the human body. On the contrary, it would only make them stronger. With memories from a past life, Qing clearly remembered that this type of zombie evolution should take place at least 10 days later. Therefore, he did not bring out the second phase data. If this information was exposed and known by certain federations, it would undoubtedly cause global issues. But now, come, let's analyze this gene chain formula. This is the direction of zombie evolution. Following this direction for decomposition, the continuously dividing viral cells are due to the presence of a special enzyme in their cells that humans do not possess. This enzyme is very unique. Take a closer look. Without hesitation, Qing directly participated in the improvement of the toxin decomposition process. Upon seeing Qing, the others were overjoyed and immediately followed the data provided by him for the improvements. As a result, a problem that was initially thought to take a long time to resolve was completed in less than 5 minutes. This speed left everyone dumbfounded. At that moment, the prominent figure was also taken aback, and just then, Anna and Little Spider appeared beside him. "Boss, did you see? This is our speed." The prominent figure nodded. "You have quite a bit of information in your hands, but I also know this is for the good of the Federation. Right now, the first batch of spies has been completely eliminated, and no one knows when the second batch will infiltrate. After the previous incident, those spies from foreign federations will surely employ even more sophisticated methods." Hearing this, Anna shook her head. "Maybe they are not spies, but traitors." Huh. At her words, a cold glint suddenly flashed in the prominent figure's eyes. Anna's remark reminded him of another gap he had forgotten to block. "Little one, you really have some ideas." The prominent figure smiled and patted Anna's head. "You have made a great contribution this time. Speak up, what reward do you want?" "No need. Your reward isn't as tasty as my brother's lollipop. Is it the Alps? Come on, don't have unhealthy thoughts." The old man was unexpectedly teased by an 18 or 19-year-old girl, leaving the prominent figure momentarily at a loss for words. This little girl was truly too mischievous. Chapter 86. The Demon God Plan. The foolish abilities at the same time. Within a certain federal empire, in an inconspicuous city, there is an abandoned factory. Below the factory lies an enormous underground chamber. With the arrival of dark mist, this place has long since become deserted, devoid of even a single small animal. However, if anyone were to enter this underground chamber, they would be utterly astonished. Because here, lights are actually on. The key point is that this underground chamber is not connected to any external power source. So what is illuminating this place? No one knows about this place, nor does anyone have an answer to this question. At this very moment, in this underground chamber, a masked figure coldly remarked, "Global turmoil has begun. It's time for us to officially initiate the plan of the 72 demon gods, right?" "Not so fast." A middle-aged man shook his head. "You must have noticed. That individual from the game world, Qing, is an anomaly. However, we should be grateful to him. He has expedited the experiments of the 72 demon gods and accelerated their revival. This so-called death game. I initially thought it was meant to prevent us from resurrecting the 72 demon gods. Instead, He has given us an assist. Haha, this feels quite good. However, the first slender-masked figure seemed somewhat puzzled upon hearing this. Shouldn't the matters of the 72 demon gods be conducted underground? Qing has uncovered this secret, which is equivalent to exposing our plans, making it disadvantageous for us. Why call it an assist? Think about it. We were indeed operating underground. However, now that he has mentioned it, everyone is aware of this plan. At the same time, it will prompt some to actively seek our cooperation. Today, in the Sunless Federal Empire, those 20 players have caused a riot and captured the Queen of the Empire. You know, right? This event marks the beginning. I see now. As these individuals with abilities start to emerge and grow stronger, they will believe that worldly morals and laws no longer constrain them. Therefore, wanting to become even stronger, their desires will amplify infinitely. In this situation, if they cannot find greater allure in the game world, they will shift their focus elsewhere. For instance, to our 72 demon gods. Exactly. The stout man nodded. You've got it. It's thanks to your guidance. Don't flatter me. The demon lords are currently using reinforced seals to ensure that Eastern myths completely vanish. These seals have started to weaken, and next, we need to have those involved in the Spark Plan repair these seals. As long as those Eastern deities don't cause any trouble, what follows will be our dominion. Good. As the two spoke, their figures flickered and gradually disappeared from the underground chamber. At that moment, the lights in the chamber also vanished. No one knows where these people came from. What they are saying is a super secret that could shake the entire world. Once someone knows, it could trigger a global upheaval. The Federation of the Dragon Nation. After resolving several plans, the big boss took them to the largest underground workshop. Here, unlike other laboratory workshops, it is a large-scale train manufacturing facility. Yes, that's right, a large train manufacturing facility. To resist the cold wave, we have built this super train based on your analysis and the resources you provided. This train, broadly speaking, can accommodate 1 billion people. But this only exists in theory. If your space expansion technique is real, then there will be absolutely no problem here. Upon hearing this, Qing smiled and nodded. He handed a book to the big boss. This is all the technological usage methods and materials for the space technique, which I found in 7 laboratories. Let the infrastructure enthusiasts build according to the information in here. Accommodating 1 billion people will be completely feasible. However, the space elevator and the idea of adding a protective shield to the Earth are not urgent. Thinking about the jokes made online in the previous life about adding an elevator and a shield to the Earth, which will eventually become a reality, Qing couldn't help but laugh. Such things are too ostentatious. We shouldn't execute them directly at this stage. We just need to prepare the materials and wait for the right moment to initiate them. Good. The big boss nodded. He understood Qing's thoughts. Being too conspicuous could attract trouble. If these things were completed prematurely, other federal empires would either cause disturbances or demand to access the train or share these technologies. At that time, disputes would be inevitable. At this stage, occupying time and making early arrangements is the most important thing, so everyone has no time to waste on these disputes. However, while they were chatting, the big boss suddenly received a phone call. The Empire of the Sun Never Sets has fallen. He sighed and then opened the projector using his handheld computer. The holographic projection showed that multiple trending posts had appeared on the Death Game forum, just when everyone thought that after the players returned to the real world, there would be a Guess Who I Am spy show. They did not expect that these superpowered individuals directly rebelled and captured the Empire's queen. As one incident led to another, in this situation, a total of 20 small country federation superpowered individuals followed suit and became the rulers of a federation. Even under the initiative of the superpowered individuals from the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, these 20 small country federations formed a superpowered federation organization together with the Empire. They openly declared that the future real world would belong to the superpowered individuals. The future savior will be those with special abilities. A bunch of fools. Qing rolled his eyes. There's no need to rush. These idiots will soon face the consequences. They don't think carefully. This is just a game world. And the beginning of the 72 demons. It's important to remember that the think tank of ordinary people is incredibly powerful. Once they lose these sources of information and rely solely on those with special abilities, in a few days, they won't even know how they died. Just wait. The upcoming reality, as well as the game world, will surely become very interesting. A playful smile appeared at the corner of Qing's mouth. The world is about to descend into chaos. And this is also a reflection of humanity's true nature. But isn't it more interesting? By the way, switch the news to the federation of a certain country. I want to see how they are doing now. Suddenly, Qing thought of something and chuckled. However, upon hearing this, the expression on the face of the big shot turned peculiar. Chapter 87 Fundamental Differences. To be honest, this is a remarkable federal nation. Since the establishment of this federation, their behaviors have been quite peculiar. Take a river, for example. They worship a deity and believe that this river is sacred water bestowed by the deity, capable of curing all ailments. Consequently, when people fall ill, they will scoop a bowl of water from this river and drink it. Then, the person may end up dying. Of course, there are exceptions, as there are always some unique cases. Particularly, this river is filled with laundry, waste from various sources, and all sorts of contaminated water, which converge into the largest river in this federation. Then, there are researchers who start to study why fish can still survive in this river despite numerous calamities. Ultimately, they come up with a bizarre conclusion. The deity has purified all the impurities. Really? Are we sure the fish in the river haven't mutated countless times already? However, this is just the first type of peculiarity. The second peculiarity arises from recent years of space exploration. While other federations claim to be establishing lunar and Martian bases, this federation also launched rockets and indeed conducted landing activities. However, while others employ various high technologies for stable landings, especially for manned spacecraft that can safely return to Earth, this federation takes a different approach. Lacking the technology for stable landings and secondary returns, they treat their rockets like projectiles, launching them with a bang. They continuously crash them into the Moon and Mars. The remnants even contain models of various Martian and lunar bases, and they even placed a few figurines inside. Then, they boldly claim that they have successfully landed and completed the construction of a Martian base. What a ridiculous claim about the Martian base construction. As for the third peculiarity, it's about their traditional food and the various health standards. There were reports of notable figures traveling solo to this federation, indulging in various street food. People have been speculating just how resilient these individual stomachs and intestines must be to endure such culinary experiences. This is merely the peculiarity of peacetime. And now, as we enter the era of national games, there are reports indicating that in the real world of this federation, no one has died. Why? Because no one is investigating. There are no official statistics, no inquiries, and no reports of deaths related to the games. The only information available is about the increase in natural deaths due to uncontrollable weather this year, especially after the arrival of ominous conditions. Their people continue to act as they please, with some opening night markets while others go to work. Some even manage to fit 89 people on a motorcycle. In the end, they were all categorized as part of the normal death toll. Particularly, in the summer heat, it was reported that due to high temperatures, over 2,000 people had died from heat-related causes. Died from heat. This news was reported just yesterday. Upon hearing this series of news, Qing was at a loss for words. This federation is truly impressive. Even the pressures faced by young people 100 years ago to work excessively didn't lead to such an extreme level of resignation. However, aside from that, in the gaming world, the federation has been quite lucky. Since the game began, just like the players from another region, none of their players have died. Of course, this doesn't mean that the Federation's players are exceptional. It's just that when the first zombies appeared, a sudden storm occurred. And the area where the Federation is located happened to be the perfect spot for mudslides. As a result, all the zombies were buried by the mudslide. Soon after, during a siege of zombies, a level 10 boss happened to have an upset stomach. A single incident caused countless zombies to be suffocated. This level 10 boss was in distress for over 4 hours, completely exhausted, and eventually fell asleep. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Federation's players filled the boss with explosives. Naturally, the most unpleasant aspect is their construction methods. They believe in using the most primitive methods, even mixing in human and animal waste to reinforce their buildings. The smell, although not detectable by the audience, can be imagined to be quite repulsive. Consequently, the number of viewers in the Federation's live streams is always very low. Unless for intelligence gathering, no one wants to watch their streams. It's just too disgusting. However, they do have some luck. In the end, a major figure remarked while pinching his nose that they seem to have never encountered any major disasters in the game world, and their infrastructure development has been quite rapid. As a result, they have received several treasure chests, and some have even awakened special abilities from these chests, along with a character card. Upon hearing this, Qing nodded. On the surface, They indeed seemed quite fortunate, even deserving to be called chosen ones. After all, no one could have imagined that during a battle, that level 10 boss would suddenly have an upset stomach. At the same time, during the zombie siege, the emergence of mudslides felt as if someone was assisting them. The influential figure agreed, stating that this was indeed the current state they presented. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Qing chuckled coldly. The Federation Empire felt like they were the chosen ones, and this would play right into the hands of certain individuals. The plan of the 72 demon gods was ongoing, and as an extension of that plan, the Spark Project was designed to select the most suitable individuals for implantation. Upon hearing this, the influential figure suddenly realized. Are you suggesting that the events occurring are not coincidences, but rather disguised as such to gradually make the Federation believe they are witnessing miracles, ultimately leading them to become the executors of the 72 demon gods plan? Or scapegoats? Exactly. Qing nodded, laughing. However, we can temporarily ignore them. The larger the 72 demon gods plan grows, the better. The National Fortune game is still underway, and as long as we take down any boss, the rewards for us will be immense. They want to create gods, right? Then let's make these gods even more formidable, letting the Federation's supernatural beings clash with those from another powerful entity while we reap the benefits. Shall we play the role of the Yellow Sparrow? But the mantis and the cicada might not actually fight. The influential figure frowned. Qing's plan was good and simple. However, everyone was aware of the current international situation, especially in the gaming world, which was particularly transparent and globally broadcasted. Wouldn't provoking the supernatural beings of two federations lead to immediate reactions? Seemingly seeing through the influential figure's thoughts, Qing smiled cunningly. Don't forget, we have Chen Fan. Chen Fan also has 2 spies. Now, the show of guessing who I am probably won't air, because this situation is exactly what the supernatural beings from the powerful entity desire. Once people gain strength, their greed will only grow. They will want more and must unite 20 people. Once they all become supernatural beings, they will believe they are the kings of this world. So, the influential figure and Qing exchanged glances and smirked. This scene caused Anna, little ding-dang, and even the secretary beside the influential figure to display strange expressions. What are these two scheming? It feels dangerously intriguing. Meanwhile, the influential figure was not foolish. Qing's words were clear. Once they entered the game, they could directly use the espionage tactics from Chen Fan's side to incite infighting. The power dynamics in the real world had already become chaotic, right? Then, adding a little fuel to the fire wouldn't hurt. At the same time, in the real world, the concentration of the black mist around the globe began to slowly decrease. At the beginning, a dense fog swept across the globe, moving so swiftly that it sent chills down people's spines. Visibility dropped to less than 2 meters, and one misstep could lead to falling into a pit of filth, all depending on one's luck. Under such thick darkness, it provided an ideal breeding ground for the zombies lurking within. Although Qing did not disclose the memories of his past life, he had already made preparations similar to the black fog in the S-Plan, reminiscent of the heavily armed soldiers patrolling in the fog. As a result, within the Federation, nearly no one fell victim to the mysterious beasts and fog zombies. In contrast, other federations and empires faced disasters such as fires, floods, and snowstorms, leading to a geometric increase in death tolls. This was all merely due to the black fog. Now, with the refresh of the game world announcement, the black fog began to recede. While it didn't completely retreat like a tide, it had thinned by half. Visibility increased from 2 meters to 5, 10, and even 20 meters. The current state was similar to the ordinary fog that appears in winter, except that normal winter fog is white, while this one is black. The sounds of explosions and crackling filled the air, burning, gas explosions, and various machine alarms echoed incessantly. In the real world, among the various federations such as the Ninja Federation, the Empire of the Setting Sun, and others, thick smoke erupted. Countless police officers, fully equipped and armed with walkie-talkies, began to rush to various disaster sites. As dawn approached, the sounds of zombies growling emerged from the explosion sites. It was at this moment that the police realized that the black fog from the previous night had infected countless humans, turning them into zombies. Their expressions changed, and they pulled out their handguns and other weapons, unleashing their fear and anger on the zombies. They fired in rounds, first, second, third, and support arrived for the 4th round. When the ground and buildings were riddled with holes, and the last zombie fell silent within a house. The police and special forces, equipped with various shields, finally entered the rooms. The image of a mother holding her dead child, and the gas explosion that turned the room into a charred boiler room, painted a grim picture. In summary, the full spectrum of human goodness and evil was laid bare as the police and special forces from these foreign federations stormed in. Why? My child is only 3 years old. At just 3 years old, he was bitten by a zombie and lost his life. You are the guardians of national security, our protectors. We waited through the night. Why did you never show up? We hoped that amidst the darkness, a ray of light would appear to save us from peril. But why did you only come now? Do you know? The zombies are not the real killers. You are the ones responsible for everyone's death. A video from a certain federal empire surfaced on the forum. A mother, having lost both her legs, was crying uncontrollably, clinging to a police officer's leg. She expressed her anguish with these words. Shortly after, her face began to darken. She was turning into a zombie. Then, there was silence. The final scene of the video turned black and white, followed by the sound of 2 gunshots. That heart-wrenching sound resonated with countless people. In this incident, was the child in the wrong? At just 3 years old, he hadn't even experienced the joys of life before it was taken away. Was the mother wrong for trying to save her child? She lost her legs and, at dawn, held the police accountable, asking why the light in her heart shattered. Was the woman wrong? She ultimately turned into a zombie and was shot. And what about the actions of those police officers? Who is right and who is wrong? At that moment, discussions on the forum were fervent, but no one could provide a clear answer. There were many similar posts on the forum, with countless individuals facing the same tragedy, until a player from a certain federation posted a video. Look, I'm a live streamer who enjoys capturing moments each day, not for views or followers, but to share what I love and let others experience my joy. 2 days ago, darkness descended upon the world, marking what some call the end of days. It's almost laughable. In the video, a bearded man resembling a fox humorously remarked that during the onset of darkness, he felt little excitement, treating it like any other day. As he gazed at the thick fog, he wondered what lay beneath it. Would it disappear by dawn? He spoke to himself, and the video cut to the dense fog outside the window. So, I picked up a high-powered camera, aimed it at the window and street. With a mindset of curiosity, wanting to see if the fog would dissipate. The video sped up, stopping 10 minutes before. At that moment, the fog began to thin. Notably, there seemed to be a peculiar quality to the fog, muffling all surrounding sounds. As the thick fog gradually dissipates and the streets begin to reveal themselves, the camera captures with precision 1, 2, 3, a total of 3 military armored vehicles, with their headlights on, continuously patrolling the streets. These are the soldiers of our Federation. From the video, it's clear that there are still puddles of rainwater accumulated on the roofs of the military vehicles. Look closely at the tire tracks on the ground, the bullet holes around. What does this prove? It proves that our Federation soldiers have silently guarded us for an entire night without us even knowing. Seeing this scene through the camera, I immediately called my family and friends, and fortunately, the signal was fine. I urged them to crouch by the window and look out at the street. One by one, the military armored vehicles continued to patrol the ground in an orderly manner. This is our Federation, our strongest and most beloved shield. Once, I thought I had lost all hope and merely wanted to capture my feelings through filming. But now, hope has appeared. It never disappeared. It has always been nearby, we just never noticed. By the end of the video, he was in tears. Below the post, countless netizens from our Federation replied in unison, "Salute." This is the fundamental difference between our Federation and other imperial federations under the shadow of darkness. Yes, that's right. The fundamental difference. Chapter 88. The Furious Federal Empire at this moment in the real world. The increasing content on the Death Game forum has led to more and more people starting to upload videos. Some have been blown to pieces by gas explosions. Others have been assimilated into zombies, leaving no survivors in their families. There are those who cry before dawn, watching the inferno, having lost their homes and the places they relied on for survival. The evil of humanity begins to erupt completely at this moment. This is the situation occurring in a foreign federal empire. In this state, the Federation of the Dragon Kingdom, however, is surprisingly united. Because there is only one post from the Dragon Kingdom Federation. There is no second one. The video and the post showcase the extraordinary cohesion of the Dragon Kingdom Federation. At the end of the video, the uploader is in tears. However, below the video, everyone has a unified format, a unified style. in just a few minutes. The salute has accumulated over 1 million layers and is still rapidly increasing. The key issue is that not a single account replying with these 4 words is repeated. This means there are no fake accounts. There is no bot activity whatsoever. This is all the spontaneous action of the fans of the Dragon Kingdom Federation. Furthermore, when the official account of the Dragon Kingdom Federation also posted these 4 words, no one rushed to say, "Big boss, you're here," or "You're the best." No one chose to be a sycophant. Instead, they continued to post quietly, giving likes for their Dragon Kingdom Federation, for their most beloved guardians. I feel like crying. In a neighborhood in Kyoto, a child replied with those 4 words, her eyes slightly red. She ran to her bedroom and hugged her mother. "Mom, I also want to be a soldier in the future. They say women are no less than men, and we girls are just as capable." Seeing her 16-year-old daughter so understanding, with long hair but eyes filled with the weariness of time, the mother smiled. "Yes, our Yin should do just that. But have you finished your homework for today? We can't forget about that." Hearing this, the girl was shocked. "Mom, what time is it? And you still want me to do homework?" "Yes, although the 9 years of compulsory education is over, if you don't study, you will never catch up with the development of the times. Homework still needs to be done. But, all right, I'll go do it." Seeing her mother's stern gaze, the girl knew she couldn't escape this, so she returned to the living room to do her homework. However, before she could even start writing, there was a knock on the door. The girl instinctively walked over. She peered through the peephole, cautiously checking, and saw 2 young ladies in military uniforms outside. Immediately filled with joy, she pulled her mother and opened the door. "Hello, is there something you need from us?" The girl's mother asked politely, but she was taken aback when she saw the bags of rice, oil, and snacks that the 2 individuals had brought with them. "This is the home assistance provided by our Federation: 2 buckets of oil, 2 bags of rice, 30 pounds of vegetables, and a box of various snacks. We didn't inventory the snacks because there were so many varieties. Sorry about that." It's okay. With the situation being so tense, it's touching that you still think of us. We should actually be thanking you. Serving the people, right? One of the military personnel smiled and said, then started to carry items into the house. After they finished moving everything, one of the soldiers asked the girl's mother to sign. Another soldier took out a lollipop from her pocket. "Little one, make sure to study hard, okay? The future of our Federation relies on you." Upon hearing this, the little girl nodded vigorously. Then, she mischievously blinked and said, "Is this lollipop from Sister Anna?" The soldier was momentarily confused. "Anna? How could she have this lollipop from that notorious figure? Wouldn't that mean being ready for a bomb suit at all times?" Just kidding. Take care of yourselves too." After a brief exchange, they bid farewell. Soon after, the mother and daughter watched as the 2 soldiers turned the corner of the stairs and brought out similar supplies, heading to another household to deliver them. It was as if they were tirelessly continuing their work. Bang! The girl didn't look much longer. She took her mother's hand and closed the door. Then, while watching the Death Game forum, she proactively started her homework. Why is she so proactive today? The mother was somewhat surprised at the girl's enthusiasm. "Well, because I am the future of our Federation." As soon as the words fell, the mother was stunned. Then, she laughed, though her eyes turned slightly red. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, drones were taking off from the city, flying towards the village. These drones were equipped with various supplies. Upon reaching each household, they activated their programs to airdrop the supplies. On these supplies, it read Federation relief supplies. Villagers heard the sound and came out of their rooms, looking at the supplies that had fallen to the ground, their eyes glistening. Some bowed deeply in the direction the drones had left, while others saluted. Regardless of the form of tribute, as the first light appeared on the horizon, a glimmer of hope emerged in everyone's hearts. Just as mentioned in the videos on the forum, the light had always been there. We just never noticed it. But now, it has appeared. At this moment, inside the super office of the Federation, Qing and others have returned here. Report: we launched a night raid and have dealt with 185 inactive leaders and handled 79 major figures. The inactive grassroots personnel have all been detained and will be made to participate in labor programs, with no chances for rehabilitation. At this moment, another secretary of the major figure is presenting the achievements made in the early morning hours. Very good. The major figure nodded heavily. These troublemakers are still thinking about making money or colluding with certain individuals when our Federation's survival is at stake. If they dare to do this in such critical times, what will happen when the real apocalypse arrives? Therefore, a decisive order must be given. Today's data represents our achievements. As he put it, we cannot let the people of the Federation lose hope in such a disaster. Losing hope means losing their spirit and leads to imminent collapse. Once collapsed, destruction is not far behind. Thus, decisive action is imperative, and we must continue to intensify our efforts, investigating one case after another. Understood. The secretary nodded and stepped out. Then, a military leader spoke up. I say, if you proceed like this, aren't you afraid of backlash? There are plenty of people with ulterior motives, especially since some issues have become deeply rooted in people's lives. If we take action, it could be quite damaging. What of it? The major figure's eyes were cold. In ancient times, there were those who cut off their own arms. Can't we regenerate after severing a limb? The apocalypse is approaching, and we need to awaken our spirit and unite as one to overcome this disaster. At this critical juncture, any sign of decay is our failure. Isn't the foreign empire already in chaos? Let there be a major upheaval within our federation. Let those capitalists and vampires see clearly whether this federation belongs to the people or to them. Good. In that case, we will fully cooperate with you. The military leader felt his emotions stirred by these words, and the leaders from various places, including the Security Bureau, nodded in agreement. Let the storm come even stronger. You can count on us. We are fully cooperating with you. The coming challenges in this game world will inevitably be even more terrifying and powerful. Can you handle it? Don't worry. Qing smiled. With memories from a previous life, he knew that an event which was supposed to occur in a month within the Federation was now happening ahead of schedule. This was a good thing. Once this good thing truly began within the Federation, it would also be a greater benefit for them as players, as they would have no worries. Therefore, Qing's other plans could also unfold more smoothly. In the S plan, some technologies had already been effectively utilized, and products had been created. So I want to elaborate further. Today during the day and tonight, there will be some areas where monsters and zombies will appear. You should send people to deal with them. Upon hearing this, the super boss was taken aback. Shouldn't this be something you players handle? Why are we being asked to solve it now? Qing smiled and replied, we are exhausted. We haven't rested for several days and nights. We need to catch some sleep, right? Is that it? The super boss was left bewildered. How can you still need rest? However, in the end, the super boss agreed to Qing's plan, understanding that humans are not made of steel and need rest. So, after settling Qing and the others, the Federation began a new round of major upheaval. At this moment, the Empire of the Sun Never Sets was experiencing temporary chaos due to internal changes. However, soon, under the control of the superpowered individuals, this brief turmoil was eliminated. Of course, whether this elimination was thorough remained uncertain. Meanwhile, the Queen of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets was not imprisoned. Whether it was due to the overconfidence of the superpowered individuals or another reason, she was still her royal self, able to reside within the palace. In fact, even all communications were not being monitored. At this moment, under the supervision of her steward, the Queen was resting in her chamber. She took out her phone and dialed the first number. However, soon a frown appeared on her forehead. The other party was unwilling to help her, especially in the state of the superpowered individuals. They bluntly stated that they were overwhelmed themselves, and with the threat of an asteroid apocalypse looming, helping her now would put them at risk. Thus, the Queen of the Empire of the Sun Never Sets, feeling helpless, hung up the phone. Next, she called the Federation. However, the call from the Federation only rang for 3 seconds before the line went dead. Frustrated, she wanted to curse. But thinking about her situation as a mere pawn, she ultimately held her tongue. Finally, after making 5 calls, she dialed the 6th number to the Federation. This is an internal matter for you, and our Federation cannot get involved. We have stated before that we do not interfere in each other's internal affairs. Do not disturb one another, and do not invade each other's territories. The cold voice from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the diplomats made Her Majesty so furious that she smashed her phone. Her face turned pale, and at that moment, she truly understood what it meant to be down and out, and the difference between heaven and hell in a single thought. The ability users must develop their own ability users. As she spoke, a glimmer of light flashed in her eyes. No one knew what this old woman was thinking at that moment. Your Majesty, are you not going to contact anyone else? The butler asked while picking up the broken phone. No, I can't reach anyone anymore. Now we wait for the game to start. Understood, Your Majesty. In another part of the world, a significant event was unfolding in the Federation. At the same time, a prominent figure from another federation had already returned home. When he suddenly appeared in the office, the secretary was startled. "Boss, you're back so soon? That is, don't ask too many questions," he said, pulling out a stack of documents and a USB drive. "Start executing according to the plan in here. Also, add another course for today as training for the players." He tossed another USB drive to the secretary. "Go ahead, operate like this. Soon the situation will change." "All right." The secretary nodded and quickly became busy. In another federation, a prominent figure was drinking a large cup of soda, angrily smashing the cup on the floor. "That old witch. Can't she analyze the situation herself? How dare she contact us now? Does she think we're fools? Boss, please calm down. Isn't our plan already progressing steadily? Not enough. We still lack several plans at this stage. For now, contact the other federation, but remember to do so discreetly. Don't hold a press conference or notify anyone." "Forget it. I'll make the call myself," he said, pulling out his phone and dialing the number of the prominent figure from the other federation. To his surprise, the call was immediately disconnected. The prominent figure was taken aback. She hung up. Undeterred, he called again, but it was disconnected again. After 5 attempts, he only heard a busy signal, until he had a thought and carefully dialed the secretary of the other federation's prominent figure. Suddenly, the call went through with a beep. "What the hell? Are you trying to make me bow down to you? You don't pick up, but have your secretary do it. Isn't that lowering my status?" The prominent figure was furious. However, he didn't dare to voice these thoughts, as he still had matters to discuss with the other federation. "Dear distinguished leader of a certain federation, I am the secretary of a prominent figure from another federation. May I ask what you wish to discuss?" The other party's words brought him back to reality. After a moment of thought, he replied, "I would like to propose a confidential collaboration. How about we exchange data? I have various information sourced from the gaming world, as well as some details on specialized weaponry. We can provide all of this to you. However, I hope you can send us information on how to neutralize the zombie virus and the formula for bullets that can eliminate zombies. If we collaborate privately like this, we could also publicly establish a trade alliance, which would give us significant influence in the entire real world, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing this, the secretary from the other federation revealed a professional smile, though it was unseen. "I'm sorry, but we do not accept collaborations." At this, he was taken aback. He understood the underlying meaning in the secretary's words. Not accepting collaboration implied that there was no temporary option available. If there had been a mention of temporary, then there would still be a possibility for cooperation, but now, let me tell you, if you do not collaborate with us, that would be the biggest mistake made by your federation. If we join forces. However, he was interrupted by the secretary from the other federation. "Countless financial and economic crises have been caused by your actions. Do you not realize this yet? And what about the incorrect data you provided during our previous collaborations? Have you forgotten all that? Therefore, we have no desire to cooperate with your federation any longer. Please do not call again. If you wish to file a complaint, please press 1. But this is my personal phone, and your complaints will be of no use." Beep, 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 the busy tone echoed. At that moment, the prominent leader of the other federation, much like a certain queen, also angrily hung up the phone. What the heck? Pressing 1 to complain. Chapter 89 3 Visits to the Game. Yi Qing's plan. Hanging up the phone, the big boss listened to the speakerphone and exchanged a glance with the secretary, chuckling. "Boss, how about my standard customer service response? Pretty good, right?" "Absolutely. I'm thinking, should we set up a dedicated customer service department just for handling those calls from foreign federations? Press 1 for complaints, but complaining won't help." Hearing this, the secretary had a face full of black lines. "Boss, your dark humor is showing again. Isn't it? Life needs a bit of seasoning, doesn't it?" "Seasoning my foot." The secretary rubbed her forehead, feeling that after listening to the conversation between the big boss and the foreign federation leader, it was as if a new world had opened up. On that day, various parties were active. Of course, the most important aspect was the targeted training for ability users within the various federations. After all, no one knew how the game world would evolve next, so it was correct to focus on analyzing experiences related to infrastructure, agriculture, refugee management, urban management, and combat. Of course, the 20 ability users from the Sun Never Sets Federation, to be precise, 19 of them, were exceptions. The last one was a spy from the Dragon Nation Federation, not included in the foolish ranks. Aside from that, the major federations were continuously communicating via phone under cooperative and collaborative relations. After all, the big bosses of these federations weren't fools. As the time drew closer, whether or not an asteroid would actually collide with the Earth remained uncertain. Preparing in advance and laying out plans was always wise. On the side of the Dragon Nation Federation, there were also secret communications with certain federations. However, the Dragon Nation Federation wasn't one to cooperate openly. Instead, it operated similarly to its collaboration with the Ninja Nation Federation, quietly infiltrating rather than making a loud entrance. To be precise, it still employed the strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside. Yes, that's right, the strategy of surrounding the city from the countryside. The advantage of this method is that outsiders remain completely unaware of the Dragon Nation Federation's movements, especially those federations secretly collaborating with the Dragon Nation Federation. How could their covert cooperation be exposed? After all, many understood just how vast the interests of the Dragon Nation Federation were at present. It was the first federation globally to maintain order in the midst of catastrophic disaster. The first federation to continually operate in the infrastructure sector, providing various assistance to the public even during the apocalypse. The first federation that, under the leadership of players, united as one, with no reduction in industrial and agricultural output. With multiple world-first achievements, isn't that enough to demonstrate the strength of the Dragon Nation Federation? Even from this perspective alone, no other federation could compare. In such a situation, which federation would dare to openly reveal this cooperation with the Dragon Nation Federation? Oh yes. The famous Federation Empire of a certain country, as well as the Federation Empire of a certain region known for its cosmic name, might indeed pull off such bold actions. As for a certain federation, the surface cooperation hides countless covert maneuvers. Under such circumstances, how could the Federation of a certain country cooperate with these three Federation empires? The crises during the day are not particularly numerous. The only notable aspect is the increase in natural disasters in the real world, which have become more frequent than before. The situation in the Federation of a certain region is not much better, merely upgrading from -30 degrees to -40 degrees, forcing rural residents to burn wood and other materials to keep warm. In the cities, the heating systems have been turned up to maximum. Yet cases of mass fatalities from freezing continue to occur. Especially under the severe cold, countless people have turned on their air conditioning systems. The electricity supply has been maximized. And then bang! In the Federation of a certain region, there were reports of transformer failures at 372 substations. Such an intense demand for electricity has indirectly led to rising power prices. Overall, describing the Federation Empire of a certain region with the phrase deep in suffering is not an exaggeration. Moreover, across various regions globally, including the Federation of a certain country, temperatures have plummeted. The phenomenon of snow in June, once only found in legends, has now vividly appeared in human environments. It's like a reversal of seasons, where summer instantly turns into winter. Although the entire globe has not reached the terrifying -40 degrees of the Federation of a certain region, the occurrence of abnormal seasons has made it difficult for countless people to adapt. Colds, fevers, various situations, combined with a global economic crisis, have made the already struggling Federation face even more dire circumstances. However, the Federation of a certain country is different. In this state, it continues to respond to disasters in an orderly manner. The heating systems have been activated in advance. Activities to support rural areas have been restarted. Countless leaders have begun donating supplies to distribute winter essentials to rural areas of the Federation. Thus, not only in terms of the broader environment, but also from these details, the Federation of a certain country has far surpassed other Federation empires. Inside the super office of the Federation of a certain country, a prominent leader gazes out at the falling snow, murmuring, "Snow in June. It seems that the upcoming turmoil will become even greater." Indeed, a military leader nods in agreement. This time, who knows how many souls will be buried beneath the snow? That is not our concern. At this stage, we should assist in pushing the S-plan forward. The arrival of the cold wave is just the first step, when the second step appears. At this point, a sharp glint flickers in the leader's eyes. That will be the moment to showcase the true infrastructure prowess of our Federation. Time slowly flows on. In the blink of an eye, the next day has arrived. At 8:50 in the morning, Qing woke up as scheduled, almost like a human alarm clock, punctual and precise. Today's gaming journey relies on you all. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Don't worry. Seeing the gaze of the super boss, Qing rubbed his eyes. Here are the 3 plans I've written down. 3 possibilities could arise when we enter the game. The responses are all included, including Plan S. When we reach noon in our gaming progress today, we'll open these 3 plans together. For now, that's all I can say. We'll discuss the rest when we return. As Qing finished speaking, the time was exactly 9 o'clock. At that moment, the small asteroid hanging above the Earth in the sky flickered with red light. A bolt of crimson lightning descended from the heavens. In an instant, all players who participated in the game yesterday simultaneously entered the National Fortune game. Chapter 90, starting the live broadcast, the terrifying Dragon City at this moment, across different time zones. Countless netizens from the Federation Empire have all opened the Death Game live broadcast room and the Death Game forum. In the camp of the Dragon Federation, the live broadcast room lit up as expected, with the already well-prepared Bing Bing and Yao Yao appearing simultaneously in the commentary area at the bottom right corner. Hello everyone. I am Bing Bing. I am Yao Yao. Today, as the game begins, we can see through the camera that players are entering the game one after another. And our esteemed Qing has also returned to his office at this moment. However, before we comment on this game, we need to share the latest data from our Dragon Federation. According to the latest official news, the current death toll in our Dragon Federation stands at 215. With 0 ordinary civilians and 215 martyrs, we have killed 871 zombies and 15 beasts of currently unspecified levels. Before the National Fortune game, our Dragon Federation was known as a global infrastructure powerhouse, and now, with the synchronized capabilities of this infrastructure power, we have fortified 51 million houses, and large farmlands have undergone enchanted planting, which will speed up the growth cycle of the upcoming vegetables and fruits. At the same time, we also have more edible species. In the game world, the fire dragons raised within Dragon City are also our food. Not only is this food delicious, but it also enhances beauty and boosts strength. Wow. Hearing this, countless netizens erupted in excitement, especially watching Bing Bing and Yao Yao. Their expressions while talking about fire dragons clearly showed they were left wanting more. It's evident that these two must have tasted fire dragon meat. Otherwise, they wouldn't have such expressions. I thought today in the live broadcast room, Bing Bing and Yao Yao looked a bit fairer. Turns out they have been eating fire dragon meat. No wonder. Yes, I thought Bing Bing and Yao Yao had intentionally beautified themselves in the commentary room. No way. Our beloved Bing Bing and Yao Yao could never do that. Someone communicated, their faces showing a hint of surprise. Then they immediately felt tempted. But have you noticed the key point? Those martyrs, the most admirable people. While we are watching the live broadcast, while we are sleeping and resting, they are not resting, but rather standing in front of us, protecting our safety step by step. Yes, I saw that too. The grand plan of the super boss and Qing truly alleviates our worries as ordinary people. To be honest, I feel a bit ashamed. I once thought of an anime scenario where monsters and superheroes fight outside the window. The people inside the window were watching the live broadcast, holding various foods and cheering enthusiastically. Little did they know, this setting would actually become a reality, a tribute to those who protect us. Someone spoke up, and countless others quickly followed suit. In such a state, it was absolutely impossible for netizens not to be moved. At the same time, as these netizens communicated, the scene also changed along with Qing's actions. At this moment, Qing left his office. He, along with the bomb girl Anna and Chen Fan, arrived at a super large farm. Here, numerous sections had already been divided. There were open-air planting bases filled with various kinds of food, garlic, cabbage, cucumbers, green peppers, and so on. There were also super greenhouse shelters, each one towering over 100 meters high, divided into multiple levels, all utilizing the latest enchanted drip irrigation technology. It could be said that these plants were segmented into layer upon layer, then grown in mid-air. Yes, without any direct contact with the soil. However, this method of cultivation could better reflect the value of these vegetables. Some produce was glowing with a faint sheen, and on the racks of vegetables in the void, there were corresponding labels. S-grade tomatoes, also known as super tomatoes, could enhance beauty, nourish the stomach, strengthen the spleen, and dispel dampness. Their main effects were treating anemia, Qi deficiency, and kidney deficiency. Indeed, these crops also had medicinal value. Looking through the greenhouse towards the center of this agricultural base, one could clearly see a research institute labeled Enchanted Agricultural Research Laboratory. It goes without saying that everyone could understand that these so-called enchanted vegetables were all researched and developed by this laboratory. This is simply outrageous. The vegetable cultivation in the game world has actually reached this level. Looking around, such an expansive planting base must cover at least 1,000 acres. No, it's on a smaller scale. I see this vegetable base has at least 10,000 acres. So, with our federation having less than 10,000 refugees, will growing so many vegetables lead to issues of freshness and waste? Not at all. Yao Yao and Bing Bing were keeping a close eye on the live broadcast, and upon hearing the question, they burst into laughter. We obtained information from the higher-ups regarding the responses from Qing and his team. They said these crops could be stored in refrigeration for up to 2 years without losing any freshness. Secondly, if some vegetables couldn't be consumed, they could be converted into feed for livestock, such as flying cattle, dragon-like creatures. The reason these creatures can enhance beauty and strength is partly due to the properties of the meat itself and partly due to the effects of these vegetables. I see. Some people nodded. No wonder they were so eager for those fire dragon dishes. It turns out that's the reason. However, at that moment, an out-of-place voice emerged in the live stream. Over the past 2 years, a name called Mary Jaisai, nicknamed Spicy Chicken Shreds, has been active in the International Federation as an environmental activist. This person is from a certain country. At this moment, she directly named names in the live stream. I advocate, for global safety and environmental protection, you should immediately stop consuming fire dragon meat. These are unhealthy foods. Just by watching this live stream, can you really determine it's healthy? It must be some disgusting thing concocted by that certain country to control humanity. And there are even various statements, like cannonballs, began to flood the live stream. Some even noticed that the frequency of her messages seemed not personal, but more like someone using a script to release thousands of messages in a row. Environmental protection is for the safety of all humanity. Eating fire dragon meat and super tomatoes will only increase resource waste. The recent massive fire in your country, the snow disaster in another country, and the severe flooding in yet another country, did you see those? According to our Peace Alliance's research, all of these are due to the excessive resource waste by your country. However, upon hearing the words of this so-called environmental activist, the netizens from that certain country were outraged. They picked up their keyboards, like swordsmen, and the sound of typing echoed like a great river, transforming into beams of light that pierced through the arguments of this environmental girl. Which of your eyes saw resource waste? Our fire dragon meat has only been out for a short time, and you jumped out to say this? Have you ever tasted it? Do you know anything about it? Does your federation have fire dragon cultivation bases? Isn't this just typical double standards? Look at your country. Every day it's champagne, red wine, air conditioning, heating, and the lights never turn off day and night. The energy consumption in nightclubs and bars is even faster. Our rural areas have fully integrated natural gas and even better burning energy. But what about your country? Still using wood, cutting down trees, burning wood. The carbon dioxide emissions are dozens of times more than ours, yet your population is 10 times less. This comparison, Spicy Chicken Shreds. Come out and explain this reason to us. Besides, if you dare to continue targeting our country, do you believe that I will come to your house in 5 seconds? The arguments became a rapid-fire counterattack, not only in the live broadcast room, but there are also warmongers who have directly brought the matter of this environmental girl to a certain forum, where the post has been highlighted and pinned to the top. They even discussed her family, whether she is biologically related to them, how many times she has dyed her hair, how many people she has been with, and whether she is pregnant, down to the details. Such powerful doxing capabilities left people from a certain federation dumbfounded. They never expected that the netizens from the Dragon Kingdom Federation could be so efficient in their combat abilities. At the same time, in a rural basement of a certain empire, the environmental girl looked at the barrage of various messages from the Dragon Kingdom Federation netizens on her computer, her face pale. And she didn't even know what to say. 5 seconds to my house. Are you looking for death? I have the safest guard protection from the United Federation here, and even have experts from a certain federation secretly monitoring me 24/7. You want to take me down? However, before she could finish her self-talk, a black shadow slowly emerged from the corner of the basement. It stealthily approached the girl from behind. At that moment, she was still rambling on about some inhumane things. 5 seconds were up. Sweetheart, you should post a selfie on the forum, saying you were wrong. A smiling voice emerged. At that moment, the environmental girl was completely stunned. She didn't expect that someone really came, and they had quietly approached her from behind. I know you were using hacking techniques to send me a statement. Let me tell you, the existence of our environmental organization is to maintain world peace and protect. However, before she could finish her sentence, a hand rested on her shoulder. This caused a huge shock in her heart. Little one, you can't tell such lies, or your nose will grow long. At that moment, the environmental girl completely broke down. Meanwhile, the heated discussion on the forum continued. However, just 30 seconds later, an unimaginable super change occurred. While everyone was chatting enthusiastically, suddenly, a highlighted post appeared in the forum. The title was simple, just one sentence: The Environmental Girl. A sincere apology from the spicy chicken. In the video, the little girl had red eyes, crying as she said something unbelievable. "I am the environmental girl. But you can call me the slander girl. I was originally a student, but other federations chose me to create a false idol to make us reflect value. And so they gave me the best life, a princess treatment like in heaven, countless male and female servants, and endless money. They only assigned me one task, which is to thoroughly discredit the Dragon Kingdom Federation. This is the information they asked me to provide in recent years." As the scene shifts, on the environmental activist's computer, chat records and document files with various influential figures appear. There are even some private photos and videos. This content has stunned countless people. Those who originally followed the environmental activists' ideas and thought they knew what the Federation was like are now left with their jaws dropped. No one expected the reversal to come so quickly. At this moment, the environmental activist feels helpless. What can I do? A mysterious assassin is right beside me, just a step away from killing me. For self-preservation, I can only reveal everything. At this moment, the world is in turmoil. The Federation also made a decisive statement to a certain empire. From now on, we completely sever all diplomatic and trade cooperation with that empire. As this announcement is made, some are happy, some are worried. Some are watching, while others are angrily cursing the situation. After all, such blatant slander is obvious to everyone, and this behavior is utterly disgraceful. And all of this happened in just 3 minutes. Yes, that's right, within 3 minutes. Even in the live stream, at this moment, they have not left the city but have arrived at a livestock farm. The sounds of various farm animals echo continuously. The environmental activist walks through the farm, and everyone watching the live stream can see that this farm is at least tens of thousands of acres in size. It appears endless, just like any large agricultural area. Moreover, various lights are flickering here. For example, a particular duck emits a blue glow from its forehead. The tag notes that this blue glow duck, after cultivation, can help treat hypertension. The turkey is spicier than the average turkey, making it a favorite for those who love spicy food. Be careful, as your digestive system may not handle it well. The flying dragon has tender meat and fresh flavor, making it the top choice for braised dishes. This meat can nourish qi, replenish blood, and strengthen the body, significantly enhancing physical fitness to the level of special forces in the real world. As for the whimpering creature, don't think its odd name means it can't be eaten. It's actually a close relative of cattle, because its calls sound like whimpering. It's called the whimpering creature. This meat can be made into meatballs, packed with calories, and comes in 2 flavors, chocolate and milk tea. In the future, the first cup of milk tea in autumn may need to be renamed to the first whimpering creature of autumn. What a bizarre notion for the first whimpering creature of autumn. Looking at the explanations on these tags, many netizens from a certain federation felt a wave of confusion. The naming is just too casual. Countless people were at a loss for words. Even rural folks don't name things this casually. Generally, rural people might name their pets things like erguzi, dahuang, xiaohua, or enir, which carry the meaning of being easy to raise. But when it comes to meat, the singing monster. Seriously? I believe you all have seen the state of our farm. At this moment, in the live stream, Qing spoke within the game world. He briefly showed the results of our recent planting efforts and assured everyone that despite the interference from the game world, our farming genes will not change. Soon, we will demonstrate how to plant crops in the galaxy. After saying this, he led the team away from the farm. They then arrived at a construction site that was quite different from before. Here, the atmosphere became increasingly shocking, and some even felt a sense of fear. Tank construction base, buzz, buzz, buzz. At this moment, the sound of automated robots echoed throughout the base. This is a heavy metal workshop. Countless robotic arms, under programmed control, were assembling parts to create black armored tanks. Although the netizens couldn't gauge the extent of the shock, the sheer number of over 10,000 tanks left many people dumbfounded. Over 10,000 tanks. If they encounter a dungeon or some super monster, wouldn't that mean a single set of armored vehicles could rain down thousands of shells? Wouldn't that end the war? Just thinking about this sent chills down the spines of countless people. Chapter 90, Nuclear Power Plant Upgrade, Global Copy, Ninja Federation. At this moment, the super boss of the Ninja Federation was shocked to see countless armored tanks. He never dreamed that such a terrifying situation would actually occur in the game world. Initially, he thought that no matter how formidable Yi Qing's infrastructure building skills were, his capabilities in weaponry would never surpass that of submachine guns, laser guns, and other basic firearms. Although everyone knew that Yi Qing had indeed produced the so-called enchanted tank blueprints, building them required materials, right? The materials needed to be decomposed and melted. And molds had to be processed, right? Processing takes a long time, doesn't it? Especially the ammunition, which is critical among all resources. If these quantities are not controlled properly, there is a risk of catastrophic failure. But now, witnessing these finished products and those robotic arms working continuously, he felt relieved. He was grateful for secretly choosing to partner with the Dragon Federation, leaving aside the nuclear crisis in the real world, just considering the game world. Yi Qing's extraordinary military weapon manufacturing capabilities were enough to obliterate numerous other federations and empires. Yes, obliteration, complete annihilation. He instructed various departments to work overtime, stating that they must showcase their best side to the Dragon Federation in secret. This time, their collaboration must be solidified. Let us not forget that within the Dragon Federation, they possess much more than just these weapons, especially considering their infrastructure synchronization capabilities, which have been constantly developing in the game world. How far off could these developments be in the real world? Understood, Superboss. The secretary's eyes were filled with fear. She wasn't naive and knew very well that if these tanks were introduced into the real world, what would happen if they added some enchanted attributes? It was unimaginable. Now, if they opened their minds just a little more, if these tanks were equipped with flying devices, wouldn't those 10,000 tanks become 10,000 super bombers? If such a scenario were to occur, they wouldn't need to think about anything else. With a population of just over 100 million, nearly 200 million, the Ninja Federation could not withstand such a sweeping change. In other words, with the Dragon Federation's enhanced strength in a doomsday scenario, it would be like gaining an additional layer of security. If they could align with the Dragon Federation, they would be set for future expansion and sustenance. In the Empire of the Sun never sets. Her Majesty the Queen had now reclaimed her position on the throne. Sitting atop her royal seat, her expression was grim. Although her real power had been undermined by the abilities of others, all those extraordinary beings had already entered the game world. She is still the apparent controller. However, the revelations from the environmental activists have completely severed their cooperative relationship with the local federation. This proves that the Empire will follow in the footsteps of other federations, facing an economic crisis that will sweep through at a visible speed. Those damned superpowered individuals. He was angry and wanted to say something, but no other words came out. Steward, where is our Superpower Research Institute? When we first returned to reality, we extracted fresh blood from those superpowered individuals. This is our only chance to mass produce them. You need to be patient, Your Majesty, the steward replied seriously. The laboratory has accelerated its progress. I believe that very soon, by tonight at the latest, or by tomorrow evening at the earliest, we will be able to analyze the superpower elements. I hope this time, she began. But her words trailed off as she suddenly felt exhausted and collapsed into her chair. Your Majesty, Your Majesty. At that moment, the steward panicked. He hurriedly summoned a doctor, and the hall of the Empire was thrown into chaos. In another federation, at this moment, in the core city of a certain federation, in the office of a powerful figure, he had just hung up the phone. A cold smile appeared on his dark lips. The fire is growing stronger, making our actions increasingly favorable. Daka, have you uncovered anything? He turned his gaze to a man wearing a scarf. Boss, we've discovered some situations. Our statue seems to glow at times. There appears to be something awakening within it. Then we wait. This must be the guardian of our federation. When the guardian emerges, no matter the local federation, the other federation, or the empire, they will all be trampled underfoot. Yes, boss, our guardian is the supreme Siddhartha Gautama. He will surely protect us through this impending disaster. At this moment, various federations looked at the tanks displayed in the gaming world with mixed thoughts. After all, in such a state, even ordinary people would contemplate the implications behind it, especially the netizens from the local federation, who understood very well that the reason Yi Qing intentionally showcased the tanks in the armory was not for bragging, but to intimidate those petty individuals in the real world. Brother. At that moment, Anna suddenly received a message and walked up to Yi Qing, drawing everyone's attention to her. From last night until now, a total of 108 refugees have settled in our city, including experts from various fields and some opportunistic individuals. After screening, we eliminated 8,000 of these opportunists. At this stage, we have managed to gather a substantial number of refugees in our city. And then, Qing smiled and said, I have already made arrangements. The children among these refugees will receive 9 years of compulsory education, while adults will work in a 3-shift system. Currently, we have discovered 19 resource mines to the west of the city ruins, and many people have been assigned to mining operations there. The gaps in other cities are gradually being filled due to the influx of these 100,000 people. However, brother, I have to commend your judgment. A few days ago, you mentioned training 10,000 soldiers. I initially thought your plan was to launch an attack on a certain federation. It seems now that you intend to have them operate those 10,000 armored vehicles, right? Yes, Qing acknowledged this. In a post-apocalyptic world, crises coexist with opportunities. Since we have a nuclear power plant, why not? However, thinking about the nuclear power plant, Qing suddenly recalled another issue. He still had 3 upgraded nuclear power plant cores in his possession. He hadn't used them yet. With that thought, he took out the 3 upgraded cores without hesitation. In an instant, a bright light flashed, and a prompt sound echoed in everyone's ears. Do you wish to upgrade the nuclear power plant? After the upgrade, the nuclear power plant will split into 2, becoming 2 SSS-level nuclear power plants, a nuclear fission plant and a nuclear fusion plant, each covering an area of 10,000 square meters, capable of meeting the electricity needs of a city with 5 million residents for 1,000 years. Please note, after the upgrade, this nuclear power plant can perform remote separation, creating a unique set of nuclear power plant armor for you. Upgrade. Hearing this series of prompts, Qing immediately chose to upgrade without a second thought. At this stage, his invasion ability was significantly stronger than before. And since it had been 24 hours since he logged in yesterday, the reward system had provided him with new rewards. If he could combine the nuclear power plant armor after the upgrade with that reward, a smile crept onto his lips. Next, if any scenarios arise, he would have a greater chance of securing first place. Following that, under the watchful gaze of countless people, it was clear to see that the 3 cores seemed to be manipulated by someone, instantly merging with the nuclear power plant outside. In an instant, everyone clearly witnessed a pure, brilliantly bright blue light beam, so intense that it changed the color of the sky, shooting up from the 500 square meter nuclear power plant, soaring into the heavens. Boom. Although there was no actual explosion sound, countless people couldn't help but hear that sound in their minds. Under the blue light, the nuclear power station split in 2, landing at the most needed location for a nuclear power station in Long City. Suwas, 500 square meters, 1,000 square meters, 5,000 square meters, 10,000 square meters. In just a few seconds, the nuclear power station transformed from a 500 square meter state into 2 super nuclear power stations, each spanning 10,000 square meters. At that moment, countless people noticed that the lights in the game world of Long City were brighter than ever. Even the heating and cooling capabilities of air conditioning became more efficient. Congratulations. The favorability of the refugees in Long City towards you has increased, reaching 110 points. Congratulations. The favorability of the refugees in Long City towards you has increased, reaching 110 points. Congratulations. Congratulations. The prompts echoed continuously at that moment. At the same time, a shadow rushed from afar to Qing's side. Little Spider looked in shock at the enlarging super nuclear power station, exclaiming in astonishment, "Boss, I was just in the lab researching something when I suddenly noticed a surge in power output. I thought there was a problem with some AI control hub. But you actually upgraded the nuclear power station. Let me tell you, with such high power, I can develop even more powerful technological weapons. And I can even mass-produce Spider-Man armor. I have fully mastered the technology for the mass development of nanobots, and I was just worrying about the power issue. Now it seems you are like a worm in my brain." "In my brain? Shouldn't it be in my stomach?" Qing looked at Little Spider in shock, thinking that he must have lost his mind from being too happy. However, at that moment, the world announcement gradually refreshed. World announcement. Player Qing successfully upgraded the nuclear power station, transforming a 500 square meter nuclear power station into 2 SSS-level nuclear power stations of over 10,000 square meters each, becoming the first person in the entire game to possess SSS-level large weapons and large power generation equipment. First city. Let's congratulate him. He has received 1 million gold coins, 500,000 exploration coins, and an S-level treasure chest. Hearing this world announcement, players from other federations were bewildered, especially the players from the federation led by Sierra. They were originally in the farm, teaching refugees how to weed and efficiently plant and fertilize. As a result, they hadn't even had the chance to handle the zombie killing, infrastructure, and exploration tasks today, and Qing had already upgraded the nuclear power station. A few players exchanged glances, all seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Then, they instantly dropped their current tasks, left all agricultural work to the refugees, and quickly started their exploration missions. Damn, this Qing is acting like a big landlord, driving us to explore. Today's tasks were already numerous, and now to surpass Qing, we must delve deeper into the terrifying lost ruins. This is also a good thing. Alright, the Federation of the Dragon Nation is still our opponent, so stop complaining and get your spirits up. Today, we must catch up to half of the Dragon Nation. As long as by tomorrow we can create a nuclear power plant, all our needs will be met. Once the nuclear power plant is truly built, it will bring about earth-shattering changes for us. Yes, exactly. The Federation has already begun to take action. Meanwhile, the Federation of Goryeo, known as the Cosmic Federation, their superpowered individuals exchanged glances, unsure of what to say. They looked at each other. One could let out gas, another could defecate, and yet another could spray fireworks. What kind of combat power could such a bizarre combination create? First, let us seize the national fortune. In this game of the big shots, we small fries can only sip on some soup. Additionally, in the past few days, the sea has been rising. So everyone should be cautious of the energy fluctuations from some powerful sea beasts, which we have detected with our life detectors. We need to protect the cities we have established. Otherwise, just one wave of advanced sea beasts could annihilate us again. Understood. At this moment, the Federation of Goryeo finally recognized its position and refrained from recklessly attacking or making foolish moves. As for those from the sun, never sets Federation. Let us not talk about that. However, just as everyone reacted in various ways, a world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. A hidden large-scale dungeon has emerged. World announcement. A hidden large-scale dungeon has emerged. World announcement. A hidden large-scale dungeon has emerged. This dungeon is open to all players. Next, a teleportation vortex will appear around every player, allowing them to enter the dungeon world. This dungeon is an apocalyptic dungeon, featuring the core resource Iron Man. Whoever can win Iron Man's favor in this apocalyptic dungeon and raise their affinity to 100 will obtain this character card. Please note, this dungeon allows refugees to enter, increasing your combat power. The risks of life and death are significant in the dungeon, so please pay attention to safety. Players cannot refuse participation in this dungeon. Everyone must join. If any player dies, it will lower the national fortune, causing a crisis in the real world. The announcement swept through. At this moment, not only were the more than 4,000 players around the globe stunned, but even the viewers in countless live streams were left dumbfounded. An apocalyptic dungeon. Iron Man. 100 affinity. National fortune crisis. These keywords together made it clear to everyone that this must be a dungeon fraught with danger, terrifying to the extreme. It is even highly likely that the previously encountered powerful beasts may appear again, or perhaps even stronger ones. Maybe, just maybe, as soon as they enter the instance, they will encounter countless zombies and monsters. At this moment, people around the world became tense. However, the online community in the Eastern Federation was buzzing with excitement. They saw that a command had been issued for a trained group of 10,000 refugees, accompanied by an observer, to enter armored vehicles. What this signifies is obvious. Is the Eastern Federation about to dominate the game world? Some individuals were exhilarated, trembling as they sent messages. Just then, the teleportation vortex suddenly appeared around every player. Following that, the screen went black. Within less than a second, the live stream lit up again. However, at this moment, what was displayed in everyone's live stream was not different realms, but a vast wasteland. It featured ruined cities and gloomy weather. Countless roars echoed from all directions. The flickering red lights indicated that numerous beasts in this world were eyeing the presence of certain individuals. Suddenly, whoosh, 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 whoosh. Beams of light fell upon the wasteland, transforming into players and refugees. In an instant, the hidden beasts, zombies, and monsters had their eyes turned blood red. Roar! The deafening super roar sounded like a battle horn raised by soldiers, signaling that a great battle was about to begin. However, at the same time, in a certain area of the wasteland, when those monsters that emerged from the darkness saw the 10,000 armored vehicles appearing before them, a look of confusion spread across their faces. What on earth is this? Chapter 92. It's exploding, really exploding in the game. Oh no, inside the dungeon. At this moment, countless demonic beasts were overwhelming. This feeling was on a completely different level compared to the previous night parade of 100 demons. If the first wave of demonic beasts was just a mere 500 to 1,000 creatures at levels 1, 2, or 3, which were relatively easy to handle, then this wave was an unfathomable number, whether flying in the sky, swimming in the water, or running on the ground. It looked like a scene from a game about an insectoid invasion, and those with a fear of dense crowds might just faint at the sight. Boom! The practitioner from the Federation Empire came tumbling down from the teleportation vortex, and upon seeing this scene, he was completely dumbfounded. What the heck? Uft! A loud fart erupted from him, releasing a powerful force that spread a foul yellow mist, darkening the faces of several demonic beasts on the ground. At the same time, he used the force of the fart to propel himself into the air like a rocket. Damn it, I suddenly want to go home. He felt like crying but had no tears. Upon first glance, the ground was filled with demonic beasts above level 7. If it were just one, he might have been able to take down a few using his farting ability combined with his companion's powers. But he didn't even know if his companions had made it through the teleportation yet, and there were so many demonic beasts on the ground. He couldn't handle this. So, he decided to use his farting ability to launch himself away. Then, using a continuous series of farts, he aimed to stay suspended in the air, hoping to find a new way to hide. However, the next moment, after soaring several dozen meters into the air, his face turned pale as he was preparing for another fart. Suddenly, he felt darkness enveloping him. At that moment, a massive demonic beast over 10 meters tall in the sky swallowed him whole. In his last moments, this farting guy never knew how he died, because his level hadn't even increased, and he couldn't sense this enormous flying beast at all. Oh my goodness. In the live stream, some viewers were left in shock. Did he just die like that? Was that farting king completely clueless, not paying attention to the aerial threats? Launching himself into the air with a fart was just putting himself in danger. Some viewers commented, keyboard in hand, as if they were legendary strategists pointing out the flaws. Meanwhile, in the real world, he was just a 16-year-old kid in a luxurious mansion within the Federation, munching on chips with crumbs all over his face. It wasn't like that at all. He hadn't even lifted his head. He hadn't seen the threat coming from above. Because of the countless monsters on the ground, he was already scared. So, I guess he just wanted to use his ability to escape the clutches of the monsters on the surface first, and then find a safe place to hide. However, unfortunately for him, this fear ended up causing his own downfall. Someone pointed out the idea of this king of farting and instantly gained the approval of many. Of course, when this person died, the world announcement was refreshed. Another person from the Federation of a certain country has died. National luck -1. As a result, within the real world, countless residents of the Federation looked through their windows and clearly saw that the snowstorm outside had intensified. The howling winds at this moment meant that the snowfall was no longer just light flakes, but large clumps of snow. These big snow clumps were as if someone or a machine was continuously dumping them from a large basin. Perhaps, a single large snowflake could even crush a person. At the same time, due to the death of an ability user, every person in the Federation could feel a terrifying sensation that their life force seemed to be fading away. Some had graying hair. Some felt weaker. Some even broke into a cold sweat. That was a result of physical weakness. At that moment, the emotions of everyone in the Federation turned to terror. Such a horrifying scenario. Would their entire Federation face another annihilation? If that happened, wouldn't their lifespans be completely gone? Some were so frightened they even lost control of their bodily functions. The threat of death made many truly start to take this deadly game seriously. This was a game where people could really die. At the same time, it wasn't just the Federation. Even players from other federations were overwhelmed with a mix of fear and anxiety. Some were trembling, using their abilities to navigate through the monsters. Then smack. One of the monsters smashed this ability user's head into a pulp. Blood splattered everywhere. Such a bloody scene made many shudder. This dungeon was simply too terrifying for many. And at the same time, look, oh my gosh, quick, check the channel of another federation. Damn it, I can't believe this. Is this even possible? I was just wondering why the game system emphasized the need for players to cultivate a militia combat team. So that is how it's used. Who would have thought such a situation could arise? Someone was shouting in the live stream, and this scene piqued the curiosity of many viewers and residents from other federations. What on earth was happening in that federation? Suddenly, they switched to the live stream of that federation. And then, oh no, oh my gosh, 10,086. The screen suddenly exploded. At that moment, Qing and the other 19 players were all wearing a bamboo dragonfly on their heads. With the ability to fly, they hovered steadily in midair. At the same time, boom, 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 boom. The sound of cannon fire echoed continuously. That deafening noise came from the cannons mounted on the 10,000 enchanted tanks, accompanied by bursts of fire. Dark cannonballs rained down on the ground. Then boom! Art is an explosion. The successive blasts instantly shattered the beasts on the ground into pieces. Moreover, these cannonballs had a 20 critical strike attribute. As a result, under the explosions, the number of level 7 to 10 beasts was rapidly decreasing. 10,000 cannonballs, that's a full 10,000. The first round of bombardment created a massive fire circle, and on the data leaderboard, the number of beasts killed by the people of Dragon City was skyrocketing. Chapter 93. The brazen endless crows. The battlefield was filled with relentless gunfire. The thick smoke and charred remains scattered across the ground vividly displayed the horror of the conflict. Everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but shudder. Previously, while watching the stream, they had only seen small-scale combat scenarios and could hardly imagine how terrifying a large battlefield truly was. To them, the game world seemed to be just about the confrontation between those with powers, players versus zombies, ongoing exploration missions, and hints of the 72 demon gods. However, upon witnessing this terrifying battlefield filled with monstrous beasts, they finally understood. Their previous thoughts were not just wrong, they were utterly misguided. The real battlefield was devoid of any emotions. The densely packed monstrous creatures, without even attacking, could trample a person to death just by charging forward. If an ordinary person were to enter such a battlefield, some were trembling all over, unable to fathom it. They knew very well that an ordinary person entering this battlefield had no option but death. Yet, this scene in the live stream was far from over. The system's world announcement had yet to resonate. At that moment, the monstrous beasts in the sky moved. Not only that, ripples appeared in the nearby river, from which numerous giant tentacles with suction cups emerged, sweeping toward the armored tanks like lightning. From all directions, those level 7 to 10 beasts charged forward recklessly, launching another assault from afar. This time was different. During this charge, they unleashed various powers. Boom! Explosions erupted. At this moment, another round of shells rained down, sweeping across the battlefield. The intense flames made many viewers squint at the live stream, and the sounds of explosions acted like a grim reaper on the battlefield, continuously claiming the lives of these monstrous beings and zombies. Even the tentacles sweeping in from all sides were blown apart in an instant. Astonishingly, in the eyes of countless shocked spectators, the shells directly shattered the powers unleashed by the beasts. Some emitted flames, but when a shell collided with the flames, it resulted in an even more horrifying mini-mushroom cloud. Dirt flew, the ground shook, and under the tremors, a terrifying shockwave swept outward, leaving nothing but destruction in its wake. The powers of the beasts not only failed to destroy the tank's attacks, but instead, after colliding with the shells, created even more terrifying waves, claiming the lives of countless beasts and zombies. Incredible, the clash of technology and powers. It seems that the tank crafted by the expert was more formidable than we imagined. After all, the powers of zombies and beasts were akin to magical attacks. Yet these shells could withstand the might of such spells. Upstairs, have you forgotten? The blueprints for the tank designed by the expert carried enchanting effects. Enchantment effects, also known as spell effects, such as fire, water, and ice abilities. How could they possibly coexist peacefully with enchanted projectiles? It makes sense. The two types of energy are fundamentally opposed, and with the enchanted effects, it's like pouring water into a boiling pot of oil. Splash. That effect. It hurts. Right. Stop daydreaming, look. The beasts in the sky are starting to move. At that moment, everyone slightly lifted their heads, staring at the screen, and saw black super crows, their eyes flashing with fierce crimson light, rushing towards Qing and the others. Name: Endless Blood Crow. Level 12. Identity: Mutated Super Crow skills, super speed flight, overhead impact, acid rain magic. Evaluation. The speed of this beast, oh no, is too fast. Please do not overload it, otherwise it will be penalized. What the hell, penalized? Seeing the emerging attribute panel, a black line appeared on everyone's forehead. This evaluation is definitely written by a game script planner who must be suffering from a severe case of delusion. Too fast, come on. This isn't a kindergarten bus. However, despite the complaints in their hearts, everyone's eyes remained glued to the screen. Because the crow's speed was indeed as described in the skill introduction, it was incredibly fast. That speed was even faster than a combat aircraft. Almost in a blink, it was gone. Can this game enable double speed playback? My eyes must be deceiving me. This crow is way too fast. Someone complained. But at that moment, everyone heard a gunshot. It came from Chun Fan's enchanted sniper rifle. However, before anyone could react, a sound resembling shattering glass suddenly resonated through the air. The next moment, they saw one of the endless crows slow down. Its crimson light in its eyes completely vanished. The beast's eyes had been directly blown apart by Chun Fan. What the heck? Has the enchanted sniper rifle leveled up? 2 consecutive shots. However, before anyone could be shocked, Mei Yinner had already appeared next to the beast with her long knife, not knowing when she had arrived. With a swift motion, snap, the beast's wing was severed. In the next moment, purple light flickered around Yang Chan, and in an instant, Mei Yinner vanished. She teleported back to Yang Chan's side. At the same time, another endless blood crow collided with the beast that had its wing chopped off. Boom! At that moment, a crisp sound rang out. The crow with a severed wing fell even faster to the ground due to the collision. Then, it was met with countless explosive projectiles raining down. Quick! Too fast. The whole sequence lasted less than 2 seconds. The crowd didn't even have time to react before witnessing the scene unfold. In an instant, countless people felt goosebumps on their scalps. It was only then that they realized, if it hadn't been for the timely teleportation by a certain individual, bringing another person to safety, the second crow would have directly collided with her. The consequences of that were unimaginable. It can only be said that under the command of a certain leader, the coordination among these individuals was remarkably seamless. A chilling roar emerged from the void. The crow, seeing that it had inadvertently caused the death of its companion, silently pretended it wasn't its fault, and then let out a furious roar directed at the group. Its angry tones seemed to say, "You little ones have truly enraged me." Accompanying its roar were 10 endless crows, rapidly sweeping towards the group like lightning. At the same time, the sky changed color as a torrent of large raindrops began to fall, acid rain pouring down like a storm. The speed of this rain was even faster than the crows. In that moment, everyone's expression changed. With such a rapid large-scale attack, how could they possibly evade it? Chapter 94. The astonishing reward. In that moment, everyone realized that Yi Qing and his team had vanished from the live stream. However, the armored tanks on the ground did not disappear. After all, there were a full 10,000 tanks. It was absolutely impossible for them to vanish. So whoosh. The acid rain poured down onto the surface of these tanks. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the tanks were not corroded at all. Instead, a white light appeared on their surfaces. Whoosh. The acid rain simply disappeared. What? There's such an enchanting property. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. They discovered that all 10,000 of Yi Qing's tanks had been enchanted with the super resilience skill. In simple terms, the acid rain could not corrode the materials of the tanks at all. What the heck? How many kinds of enchanting skills and formations has Yi Qing researched? Previously, there were only the infrastructure enchantments and the double explosion skill enchantments from the Federation. What is this ability that ignores acid rain corrosion? Some individuals from foreign federations were shocked. They truly did not expect this situation. Stop discussing it. Quickly look at the camera. In an instant, countless people turned their heads. They then realized that Yi Qing and his team had not disappeared. Instead, they had appeared on top of the rapidly moving endless crows. Yes, it was still a teleportation skill. However, the sweat was continuously dripping from Yang Chan's forehead, indicating how much pressure this group teleportation placed on her. Despite the speed of the 10 endless crows, they had not anticipated Yi Qing would teleport. Thus, it became much more difficult for these crows to turn around and soar into the sky compared to diving. So whoosh. Boom, 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 boom. Yi Qing and the others each wielded an enchanted rocket launcher. Amidst the barrage of attacks, Yi Qing used his invasion ability to unleash the energy from the nuclear power station. As a result, dozens of 20-meter mushroom clouds erupted continuously. The powerful shockwaves created substantial ripples in the surrounding sky. The ground was filled with flying dirt. The explosive impact of the mushroom clouds even reduced many zombies to dust. Several armored vehicles were directly lifted by these shockwaves. But in the next moment, everyone was stunned, because the armored tanks did not disintegrate. Instead, at the moment the shockwave rolled, a mysterious object resembling a protective airbag enveloped the tanks. Then, bang 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 like bubbles, they bounced a few times on the ground, and then stabilized on the surface. Neither the vehicles nor the people suffered any losses. When this so-called airbag disappeared, the barrage resumed. Boom! In the live stream, the crowd exclaimed, "What kind of black technology is this? What on earth is this airbag bubble? Who has such a wild imagination?" Some people couldn't bear to look anymore. They never expected that the skills here would be so bizarre, so hard to believe. This is unbelievable. I'm sure this is definitely a brilliant idea from that player. No one else could think of something like this. An airbag for a tank that can wrap the entire tank. If anyone else could come up with this, I'll eat my hat. Yes, I'll bet on it. This has to be from that player. As the commotion grew in the live stream, there was indeed a bold player who activated the chat channel, which could only be used once today, to send a message to that player. "Hey, is this tank airbag you developed?" "Yes," the player replied while holding a rocket launcher, looking at the endless crows disintegrating in the air, and opened the chat panel to respond. The crowd was stunned. "You're really impressive. I bet no one else could think of such a move." The battle continued, and the number of beasts in the sky had significantly decreased, as there were no level 15 or even level 14 beasts here, just the highest being level 13. Seeing the power of the player's blazing rocket launchers and the overwhelming firepower of the enchanted weapons, the level 13 beasts became intimidated. They didn't even make a sound, quickly taking to the skies and fleeing into the distance. On the ground, the zombies and beasts, after 2 to 3 rounds of bombardment, had gone from being densely packed to exceedingly sparse. The scene suddenly grew quiet. The sound of gunfire had become rare. Occasionally, a few beasts could be heard roaring in the sky and across the vast open space, amidst the devastation and bloodshed, with chunks of zombie flesh scattered everywhere. At this moment, pleasant notification sounds kept refreshing in the player's ears and in the live stream. "Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 13. Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 14. Congratulations! Your level has increased to level 15. Congratulations! You have obtained 1 nuclear power plant upgrade core. Congratulations! You have obtained the blueprint for an armored vehicle flight kit. This blueprint can be converted into a production line, and once the kit is produced in the workshop, it can be installed on the armored vehicle, turning it into an amphibious vehicle. Congratulations! You have obtained random defensive enchantment elements 2, random attack enchantment elements 2. Please note, these elements have random attributes and skills, similar to a blind box mode. Please choose wisely when collecting. Congratulations! You have obtained the laser sword crafting blueprint. Congratulations! You have obtained the laser sword enchantment recipe. Congratulations! You have received a new crop, 5,000 S-grade dragon fruit seeds. Note, eating dragon fruit can have enhancement effects. Congratulations! You have acquired a new food companion, the burrowing electric sheep. This sheep not only has the effect of enhancing vitality, but can also help with cold uterus, irregular menstruation, beauty enhancement, and longevity. Congratulations! You have received a box of items with holes. The first few items were understandable, as they were all sci-fi weapons or enhancements based on sci-fi weapons, along with infrastructure attributes. However, when it came to that burrowing electric sheep, things started to get strange. Longevity is fine, but what else with solving irregular menstruation? Especially that damaged item. Isn't this just creating something out of nothing? What is going on? Are these rewards meant to help others? Not just Yi Qing is confused. Even now, countless viewers watching the live stream are also dumbfounded upon seeing this reward that was picked up with a single click. What on earth is this? Chapter 95, The Infrastructure Maniac Little Friends. Do you have a lot of questions? This is what the national netizens present are thinking at the same time. Oh my goodness. Everyone knows that the rewards Yi Qing received are mostly for export or personal use. Although the game world hasn't opened any trading malls yet. Looking at Yi Qing's increasingly larger farm and the various planting bases, everyone knows that at a certain point, Qing will definitely sell at a high price. They understand that through the research of agricultural and pastoral bases, these foods have some attributes that enhance strength. It's not just about filling the stomach. Correspondingly, the many convenience stores and self-operated shops opened by Qing also have large warehouses. Inside are various items like toys, dolls, and everyday necessities, all of which possess enchanted attributes. The Federation is indeed an infrastructure maniac. The complete industrial chain that Qing has created in the game world can currently allow the entire Dragon City to be self-sufficient and live in a closed loop. However, it's obvious to anyone that the supplies Qing has produced far exceed what is actually needed. Some even have an almost permanent shelf life. Then, some people began to understand. So, thinking back to that sensitive issue, countless longtime fans changed their expressions. You're saying, will the box of indescribable items be mixed into similar products and then sold by Qing in the future? I think, based on Qing's character, it's bound to happen. This not only solves population issues, but also social issues. This could lead to serious problems. If such a thing really happens, it would be even more dangerous, okay? No one would dare to buy this stuff. If the ceiling is intact, then it's a good protective measure. But once there are holes, who would dare to use it? Therefore, to avoid this situation, couples would choose to use other measures, causing this item to lose its high insurance effect. Yes, that's the logic. The players nodded in agreement with this idea. But the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Because the attribute values were revealed. Item with holes. Attributes: 50 virus immunity, 100 cold immunity, 70 immunity to major influenza, 60 immunity to the Black Death, 65 immunity to plague, 20 immunity to zombie virus. Seeing the densely packed attributes, everyone was stunned for a moment. Oh my, boss, you brought this back to reality. I want it. No matter the price, I'll take it all. I'm buying this whole box. No one better compete with me. Are you an idiot upstairs? You just swore that this thing is for the sake of people's safety, didn't you? You said you didn't want it. Then it's all mine. I feel like this whole box of supplies is prepared just for me. No, these are all for me. You all just step aside. Women can use it too? What's wrong with women? After seeing these attributes, countless people were envious. Not just players, at this moment, even some big shots, elite professionals in business, and merchants from the real world, as well as super magnates from various federations, couldn't help but show a thoughtful expression upon seeing these attributes. Before the attributes were revealed, this thing could be said to be worthless. However, once the attributes were exposed, many people clearly understood that selling it for an exorbitant price would not be an exaggeration. Qing, you're about to get rich. At this moment, Mei Yin'er walked towards Qing, closing off the series of private messages from netizens. She then looked at Qing with a sly grin. Qing couldn't be bothered to pay attention to her and rolled his eyes. However, he didn't expect this whole box of items to have so many attributes. The attributes were indeed numerous and a bit over the top. But this item would become the most useful thing moving forward. Because he knew, with the memories from his previous life, after clearing this instance, something would happen simultaneously in both the real world and the game world. A more terrifying event. Virus outbreak. Yes, the zombie virus and large-scale flu virus would break out completely. Although smallpox and the Black Death have disappeared from human history, with the nature of this apocalypse, anything could happen. In his previous life, this epidemic broke out for no reason at all, leading to the deaths of at least 2 billion people among the gaming world's refugees and ordinary citizens in the real world. Even though the epidemic prevention measures of the Federation had been the best, at least 100 million people still died in his previous life. That's 1/14 of the population. It's unimaginable how terrifying this epidemic was back then. Therefore, this box of supplies was like a pillow delivered to someone who was already sleepy. But there's no rush. Qing still had the data he obtained from the lab. Thinking this, Qing and the others slowly landed on the ground. Accompanied by continuous reward notification sounds, Qing nodded at Anna. Immediately, Anna waved her hand. In the next moment, everyone was dumbfounded. Because at that moment, a full 1,000 tanks began to transform like Transformers. Although this transformation was not as terrifying as becoming humanoid, the sudden addition of a 10-meter-long supercargo bed and wheels at the back of the tank, as well as the appearance of an excavator's digging arm at the front, left countless people dumbfounded. Is this a tank preparing to advance into a tech area? Seeing the tank's one-click transformation, everyone was a bit bewildered. Soon after, under Anna's command, these vehicles roared to life and moved to another area. This was a war-torn, devastated city. Then, under the operation of the excavators, buildings began to collapse one after another. Even with the pinpoint demolition techniques employed by Anna and her partner, these tank excavators didn't even need to take action for the structures to fall. The excavators then moved in to collect heavy metals, cement powder, and the countless various infrastructure resources buried underground, loading everything into the cargo bed. Everyone was amazed. This idea is incredibly impressive. The leader brought a group of 10,000 not to just engage in minor skirmishes, but to completely overwhelm the area. And they really are doing just that, even loading up cement. Chapter 96. 5 years of college entrance exams. 3 years of simulations. Buzzing sounds filled the air. Excavators. Oh no. Wait, tank excavators. The roaring noise echoed continuously. Upon closer inspection, Yi Qing's fleet of 10,000 excavators had formed into 10 formations, or rather, 10 teams. The first echelon was digging by the riverbank. Of course, Yi Qing wasn't being kind. He was definitely not widening the river. Instead, he was digging out all the soil that was in contact with the water. Mutated crabs, mutated loaches, mutated leeches, mutated crayfish. Good heavens, these mutated aquatic creatures were either resting in the mud or engaging in some dubious activities. As a result, along with a feeling of weightlessness, they suddenly found themselves transported along with the soil to another place. In an instant, they were confused. Looking at the attribute hints, I didn't expect that Yi Qing was really going to dig 3 feet deep this time. Someone commented. In a moment, countless eyes shifted to the game livestream. As the refugees activated their tank excavators, pop-up notifications appeared one after another. The attributes of the riverbed silt were as follows: extremely strong viscosity, mostly mutated organisms, non-nuclear radiation mutation, normal mutation, rich in nutrients. The soil can be used as a binding agent and can also be a byproduct material for various high-level materials. Additionally, it can be studied in laboratories to manufacture this viscous substance in bulk, allowing for large-scale farming of mutated crayfish, oysters, and other aquatic products. Wow, how big must one's imagination be to focus on the silt? Some were bewildered, staring at this attribute, unsure of what to say. They truly hadn't expected that this riverbed silt would actually have attributes. However, there were many dangers in the river as well. Look, ripples appeared on the water's surface, and tentacles emerged. Yes, just as the tank excavators were digging, tentacles suddenly surfaced from the riverbed. They waved their whip-like appendages and swiftly struck towards these tank vehicles. But, in the next moment, the tank vehicles transformed from sluggish giants into nimble figures in an instant. It was like the story of sunflowers turning towards the sun, only to twist back towards the east at night. The dark cannon muzzles of the tank vehicles, too, quickly aimed at these tentacles. Seeing this scene, the tentacles instantly halted their attack. They stared at the cannon for a moment, then swiftly retreated into the water, disappearing from sight. It seemed to say, "My apologies for the interruption. Do these tentacles even have any dignity left?" Seeing the tentacle creature retreat in such a cowardly manner left the viewers in the livestream stunned. Some started to curse in anger. This is reality. Sigh. Our esteemed Yi Qing really has a big imagination. Yes, yes. Some were nodding enthusiastically, clearly loyal fans of Yi Qing. Meanwhile, people from other federations were at a loss for words. Ironically, they weren't talking about Yi Qing at all. Instead, they were indignant on behalf of the tentacle creature. Come on, you're supposed to be a formidable boss, right? Have some dignity. You were scared off by just one cannon. Unfortunately, others from the Federation didn't dare to voice these thoughts. They were afraid of being attacked by keyboard warriors from the Dragon Nation Federation. Buzz. Buzz, buzz. Without the interference of others, the excavator continued to dig through the sludge leisurely. It's worth mentioning that the tank had just transformed to reveal its cargo bed, right? So, the excavators behind it started loading the excavated soil directly into the tank's cargo bed, one after another, creating a cycle. Some even lit a cigarette while working. TSK, what a comfortable life. Is this really a dungeon instance? In the livestream, the bespectacled demon was also dumbfounded. Whenever she played online games, she always focused intently, putting in full effort even against minor enemies. But now, digging mud? Moreover, when the camera shifted slightly, it revealed another 1,000 excavators loading the rubble from the bombardment into their cargo beds. Then, the cargo bed emitted a blue light. Whoosh. In an instant, several tubes began to operate on the cargo bed, splitting out cement, steel, sand, and lime. And all of it was of the highest quality? What the? A vehicle-mounted decomposition machine. It completely restored the materials. This looks like the materials are practically free. If they could push through the entire dungeon like this, how many resources could they excavate? Some people's eyes lit up. As a student of architecture, he understood just how crucial building materials are, especially non-renewable materials. Recycling them is such a hassle that the cost can be even higher than extracting them directly. This is because the recycled materials require separating elements, metals, plastics, etc., before they can be restored to their original base materials. But now, Qing had a material decomposition machine. This is unbelievable, especially since the dungeon world isn't the main game world. Decomposing materials within the dungeon wouldn't affect the resource dynamics in the main game world. Therefore, bringing these materials back to the main game world, or even the real world, would mean an instant surplus of high-quality materials. Now that's what you call free resources. The 10 teams of tanks are busy at work. One team is digging through mud. Another team is breaking down materials. One team is excavating debris and placing the materials into the decomposition machines. A team is dismantling the basement, retrieving all kinds of supplies from inside. And during the digging, congratulations! The local residents have unearthed an S-rank zombie crystal core. Congratulations! The local residents have discovered an A-rank treasure chest. Congratulations! The local residents have found learning materials on technology space expansion techniques. Congratulations! The local residents have excavated a ton of 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation. Congratulations! The local residents have uncovered a convenience store for adult products. Congratulations! The local residents have dug up a complete set of textbooks for elementary, middle, and high school. Congratulations! The local residents have unearthed an S-rank beginner's manual on nuclear fusion. Listening to the pleasant notification sounds. At this moment, countless netizens from the Federation are incredibly excited and happy. It feels as if these items were dug up by themselves. However, upon seeing the 5-year college entrance examination, 3-year simulation, and the textbooks for elementary to high school, countless young people suddenly change their expressions. What on earth is this? Especially the convenience store for adult products. Does this mean that this scenario is starting to get inappropriate? Chapter 97. Civilizational Fault Lines. Unfamiliar things. The various unexpected events that have emerged have made fans from other federations extremely envious. Just look at Qing, and then compare with the experts from their own federation. Some fans covered their faces in dismay, unable to bear to look, especially for the federation from a certain region. At this moment, the ability user who caused chaos has already perished. Similarly, due to the death of this player, several elderly individuals have also succumbed. The population has plummeted. Furthermore, the national fortune that was gradually rising due to the completion of mainline infrastructure tasks has come to a complete halt. Originally, the heavy snowfall in that federation had been decreasing, but now it has turned colder and more terrifying. If it were just the death of a single player, it might have been more manageable, but the key issue is that at least 3 players have died in that federation. The deaths of these players have caused their data to plummet. What was already at the bottom has now sunk to the point where almost all data has become negative. The situation is similar for other federations as well. Players from smaller federations have also faced total wipeouts, or have been dying off one after another during this task. In summary, from a high vantage point in the real world, one could see various disasters such as volcanic eruptions, earthquakes, and floods constantly occurring within certain smaller federations. Under the cold wave, famine, and chill, accompanied by a silent reduction in lifespan, have directly led to the demise of at least 20 small federations. Yes, the Federation has been directly annihilated. This terrifying situation has already prompted the larger federations to take notice. They all understand that this is not a trivial matter, although it may be somewhat unethical to comment on the deaths of these individuals from behind the scenes. Who has time to care about morality when the apocalypse is upon them? More efforts are focused on utilizing satellites to scan, analyze, and study the areas affected by these deaths, hoping to uncover patterns of the natural disasters caused by the deadly game. This understanding could facilitate the next steps for many federations. At the same time, these changes have led to a genuine sense of death panic within human society. Many common people have begun to worry about when they might die, especially in that federation where several people have already perished. If more deaths occur, it is possible that all individuals from that federation might face annihilation. Many do not want to die. Should we consider immigration? It's uncertain whether this is a bug, as the deadly game has not specified whether immigration would avoid these issues. However, I think it might be worth a try. At this stage, I estimate that the Federation from a certain region is the safest place. I am an actor, and according to the exchange rate, I have at least 30 million of the local currency. With my level of skills, I should be able to immigrate, right? Yes, I am a business mogul and have some money on hand. Let's share a ride and immigrate together. As long as we enter the local Federation, I feel that we won't have to worry about anything anymore. You fools from the neighboring Federation, don't you see what the current situation is? The dark clouds haven't completely disappeared, and currently, all federations around the world are under strict control. Do you really think it's possible to immigrate at this stage? Hey up there, I see you just can't stand that we want to go to the local Federation, so you're feeling envious, right? Let me guess, you're from that certain Federation, or from the Empire of the Sun Never Setting. On the Death Game forum, a war of words began. At the same time, those from the neighboring Federation who wanted to immigrate to the local Federation directly called the Local Nationality Management Agency. However, the next moment, their faces fell. Dear citizens of the neighboring Federation, hello. Currently, our Immigration Bureau is completely shut down. The Immigration Bureau has temporarily been renamed as the Security Bureau under the 3rd Division, and we are now only managing security for the local area. The entire local Federation is not accepting immigrants. The pleasant, beautiful voice echoed in their ears. But this voice was far from pleasant. It felt like a slap in the face. Painful, very painful. These people originally wanted to use immigration as a way to escape the disasters faced in their federation. It's easy to imagine what would happen if this measure were implemented. The next moment, how many people would rush into the local federation like mad? Who knows what kind of chaos would ensue? Therefore, at the onset of the apocalypse, the local federation directly changed the immigration rules, refusing everyone without exception. In fact, they even canceled the immigration agency, leaving those who wanted to immigrate with no options. Ridiculous. During the apocalypse, we only care about our own people in the local federation. Why should we accommodate outsiders? Many people used to be quite unfriendly towards the local federation. The immigration issue left many people stunned. While some well-meaning individuals communicated this matter in the bullet comments to Qing's live broadcast room, in an instant, it drew laughter from countless viewers. Forget about what's happening outside. It's useless. Come watch the live stream. Our Qing has new moves again. I never thought Qing's imagination would be this wild. Someone said this, attracting countless viewers to watch the live stream. Soon after, they were dumbfounded. The screen showed that the fighting in the local federation had already stopped. The convoy of 10,000 tanks was methodically digging materials, breaking them down, and loading them. Once the loading was complete, Qing took out a bottle called Spatial Bottle, and under the flash of white light, all the materials entered the spatial bottle. Item name, Space Bottle. Item description, a product of the combination of enchanted space technology and scientific space technology, with a capacity of 10 billion square meters. Required exploration points, 3 million. Exploration points are inherently precious. Sometimes, when the gold drop rate is at 5 million, the points awarded are only 500,000, or even just 300,000. This clearly shows how valuable the points in the exploration shop are. Qing used the accumulated points to purchase this item, which is quite convenient for transporting supplies. Unfortunately, standing amidst the ruins and looking at the condition of the space bottle, Qing smiled and shook his head. What a pity. It's not the species bag of a certain character. If it were the species bag from a certain classic tale, then the space could be considered infinite. However, those who heard Qing's words looked completely confused. Species bag? What is that? And what is this classic tale? Chapter 98. Copy, intensifying in the live broadcast room. As listeners heard the keywords related to certain concepts, countless fans felt puzzled. What are these names? However, amidst their confusion, many felt an inexplicable familiarity. It was as if they inherently knew what the speaker was referring to. But the memories associated with this knowledge seemed to have been erased, leaving them unable to recall what these things truly were. Forget it. The speaker likely possesses some hidden information, and it's probable that he will reveal it when the time is right. For now, our most important task is to become stronger and maximize our infrastructure capabilities. Recently, various natural disasters have frequently occurred on Earth, coupled with the annihilation of other federations, leading to significant chain reactions in the real world, all indicating that the future of the planet will not be particularly safe. In fact, many infrastructure enthusiasts from the Federation have already received orders to begin addressing certain tasks. Indeed, Let us focus on work for now. In one precision manufacturing workshop after another, workers began to busy themselves with the high-precision chips and industrial scraps made from precious metal molds displayed on the floor and tables. At the same time, in the game world, the speaker knew that simply mentioning a few things about the classic tale would not awaken the sealed memories of the local audience. However, he was not in a hurry. The most important task at present was to complete today's mission. City Lord. At that moment, a bearded foreman approached, smiling broadly with a very cheerful expression. I just finished the tally, and this time we loaded a full 100 million tons of materials. Moreover, after packing this into space containers, there's still a lot left. Should we continue to dig? Upon hearing this, the speaker looked up and surveyed the riverbanks. The soil over there had been mostly excavated, and even the water level in the river had dropped by more than 2/3. As for the surrounding materials of this ancient city, most had also been dug up. At this point, he no longer hesitated and waved his hand decisively. Stop digging and head deeper into the city. What? The foreman looked puzzled. There's still plenty of material here. Aren't we going to excavate it all? The basic materials are sufficient. Digging further wouldn't yield much benefit. The real treasures lie deep within the ancient city. Follow us, the speaker replied, and in an instant, he soared into the air. Behind him, companions followed closely, leading others as they flickered and moved forward. Meanwhile, in the surrounding areas of this surface zone, those beasts and lower-level monsters had vanished without a trace. These so-called low-level monsters have already been frightened by Qing and his army of 10,000 tanks. If they don't leave, they'll just wait to become food for Qing. Qing's side began to advance again. Meanwhile, in another location, on the left edge of the city, the abilities users from the Empire were suffering casualties, with some injured and others dead. Currently, only 15 people were still alive. 5 had perished. The loss of 5 awakened abilities users with extraordinary powers was significant for a team of 20. Here, beasts were roaring. Although the low-level monsters from levels 1 to 10 had mostly been killed or had fled, there were still 3 to 5 boss-level monsters around level 14 to 15, which was not good news for them. They needed to find a way to avoid getting tangled up on the outskirts. A strong blond man spoke up, his face slightly pale. I just received news that the forces from another federation have already wiped out those monsters and are entering deeper into the relic city. If we delay here any longer, we will lose all the good stuff to them. Agreed. 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 A group of people nodded. They were not foolish and understood the urgency of the situation. At that moment, through communication, these individuals quickly flashed their figures, no longer entangled with the monsters, and accelerated towards the city center while dodging the beast's attacks. Although the level 13 to 15 monsters were powerful, they could still evade and escape, especially since they knew that others had received the news about Qing's continued advance and would inevitably abandon the opportunity to hunt monsters on the outskirts. Other abilities users from different federations or game players had also likely started to take action. Indeed, just as the abilities users from the Empire had speculated, various federations like the neighboring country, the Ninja Federation, and others had already abandoned the idea of continuing to fight the monsters and began moving deeper into the dungeon. Boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously. Smoke swirled, and gunpowder filled the air. At a crossroads, individuals from another federation exchanged gold for flying equipment and were constantly killing monsters. However, they soon stopped waiting and, with full speed, put away their weapons and dashed towards the city center like shooting stars. Just a moment ago, they had received the same news in their live broadcast. Qing, that detestable Eastern person, when we meet, I will make sure to grind you to dust. A bald man from the Federation gritted his teeth, his voice trembling with anger. It feels as if someone has killed his parents. No one knows where this baseless hatred comes from. Maybe it's because that person is stronger than him. Regardless, at this moment, fans and live streams around the world can see the teams of those extraordinary individuals from their respective federations continuously moving and flying. It seems that, at this point in time, all participants in the game have reached a consensus to head to the city center to seize more treasures. A change is coming. Perhaps the upcoming battles will be the most terrifying situation in this instance. In the highest conference room of the Federation, a powerful figure sits in a chair, watching the live broadcast with narrowed eyes. What does this mean? Some have vaguely guessed something, but still asked the question. Look closely. Everyone has gone to the city center. This is the first time all players in the game have gathered at the same location. Don't you feel like this is a preemptive national war? Or perhaps a world war? Upon hearing the powerful figure's words, Everyone in the conference room was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 99, Silda? Chapter 99. Sierra, it is very likely that this is not the only situation. The secretary of the powerful figure listened to their words and offered a different opinion. Oh, this piqued the interest of the powerful figure. What do you mean? Earlier, when the instance world had just begun, wasn't there a notice in the world announcement? The final boss of this instance, or the most crucial character, is Iron Man. If the goal is to gain Iron Man's favor, then in this instance world, Iron Man is considered a positive character. What about the villains? How powerful could they be? Hearing the secretary's words, everyone except the powerful figure momentarily held their breath, even becoming somewhat dazed. Villains, Iron Man. And now, with extraordinary beings from around the globe gathering in the city center of this instance, what chaos could ensue? It's unimaginable. We can only pray that Qing and the other 19 players can return safely. In the real world, the Federation of Long Country considered this issue, and the leaders of the Federation, being rational, could naturally guess some of it. However, they currently cannot prevent everything from happening. Instances are about benefits and power. If you try to stop it now, not only will the instance mission fail, but everyone could also perish. Taking a risk might lead to a turnaround. Not taking a risk could lead to disaster. This is a situation that no one can intervene in at this stage. An unsolvable state. At the same time, in the game world, within the instance, the sound of explosions echoed continuously. Although it was daytime, the instance world remained incredibly dim, resembling a true apocalyptic realm. Fine rain fell incessantly from the sky. The traces of zombies and monstrous beasts roamed throughout this vast, seemingly endless super wasteland city, causing the lower-level monsters to be too afraid to venture out onto the streets. At this moment, in the city center of the city, Iron Man, clad in his battle suit, stood at the edge of the highest and largest iron tower that remained intact in the city. Beside him stood a figure entirely cloaked in black, Dark Iron Man. Yes, that's right, Dark Iron Man. The chosen ones have descended upon us. A smile appeared on Iron Man's face as he sensed the energy fluctuations in the void, cheerfully saying, "So what about us? Do you think we should continue fighting? Continuing this battle brings no benefit to either of us. The arrival of the chosen ones has changed the battlefield. It's either you die or I live. Plain and simple. If that happens, our respective plans will be ruined, won't they?" Iron Man spoke intermittently, while the Dark Iron Man remained silent. He wielded a purplish-red lightsaber, and countless dark energies, nearly invisible to the naked eye, converged towards him from all directions. At this moment, the energy surrounding the Dark Iron Man was continuously growing stronger. "It seems you won't listen to advice?" Iron Man smirked, the corners of his mouth curling slightly beneath his helmet. However, just as he was about to make a move, a streak of blood-red sword light suddenly erupted from the Dark Iron Man's body. Whoosh! The sword light flickered, and while the powerful enchanted energy lacked the grandeur and terror of the sword techniques seen in fantasy dramas, it instantly shattered the massive iron tower where they stood. Boom! The red sword light, like a supercurrent under high pressure, instantly enveloped the iron tower. Following that, the tower melted as if placed in a refining furnace, turning into countless streams of molten iron that rained down from the sky. Boom! The ground cracked, and deep pits were continuously created as this liquid iron fell. Not far away in the sky, Iron Man's figure emerged, looking at the equally suspended Dark Iron Man, brimming with fighting spirit, and sighed. "Helping those people resurrect the 72 demon gods, there's no benefit to it." He shook his head, raising his palm, and a blue pulse of electricity emitted a powerful sonic boom from his palm. Boom! The blue pulse, as if transcending time and space, instantly reached the Dark Iron Man. But at that moment, the Dark Iron Man had already left this place. He appeared behind Iron Man, raising the technological enchanted lightsaber in his hand once more. Boom! Crackle! Snap! Boom, 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 boom. At that moment, various explosive sounds echoed continuously. The battle between the two was relentlessly destroying the surrounding buildings. One building after another collapsed, and one beast after another fell. The two seemed tireless, their eyes filled with a singular focus on killing. Boom! Snap! The originally dark sky became even darker at this moment. Lightning and thunder began to manifest in the void. Meanwhile, heavy rain began to pour down from the sky. Qing and others, wearing bamboo helicopters, swiftly swept towards the city center like phantoms. When the rain fell upon them, it was as if each person suddenly had an additional layer of protective shield, preventing any drops from touching their clothes. The explosions ahead were so loud. Had the battle between Iron Man and the Dark Iron Man restarted? Looking up and listening to the continuous booming sounds, Qing furrowed his brow slightly, then relaxed again. As a reborn individual from a past life, he naturally understood that the second layer of the story in this scenario was quite simple. Help Iron Man defeat the Dark Iron Man to gain Iron Man's favor. Because eliminating the opponent is equivalent to stopping a certain resurrection plan of the 72 demon gods. However, looking at the group behind him, who resembled a dark force, operating thousands of tanks, Qing suddenly smiled. Let's develop quietly. 15 minutes later, after advancing, 5,000 tanks entered combat mode, while another 5,000 entered excavation mode. We will wait for you at that location. Qing issued the command through the intercom. Immediately, he controlled his bamboo copter and, utilizing his unique abilities, accelerated like a cannonball. The other 19 players, including Anna, did the same. They were well aware that at this moment, Qing must have discovered something. 15 minutes later, the continuous sound of destruction still echoed. At this moment, Qing was standing on the top floor of a building, watching the battle of the Dark Iron Man with a certain individual from a certain federation, Silda, who was enjoying the scene in front of him. I said, Qing, we are enemies. Are you really confident that I won't take action against you? Hearing this, Qing smiled. He handed the other person a bottle of a certain drink. Your abilities are not as strong as mine. Silda. Chapter 100. Players from a certain country. Total defeat. Silda was completely baffled. He never expected that what Qing said would be so straightforward, and that the slap in the face would come so quickly. He hadn't even said anything yet. But don't be too arrogant. Arrogance is not a good thing. Silda scoffed, and his hair stood up straight like Goku from an animated series. Of course, this wasn't a transformation into a super warrior. It was as if he had become a different person. A dazzling blue light erupted from his body. Then his fist, filled with immense power, struck fiercely towards Qing. Didn't you say I'm not as strong as you? Let us battle then. However, at that moment, Silda froze. He realized that Qing, standing in front of him, had vanished in an instant. Yes, he had disappeared. Immediately, an enormous force surged from his lower back. And in an instant, he felt as if he had been hit by a high-speed train, flying forward and crashing into the building ahead. His expression changed in a split second. Teleportation ability. Silda's face changed dramatically as he forcefully pulled himself out of the wall, then charged once more towards Qing in the distance. But the next moment, he saw a stream of blue light rushing towards him. This light was quicker than lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it struck him back into the wall again. Boom. The terrifying force not only embedded him into the wall, but the building also collapsed like a stack of dominoes. He was directly buried under the rubble. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. All the onlookers, both from the certain country's federation and the other side, were left with their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in there. Yes, they were that shocked. This was the first encounter and battle between the ability users of the two nations. Yet, in just the first clash, Silda was defeated like a wild dog. This was a result that countless people could hardly imagine, especially since, at this stage, the cities they had created in the game's main world had already entered the era of modern technological civilization. Logically, the power difference shouldn't be so vast. But why? Despite their confusion, the others from the certain country's federation didn't speak. Because they didn't dare to. After the scene unfolded, the live broadcast in the real world instantly ignited everyone's emotions. Fans of the other federation went wild upon seeing this. Ha ha ha. Did Silda just get slapped in the face? Look, does it hurt for your federation? This is just a brief encounter, and you have already been defeated. What if there were 2 or 3 encounters? Wouldn't that mean that the powerful figure would be desperately ground into the dirt by our esteemed leader? You keep claiming that the abilities of your federation are strong, but it seems to me that it's all just a fade, lacking substance. You can only spout empty words, while the true strength is probably quite weak. Yes, ha 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 ha. Seeing the state of our esteemed leader, to be honest, I am extremely delighted. After all, your federation has had us under its thumb for too long. This time, let us see if you dare to do it again. In the live stream, the comments were flooding the screen. Under such circumstances, the fans from the federation had pale faces but dared not to post any comments. Yes, that's right, they felt frustrated, but frustration with no outlet. They knew that the powerful figure was the first and strongest ability user in their federation. Even someone of that caliber could be easily toyed with by our leader with just a finger, let alone the other ability users. Especially since, with their God's eye view, they had a clear view of the earlier battle. The moment the powerful figure threw a punch, our leader had already anticipated the attack and used teleportation to appear behind him. Then, an indescribable wave of ability surged around our leader, especially from his feet, which radiated a dazzling blue light, sending the opponent flying. Others might not know what this was, but those fans who were familiar with our leader's background understood that this was his iconic ability, invasion. Invasion of various electronic devices and nuclear power plants to absorb energy and strengthen himself. However, even so, there was still some confusion on their faces. Logically, our leader's invasion ability required the nuclear power plants within Long City to unleash its full power. But now, this was within a virtual scenario, where there were no nuclear power plants. How was our leader obtaining energy? The crowd was puzzled. But soon, these fans stopped thinking about that, because the scene in the live stream began to change. Among the ruins of a building, a figure appeared, looking disheveled, with clothes torn to shreds. In that moment, the powerful figure seemed to transform from an elegant warrior into a pitiful beggar. It was utterly distressing and disgusting. At that moment, the powerful figure's health bar was down to only 10. If there was one more wave of attacks, he would undoubtedly perish. You are indeed strong. Blood seeped from the corner of the powerful figure's mouth as he leaped in front of our leader. I was too arrogant, but wait, however. Before he could finish his sentence, our leader's hand instantly pierced through his heart. This scene left everyone in shock. Even Serta, whose heart had just been crushed, still lingering on the edge of life, wore an expression of disbelief on his face. Just moments ago, hadn't they agreed to a truce to deal with the Dark Iron Man in the city center together and reap the benefits? How could you suddenly decide to kill me now? Until his last moment, Serta couldn't understand what kind of thoughts Yi Qing truly had. All the players from that nation were wiped out, Yi Qing calmly said, as a bamboo dragonfly appeared above his head. He, along with Anna and others, quickly dashed towards the city center. Behind them, the faces of the other enhanced individuals from that federation changed drastically upon hearing Yi Qing's words. But before they could react, a wave of even more terrifying energy rippled through the air. At that moment, the battle erupted. Soon after, 20 players from that federation were annihilated. Chapter 101. Decline of National Fortune, Terrifying Disaster. It is not just Yi Qing. Others such as Baldi, Chen Fan, Mei Yin'er, Yang Chan, and Xiao Miao Miao also displayed their unique abilities, and under their combined attack, they annihilated all the superpowered individuals from a certain federation in a flash. This complete defeat happened so quickly that it took less than 3 minutes. Countless fans around the world were left dumbfounded upon witnessing this scene, as it confirmed their suspicions. All 20 players from the Dragon Federation were indeed superpowered individuals. Yes, that's right, all of them. Moreover, their abilities were formidable. Just moments ago, they witnessed Yi Qing wielding a halberd, the icy light sweeping across the area, nearly transforming it into an ice and snow domain. It was as if a field had been created, causing all players from the Federation to have their speeds significantly reduced. Following that, Yang Chan's teleportation, Mei Yin'er's super long knife, and Xiao Miao Miao's short blade were unleashed. Coupled with Baldi's berserker-like strength, along with the powers of Anna and Slow Sheep, the combined force was enough to astonish everyone globally. Wow, the Dragon Federation is truly a hidden gem. This must be the first dungeon in the gaming world, right? And they dared to act this way even before encountering any formidable opponents? I feel like the Dragon Federation is really on the verge of rising. However, things might also get more complicated. The annihilation of the Federation's players brought about greater troubles, and the Dragon Federation might face retaliation from them. Perhaps, a grand performance is about to unfold. Yes, that is correct. At this moment, fans from various Federation empires began to communicate and exchange thoughts in the comments section and even on the Death Game forum. They unanimously believed that Yi Qing from the Dragon Federation had acted too recklessly this time. Not just them. Even the powerful figures from the Federation were sitting in their offices with ashen faces. What audacity! Doesn't Yi Qing fear our Federation's retaliation? The last annihilation caused by the Dragon Federation was against a minor player from another Federation, but we are one of the strongest Federations on the planet, and he doesn't consider the consequences. At this moment, the powerful figure from the Federation was nearly furious to the point of incoherence. Don't get angry. Stay calm, urged a female secretary, pressing her chest against his face in an effort to comfort him. Think about it. After such an annihilation, our Federation will undoubtedly face some challenges. So now is not the time for emotional outbursts. Hearing the secretary's words, the powerful figure's heaving chest gradually calmed down. He looked at the live stream where Qing was making a peace sign and couldn't help but snort coldly. A notice has been issued, alerting all citizens of a certain country to remain on high alert in anticipation of what is to come. However, before the words of a prominent figure from that country could be fully expressed, a global announcement echoed through both the real world and the streaming platform. Due to the annihilation of 20 players from that country in the latest dungeon of the death game, a new round of 20 players has re-entered the game. They inherit the equipment and levels of the previous round's players, which will be weakened by 1 level. And at the same time, the nation's fortune has diminished. Global announcement. Due to the 20 players from that country. Global announcement. Due to the 20 players from that country. Blood-red supersized text continuously refreshed in the streaming room and within the gaming world. Soon, people in the real world were shocked to see, through certain monitors, a red light emerging within the borders of that country, transforming into an enormous red shield that could cover the entire area. Crack. Boom. At that moment, thunder and lightning raged within the nation, and fierce winds howled. Under such circumstances, a layer of blood-red light suddenly appeared on some buildings in that country. Then boom. In an instant, massive cracks appeared on the ground of high-rise buildings, some dozens or even hundreds of meters tall. Crack. In the astonished and fearful gazes of countless people, the cracks swiftly swallowed these structures. 1, 2, 3, hundreds, thousands. Yes, indeed, at this moment. Over 1,000 iconic buildings of that country collapsed into the ground as if a sinkhole had formed, turning into ruins. Amidst the screams of countless citizens, these buildings became rubble. The ordinary people didn't even have time to wail or scream. They fell directly into death. This scene stunned the prominent figures of that country and shocked the entire world. The power of this so-called death game could be wielded in such a manner. With the nation's fortune diminished, this disaster was not an earthquake, volcanic eruption, or tsunami, but rather a direct and brutal loss of hundreds of thousands of lives. Massive buildings and skyscrapers vanished in an instant, turning into mere illusions. All of this left countless individuals filled with deep horror. It was too terrifying. Who is controlling this death game from behind the scenes? Some instinctively looked up at the small asteroid hovering close to Earth, their shock comparable to a super earthquake of several magnitudes. The annihilation of players from that country has caused such a terrifying impact. What if, in the upcoming battles, players from other federations also faced a similar fate? No, even if it's not a complete annihilation, but rather the death of 1 or 2 or 3 individuals with special abilities, the impact on them would still be unbearable. Everyone, think from their perspective. Don't you feel that this attack might have been intentionally orchestrated by Qing? By annihilating the players from that particular federation, he might be deliberately trying to inflict significant losses on them. In the death forum, someone proposed this theory. In an instant, quite a few people agreed. However, if that's the case at this thought, many felt a chill creeping from their feet to the top of their heads. Just how terrifying and cold-blooded must Qing's intent to kill or his methods of revenge be? In that moment, some even dared not to think any further. Chapter 102. The concern of many and Qing's choice. The disaster faced by the Federation has caused a huge stir globally. Countless people are continuously discussing this matter. At the same time, in the live broadcast room of the Dragon Federation, all those foreign federations that once looked down on Qing instantly fell silent, not daring to speak further. Just imagine, Qing, with a mere glance, directly commanded his team of ability users to annihilate them. If they said another word or made another sarcastic remark, Qing could easily wipe out another group, leaving the other federations with nowhere to cry. However, in this situation, another issue also emerged. At this moment, in the Dragon Federation, Kyoto, in the super conference room, the top leader sat at the head of the table, a faint appearing on his face. This kid, Qing, really knows how to stir things up. This time, the dungeon is significantly stronger than any bosses or monsters encountered in the main game world before. Right now is precisely the time for alliances and cooperation. If Qing hadn't killed Sierra and the others, facing the ironclad enemy would have been somewhat easier. Now, with them eliminated, the danger he faces in the game world will be even more terrifying. Who can say otherwise? However, we all seem to have overlooked one thing. This dispute was instigated by Sierra, not Qing looking for trouble, the military leader remarked. Upon hearing this, the top leader smiled, but he rubbed his forehead in frustration. It is indeed true, but the problem remains. Does he have the confidence to rely solely on the power of the Dragon Federation's ability users to handle this dungeon? At this point, he paused and continued. Moreover, the Federation is not a soft target and will definitely take some action, especially this time. The battle will cause the ability users from other federations to band together. We all know that since the game world was updated, everyone can send private messages to players in the game world. I believe the impact of this world announcement has reached the ability users of other federations as well. What Qing did is too terrifying, and if the ability users from other federations start to unite and plan to attack Qing, what will he do then? So, he is still too inexperienced. This action was indeed a bit reckless. Hearing the analysis from the top leader, others, such as the military and security leaders, couldn't help but frown, falling into silence. Yes, if the Federation begins to leverage its connections and encourages the ability users from other federations to band together against Qing, the difficulty of this situation will escalate significantly. If that were to happen, it's possible that Qing might not survive in this dungeon. Forget it. No use thinking about it. Let us continue watching the live broadcast. Qing is not a fool. Having the ability to defeat Serta means he must have some confidence. Previously, he managed to create a nuclear power station ahead of time, and even when others accused him of cheating, he was able to back it up and rebuild it in an instant. This shows that his intellect is not lacking. Let's see what other trump cards he has. The high-ranking officials of the Dragon Country Federation felt somewhat helpless. In the game world, they could not intervene, aside from providing Qing with some information records. They couldn't offer any real assistance. So, everything had to be handled by Qing himself. This was somewhat frustrating for them. At the same time, in the game world, within the Iron Man instance, Little Spider approached Qing, who was standing still. I say, City Lord, you just wiped out the others. The aftermath of this will be significant. Hearing this, Qing nodded. He wasn't a fool and naturally understood the implications. However, with the memories of his past life, he was quite aware of the powers and attributes of the other federal empires. If those players from the other federations truly joined forces to besiege him, he wouldn't be afraid, not because of his own strength, abilities, or the powerful reward system, but because he had a more interesting plan. Ding ding. As he was pondering this and about to speak, a series of notification sounds suddenly appeared on his data panel. He then saw that his inbox was flooded with over 999 private messages. Take a chance, turn a bike into a motorcycle. Qing, you need to be careful. The foreign federations might join forces to hunt you down. Fast Mustang. Qing, I believe in your strength. But killing Serta and all the ability users from the Federation was a bit reckless. You're in danger now. Please stay safe. 99th generation keyboard warrior of the Dragon Country. Qing, this is too big. We don't want anything to happen to you. Why don't you withdraw from the instance now? We don't need the rewards from the Iron Man instance. You have abilities, the nuclear power station, and 1,000 super armored tanks. After returning to the main game world, you can focus on infrastructure development and main quest completion to become even stronger. It's too dangerous in the instance. Fan club president of Little Meow Meow. Qing, I don't want you to die. You've led our Dragon Country Federation into a new tier. In the real world, countless people have benefited because of you. Even during the Black Mist outbreak, you and the Security Bureau and military leaders of the entire Federation were protecting our safety. We truly don't want anything to happen to you. Each private message was filled with concern and did not contain insults or calls to action. These individuals had taken the time to communicate with Qing, all out of worry and urging him to leave the instance as soon as possible. Anyway, the loss of leaving the copy is not significant. What everyone really wants is not for Qing to recklessly kill someone, but to let him survive so that he can continue to fight against others from the Federation. Only then can the Dragon Nation Federation grow stronger. Quite thoughtful. Anna stood in front of Qing, noticing the caring messages in his private message interface. She teased, "It seems you've gained quite a few fans in your real world, being so understanding and cared for." Upon hearing this, Qing smiled. Anna continued, "So, what will your next choice be? Will you continue with the Iron Man copy, or?" "Of course, I won't quit. I will continue. Let's go." I believe the players from other federations are already lurking in the shadows. However, Qing's lips curled into a cruel smile. Don't many people realize that this place is already infinitely close to the center of the battle between Iron Man and that Dark Iron Man? Chapter 103, Stunned and Dumbfounded. The enemy is shocked hearing this. The others were taken aback. The center of the battle between the armored hero and the dark armored hero? In an instant, the young hero realized. You mean? Yes. Qing didn't elaborate further, but instead flickered, shooting into the sky alongside Anna. He continuously leaped, hovering in midair, racing towards the place that was flashing and rumbling. He knew that was the battlefield of the dark armored hero and the armored hero. At this point, he didn't even need to rely on memories from his previous life to locate the battle center of this scenario. Tony, I'm not criticizing you, but if we teamed up, everything in this wreckage would be ours to excavate. The dark armored hero sneered, and suddenly beams of light shot out from the armored palms. Boom. The beams struck like lightning, fiercely targeting the armored hero. Whoosh. A sound like a sonic boom erupted. But the armored hero, almost like a ghost, evaded the attack without saying a word. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, under the crumbling sparks. His armor had suffered some minor damages. Even at the neck of the armor, there were some small cracks. Although not significant, the damage had already reduced his attack capability. What are you still holding on to? Is it your so-called justice? Or something else? After missing the strike, the dark armored hero seemed to have predicted the location of the armored hero, appearing right in front of him as if teleporting. Clang! A faint black light flickered on his fist, striking the armored hero's chest like a heavy iron stone. Crack! Boom! The sound of sparks flew. In that moment, the armored hero fell from the sky like a kite with its string cut. But just as he was falling, the energy cannon on his chest had already gathered power. And in the blink of an eye, it struck the dark armored hero's body. This strike was too sudden, too fast, leaving the dark armored hero no time to react. He was hit by a terrifying beam of energy and crashed down onto a building. Boom. With a loud explosion, the building couldn't withstand the energy shockwave, and in the stunned gazes of countless hidden observers, it instantly turned into ruins. There was some enhancement, but what use is it? Amidst the rubble, the dark armored hero punched out. The black beam of energy spread out, directly turning the surrounding debris and cement into dust. Then, he looked at the armored hero, who was gasping on the ground, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. He walked step by step, like the grim reaper from the west, slowly approaching the armored hero. You are nothing but a waste, do you know that? You will never understand what our great 72 demon gods truly want to do. Unfortunately, you have gone astray, thinking those humans still have a way out. Tony, let me be honest with you. These humans are all mere pawns under our demon lords. Even you are no exception. It's just that you have temporarily escaped our control. Stop resisting. To be honest, I still appreciate you. As long as you plant the demon seed, you will become. However, before he could finish his sentence, Iron Man laughed. Suddenly, the dark Iron Man felt a heart-pounding sensation and instantly flew away from his original position. Boom. Just as he left, a terrifying shockwave erupted. A powerful mushroom cloud, 50 meters in size, instantly created a deep pit over 100 meters wide where the dark Iron Man had just stood. Flames rose, and the surrounding glass, cars, and even walls vanished in an instant. Even though the dark Iron Man dodged in time, he was still knocked back several hundred meters by the airwave above. Yes, several hundred meters. Meanwhile, Iron Man, while rapidly retreating, was coughing continuously. You don't understand. Tony spoke up. The demon is ultimately an evil being. Your heart has turned dark. Is it? This time, the dark Iron Man did not continue to attack. He hovered in the void, and cracks appeared on his armor. However, his voice remained indifferent. Whether demon or god, they are all. But before he could finish, his expression suddenly changed. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth behind the mask. The chosen one has arrived. Tony, is your confidence based on these chosen ones? Such weak chosen ones. Do you think they can change anything? He stopped attacking and instead laughed with interest. At this moment, Tony Stark did not speak again, because at this very moment, Qing and Anna had arrived by his side. The battlefield is severely damaged. It seems your battle was quite terrifying. Qing raised his hand and casually patted a few times on Tony Stark's mask, which instantly retracted, revealing the face of a middle-aged man with some stubble. This scene left both Tony Stark and the dark Iron Man stunned. It should be known that Iron Man's armor is controlled by very advanced artificial intelligence. For instance, when Jarvis is involved, the armor only obeys commands from him and Jarvis. No one else can operate it. Yet, this chosen one was able to open the mask so easily. Does he have an artificial intelligence even more powerful than Jarvis? Or is it that he himself, There are some things they simply cannot comprehend. However, soon Tony Stark stopped thinking too much. Because Anna, like an incredibly experienced doctor, almost pried open Tony's mouth and carelessly poured a pill and a recovery potion into it. Let's recover first, then continue fighting. That guy up in the sky, you don't mind us regaining our combat ability, do you? Anna said with a smile. Upon hearing Anna's words, the Dark Iron Man looked completely stunned. How dare you speak to me like that? However, Anna ignored his gaze and turned to Yi Qing, asking, Bro, what strategy should we use next? Should we go straight in? Not only the Dark Iron Man, but even Tony Stark, who was being supported by Yi Qing. And the viewers in the live stream were all wide-eyed, staring at Anna. Was it really appropriate to say such things during such a serious battle, especially in front of the enemy? Chapter 104. A swift and decisive battle shocked viewers in the live broadcast room. Everyone was at a loss for words at this moment. Anna's words were undoubtedly like salt in the wounds for those hostile forces. Countless faces turned grim. This sister of Yi Qing is really too arrogant. Yes, speaking so defiantly, isn't she afraid that the Dark Iron Man will just blow everyone up? Just now, it was clear to see how powerful the Dark Iron Man was. Even Tony was being completely overwhelmed. This situation looks a bit precarious, doesn't it? Indeed. Now the Dragon Country is in trouble. Just watch. I think this time the Dragon Country is definitely courting death in this instance world. In the live broadcast room, messages started flying in rapidly. Everyone wasn't foolish and clearly understood the massive impact Anna's words had on everyone. Even the Ninja Federation, Bear Federation, and the Empire of the Sun Never Sets. We're all skeptical about this Dragon Country. However, in the next moment, everyone discovered something even more shocking and horrifying. They saw the Dark Iron Man looking down at Anna and Yi Qing, and with a crisp sound, the headpiece of the armor suddenly vanished without a trace. In its place was a face identical to Tony Stark's. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he said, Of course, I don't mind, but you, girl, are quite a good seed, with strong explosive attributes, if you are willing to submit. Boom. However, before he could finish his sentence, a tiny silver needle struck the Dark Iron Man's head in an instant. In that moment, an explosion equivalent to a small demolition charge erupted, creating a massive mushroom cloud above his head. With a crack, the entire head exploded into fragments like a rotten watermelon. His entire body was also sent flying backward by the tremendous shockwave. What is going on? Is someone ambushing? But why hasn't the world announcement reported his death? Could it be that the Dark Iron Man can survive without his head? Seeing this sudden change, everyone in the live broadcast room was stunned. It was too sudden. No one expected such a terrifying event to occur. However, at that moment, Tony Stark, who was being supported by Yi Qing on the ground, stood up again. With a wave of his hand, the armor instantly covered his body. Whoosh! The powerful jet propulsion propelled him into the air, racing towards the headless Dark Iron Man. At the same time, Yi Qing directly issued commands through the headset. Old man, launch the attack. Little Ding Dang, use the latest weapon. Chen Fan, armor-piercing shells. A series of commands were issued in an orderly manner. At the same time, Yi Qing soared into the air, appearing almost instantaneously behind the dark armored figure that was plummeting from the sky. But at that moment, the headless body of the dark armored figure mysteriously vanished. Yes, it was gone. Please note, the enemy was hidden in the void, with no energy source response, no enchantment reaction, and no signs of life. A heavy blood-red alert appeared, but Yi Qing completely ignored it. He raised his hand, and a blue flame burst forth from his fingertips. In an instant, he pushed forcefully, and the flame suddenly hovered in the void. In the astonished eyes of everyone, the flame exploded, transforming into a sky full of blue flames that fell like shooting stars in all directions. With a flurry of sound, the flames descended, and within a few seconds, a notification of reduced health appeared in a certain direction on the left. Boom! In an instant, Chen Fan, without saying a word, fired a spinning red bullet from his sniper rifle. When the bullet struck the point where the health had decreased in the void, the dark armored figure suddenly reappeared from its cloaked state. A large hole, about the size of a thumb, was visible at the neck of its armored suit, and numerous cracks appeared around it. Clearly, about 70% of the power of the armor-piercing bullet was blocked by the armored suit. Nevertheless, the powerful armor-piercing round still penetrated the armor and struck accurately. It is worth noting that had it not been for the armored suit blocking most of the attack, the opponent would likely have been dead by now. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted as the dark armored figure revealed itself. and a series of slow but relentless attacks from Steel Man and his companion followed suit. One terrifying explosion after another echoed continuously, reducing the area to ruins. The dark armored figure didn't even let out a grunt before it exploded into countless items, with colorful lights flashing on the ground, shocking countless viewers in the live stream. World announcement. Player Qing has successfully completed this dungeon world by gathering multiple experts and defeating the dark armored boss. He has received an A-level National Fortune treasure chest. Let's congratulate him. World announcement. Player Qing has gathered. World announcement. Player Qing has gathered. The announcement swept through. The viewers in the live stream were still in a state of absolute bewilderment. Who am I? Where am I? Is this live stream real? Just a moment ago, that dark armored figure was so arrogant, and now, in less than 10 minutes, the opponent didn't even have time for a last word before it was gone. What is this? No one understands the changes in this battle. It's too strange. In fact, my confusion about this battle, aside from the opponent's fighting situation, is more related to Qing. We all know he possesses special abilities, and based on some intelligence, it seems that his powers might originate from the nuclear power plant within his city. However, this is a realm within a game. How is he channeling energy for his abilities? The green flames transforming into a shower of stars is quite abnormal, isn't it? At this moment, some people are even hesitant to use the term cheating to describe it. I still remember the last time when fans went into the live stream to complain about Qing cheating in the National Fortune game. As a result, within 10 minutes of the complaint, the game banned the complainant's account for 10 minutes and placed them in a bad luck state for at least 2 days. The game claims that there is absolutely no cheating within the game world. Therefore, everyone is afraid to use that term. They worry about being muted or banned and facing bad luck for several days. Chapter 105. The end of the instance. Unbelievable rewards. The instance has ended. The moment the Dark Iron Man vanished, the entire instance world shattered like a mirror. As countless light points emerged, everyone watched in astonishment. Those who had entered the instance world all returned to the main game world. At the same time, Tian found himself back in his Dragon City. The pleasant notification sound echoed in everyone's ears at that moment. Congratulations! Player Qing has completed the Iron Man instance, achieving 100 favorability. He has received an S-grade National Fortune treasure chest. He has obtained a ton of special enchanting materials. He has received materials to upgrade 10,000 acres of land into black soil. The value of black soil increases by 50, and fertilizer effectiveness also enhances by 50. It can automatically purify polluted river water. Congratulations! He has received a 1,000-meter furnace, which can smelt materials from the instance and refine and classify them. Congratulations! The continuous stream of notifications began to flood in. At that moment, everyone watching was left dumbfounded. This was just the end of an Iron Man instance. And there were so many rewards, especially the black soil. These upgrading materials hold extremely important significance in the apocalyptic world, primarily increasing crop yields. Moreover, there is also the growth of medicinal herbs. Once the supply of raw materials for medicines and crops is stable, then next, the speed at which the Dragon Federation grows will be terrifying. In the real world, countless people felt envious. But what could they do? The achievements made by Qing were beyond what many could accomplish. What a pity! The Federation faced a complete wipe in this instance, and due to national fortune restrictions, their development further declined. To rise again, I estimate it will take some time. I think, perhaps we should align ourselves with the Dragon Federation? With so many good things, if they could just spare us a little, wouldn't we take off quickly? Upstairs. I think you should be more cautious. The key is that discussing this now is of no use. The Dragon Federation has previously stated that they will absolutely not provide these things. Don't assume the conflicts between federations are so straightforward. To gain more, we still need to develop properly. What a pity. Now let us see the experts from our own Federation empire. As long as we can develop again, it shouldn't be a big problem. Many federations in the Western world expressed their helplessness during discussions on social media. There was nothing they could do. What Qing accomplished this time exceeded many people's expectations, especially the rewards gained. The black soil made many envious to the extreme. But now, they didn't dare to strike out. The manifestation of nuclear power plants has brought about a transformative change in the reality of the Dragon Federation. Now, with this vast expanse of fertile land, the development speed of the Dragon Federation is becoming increasingly apparent. Although it is said that the rewards from this fertile land will diminish several times once they materialize in the real world, many are aware that there are still numerous top-tier experts and researchers within the Dragon Federation. As long as these researchers analyze the soil they acquire, clone, and replicate it, it won't be long before they produce a large quantity of premium black soil. One must not underestimate these researchers. Their contributions in this national fortune game battlefield are nearly the most significant. In a certain office within the Western world, the atmosphere is tense. The individual inside wears a gloomy expression as he observes the latest players entering the national fortune game. Comparing their rewards to those received by Yi Qing upon returning to the main game world, he feels a deep sense of frustration. However, lamenting about it is futile. We need to change our approach. We can't keep being led around like this. With Yi Qing having a nuclear power plant, their development speed is significantly faster. We must find a way to upgrade our technology tree as soon as possible. Furthermore, we also need to re-strategize regarding the beasts and zombies. Otherwise, all the advantages will be snatched away by Yi Qing, leaving the Federation in a dire state. Indeed, once the players return to reality, we must have several professors and experts thoroughly prepare the materials. The high-ranking individuals converse, their words filled with frustration. But what can be done? At the same time, in the game world, Yi Qing returns to his territory and surveys the numerous rewards, nodding in satisfaction. This round of rewards is quite substantial, and combined, they will lead to a significant transformation in Dragon City. However, this change is still insufficient for him. With memories from his previous life, Yi Qing is acutely aware that once this game session ends, a terrifying zombie virus will emerge the next time they enter the game world, whether in reality or the game world. This virus spreads rapidly and includes a highly infectious strain that can cause severe encephalitis. In the last life, just within the Dragon Federation, it resulted in the deaths of a staggering 100 million people. Therefore, at this stage, the most critical task is not to upgrade the city or expand farmland, but rather to focus on the research of an antidote vaccine. Little Spider, how is the vaccine analysis progressing? Yi Qing wasted no time and inquired as he entered the laboratory. It's a bit challenging. The progress is at 70, but that is only for the first phase of the zombie virus. We still lack some materials for analyzing the vaccines for other inflammatory infections, and the data provided earlier is still being processed. However, just as Little Spider finished speaking, Slow Sheep rushed over in a panic, holding a pile of pickaxes in his hands. Behind him, Little Ding Dang was sweating profusely, carrying a laptop. Little Spider, hurry. Give me the latest strain of the vaccine you've developed. I need the newest one. My research is showing some signs of progress. Upon hearing this, Little Spider's expression brightened. This is great news. If they really deciphered the content, many challenges in the subsequent virus research could potentially be resolved. However, at this moment, countless people in the real world were puzzled by the activities of Yi Qing and his team, especially the two beautiful streamers, Bing Bing and Yao Yao. What do you think? Why are they so anxious to research the vaccine? What are they up to? The zombie virus isn't spreading too severely right now. As long as we avoid getting bitten, we won't get infected. Yi Qing seems to be quite anxious. Chapter 106 Prelude to the Zombie Outbreak, Torrential Rain Game World. Dragon City. Inside the top-notch laboratory in the city, a multitude of monitors flickered with streams of data. Meanwhile, in the live broadcast room watched by everyone in the real world, two progress bars appeared. Virus Analysis Progress Bar. Vaccine Development Progress Bar. The first progress bar had reached 79. The second progress bar had reached 73. Both progress bars were advancing rapidly, while in the laboratory, two individuals were furiously typing on virtual keyboards. On the laboratory table, several beakers were placed, and automated robotic arms were gradually adding different experimental reagents based on the computed data. Yi Tian stood in front of the large screen, looking at the displayed data, feeling somewhat anxious. This vaccine research was crucial to the impending outbreak of zombies, making him particularly tense. Real world. In the office of a prominent figure, various bigwigs had gathered, observing Yi Tian's nervousness regarding this research, their expressions also serious. What could possibly make Yi Tian treat this matter with such caution? It was unclear. But it was assumed that he had received some information unknown to them, which should have a significant impact. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so invested in it. They had thoroughly researched Yi Qing, and when the formidable machinery of the Dragon Federation was set in motion, investigating Yi Qing's background was quite easy. Thus, each of these individuals naturally had a copy of Yi Qing's dossier, and understood what such a serious expression truly indicated. Notify the security agency and all police departments to arm themselves. Change the alert status to the highest level. Equip all weapons. I have a feeling something significant is likely to happen in the real world. Good. The people present did not hesitate and all agreed. Although some were skeptical about the orders from the prominent figure, they trusted his instincts. Western world. In the Federation. The prominent figures in the Federation watched Yi Qing's every move displayed in the live broadcast and immediately mobilized a professional research team to conduct a systematic analysis of the situation. They analyzed while quickly reporting their findings to the prominent figure. It was well known that Yi Qing was always very purposeful in his actions, so his concern for the vaccine research today must mean he had foreseen or learned about some disaster from certain tasks in the game world that they were unaware of. Disaster? Upon hearing this, the prominent figure was taken aback, but then realized there was indeed such a possibility. Upon reflecting on Yi Qing's previous actions, didn't they align perfectly with such measures? So what are your thoughts? My thought is, there is over a 90% chance of a catastrophic disaster occurring. Moreover, it is likely to be significantly related to zombies. Think about it carefully. Why is he not concerned about other vaccines, yet shows such great interest in the zombie immunity vaccine? This person is almost at the forefront of the national fortune game world and surely would not engage in aimless actions. Furthermore, the development of the national fortune game is crucial nowadays. As the city lord, Yi Qing must command from the outside and issue tasks in order to gradually strengthen his city, which is essential for maintaining an undefeated record. However, at this moment, he does not seem to be paying much attention to this matter, basically leaving it to his assistants and those with special abilities to handle. So, I believe he is not just creating a smokescreen, but has truly encountered some disaster. We need to prepare early. Upon hearing the intelligence team's words, the super leader fell silent. Rationality told him that what was said by the other party was true, but he was also puzzled as to why no one else had noticed any clues, while Yi Qing himself discovered them in advance. The livestream content is all public. Aside from personal privacy events like using the restroom or bathing, everything else is broadcasted without any blind spots. They have analyzed Yi Tian's live stream records multiple times and did not see any indication that he had accepted any special tasks. So how did he discover it? Alright, continue analyzing. Also, notify the military leader to come over. We need to be prepared for battle. Additionally, what is the progress of the vaccine department? Sorry, the vaccine research department lacks data and does not have laboratory data from the game world to support. So our progress is less than 10 of Yi Qing's. Alright, you can go back to work. Upon hearing this data, the super leader smiled wryly. Just how many secrets does this Yi Qing kid have? The Ninja Federation. The analysis is quite reasonable. Go ahead and handle this matter. Also, considering the time, the return to reality is approaching. Prepare to receive the members from the game world and get ready for battle. Good. Additionally, notify the armory to complete an inventory of all equipment. There must be no mistakes, or else we will encounter many troubles ahead. Understood. Conversations like this are happening at this very moment in every federal empire participating in the national fortune game. Everyone is not foolish, and each federal empire's high-level leaders have their own think tanks and supporting personnel. Analyzing and deducing things with the intelligence of these individuals is certainly possible. Of course, the reactions to Yi Qing's actions also stem from another important reason. That is, better to believe it exists than to believe it doesn't. In the game world, within Long City, in the cutting-edge laboratory, the research instantly reached 100. However, at that moment, a world announcement refreshed. World announcement. Countdown to return to the real world, 30 seconds. All players, please actively return to the real world. If you do not return in time, the game will kick everyone out when the countdown ends. World announcement. Countdown to return to the real world. World announcement. Countdown to return to the real world. The announcement swept through. At this moment, the expressions of Yi Qing and the others changed instantly. Prepare the data and experimental content. Make backups and get ready to return to the real world. Understood. Everyone responded quickly, and the researchers led by a certain individual frantically transmitted data. When the last second of the countdown arrived, a flash of white light, and everyone instantly returned to the real world. Thunder rumbled. Lightning flashed. The roar continued. According to the time in a certain federation, it was currently 10 o'clock at night. Yet even so, heavy rain began to pour at that moment. The rain fell in torrents, cold water washing over the ground. It was as if this rain was a prelude to something. Chapter 107, Vaccine Research. A complete outbreak from a cosmic perspective. The blue planet is currently shrouded in a shadow. Yes, that's right, the whole world is like this. The torrential rain has affected not only one particular country, but has transformed the entire globe. On the recently emerged Death Forum, countless individuals from various regions are posting videos and messages about the relentless downpour. Some report that in just a few minutes, the heavy rain has washed away low-lying rural homes, trapping many people. In mountainous areas, the situation is even worse, with terrifying landslides and mudflows occurring. Just looking at one particular federation, this disaster has left 50,000 people missing. Rescue teams have set out despite the rain. In other regions, the disaster situation is no better. Moreover, many believe this rain cannot merely be classified as heavy rain. Super torrential rain seems more accurate. With thunder and lightning, the storms are unending. I have become afraid to go outside. The range of this downpour, after analyzing data from various regions on the forum, reveals that this is a global catastrophe. It's something we could never have imagined before. Does this mean some major disaster is about to occur? It's very likely. Remember just a moment ago, when the National Fortune game was still running, a player from the Eastern world, Qing, was urging the development of a vaccine for the zombie virus, right? Wait, are you suggesting that this heavy rain is a precursor to the arrival of zombies? Absolutely. It is indeed. My goodness, this is a bit unbelievable. Yes, no one would dare believe such a situation could happen. Everyone, don't go outside. Lock your doors and windows. I think it's best not to get caught in this rain. If something unusual happens, or if this rain is the cause of the zombies appearing, then getting soaked would be disastrous. Oh no. Why didn't you say so earlier? I'm completely soaked. Well, good luck. After this comment appeared, the atmosphere on the Death Forum shifted dramatically. Some people felt relieved, thankful they had stayed indoors before the storm hit. Others were grateful to be office workers. The enforced overtime saved their lives. In short, there were all sorts of situations. However, those who got soaked by the rain felt as if they had been struck by lightning. This was something they had never imagined or studied before. Some were so frightened they thought they might turn into zombies, and began looking for sleeping pills to end it all. Of course, those with weaker constitutions fainted outright. Do not spread panic. Rumors are rampant, but this is not the time to be alarmed. We need to wait for the latest official news. Besides, we haven't turned into zombies yet, have we? The most important thing right now is to listen to official messages and see what the situation is, and also, what direction Qing is heading in. Only by grasping his dynamics can we understand the further developments. Right, then let's wait a little longer. Compared to other federations, the users from the Dragon Federation in the discussion forum have remained relatively calm. After all, players like Tian and Chun Fan have returned to the real world. At least, they haven't released any information regarding the zombie issue, which indicates that while there is a possibility of this happening, the impact should not be large. Otherwise, the moment Qing returned to the real world, preventive messages would have been issued long ago. In Kyoto, in the reception hall of a prominent figure, Qing and 19 other participants appeared on time. Will zombies really appear? The prominent figure got straight to the point, without any small talk. Is the vaccine factory ready? What about the advanced experimental base? Yes, it's right next door. While you were researching the vaccine in the game world, I sensed that things weren't simple and had already arranged for engineering personnel to quickly set up a temporary advanced laboratory. Although the data and equipment can't be as complete as in the game world, it won't be too far off. That's enough. Qing waved his hand and instantly summoned Slow Sheep, Anna, and others. Old Slow, you go with them to the advanced laboratory and quickly connect with the vaccine factory, striving to mass-produce the zombie vaccine as fast as possible. If you need any materials, just ask him directly, no nonsense. Qing pointed at the prominent figure's secretary and said solemnly, "Got it." Old Slow nodded, and the secretary wasted no time, quickly guiding Slow Sheep and Spider-Man toward the advanced laboratory. As things began to be executed, the prominent figure did not pause. He looked at the seriousness on Qing's face and said in a deep voice, "This time, it's very dangerous." The think tank from the Western world has also guessed quite a bit. They've analyzed your live stream and are probably preparing something now. We have the vaccine data, which can give us a lead, but next, some things are not easy to say. Hearing this, Qing shook his head. He walked to the window and looked at the lightning and thunder that lit up the sky, the rumbling sound resembling the prologue to a terrifying disaster. No need to panic. I have it under control. Prepare all weapons and equipment. As you said, this zombie crisis is not small. In fact, it's quite significant. We have the vaccine production factory, and based on the analysis from my time in the game world and with Old Slow, the first batch of vaccines should be ready in about 2 hours. So, no matter what, we must hold on for 2 hours. This battle requires preparations for tranquilizer guns and tranquilizer darts. Our vaccine, once produced, can turn the mutated zombies back into humans. Although there may be some side effects, I need to prioritize saving lives first. Tranquilizer guns? Oh, I understand. The super boss was momentarily taken aback, but then quickly realized that using real bullets would inevitably lead to the death of the people when dealing with zombies. In that case, a vaccine would be useless. On the contrary, using a tranquilizer gun could potentially save everyone. This line of thinking was promising. The super boss wasted no time and began to deploy plans without interruption. At the same time, Qing stood by the window, letting out a sigh. He couldn't disclose his experience of being reborn. Therefore, he couldn't mention the exact timing of the zombie outbreak or what caused the zombie virus to spread. He simply couldn't say anything. Or rather, there was no reason for this zombie outbreak at all. It just appeared out of thin air, just as Qing was lost in thought. In a rental apartment in a certain nation, a couple was anxiously watching live broadcasts and posts on a death forum. Both were deeply worried, sitting on the edge of the bed, holding each other's hands tightly. Murakami, what do you think about this time? Murakami, your eyes. Murakami. Don't come over. No. Chapter 108. Flying Zombies. A terrifying scene. Heavy rain poured down. The relentless raindrops pounded against the ground, bringing with them an endless darkness. The asteroid had already shrouded the Earth, but under this torrential downpour, the gloom intensified. Suddenly, boom, explosions erupted from various federations. Beneath the rain, countless shockwaves instantly destroyed numerous buildings. The few remaining surveillance cameras and live-streaming platforms clearly recorded the cause of the explosions. It was due to the activities of zombies that led to multiple hazardous factories in the real world being left unmanaged. And then, they exploded. The casualties were heavy. Countless zombies began to crawl in different directions through the screens. A sense of panic started to spread in everyone's minds. Disaster had arrived. Is this real? How could this be possible? How could this Eastern individual predict the emergence of zombies? This must be the disaster he brought. Capture that Qing. He must die? This is the calamity he caused. Yes, Qing is a troublemaker. He said he wanted to research a vaccine. That must be the virus he brought. I believe this is the zombie virus he released during the National Luck game. Exactly. Kill Qing. Demand that the Eastern world hand over Qing. Yes. Voices began to emerge in the death forums. Of course, most of these voices came from the Western Federations. As for the netizens from the Eastern Federation, they were not willing to back down either and started to fight back fiercely, especially since the population was large. Some even resorted to the tradition of creating multiple accounts. Thus, the messages slandering Qing were quickly drowned in an endless sea of posts. Only one post titled, "Zombies Launching Large-Scale Attacks on the Real World, Multiple Federations Have Already Suffered," remained pinned at the top, looking so lonely. In a certain federation, at this moment, in the central conference room, the top leaders watched this scene with ashen faces. They truly did not expect the emergence of the zombie virus to come so quickly. Damn it, quickly. Protect all the elite forces. Mobilize all the experts. However, just as he spoke, suddenly, a guard on the left had blood-red eyes. Instantly, he let out a hoarse roar towards the leader. Bang! A muffled sound. A powerful firearm directly blew the zombie's head off, and then chaos erupted in the conference room, filled with screams and terror. The leader, in particular, was sweating profusely. He never expected that zombies would actually appear in his conference room. Big boss, let's leave this place first. It's uncertain how many people will turn into zombies. We need to protect ourselves. The secretary took out several firearms from the safe and distributed them to everyone. The big boss took a deep breath and nodded in acknowledgement. Let's go quickly. At this moment, a certain nation was also engulfed in heavy rain. Unlike the superpower across the ocean, the super boss of this nation had already armed himself to the teeth. He was equipped with various gear and even had several heavily armed soldiers by his side. He was a smart person, especially after witnessing recent events. He was clear about his current position. So, the moment the zombie outbreak occurred, he had already shot dead a good dozen zombies. Soon after, the secretary and two charming companions, along with the participants of the National Fortune game, rushed towards the safe house. Bang, 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 bang. Along the way, gunfire was incessant. Looking around, more than half of the guards outside the conference room had already turned into zombies. In the National Fortune game, whoever obtained some rewards would have those rewards enhanced and allocated to their victorious federation. Therefore, some people remained quite rational, even with the overwhelming number of zombies. Leveraging the advantage of the surrounding environment along with powerful firearms as weapons, they could survive for a short time. But for the civilians, the appearance of zombies was nothing short of a catastrophic disaster. Despite the fact that many powerful figures from various federations had begun to establish security teams to clear out zombies, these civilians could only lock their doors and hide in their rooms, searching for a chance to survive. Meanwhile, on the death forum, posts that once defamed the big boss gradually disappeared within those few minutes. In their place were countless pleas for help. Help me. I'm in the central city at Wells Tower, Unit 323-1. Yes, I have a lot of money at home. So much money. I'll give you whatever you want. There are so many zombies here. Who can come to save me? I'll give them all this money. My mom is not home. Has she been eaten? Wah. Each post highlighted the fragility of humanity. This directly proved that when order collapses, the first reaction of most people is to cry for help. In another federation, the capital city, Superboss's office. Fortunately, in the office of the Superboss, no one had turned into a zombie. Outside, some guards had turned into zombies, but under the guidance of the big boss, Chun Fan and others quickly subdued these individuals with tranquilizers and swiftly administered the zombie virus vaccine, preventing the situation from escalating further. However, similarly, although the senior personnel did not suffer much loss, the entire Federation was engulfed in a tragic scene. Slow Sheep, how is the vaccine production progressing? Yi Qing armed himself and greeted Anna beside him, then dialed Slow Sheep's communication number. Over 10,000 doses of the vaccine have been produced, and the next step is debugging and speeding up the process. It is expected that in 1 hour, 50,000 doses can be produced every hour. Very good. Yi Qing nodded and looked at the military leaders and the superiors. You all mobilize the troops to protect Slow Sheep and the others, while Anna and I start to subdue the zombies. Wait, hearing this, the superior called out to Yi Qing. Aren't these zombies supposed to be subdued with tranquilizers? However, before he finished speaking, he saw a 5-meter-tall flying zombie outside the building window, spreading its wings as if in a realm of its own. This scene completely silenced the superior. Chapter 109, Swift and Decisive. The battle begins. The mutation of the zombies exceeded the imagination of the major figures. Even the military leaders were left bewildered as they looked out the window. They had never anticipated that beneath the National Fortune game, there could emerge monsters that only existed in illusions within the real world. Moreover, with the emergence of the National Fortune game, what else could be considered strange? The major figure let out a bitter laugh and said, "Follow Yi Qing's instructions. Everyone arm up and prepare to attack." Understood. The person leading the military began to operate frantically. It is worth mentioning that during the earlier infrastructure tasks, Yi Qing had already communicated with the major figure, so within some infrastructure projects, there were actually countless various valuable items. For example, laser firearms. In the National Fortune game, Yi Qing possessed a variety of modern firearms, including laser guns and submachine guns. Although not all could be materialized into the real world, some were already in the hands of core powerhouses. Additionally, the Dragon Federation in the real world had many researchers, so it was quite easy to develop weaker versions or mass-produce simplified laser firearms. Thus, when the order was given, the well-prepared armory opened instantly. The battle had begun. In the real world, Dragon Federation, capital city, Yi Qing, with a bamboo dragonfly on his head, moved swiftly through the void. He holstered his gun. With a muffled sound, a figure instantly collapsed to the ground. At the same time, Anna squatted on top of a tall building, holding a sniper rifle, and without hesitation, pulled the trigger. Whoosh! For muffled sounds echoed simultaneously. Thud! 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 In the blink of an eye, 4 flying zombies, each about 5 meters in size, fell from the void like dumplings. The stench of blood spread, and the heavy smell attracted more zombies. Chin Fan, you cover with the sniper rifle. Xiao Ding Dang. You and Anna rush into the research base to retrieve the first batch of vaccines. The rest of you, provide cover for Anna and Xiao Ding Dang. Yi Qing looked at the densely packed flying zombies in the void, no hesitation in issuing the command. As a bomb fanatic, you never know where Anna will pull out some explosives, so sending her to the base to support the others was the most suitable choice. Xiao Ding Dang, known as the Bag of Treasures. With these two teaming up, breaking through the blockade of these flying zombies wouldn't be a problem. Booming. The heavy rain continued to fall. The torrential downpour blurred people's vision. However, Yi Qing did not waste any time, wielding his firearm and continuously unleashing bullets. One zombie after another fell, and pools of blood formed on the ground. Under the torrential rain, the blood from these zombies was washed away in all directions without exception. Inside the experimental base, the village chief, who also served as the chief scientist, looked at the boxes containing 10,000 doses of vaccine, his eyes sparkling with excitement. However, when he saw the dense crowd of zombies outside, as well as the so-called flying zombies, he was taken aback. What on earth is happening in the real world? It's even scarier than the green pastures. There are just too many zombies, he said, pulling out a laser gun from his pocket. In the next moment, he pulled the trigger. Boom. Instantly, the laser gun shot out a massive projectile, shattering the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window ahead. Two flying zombies, caught off guard, were struck immediately. Boom. The large explosion burst forth, and the two zombies didn't even have time to scream before they disintegrated into a flurry of snowflakes, disappearing from sight. Just as he was about to say something impressive, Anna and Ding Dong entered through the broken window. The three of them exchanged few words, but worked together with remarkable synergy. In an instant, they each prepared the zombie vaccine, while at the same time, the village chief pressed a button in his hand. Suddenly, the advanced laboratory building lit up as though adorned with countless neon lights. Zzz, boom, 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 boom. A powerful electric current indiscriminately struck, causing all the zombies rushing in from all directions to be instantly incapacitated. All the staff inside the building also fell to the ground without exception, as if they had been struck by an immense electric shock. Yes, that's right. This attack was a kind of indiscriminate electric net attack that harmed 1,000 enemies, while injuring 800 of itself. Although such an attack would incur considerable losses, it would render all the zombies in the building incapable of attacking. Therefore, after the village chief finished the attack, he wasted no time and quickly administered several doses of the vaccine to his assistants. At the same time, he injected them with recovery agents. Each of you, take 100 doses, radiate down floor by floor, injecting everyone who is incapacitated, and then return to me to receive new doses to save others. Yes, this was the plan agreed upon by Yi Qing and the village chief, treating building by building in a fan-shaped pattern, and then community by community, ultimately saving the entire Federation. Of course, this was an extremely complex undertaking that tested adaptability and combat capability, but it was the most efficient and fastest method of rescue. Boom! Just as they began executing the rescue plan, another explosion sounded in the void. In the distance, over 100 flying zombies appeared in the air once more. The city lord, can you hold on? Slow Sheep watched the scene in the void, his voice a bit anxious. No problem, just focus on producing the vaccine, and first bring everyone in the lab back safely, then produce quickly. I have already mobilized 2 teams here for defense and counterattack. Floating in the void, Yi Qing looked at Slow Sheep, who had returned to work, and nodded in satisfaction. However, when he turned his gaze to the newly appeared flying zombies, his eyes darkened. Flying zombies are not mutated humans. Everyone, once they see the flying zombies, must be eliminated. Yi Qing instantly gave the order. He didn't waste any more time and discarded his laser gun. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the ground. The next moment, a total of 50 well-equipped tanks appeared on the main road. The tanks were inscribed with exceptionally intricate magical patterns, and at the muzzle, a faint special fluctuation slowly emerged. Chapter 110, Flying Dragon Express, New Alert Sounds. Attack Enchantment Runes. These runes are none other than the powerful enchanting runes that Yi Qing has crafted during his time in the game world. In the national strategy game, the combination of tanks and enchanted attributes brings a level of destructive power that is incomparable. Coupled with the joint research of Slow Sheep and Little Spider, the tanks have long been upgraded to an incredibly formidable state. Moreover, with the memories from his previous life, Yi Qing knows exactly how to manifest these weapons into the real world. Therefore, without hesitation, Yi Qing waved his hand and directly issued the command to attack. In an instant, the tanks, with their barrels already adjusted, began to gather blue ripples within their dark openings. Then boom! The sound of explosions echoed continuously at that moment. The countless zombies flying in the void did not even have time to react before being blown into pieces, unable to survive. The booming cannon fire was several times more festive than the firecrackers lit during the New Year. Especially when the physical bombs made contact with the zombies, they carried a bizarre magical attribute, and the powerful shockwaves seemed to be sealed, only enveloping a very small area. As a result, the explosion didn't even produce a visible shockwave. This scene left everyone astonished. Some humans, who had tightly locked their doors and windows, looked through them at the spectacle happening above the city, as if it were a dream. What is this? Fireworks? What time is it? Is someone actually setting off fireworks now? No, I recorded it. Look at the death forum. This is the tank of the great Qing's team. They blew up all those zombies. Those fireworks are actually individual shells. Each of these shells struck the flying zombies. Look, the fireworks are moving. The place where the fireworks were just launched, no, where the shells were fired, no longer has any flying zombies. Yes. The person upstairs is right. I live nearby too. The ground is now covered with the bones and remnants of flying zombies. It's terrifying. I really didn't expect that the great Qing would cause such a commotion in our city. By the way, it said that the game world can't materialize everything into reality and can only reward the respective countries according to a percentage. So why did so many tanks from the great Qing materialize in the real world? You ask me, how would I know? But I have to say, the great Qing is truly amazing. So many flying zombies have all been wiped out clean. Of course, don't forget who Qing is. It said that this weapon is the latest development, and it also incorporates the latest technology from Slow Sheep and Little Spider, adding multiple enchanting attributes. For example, an attack attribute. And by the way, I'll tell you, there's a delivery coming. Are you okay upstairs? So soon someone is here. You're talking a bit too much. Yes, when this user was posting on the death forum, a delivery did arrive. However, this delivery service, called Flying Dragon Express, was a globally established top-tier courier service created by a certain federation just half an hour ago. All the couriers here are, without exception, military personnel. And what they are delivering is none other than the zombie virus vaccine. We are Flying Dragon Express. Show us your arm, and we will give you a shot. A soldier dressed in Special Forces attire looked at the user with a serious expression. At that moment, the user who opened the door was so frightened that he nearly lost control. Big shot. Commander, I was just mentioning that the equipment of the esteemed Qing was the latest development on the death forum. I didn't leak any confidential information. There's no need. No need to inject me with poison, right? I'll cooperate with the investigation. What are you thinking? The soldier holding the zombie virus vaccine was both amused and exasperated. He shook his head. This is the zombie virus vaccine, designed to prevent you from being infected by zombies. After vaccination, you won't have any issues for a month. We have a registration QR code linked to your communicator, which will automatically remind you to receive a permanent booster of the zombie virus vaccine after a month. Due to time constraints, we can only administer a 1-month effective vaccine for now. Alright, upon hearing this, the user felt so embarrassed that he could almost dig a hole to hide in. How humiliating. Just because of a vaccine, he lost control. Snap. After hearing the normal news, this unnamed user immediately received the vaccine without a second thought. Shortly after, the Special Forces soldier took out a device and a briefcase. This is the vaccine injection case. Now, we use a painless, foolproof vaccination method. The device is a communicator binding instrument. We are short on personnel here. Could you help us vaccinate everyone in this building? Upon hearing this, the unnamed user was momentarily stunned. Then his expression changed to one of joy. Yes. There's time. I will definitely get it done. The esteemed Qing worked so hard in the game world to help us develop the vaccine. We must contribute. Saying this, he took the supplies and instantly saluted. Such events were happening in a fan-shaped manner throughout the entire capital at this moment. This was also the idea conceived by the super big shots and Qing, allowing everyone to be vaccinated in the shortest time possible. It is worth mentioning that beside each temporary worker, there was also a soldier armed with a firearm, whose role was to protect these workers from zombie threats. Furthermore, when encountering ordinary zombies, these soldiers could first use tranquilizer guns to incapacitate them and then administer the zombie vaccine. With this series of operations, zombies that had mutated from humans could basically return to normal in less than half an hour. Therefore, under such rigorous work, the vaccination rate reached an alarming 300,000 people in just 1 hour. This was still due to some unfamiliarity with the process. Once these procedures are mastered, the speed will be even faster. Of course, the soldiers were busy vaccinating the general public. Meanwhile, in the void, Qing and others were remotely commanding the tanks, constantly changing directions to attack every flying zombie. Thanks to Qing's ample preparations beforehand, within this hour, the flying zombies in the main urban area had mostly been cleared away. What remained were the zombies in the suburbs. However, when Qing and the team arrived in the suburbs, they found that things were somewhat unusual. At that moment, an unpleasant alert suddenly echoed in everyone's mind. Chapter 111: The most terrifying disaster has occurred. Global announcement. Due to rare interventions in the national fortune game, a large-scale global update is being conducted. The following are the update details. 1. The game world will merge with the real world. 2. The national fortune game can no longer directly prevent a massive meteorite from colliding with Earth. It can only delay its speed. According to calculations, it will strike Earth in 24 hours. Players are advised to prepare accordingly. 3. After the merger of the real world and the game world, all attributes will synchronize to the real world. Additionally, all residents and refugees in player cities will materialize in the real world. Players and netizens are urged to be ready. 4. Finally, we wish everyone good luck. Global announcement. Due to the national fortune game. Global announcement. Due to the national fortune game. The announcement swept across. At this moment, all humans still active were left dumbfounded, frozen in shock. They never expected that such a bizarre turn of events would occur. Just seconds later, the death forum in the real world exploded. It even experienced lag due to the overwhelming influx of users, with the web page turning blank. Fortunately, the operations team quickly deployed the latest water-cooled nuclear servers to alleviate the pressure from the surge in traffic. What is going on? The game world will merge with the real world. Is this a phenomenon that exists only in illusions? Is this still an illusion? What are you thinking? The very existence of the national fortune game is bizarre. So, it's not surprising that such a situation arises. Calm down upstairs. I can't stay calm. The announcement from the national fortune game has been released. Didn't it say that the entire asteroid will collide with our planet in 24 hours? How do we handle this situation? What should we do? We are all going to die? But, isn't it true that many people around the world have participated in the national fortune game? They all have abilities and special powers. I refuse to believe that we can't resolve this collision event within 24 hours. Moreover, the fact that the national fortune game is now synchronized with the real world, doesn't this give all of us ordinary people a chance? We also have an opportunity to awaken our abilities. But don't forget, there are zombies appearing globally now. I'm not brave enough to go outside. It's already a stroke of luck that we Haven T turned into zombies in the first wave. I don't want to become one just by going out to scavenge for resources. Hey. Don't be so agitated. We still have a chance. Battle report. Latest battle report. The Federation has issued a ceasefire agreement. They no longer intend to compete for the title of the first in the game world. The capital has sent a cooperation letter, seeking to discuss strategies with the Dragon Federation, Bear Federation, and others to combat the apocalypse. The Federation has also issued a statement. The ancient Greek Federation Empire has also released a statement. It's quite intriguing. The crisis has arrived. They've learned to set aside their prejudices. These individuals have attempted to assassinate our leader multiple times. Indeed, moreover, they occasionally provoke our Federation, and now they have the audacity to come here for discussions. Don't get angry. This is a critical moment. We'll address the competition among the Imperial Federations later. For now, let's observe the movements of the major players and focus on resolving the asteroid impact issue. News began to spread rapidly throughout the forum, and the escalation of this situation proved that everyone is ultimately afraid of death, especially for the Federation of the Ninja Nation at this moment. They had secretly become lackeys of our Federation long ago, although they, like other federations, issued an international assistance letter at the first opportunity. They did even better by acting like loyal subordinates. The superiors of the Ninja Nation quickly boarded the fastest spacecraft without hesitation and headed straight for our capital. Countdown, 23 hours and 59 minutes. In the outskirts of the capital, our leader was originally controlling a nuclear reactor for energy and using his abilities to eliminate the flying zombies and monsters ahead. However, at the moment the world announcement was issued, he was stunned. The merging of the real world and the game world. Wasn't this something that happened when he died in his previous life? Why is it happening so much earlier? What's even more terrifying is, the asteroid impact on Earth has also begun. This was something that never occurred in his previous life. Wait, interference. The world announcement just refreshed, stating there was interference from an unknown force. Could it be that someone's power can surpass the so-called behind-the-scenes manipulator of this national fortune game? What kind of powerful being could possess such strength? Boom! An explosion echoed as Anna threw a grenade, obliterating a nearby, flying zombie into dust. She stood beside our leader on a green flying device, looking puzzled. Brother, what's wrong? Why are you so silent? The enemy was almost at your brow. Hearing Anna's words, he gradually came to his senses, looked around, and then at the numerous flying zombies in the void, shaking his head. Old man, little spider, and Anna, Tinkerbell. Don't waste time. Activate the ultimate weapons and eliminate them quickly. You should have heard the world announcement. We need to return to the capital center as soon as possible. Understood. Upon hearing our leader's words, everyone instantly realized that the asteroid impact and the merging of the game world with the real world posed a significant problem for him. Therefore, without wasting any time, they swiftly employed their top-tier techniques and weapons. In an instant, colorful lights erupted like fireworks, continuously exploding in the void. It resembled a grand fireworks display, but unlike the scent of gunpowder from fireworks, this was the true smell of war. Countdown, 23 hours and 45 minutes. Core of Kyoto. Yi Qing and the others appeared in the office of a major figure. At the same time, there were two special individuals present. One was a prominent leader from a ninja federation, and the other was a significant figure from a bear federation. These two were not to be underestimated. After the announcement in this world, they quickly used the fastest, most time-efficient, and even the most expensive methods to arrive here. I think we need to set aside all our prejudices and focus on shattering the asteroid before discussing anything else. Yes, I think so too. The two stated one after the other. The major figure nodded in agreement. I also concur. Now is not the time for other discussions. Moreover, our aviation department has confirmed that the asteroid has indeed started to move. Although it's slow, as time passes, its speed will only increase. Chapter 112. The Great Mutation. The terrifying demon plan. The rain poured down in torrents. The heavy rain had been beating down on the ground for over half an hour, overwhelming the city's drainage system. Water flooded into basements and subway systems, causing disastrous consequences across many areas. Widespread power outages began to occur. The sky remained gloomy at this moment. No one expected things to turn out this way, especially with the constant attacks from the undead. At this moment, the entire world was engulfed in deep fear. Meanwhile, the number of posts on the Death Forum began to decrease gradually. The extensive power outages led to communication breakdowns in many places, leaving people feeling disoriented. It felt as if time had suddenly rolled back several decades, leaving them helpless. In this state, a powerful leader of a certain federation looked out the window, a smile creeping onto his lips. His eyes glowed ominously. With a wave of his hand, a vortex suddenly appeared before him. Big boss, what are you doing? The secretary beside him was stunned by this scene. She never imagined that the powerful figure she had been close to for so long was not human. In an instant, she wanted to scream. But before she could make a sound, a cold blade pierced through her chest from behind. Blood dripped to the ground as she struggled to turn her head, only to see a shadow holding the blade. The next moment, her consciousness plunged into darkness. She was dead. The global catastrophe had begun, and the prelude to the demon's plan was officially underway. Leader, shall we directly initiate the demon plan? Hearing the shadow's words, the now malevolent leader smiled eerily, the red glow in his eyes intensifying. Of course we must initiate it. This is the best opportunity. If we don't act now, there may not be another chance in the future. At the same time, construct the teleportation array to deploy all soldiers to every city in the target region. Currently, the only force that could affect our demon plan is the target region. We must eliminate everyone within it in a short time. Understood. The shadow nodded and reached into the vortex created by the leader. Before long, inside the black hole, as he withdrew his hand, one shadow after another began to drift out of the vortex. They soon flew out of the meeting room, disappearing into the void. In the training room of the Federation, 20 players who had just returned to Earth sat exhausted in their chairs, drenched in sweat. They have just completed a new round of training. As for the global situation, even within their own federation, the occurrence of zombies was something the instructors did not allow them to participate in, with the aim of keeping these 20 players in optimal condition for the upcoming game progress. The result was a notification sound from the game that left the 20 individuals stunned. The merging of the Earth and the game world. Did it still make sense for them to continue training like this? During their break, they continuously discussed this topic. But before long, one girl with golden hair suddenly changed her expression. She waved her hand, and in an instant, 10 people appeared before her. These were the residents she had in her city within the game. The merging had begun. The merging had started, and next, they would likely face more trouble. The woman's voice trembled. Just as she finished speaking, the door of the training room slowly opened. A powerful figure in a suit looked at the 20 players and nodded in satisfaction. Why are you here? Seeing the powerful figure's arrival, the group was somewhat surprised. They did not expect him to come at this time. I'm here to check on you. Although the announcement said that the game world and the real world are merging, I worry that there might be dangers during the merging process, so I came to see. I see. Hearing this, several people were moved to tears. This was their powerful figure. He really cared about them. Come, today I brought some energy bars. These are the latest energy bars, scientifically validated, and can quickly alleviate fatigue. He said, walking to the center of the 20 people. He began distributing the energy bars from the bag he was holding. Just as they were about to tear open the packaging, the powerful figure smiled. Then, thud, thud, thud. The sound of blades piercing flesh echoed continuously. The 20 players widened their eyes, staring at the blades that had emerged from their hearts. Fear and confusion written all over their faces. This is the gift I give you. A surprise, right? Said the powerful figure, waving his hand. All 20 players were, without exception, pierced by the blades, which melted them away. Yes, it was as if some unknown special energy on those blades instantly corroded their bodies. Soon, and surprisingly, the bodies of these 20 individuals transformed into 20 masses of blood. Under his control, they slowly rose into the air, continuously ascending. The blood drifted into the outside world, floating up to hundreds, thousands, 5,000 meters high, and beneath the overcast skies. All the citizens were unaware that, above 5,000 meters, a monster over 1,000 meters in size, with glowing crimson eyes, was constantly consuming the special aura drifting in the air. Just now, the 20 clusters of vitality that were killed by the powerful figure were instantly devoured by this 1,000-meter-tall top-tier monster. 20 clusters, and there are still 30 clusters. Next, who should be targeted? The powerful figure didn't even glance at the stains and the skeletal remains of the melted flesh on the ground. As if nothing had happened, they left the training room with light footsteps. In the Eastern world, in the Dragon Country Federation, in the capital city, within the office of the powerful figure, people had gathered. The powerful figure and others exchanged opinions, but the constant flow of news and information from the outside world was giving this group a headache. Floods had erupted, large areas of the city were submerged, and countless people were trapped. One disaster after another was occurring, constantly reminding them that they needed to make decisions quickly. Otherwise, there would be even more dangers. Qing, what do you think we should do? Resolving this disaster is essential, but we must be cautious of the federal powers. I always feel they have ulterior motives, especially when. Qing was about to say something, when suddenly Anna furrowed her brow. She quickly opened a holographic projection, detecting an anomalous signal. As she spoke, she positioned the screen to the location of the anomaly and activated the surveillance. On the screen, at an intersection a kilometer away from the office, a massive teleportation vortex suddenly appeared. A monster with a green face and sharp teeth, engulfed in flames, stepped out from it. At this moment, the countdown showed 23 hours and 10 minutes. Chapter 113. Continuous countdown. Seeing the monster appearing on the screen, everyone's expressions changed. Especially Qing, Lu Ho, and Anna, who were particularly surprised. Qing recognized the monster immediately due to his memories from a past life. He knew this was a demon. Although it wasn't one of the true 72 demons, it was still a subordinate of the demon. Back then, Qing and the others had put in a tremendous effort to fight against such monsters. But now, could it be that the demon's plan has been set in motion ahead of time? Anna knew that this was because she herself was a super elder who graduated from Nanshan technology. She had long had a wealth of information regarding these matters, and she remembered them very well, so it was only natural for her to know. As for Lu Ho, she had previously been a participant in the demon's plan. How could she not be aware of these things? What is wrong with you three? Seeing their change, everyone else was also somewhat surprised. This is troublesome. These are the demon's forces. They are very powerful. Before Lu Ho could finish her sentence, Anna's expression changed again. She quickly controlled the holographic projection and opened a video window beside her. Not far from Phoenix City, Another almost identical monster appeared. Two of them. What on earth is happening? Wait, Yi Qing, could it be? Is this the demon's plan? Is it what you found out in the game world? Yes. Yi Qing nodded. There was no need to hide this anymore. Moreover, based on some clues I've found, this matter is closely tied to certain entities. As soon as he finished speaking, a phone call came in. This call used special encryption technology, as if a hacker was controlling it to ensure it was connected. I am a top hacker, Mills. Our super boss has gone insane. He has killed the latest 20 players. And he himself may not be human. He is radiating bloodlight. It's the end for us. As the voice fell, the call instantly turned into a busy tone. Reflecting on the voice from the call, the expressions of the super bosses changed dramatically. What Yi Qing had said earlier, they thought he was targeting certain groups for some reason. But now, they had no choice but to believe him. Some of the people present were originally big shots from the cybersecurity department, and they naturally recognized the top hacker Mills. There was no way to fake that voice. So, the vaccine issue is a top priority. You all keep a close watch on it. Yang Chan, you and Chun Fan go protect the vaccine factory's safety. The remaining individuals dispersed, equipped with long-range communicators, and coordinated by Anna to search for any potential demon cults, using their abilities to delay as long as possible. As for dealing with the demon, leave that to me. Yi Qing wasted no time and instantly issued orders. Everyone moved out, including the small spider and the slow sheep, who quickly sprang into action. It's worth mentioning that once vaccine production was on track, there was no need for the slow sheep to keep watch. So they only needed to monitor the normal production line and raw materials. The remaining task was to ensure safety from the zombies near the venue. Yi Qing stepped outside and quickly made his way to the location of the demon. At that moment, the demon was leisurely gazing at this unfamiliar world, with a look of intoxication on its face. The delicious aroma. What a familiar place. Little insect, are you not going to run away? The demon watched Yi Qing approach, and a cunning smile appeared on its face. Yi Qing said nothing. Without a word, he stepped onto the green demon aircraft and instantly took to the skies. With a light push of his foot, boom, two massive shells were launched from the cannon, accurately striking the demon. Ha 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 ha, little insect, do you think that can hurt me? The demon laughed at Yi Qing, but just as it took a step forward, it found that its foot could not move. Its foot seemed to be stuck to the ground, and no matter how much strength it exerted, it couldn't break free. Skill, enchanted control of the shell. This skill could keep the opponent immobile on the ground for 1 minute. This was the latest combat type enchantment array Yi Qing had acquired, and it was time to use it. At that moment, the demon became furious. It opened its massive mouth, and a dense flame spewed out like a flamethrower towards Yi Qing. However, before it could shoot more than 10 meters, the monster suddenly noticed that under the flashing white light, hundreds of tanks and dozens of combat aircraft appeared on the ground. In an instant, it was stunned. While it was in a daze, the two types of fighter jets, enhanced sixfold by the enchantment array, suddenly fired their strongest shells. Boom, 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 boom. The explosive sounds echoed like mountains collapsing, resonating where the demon stood. Continuous explosions radiated mushroom clouds one after another, and the massive blasts even turned some nearby buildings' glass into nothingness. The emergence of shockwaves, the enormous mushroom clouds, combined with the power of the enchantment array. Within just 2 minutes, the area where the monster stood was completely reduced to ruins. Before long, the smoke cleared. The place where the demon had stood had transformed into a deep pit of several dozen meters. At the bottom of the pit, only a crystal shimmering with crimson light remained. As for the demon's body, it had long been blown away by the enchanted weapon. Yi Qing is not a fool. Although his current strength is not as powerful as it was at the end of his previous life, it is still impressive, especially since he can integrate with the real world. This enhances his power significantly. Moreover, with the insight he gained from his past life still intact, he is well aware that this demon's strength is not as formidable as it was during the final battle of his previous life. Therefore, he can easily defeat such an opponent. Of course, before using explosives, Yi Qing had already evacuated the nearby residents, so there would be no civilian casualties. Let's go. Take care of the next one. Yi Qing exhaled and glanced at Anna. She nodded, using the holographic projection to quickly locate the nearest demon. Soon, multiple green flying vehicles took to the skies. At the same time, tanks equipped with flight kits soared into the air, following closely behind Yi Qing. Along the way, Yi Qing not only eliminated over 10 demons, but also dealt with at least 100,000 flying zombies, collecting a lot of spoils. Just then, The countdown reached 10 hours and 01 minutes. Chapter 114. War begins. Chaos time flies. In this battle, Yi Qing, along with Anna and others, managed to defeat 20 demon gods. Within the borders of the nation, although there were numerous crises and casualties, large-scale massacres did not occur. This was partly because Yi Qing had gained sufficient foundation in the national fortune game, especially with the enhancement of national luck, which provided many warriors in the real world with considerable buffs. Even ordinary citizens, at this moment, were stronger than they were half a month ago. During the rampant monster invasion, although the common people were somewhat panicked, they were not terrified to the point of losing control. Essentially, they were determined. Wielding their hoes, ready to fight. Countdown, 5 hours 00 minutes. At this moment, Yi Qing and Anna were sitting on the rooftop of a building, gazing at the pitch-black night sky, their expressions somewhat serious. Brother, do you feel that this divine and demonic incident is a bit off? It is indeed off. Many situations are different from what was announced. After a pause, Yi Qing continued, my data panel has changed. Yes, this was what Yi Qing had just discovered. His data panel had undergone a strange transformation. First, all previous levels had disappeared. Instead, a brand new data certification appeared, S level. Name, Yi Qing. Gender, male. Level, S level, potential unknown. Abilities, devour, control. Skills, flight ability, 100 SS level research and development capability. Friends, Anna, Slow Sheep, Tony Stark, Spider-Man, etc. Faction, Dragon Nation Federation. Indeed, this new data structure was exceptionally simple. The new data panel eliminated the numerical representation of levels and instead displayed S level, with hints indicating that there were higher levels above S level. However, the National Fortune game has always been very rigorous. Even though there were still 5 hours until it merged with reality, such a bizarre situation shouldn't occur, right? There must be some problem with the National Fortune game. Listening to Yi Qing's account, Anna also felt somewhat confused. However, soon her expression shifted slightly. Brother, I sense the existence of something. What is it? Nanchang Institute of Technology. What I mean is, this institute has never appeared in the National Fortune game before. It is more like a hidden dungeon. According to what you understand, our institute is essentially a lottery pool. As long as there is a lottery, we in the institute can step out of the dungeon and come to your side. Upon hearing this, Yi Qing was momentarily taken aback. He understood. So you mean, after this merge is completed, Nanchang Institute of Technology might appear in the real world? It's likely. Rumbling. Just as Yi Qing and Anna were communicating, they noticed cracks spreading across the ground in the distance. In no time, accompanied by a thunderous sound, a building suddenly collapsed. In an instant, a gigantic snail-like monster, towering 50 meters high, emerged. Monster introduction, Demon God, Snail Monster. Monster level, S-Class Peak. Monster attributes, emits corrosive slime and moves at incredible speed. Can go berserk when close to death. Enough chatting, notify Qin Fan and have him look for an opportunity to strike from the shadows. Let's go? Yi Qing wasted no time. Fortunately, when the demon god began to appear in large numbers, he had already arranged for personnel to be evacuated, ensuring that there was currently no one in the tall buildings. The losses would naturally be minimal. With a wave of his hand, a technological longsword appeared, and as his feet touched the ground, he shot towards the snail monster like an arrow. Got it. Anna quickly communicated with Qin Fan. At the same time, he took out a deck of playing cards, a strange smile appearing on his face. In the center of Kyoto, at the temporary command center, a serious-looking figure stood beside a powerful leader. The zombie vaccine had begun to radiate towards surrounding cities. But there was a problem. It would be very difficult to spread to other cities in a short time. Currently, there were no teleportation skills available, so they would need to use a high-speed spaceship, but the pilot must have excellent physical conditioning. Otherwise, they wouldn't withstand the high-frequency flight vibrations. Upon hearing this, the powerful leader nodded heavily. He understood the implication. They needed to use an aircraft to quickly transport the vaccine to other cities to swiftly curb the zombie mutations. Otherwise, if they waited any longer, the mutations could accelerate, leading to even more problems. Just as the powerful leader was about to speak, a bald man stepped forward. He grinned and saluted. I'm one of the 20 players, codenamed Bald Lone Wolf. Let me go. I was a pilot before entering the game and have gained considerable benefits and abilities since then. In this state, I'm the most suitable for the task. Leaders, Mr. Slow Sheep, let us skip the sentimental games. The priority is to solve the problem quickly. All right. The powerful leader and Slow Sheep exchanged glances and nodded. Indeed, it was not the time to waste. Slow Sheep waved his hand, and in an instant, a massive aircraft, 300 meters long, appeared. Its streamlined body and silver design looked like something straight out of a sci-fi world. Load the supplies. It's up to you. First stop, Phoenix City. Okay, leader. You all coordinate with Phoenix City and confirm the landing location. I will follow your orders at any time. As the sound fell, the lone wolf directly started the aircraft. And amidst the crowd's gaze, it shone brightly and soared into the sky. At the same time, a powerful figure put down the satellite phone in his hand. I've already communicated with them. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold wind swept in, and a monster, human-sized and exuding a strong smell of blood, with a gaping maw, ambushed from behind. Whoosh! The slow-moving character casually took out an electric mosquito bat, and with a swing, unleashed a scene of instant incineration with a voltage of 100,000 volts. The powerful figure's expression changed instantly at this sight. What on earth does this character have? Before he could ponder further, the sky was filled with swarms of flying creatures and large crows, each about a meter in size, enveloping the entire void. The atmosphere was oppressive and terrifying. This bizarre emotion made the powerful figure instantly shut his mouth. But in the next moment, out came a character casually strolling in from somewhere, who rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a tennis ball launcher. Don't worry. I have plenty of treasures with me and the slow one, he said, taking a bite of a snack before firmly pressing the launch button. In an instant, fiery tennis balls shot out like cannonballs, instantly meeting the swarm of monsters in the air. Chapter 115. Reinforcements arrived, accelerating the attack on the city. In the temporary command center in the city center, the mayor of the city gazed at the sky, watching the flying beasts resembling dark clouds, her expression grave. Everyone, she said, I won't say much. We've just received the latest news that a certain capital has sent people with high-speed spacecraft to provide us with vaccines. So, we just need to hold on until they arrive. During this period, due to the influence of the national fortune game, the overall strength of our entire nation has increased. Therefore, no matter what, we must hold on until the reinforcements arrive. With her voice fading, the mayor, dressed in a tight suit, was the first to rush out of the command center, holding a laser pistol in her left hand and a technological energy sword in her right. Leading by example, she charged into the horde of zombies. Swish, bang, crackle. The cold sword light, like a series of sharp blades, took down one silhouette with each swing. The pistol fired, bullets striking the sky with precision, each gunshot capable of bringing down a beast. In an instant, the air was filled with the scent of blood. Seeing the mayor's swift actions, the others did not hesitate and joined the battlefield. Suddenly, the air was filled with shouts and the sounds of battle. On the streets, zombies were densely packed. The transmission speed of this zombie virus was extremely fast. Many people had not even encountered a zombie before their skin turned gray and they transformed into blood-red-eyed creatures due to a series of abnormal movements. The number of those who could escape was less than 1/3 of the entire city. Under the command of the military and leaders, these individuals were now rapidly entering various underground facilities in batches, subway stations, air raid shelters, basements, all to prevent further infection from the zombies. Charge. Kill these monsters. There are too many of them. I'm so tired. But I can't fall. There are so many ordinary people behind me. These mutated individuals still need to wait for the vaccine to save them. Everyone, be careful. Do not injure vital areas. Just make the zombies lose their ability to move. When the vaccine arrives, they can recover. Brothers, follow me. Near an evacuation point at an underground entrance, a group of figures, reeking of blood, breathed heavily. Yet they did not complain. Instead, they trembled as they gripped their weapons, continuously firing top-tier tranquilizer bullets. Thanks to recent developments, the tranquilizer rounds produced were concentrated. One bullet was equivalent to 100 regular rounds. Therefore, these individuals only needed to carry a few hundred bullets, allowing them to hold out for at least over an hour. Bro, hurry inside. Do you see? Those zombies are getting closer. Don't let our fighters' efforts go to waste. The security guard, tasked with maintaining order during the retreat, noticed a young man stop in his tracks and quickly urged him to move on. But in the next moment, the young man turned around. He looked at the guard and smiled broadly. Big brother guard, you're all here to maintain order while the fighters are desperately fighting for our survival. I can't just hide underground and struggle alone. As he spoke, he began to run towards the horde of zombies. Faster and faster. Along the way, he picked up a handgun. Bang! A shot rang out, startling the guard. At the same time, it shocked countless ordinary people who had halted their steps. Good job, brother. I'm coming. Yes, I'm here too. Warriors, take a break. We'll carry the load. We can't let you suffer for nothing. Exactly. We are part of Phoenix City, and now it's our turn to protect you. Voices echoed, accompanied by a dense barrage of gunfire. Under the oppressive sky, an immense power surged forth. In the command center, Phoenix's face was smeared with mud. She retreated to the command post, her expression somber. Where are these monsters coming from? They just keep coming. She glanced at her arm, where 3 wounds were slightly warm and reddened. It was a reaction to poisoning. Who knows? But at this rate, the command post will soon be overwhelmed. The deputy mayor looked at Phoenix, a grave expression on his face. Phoenix, you need to retreat. Let me hold the line here. No need. Phoenix pressed her hand on his shoulder. I'm already injured, and you need to wait for the medicine to arrive. So you can't afford to lose anyone else. Before I lose consciousness, let me. Just as she was about to say something, a transparent wave of energy surged through the air. In the shocked eyes of everyone in the command post, wherever the wave passed, zombies, flying crows, and other beasts all fell without exception. What is happening? Everyone gasped in surprise. It's not what is happening. It's me coming to support you. A lone wolf appeared from behind and directly injected Phoenix with a vaccine. This is a vaccine. It can be distributed. Thankfully, I made it here in 10 minutes with the rapid ship, but I didn't expect things to be this serious. The lone wolf said, pulling out some supplies and distributing them to nearby people. Just then, as the lone wolf was about to say something, he noticed Phoenix and paused for a moment. Because right after receiving the vaccine, Phoenix's eyes sparkled, and a flame flickered into existence in her hand. Superpower. Fire elemental power. The vaccine, combined with the zombie virus she was infected with, actually allowed her to evolve a superpower. This is great. Let us see your fire abilities in action. Let us go. The lone wolf chuckled, waving his hand to summon a swana. He blew into it. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Countless terrifying transparent sound waves re-emerged. And under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the sound waves, just like before, caused numerous beasts to collapse instantly. Reinforcements have arrived. Let's go. The phoenix glanced gratefully at the lone wolf, and with a wave of her hand driven by thought, a flame half a meter long appeared. With a command, the counterattack officially began. In a certain capital, boom, 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 the massive snail monster's tentacles twisted and beams of light shot out like lasers, striking the ground like shells, turning the entire surface into a patchwork of craters. Without hesitation, Qing summoned a gigantic nuclear power plant, which fell like a mountain, crashing down fiercely. At the same time, currents surged upward, and the terrifying high voltage instantly turned the entire snail monster's body charred black. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. The sharply decreasing health points appeared at that moment. This made Qing slightly stunned. The merging of worlds intensified. The game's attribute and data panels began to manifest in the real world. With the data panel, it became easier to handle. Qing chuckled. Accelerate the attack. Chapter 116. 2 nuclear power stations. Astonished boom. A dull sound echoed. In the dark, 2 fiery red projectiles spun and accurately struck the eyes of the snail monster. In an instant, a golden barrier appeared, trembling and surprisingly blocking the 2 bullets. This monster's eyes seemed to come with a protective shield. Many people's expressions changed drastically. How do we fight this? The difficulty for the leader became more pronounced, and even Chen Fan couldn't land a sneak attack. Things were getting troublesome. Not necessarily. Look at the leader's face. He remains so calm. I feel he must have a way to defeat this monster. What we need to do now is to watch this battle closely and not add any trouble for the leader. At this moment, in a temporary underground city, someone transmitted the battle video. When everyone saw the holographic projection, they couldn't help but be astonished. A 50-meter giant monster. Although they had seen such terrifying creatures in the live broadcasts of the National Fortune game, seeing one appear in the real world was still shocking. After all, they also understood that the integration of the real world and the game world was about to begin, and many worries had already surfaced in their minds. Some even wondered if the monsters in the real world would be more terrifying and powerful than those in the National Fortune game. Look, just as everyone was lost in thought, they saw Anna like a flash of lightning, suddenly appearing in the void. She stood on a flying skateboard, her hands waving, and countless playing cards rained down from the sky, landing precisely on the monster's body. Then boom, boom, boom. Various explosions echoed, each blast creating a 10-meter-high mushroom cloud. In the blink of an eye, countless mushroom clouds enveloped the entire monster. Flames soared, and smoke filled the air. At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. Did it succeed? Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. Minus 10,000. 30,000. Another 30,000 health points dropped. But the leader didn't show a smile. Instead, he waved his hand and brought the nearby nuclear power station down. Then, amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, he snapped his fingers. Boom. A rumbling sound emerged. Under everyone's gaze, currents of electricity, under the leader's control, condensed into a giant chain of electricity, 100 meters long, binding the flames. When the explosions ended and the flames disappeared, everyone was shocked to see that the enormous snail monster was tightly bound by this chain. Roar! The deafening roar made many instinctively cover their ears. Even hundreds or thousands of meters away, that terrifying sound wave still harmed ordinary people. Amid the tragic cries, the creature endured the bombardment of electric currents. And to everyone's astonishment, it began to shake its body. It wanted to break free from this energy. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, 3 loud sounds echoed. It was Chun Fan in the distance, using 3 sniper rifles to launch 6 attacks. Each one struck precisely at the creature's eye. With the explosion, everyone was delighted to see that the creature's eye had shattered. The golden shield separating the eye from the air also completely broke apart. Great. Now the leader Yi Qing could attack. Indeed. But it's truly impressive. By the way, do you know what is going on with the leader Yi Qing? He actually managed to control the electricity from a nuclear power plant into lightning chains. This is something straight out of a novel. Exactly. Speaking of which, when we were watching the National Fortune game live stream, we never figured out what the leader Yi Qing's special ability was. Could it be that his ability is to control lightning? If you ask me, who should I ask? I don't know. Let us not be complacent and keep watching. We can only talk about what happens next after the leader Yi Qing kills this creature. Right. With some reminders from others, everyone shifted their focus back to the live stream. At the same time, a smile appeared at the corner of Yi Qing's mouth. In his view, the creature's health bar had only a little over 30,000 left. Of course, he knew very well that if he didn't kill it in time, when its health dropped to 1,000 points, this guy would definitely go berserk. Therefore, Yi Qing looked at Anna. Use a medium explosive shell. Got it. As Anna responded, Yi Qing waved his hand. Suddenly, to everyone's shock, another nuclear power plant appeared in the air. What is going on? Why does the leader Yi Qing have another nuclear power plant? This is unscientific. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. They had always known that Yi Qing had a nuclear power plant, but the appearance of another brand new one left countless people bewildered. This was something they had never imagined. But before they could fully process it, Yi Qing instantly brought this nuclear power plant down to the ground. Then, another massive thunderous light sphere, over 100 meters in diameter, emerged. At the same time, a pair of ace cards appeared in Anna's hand. Then, the light sphere and the ace cards fell heavily onto the creature's body at the same time. Boom! In an instant, a louder explosion echoed across the skies of the entire city. A gigantic mushroom cloud, towering over 100 meters, rose continuously. The terrifying shockwave radiated in all directions, shattering countless windows. Some low buildings were even reduced to dust. This scene left everyone watching the live broadcast stunned. Is this the true strength of the great Yi Qing? And Miss Anna, with 2 trump cards, actually possesses such terrifying power? Who has the same playing cards for sale? I want to get them. I'm so excited. This is incredible. I've never seen anything so extraordinary. But wait, have you forgotten what Anna's role is in the game world? Still wanting her bomb cards? I advise you to be a bit self-aware. But honestly, I want them too. At this moment, everyone understood that under such terrifying power, the snail monster had no chance of survival. And indeed, that was the case. When the dust settled, a massive 100-meter deep pit appeared on the ground. Yi Qing leaped down and arrived at the bottom of the pit. Inside, a blue treasure chest was floating. When Yi Qing's hand touched the chest, a pleasant prompt sound instantly refreshed. Congratulations. You have obtained an SS-level treasure chest. Congratulations. Your personal strength 1. Chapter 117 Countdown. Less than 1 hour Western world. In a certain abandoned house, the eyes of the figure in black were filled with anger. One could imagine the fury on his face beneath the mask. Damn it, is that country really this powerful? Just a few days of national fortune games. And their resistance has changed so drastically. Don't panic. Hearing the words of the figure in black, a woman with long purple hair slowly approached. She smiled and said, "The ones we have currently dispatched to that country are merely the lowest level entities. Higher level ones will set off in half an hour. Even if they have 2 nuclear power plants, it's impossible for them to eliminate a higher level entity. Let's hope so. We cannot afford any more mistakes on our side. An asteroid is about to strike the blue planet, and we must ensure that our leader can descend safely after the impact. Rest assured, we have a comprehensive plan in place." That's good. After their conversation, the 2 figures slowly vanished from the ruins. Moments later, in the ruins, energy surged. Cracks began to appear. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the entire ruin split open, revealing a massive pit that seemed bottomless. From it emerged a gigantic serpent, 20 meters wide and over 100 meters long. It flicked its tongue, its eyes glowing red, and soon its entire body shot up into the sky, disappearing into the void. Another 10 minutes passed. From the enormous pit, a colorful giant scorpion crawled out. A gentle breeze stirred up clouds of dust. This giant scorpion vanished into the haze. After that, every 10 minutes, a massive mutated creature would emerge from the deep pit. Some were 50 meters, others 100 meters long. The most terrifying creature was over 1,000 meters in size. It was truly frightening. In the Ninja Federation. At this moment, the supreme leader of the Ninja Federation sat in a temporary command center, his face pale. Report. The number of zombies has surged to 100,000. Report. The number of zombies has surged to 1 million. Report. The number of zombies has surged to 10 million. Report. There are signs of zombies in all cities nationwide. The zombie virus has fully erupted. We have no weapons to deal with zombies and can only use conventional weapons and abilities to kill them. Leader, what should we do? Hearing the stream of reports from the intelligence department, the supreme leader's face grew even paler. This sudden change was completely unforeseen. Didn't we have secret contacts with that country? We need to expedite communication, no matter the cost. Even if it means becoming a subordinate to that country. We will do it. Use all our sincerity to seek support from them. You are asking for 90 of our resources, 90 of our tax revenue, and 90 of all supplies to be entirely transferred to the Dragon Nation. The contract duration is permanent. Bang. A contract was placed on the table by a prominent figure from our nation. This statement caused everyone's expression to change. Such a huge price. It can be said that it is almost handing over the entire nation. However, they currently have no way out. The Dragon Nation has already demonstrated its advantages, and, through various channels of information, they are well aware that the number of zombies within their territory is rapidly decreasing. It is certain that it won't be long before order is restored in the Dragon Nation. In this state, even if an asteroid continues to strike the planet, the Dragon Nation would still have the strength to fight back. Conversely, without the support of the Dragon Nation, our nation only has one outcome ahead: annihilation. At this moment, a woman slowly stepped forward. Her name was Xiaoye Jinxiang, currently the most powerful player participating in the national games. My abilities are sufficient to support a short-term journey to the Dragon Federation to negotiate, she stated. After her words, she quickly left with the contract already signed by the prominent figure. Time was of the essence. The current situation was dire, and they could not afford to waste a single moment. Everyone's faces were grim, and as time passed, the data reports became increasingly bleak. All they could do was wait for good news from Xiaoye Jinxiang. In the temporary underground city of the Federation, dark clouds loomed, threatening to destroy the city. This was a line from an ancient poem of the Dragon Federation. Now, looking through the surveillance at the outside situation, this line felt too fitting. However, we still had no solution. No, there is still hope. The officials just announced that our Federation's ability users have already gone to the Dragon Nation to request reinforcements. Yes, if the Dragon Nation truly comes to our aid, we will treat them as our most esteemed guests. I can be a servant to the Dragon Nation. Work like a beast. Hey, you fools, if the Dragon Nation comes to help, won't you just be their lackeys? How can you stand tall again? Get lost. You warmonger. What time is it now? If you want to die, don't drag us down with you. Brothers, beat this fool to death. At this time, he still talks like this, just wants to drag everyone down with him. Kill him. Kill him. Such scenes were happening repeatedly in multiple temporary underground cities. But clearly, when faced with the choice of life and death, 99 of the people were considering their own safety. Only that 0. 1 were posturing. still trying to sway the situation. But soon, they were drowned out by the voices of those with a strong desire to survive, no longer daring to make a sound. In the Dragon Nation, Kyoto, report. The number of zombies is gradually decreasing. Report. Radiating to every city across the nation. The new flight routes have been fully planned, and the aircraft are completely prepared, transporting vaccine resources in all directions. The factories are operating at full capacity. With 100 vaccine manufacturing facilities already established and more under construction, achieving a daily output of 100 million doses. We expect to add 2,000 more facilities today, aiming to ensure that every citizen is covered within 2 days. Data is being alleviated, and the latest developed weapons are being distributed. Codename, Dawn Plan, officially launched. Colleagues, I wish you victory. News is continuously refreshing across every channel. Qing stands next to the influential figure, a smile appearing on her face. After more than half a day, the situation has turned around. This is already a positive sign. Next, it's a race against time. At this moment, Qing glanced at the data panel. Countdown. 55 minutes and 31 seconds. Chapter 118. Lone Wolf. Unwavering, there is less than an hour left on the countdown. This means that in 1 hour, the asteroid will collide with our planet. What should we do next? I'm so scared. I don't want to die. Can anyone save me? In the Dragon Nation, within the city of Shangue, in the underground city, many people are starting to lose their composure. As the countdown draws nearer, anxiety is spreading among the crowd. After all, in such a situation, it's natural for anyone to feel disoriented, right? Everyone, please calm down. You have all seen the changes in the zombies today. Our young hero from the Dragon Nation, Qing. He took half a day to solve the zombie problem, and currently, the number of zombies within our Federation is decreasing rapidly. Soon, the zombies will be cleared out, and at that time, we will stand on the surface again. Although the asteroid is indeed about to strike our planet, to be honest, I share the same feelings as all of you. We are all anxious, fearing that we will die instantly when the asteroid hits. But can fear fill our bellies? A man who looks like an officer stepped into the center of the crowd. He looked at the panicked eyes around him and took a deep breath. To be honest, our lives were saved by Qing. He hasn't shown any panic until now. So why are we here in a state of chaos? Right now, we need to trust our superiors. Trust Qing. He will definitely have a solution. I am here, waiting with you all for the latest orders. Great. Well said, boss. I'm waiting here too. We want to die? That's right. A fortune teller once said I would have 10 sons and 20 daughters, and that I could earn 10 million. What the heck? Are you an animal? Can your wife handle that? As some people spoke, the conversation suddenly took a strange turn. Clearly, with the officer as a role model, many people's panic was gradually returning to normal. In fact, the officer understood well that these people were just scared by the current crisis, which filled them with fear. What they needed now was to suppress that fear to bring them hope. Although he himself was scared, someone had to stand up. As a soldier, he had to do this. Similar situations were occurring in cities large and small across the Dragon Nation, but many knew this was just a temporary measure. At present, no one knew whether Qing truly had a solution, especially since they didn't dare to reach out to him directly. They understood that Qing was currently dealing with various monsters, mutated beasts, and flying zombies, including the various figures he had manifested, all engaged in these tasks. If they transmitted this information to him out of fear, wouldn't it disrupt the pace at which the leader resolves issues? Therefore, they chose not to speak of it. I hope the leader truly has a solution. Otherwise, the outcome for people worldwide will be dire. Someone murmured to themselves, gazing at the video screen, and sighed. In the capital city, the leader sat in a temporary command center. He looked into the void, where small asteroids were visibly present, a serious expression appearing on his face. In the previous life, he never encountered such a situation. The plan of the 72 demons is real. However, it is unlikely that such a plan would encounter changes in such a short time, and even the national fortune game would not have such disruptions. Clearly, something far more terrifying must have occurred in this life to cause such a scenario. Nevertheless, he remembered clearly that in his previous life, he and several experts had devised a contingency plan for when an asteroid would truly impact the blue planet. Now, it was time to execute that plan. Old man, Stark, come here. As the leader spoke, he waved his hand, and a holographic projection panel appeared. This is a blueprint for a new type of defensive watch. I need you to digest it in 10 minutes. Spider, Flash, this is the factory blueprint. You are powerful, and during the game, didn't you develop an ability vaccine? Now, Within 20 minutes, we need to accomplish 2 tasks. First, complete the factory construction on the blueprint at all costs. Second, led by Old Man and Stark, produce the watches from the blueprint. Once we have the samples, the production speed will accelerate exponentially. Therefore, I need you to aim to produce watches capable of covering 10 million people within 20 minutes. These 10 million watches will be enough to radiate across the entire nation, creating a strong defense perimeter. My nuclear power station will also provide stable energy for these watches. The ability vaccine needs to be mass-produced and administered to as many people as possible to activate their abilities. This is a race against time. Now, Project Dawn is officially launched. Okay, without any hesitation, everyone began to work frantically. Tony Stark immediately armed himself with the Iron Man suit. An Old Man was not to be underestimated, having already donned a real exoskeleton system. Soon, everyone was immersed in intense work. Countdown, 51 minutes. Watching the time, the heart of the super leader began to race. He looked at the leader and said solemnly, "You don't have to push yourself too hard. If it really doesn't work, then let us take the whole world down with us." Our Skynet plan has been continuously improved and upgraded since the start of the National Fortune game. And now we definitely have the capability to cause a global explosion. Hearing this, the leader grasped the super leader's hand. He smiled and shook his head. "There's no need. These watches are enough. Just wait a moment. It won't take long, and I will surprise you." All right. At this moment, the lone wolf returned on a high-speed spacecraft. But he appeared a bit weary. Nevertheless, he forced himself to be alert and approached Qing. The mission was completed. All vaccines had been delivered to 20 cities, including Shungue City and Phoenix City. The new equipment and weapons had also arrived. Good. Qing nodded and tossed a potion to him. "Recover your spirits and stamina. Although I really want you to rest, the situation is severe now. It's very likely that your rest will be postponed." Hearing this, the lone wolf rubbed his bald head and grinned. He looked at Qing and saluted. Without hesitation, Anna watched Qing continuously issuing orders and nodded inwardly. He had indeed been too tired lately. He bore responsibilities that someone his age should not have to shoulder. Just as she was contemplating, a familiar feeling suddenly arose. This made her think of a possibility. Chapter 119, Nanxiang Technology Institute. Not just teaching excavators just now, she had shared a feeling with Qing that with the integration of the game world and the real world, Nanxiang Technology Institute would also appear in reality. It was clear that this familiar sensation indicated that the Nanxiang Technology Institute had officially manifested in the real world. Moreover, based on the coordinates, she knew very well that this feeling was right in the capital. "Qing, brother." She rushed to Qing's side, a hint of surprise on her face. "Brother, we are saved. The Nanxiang Technology Institute has appeared." The Nanxiang Technology Institute. Upon hearing this, Qing was about to respond, but the expression of the nearby influential figure turned dark. "Isn't this just a school for operating excavators? What kind of people could possibly come from there?" However, the influential figure quickly fell silent. At that moment, a flash of light appeared. 10 flying swords descended from the sky. Amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, 10 figures leaped down from the flying swords, landing beside Anna. Students of the Shushan discipline. Greeting the teacher. Shushan discipline. What the heck? The Nanxiang Technology Institute actually has a Shushan branch. Nanxiang Institute Shushan branch. Stand up. Let me introduce you. This is my brother. I believe you all understand the situation now. From now on, the entire school will follow my brother's orders to resolve this disaster. Good. The man in white at the forefront nodded, took out a walkie-talkie, and said directly, "All teachers, professors, and heads of departments at Nanxiang Technology Institute. Hey, you over there, stop what you're doing. Hurry up and clean up. Listen to Professor Anna's orders and head to the temporary command center in the capital. Coordinates have been sent. Follow my brother Anna's orders to resolve the disaster." Understood. The command echoed, and in the next moment, amidst the astonished gazes of countless people, various neon lights flickered in the dark night sky. Soon, everyone saw spaceships, flying swords, claw machines, inflatable dolls. A variety of flying vehicles continuously swept in, landing steadily near the temporary command center. This scene left the military leaders and everyone else dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. But soon, the influential figures realized that the Nanxiang Technology Institute mentioned was not the real-world institution, but the one from the game world. Now, this technology institute had emerged from the game world into reality. Seeing this, Qing was also slightly surprised. Yes, he knew that the Nanxiang Technology Institute would descend, but he never expected the scene to be so explosive. It was dozens of times more impressive than when he built 2 nuclear power plants. Looking at the nearby factory and laboratory under construction, there were 2 project leaders there. Here are the construction blueprints. Send out 100 people to assist in completing the construction. 5 minutes. Understood. A person nodded, and with a casual wave, 100 individuals flew in from thin air, rushing towards the base without any tools. In an instant, Qing pulled out another blueprint. This was the blueprint for the superpower vaccine. Similarly, there were responsible individuals conducting research, dispatching 100 scientists to enhance, improve, and upgrade the vaccine. Orders were given. The top research expert from the Technology Institute shook a pen, and in a split second, led 100 people soaring into the sky. This was a defense technology watch that could emit a powerful shockwave defense shield, capable of enveloping the entire Federation. The quantity needed was at least 10 million, and 1,000 people were dispatched for mass production. Orders were given. A person dressed like a contractor nodded, and in an instant, gathered 1,000 individuals to support the construction. Before long, commands were issued one after another, and everyone began working in an orderly manner. This scene left the superiors in shock, especially when they saw that the leading scientist, an old professor, was actually just a pen. They were completely baffled. What on earth? Were they crazy, or were the people from the Technology Institute crazy? This scene was somewhat bizarre. They found it hard to accept. But Qing understood a bit. He was well aware that the foundation of the Technology Institute was absolutely beyond his imagination. So it was not surprising to see such characters. What was most important right now was to operate well, strategize properly, and make the most of these 50 minutes. Otherwise, when the asteroid truly descended upon the planet, it would be the greatest disaster for the entire Federation. However, at this moment, an officer rushed in, panting heavily. Qing, Super Superior, the representative from the Ninja Federation, Koike Misaka, is here. She brings a contract and wants to negotiate with us. Oh, hearing this, Qing was taken aback. He then looked at the superiors. It's your call. This is the era of the youth. Upon hearing this, Qing, not one to be polite, nodded. Is the contract here? It is, the officer replied, handing the contract to Qing. When he saw the contents of the contract, a smile appeared on his face. Courageous. Raising a dog isn't out of the question. Anna, do you have anyone who can do directional teleportation? Set up a few individuals for the negotiation and teleport them over. Yes. Upon hearing this, Qing smiled. He conveyed this information to Anna. Immediately, Anna took charge, arranging for students from the teleportation department to begin preparations. At this moment, in the temporary command center of the Ninja Federation, the superiors were anxious. Koike Misaka, I hope nothing goes wrong. Otherwise, our Ninja Federation can't afford any greater losses. Sir, the number of zombies is increasing. The current zombie count has surpassed 80 million. Our human numbers are dwindling. Others also wore anxious expressions, especially as the intelligence reports from the intelligence team grew increasingly dire. This was undoubtedly bad news for everyone. If the number of zombies were to exceed 100 million, it would spell catastrophic disaster for them. We have received your request for assistance. Now, following the orders of the esteemed leader, Qing, I am prepared to transport you to the capital of a certain country. Do you agree? Suddenly, a voice resonated through the void, leaving the superiors of the ninja nation momentarily stunned, then filled with joy. This was good news. However, to guard against a potential trap, he deliberately had a certain individual send him a message and video. The next moment, after confirming the authenticity of the information, he immediately agreed without hesitation. In an instant, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a flash of light occurred, and the superiors, along with military leaders, vanished from their spot. In the blink of an eye, when they opened their eyes again, the leader of the ninja nation was left in shock. They had truly arrived in the capital of a certain country. Chapter 120 Countdown. 1 minute. In this moment, a global uproar ensued. No one expected that the zombie virus from the eastern country was truly under control. Is Qing's vaccine really that effective? If so, I have a bold idea. Shut that idea down before it grows. The authorities haven't even issued a policy yet. What good is your speculation? Moreover, zombies surround us from all directions. How could we possibly reach the eastern country? Don't think too much about it. The urgent task is to find any weapons for self-defense. Sigh. News came in one after another. Many people were shocked and terrified on the death forum. Yes, This death forum was established under the leadership of the Eastern country, so there were no signs of lag or collapse, even in the apocalypse. This proves that the Eastern country, under the relentless effort of its infrastructure development, has demonstrated the quality it should possess. However, we can no longer contact the higher-ups. Yes, all I want now is for someone to come save us. These zombies are terrifying. The streets are flowing with blood, and even the nearby river is completely crimson. This is simply a hell on earth. I don't want to see this content. Some people went mad, their fear overwhelming every part of their minds. He lost his sanity. Similar situations were rampant. Many people across various federations experienced severe emotional fluctuations. In particular, countless individuals captured the massive asteroid in the sky with their cameras. The terrifying sight and the pressure like a mountain made many feel breathless. Things are much better than we imagined. At this moment, within a cave in the Federation, a prominent figure, or rather, possessed by a demon, revealed a smile. "This is our plan, isn't it?" He looked at the blonde woman beside him and chuckled. "Now we just need the final opportunity. The demon beast has already headed to the Eastern country, and soon we will receive good news from there. Even if Qing has 2 nuclear power plants, they cannot compete with the demon beast. While waiting, we must construct the summoning array to bring all the remaining brothers and sisters here. The moment the asteroid descends upon this world will become ours. Don't rush." The woman listened to his plan without laughing. She solemnly patted the man's shoulder. "Number 1 demon, you must remember, 1,000 years ago, it was your arrogance that led to your ceiling. We cannot afford any mistakes like we did 1,000 years ago. We must not let our guard down now." Upon hearing this, the first demon god nodded and retracted his smile. Indeed, the second demon god was right. This was not the time for a celebration. However, just as they were communicating, a red magic circle suddenly appeared in the void. This scene startled both of them because it was an emergency rescue signal. This was a rapidly drawn magic array, akin to a flare, capable of transmitting information at lightning speed. And this time, the message was that all the demon beasts they had stationed in the Dragon Federation had been completely annihilated. How could this happen? At that moment, the two were dumbfounded. The demon beasts were powerful creatures they had nurtured through various means. Even S-Class, and possibly even SS-Class, might not be able to withstand their attacks. The demon beasts were not just capable of magical attacks. They were equipped with modern operations and contained numerous artillery launch ports within them. Logically, with both magical and physical attacks combined, they should have been able to deal with the Dragon Federation, right? But this time, activate the monitoring array. Let's see what exactly happened. The first demon god's voice was solemn. Fortunately, he had heeded the second demon god's advice and had not arrogantly initiated a celebration. Otherwise, the slap in the face would have been too painful. Soon, when the monitoring array was constructed, the two could finally see what occurred. As the giant scorpion monster entered the capital, it barely revealed itself before being completely enveloped by a deluge of playing cards. In no time, a dazzling light flashed, followed by a deafening explosion that echoed throughout. In just one round, the giant scorpion hadn't even had the chance to screech before it was sent to the underworld. When the smoke cleared and the haze dissipated, the two were shocked to discover a girl in a red dress standing proudly in the void, her face adorned with a relaxed smile. In her hand, she held a box of playing cards. It was Anna, one of the professors from Nanxiang Technology Institute. I almost forgot. There are people from Nanxiang Technology Institute around Qing. However, before he could finish his sentence, the scene in the monitoring array shifted, revealing a giant serpent. Just as the giant serpent opened its mouth, a dark object was forcefully shoved into its mouth by an unknown power. Then, countless threads appeared, binding the giant serpent's mouth shut, leaving it no choice but to swallow the dark object. However, 3 seconds later, there was another explosion. Accompanied by a storm of blue lightning, the serpent was reduced to dust. This scene left the two in stunned silence. When did the combat power of the Dragon Federation become so strong? What kind of power was this? As the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th scenes appeared, every monster and every demon beast was obliterated by an unknown force. The blood mist rose, completely leaving no space for the demon beast to survive. Damn, could it be that everyone from the Technology Academy has arrived? The fusion of the game world and the real world shouldn't have such a significant impact, right? We must not let our guard down. Now is not the time to be anxious. The second demon looked at the first demon's face, clenching his fist seriously. There are still 10 minutes left. When those 10 minutes are up, and the asteroid truly collides with the blue planet, that will be our greatest opportunity. Therefore, no matter what happens, we must wait. It's almost time. The power of this asteroid is strong enough to shatter the entire blue planet into pieces. I have investigated, and based on the current global capabilities, there is no type of conventional weapon that can destroy the asteroid. So, I understand. The first demon took a deep breath. He looked at the sky, at the approaching asteroid. His hand waved, completing the final procedure of the summoning array. Immediately, the countdown has reached 1 minute. Chapter 121, Shield vs. Asteroid Time. Only 1 minute left. On the Death Forum, at this moment, the number of posts has increased 100-fold compared to 10 minutes ago. The screen is filled with the latest posts. Yes, perhaps this is our last minute to live. I really regret now why I followed those keyboard warriors to criticize Qing. Look at him, how hard he is working. He has rejuvenated the entire nation. Yes, I regret it now. I even said before that Qing is from a certain universe nation. Universe nation? Haven't they become too afraid to speak out now? I haven't seen anyone from that nation in a long time. Right. By the way, what about the Ninja Nation? It's been a long time since we heard anything from them as well. Never mind that. Now the two places making the most noise are one federation and another nation. I feel that the Federation is the origin of the so-called 72 Demon God Project. Many people are risking their lives to upload this information, and some have even captured images and videos of strange creatures originating from the Federation. Those damn executioners. After the asteroid strikes the blue planet, they will definitely be among the first to die. If such trash is going to accompany us in death, it's worth it. By the way, have you noticed? The number of zombies in the Federation is decreasing. I saw it. But what does it matter? Even if the zombies disappear, humanity is on the brink of extinction. Friendly reminder. There are 30 seconds left in the countdown. Does anyone have anything to say? What? So fast. Look at the sky. Mars is appearing. I feel an oppressive force making it hard to breathe. So big. Too big. So large. So thick. So long. This asteroid, Psi, not to mention anything else, but to witness such a magnificent scene before dying. I have no regrets. Everyone. We don't know what we will be reincarnated as in the next life. But if we have memories, see you then. See you then. Countdown, 20 seconds. As this prompt appeared, everyone involuntarily gazed into the void. Some could only watch through video in the underground city. In the void, a massive shadow that enveloped the entire blue planet emerged. The shadow flickered with flames, radiating scorching power. Gradually, this power transformed into ripples. The ground began to shake. The earth trembled. The ocean roared. At this moment, countless volcanoes erupted instantaneously. Wind, snow, thunder, and lightning. Different disasters swept across the entire blue planet. Everyone watched helplessly as the asteroid drew closer and closer. But the panic on many faces vanished in that moment. After all, there's nowhere to escape. And being more frantic won't help. So let us face it. Someone stood on the ground, looking up. They watched helplessly as the overwhelming pressure approached. Countdown, 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. Good luck to everyone. World announcement. The integration of the real world and the game world is complete. Teleportation skills activated. Global gamification achieved. World announcement. The global savior has been selected. Personnel. Qing. World announcement. The final disaster, the asteroid has arrived, officially commencing. Voices emerged one after another. At this moment, within the Federation, the greatest of the Dark Lords looked at the falling asteroid, a smile appearing on their face. The second Dark Lord, our plan, has begun. All right. As the voice descended, the two stood in the center of the summoning array, facing the endless disaster. Crack. Suddenly, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Under their gaze, a crack appeared in the void. The crack quickly transformed into a vortex. Gradually, a figure stepped out from the vortex. Dressed in a black suit like a vampire, with sharp teeth and crimson eyes, the sinister expression instilled fear. The third one, our plan, has begun. Brothers and sisters, are you all well? Hearing this, the vampire nodded. All good. They're all on the other side of the vortex. Look, the fourth one has come out. As his voice fell, one after another, figures slowly emerged from the vortex. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. In just a few seconds, all 72 Dark Lords had gathered. Come on, let us regain control of the entire blue planet. At the same time, when the countdown reached 0, everyone thought they were going to die. Countless people closed their eyes, waiting for the immense shockwave from the asteroid's impact on the blue planet. But in that instant, someone opened their eyes. Didn't he die? How is this possible? No, it can't be. They were somewhat incoherent, as they saw a scene they had never imagined. Everyone, open your eyes. We're not dead. We're not dead. Look, the asteroid is being held outside the atmosphere. We have a watch on our hands. Suddenly, a watch appeared. It's glowing. The light coalesced into a massive protective shield, keeping the asteroid at bay outside the atmosphere. What the heck? It's real. This is real. I have never seen such a situation. This watch is a creation of a certain prominent figure. Look, it has the mark of a certain country on it. But this person is in the capital of that country, and we are scattered around the world. How is it delivered here? Teleportation. There must be someone with teleportation abilities helping us. This prominent figure is amazing. So impressive. Wow. Unbelievable. 666,666. I don't even know what to say. We survived. Yes, we survived. Huge thanks to that prominent figure. Voices filled with joy echoed, their faces glowing with smiles and tears, all showcasing the emotion of surviving a disaster. They looked at the watch on their wrists, the light emanating from it igniting their will to survive even more. This situation was something no one had ever anticipated. In the distant sky, a massive asteroid was hurtling towards the atmosphere at an astonishing speed. But the sudden appearance of a protective shield resisted the impact of this celestial body, no matter how much force or propulsion it exerted. Under the protection of the light shield, it couldn't advance another inch. This scene not only stunned people globally, but also left Anna and others, like a certain genius inventor, in shock. Chapter 122 Global Trends. The savior for Anna. She remained skeptical about this plan proposed by her brother Yi Qing. Earlier, she had seen the blueprints in Yi Qing's hands, but to her, the watches depicted in those blueprints only served the purpose of creating enchanted watches to provide everyone with a protective shield. There was no way they could possess such immense power. In fact, she was proven wrong. Such a strong protective shield had actually resisted the pressure from an asteroid impact on Earth. How is this possible? We are saved. What on earth is this watch? Why does it have such great power? Is there any tech genius who can explain this? I am a tech enthusiast, and whenever I research something, I want to take it apart, but now, I truly dare not disassemble this watch. I'm afraid that if I take it apart, the power of the shield will weaken. What if that weakened part allows the asteroid to break through the barrier? Wouldn't I become the center of all humanity? Exactly. The professor has such great righteousness and deserves praise. Damn it, I have no words. Only 666 to offer to the great Yi Qing. On the death forum, posts that originally complained were instantly drowned out by a massive wave of cheering posts. In everyone's eyes, there was a glimmer of survival desire. This feeling is hope. Phoenix City. In the temporary command center, even the mayor of Phoenix had a watch on her wrist. She looked at the glow emanating from the watch, a smile appearing on her face. Yi Qing, you really are something. Although we are strangers, I acknowledge your abilities. And me, I said, little Phoenix, your acknowledgement is not enough. We are a whole. Once this matter is over, we will definitely report back to the capital, and at that time, we must treat Yi Qing to a big meal. Absolutely. At the same time, Baihu City. In the underground city. In an office within the underground city, a scar-faced man looked at the female secretary beside him and nodded. Cut off all covert collaborations with the federal government. Report all crimes. Boss, are you crazy? If all of this is revealed, we would be executed 50 times over. Have you lost your mind? The female secretary was shocked. Why? Why did the boss suddenly change his mind and no longer want to continue as an undercover agent? Because Yi Qing saved all of us, including our parents and children. The Western world is implementing a plan that aims to bring everyone down to fully restore the powers of the 72 demonic gods. But Yi Qing is saving lives. He is saving all of our lives. Therefore, one must be grateful and repay kindness. Go ahead and report all the spies installed by the Western world, as well as all the layouts in the Eastern world, directly to the highest authority. Upon hearing this, the secretary took a deep breath and nodded heavily. I understand, boss. She really has grasped the gravity of the situation. Yes, what the boss is doing is also a kind of redemption for himself. In Shinturtle City, the mayor wore a beaming smile at this moment. He looked at his 10 subordinates, his smile blooming like a chrysanthemum. You know that voluntarily coming forward is a good thing. Of course, I won't plead for you, nor will I say how serious your crimes are. As for whether the clues you provide can mitigate your punishment, that will depend on the verdict of the law. At this moment, in every city, almost everyone chose to turn from darkness to light, not for any other reason, but because Yi Qing saved everyone's life with just a watch. Everyone is not foolish. The orders laid out by Yi Qing were broadcast live. This means that everyone in the world could see Yi Qing's commands and plans. As for the Western world, those 72 demons and the various actions taken by them were all seen clearly. It was obvious who was strong and who was weak. In the Ninja Nation, at this moment, the super leader had returned through teleportation. He looked at the watch on his wrist and the zombies disappearing like a tide before him. A drop of sweat fell. Suddenly, he felt weak and collapsed to the ground. Boss, what happened to you? Are you okay? Hearing this, the super leader smiled. I'm fine. Look, he pointed to the humans around him who were returning to normal. We are saved. The zombies are disappearing like a tide. Yes. Super leader, do you know the reason for this? Although many people already had guesses in their minds, many still wanted a personal confirmation from him. Yes. As you all think, this matter was accomplished by Yi Qing. He saved the world. He saved the entire planet. I guessed it. In today's world, besides Yi Qing, who else has this capability? Yes, that's great. We can live without fear now. Everyone, please calm down. Looking at the countless jubilant people, a smile appeared on the super leader's face, but he still coughed seriously a couple of times. Now, we need to pay attention to one point. At present, we have only resisted the asteroid. It is still impacting. Right now, we need to do something else. What? Everyone was a bit confused. What is next? Crash. The sound of a glass shattering echoed throughout the entire office. At this moment, the king of the icy realm had a face as dark as thunder. He never expected things would escalate to this point. Yi Qing really saved the entire planet. Big shot. What should we do next? The advisors looked at each other's expressions, momentarily at a loss. This situation had never been within their considerations. What else could be done? Change sides. Everyone knew that it was Yi Qing who saved the entire world. If we make any further moves, we will definitely become the targets of public outrage. Now, we need to quickly gather all kinds of data and, using the most respectful hospitality, plead with the Dragon Nation, plead with Yi Qing for vaccines. Otherwise, our fate will be complete extinction. At this moment, the super elites of various federations were all discussing the same matter. Some were happy while others were worried. But at this moment, no one dared to utter another word. To put it bluntly, Yi Qing was the savior. No one dared to speak ill of the savior. Moreover, everyone was waiting for another question. How do we completely deal with the asteroid? Chapter 123, Global Conference. Plan begins. Yes. Everyone can clearly see that, for now, the shield has only prevented the asteroid from moving forward. However, if we want to change the position of the asteroid, even its trajectory, given the current global capabilities, it simply cannot be resolved. Therefore, the next and most crucial step is to shatter the asteroid or alter its trajectory. It sounds easy, but executing it is as difficult as climbing to the sky, especially since everyone knows that the situation with the 72 demigods remains unresolved. This poses a disaster for many, a catastrophic disaster. As the light flickers, more and more influential figures gather in the capital of a certain nation. It can be said that this meeting will determine the true direction of the planet moving forward, cooperation or destruction. It all hinges on a moment. Damn. How could this nation, that person, how is it possible? How could this insignificant human resolve the planetary crisis? Witnessing this scene, the expression of demigod number 1 was extremely grim. He had thought that summoning all the demigod brothers and sisters would secure his position. But now it seems, things are far beyond his control. This is impossible. Calm down. Demigod number 1, this is not your usual style. You have never been this flustered before. Do you really think that human can solve the problem of the 72 demigods? No, certainly not. Demigod number 1 denied this notion. Yet his expression remained severe. I'm just worried about that certain technological institute. You all know that this institute is the most mysterious organization in the game of national fortune. It never reveals its true form, and we have no idea how many subordinates it actually has. In this state, if we attack rashly, demigod number 1, you are being too timid. That institute, weren't we able to defeat it before? Have you forgotten what happened 1,000 years ago? Of course, I haven't forgotten. Hearing demigod number 4's words, demigod number 1 sneered. Although we did defeat that institute back then, time has passed 1,000 years. Both you and I have been dormant for 1,000 years, sealed for 1,000 years. And during this time, the Technological Institute has been continuously developing. If you still approach this with the mindset of 1,000 years ago, I fear we will eventually suffer a great loss. What Demigod number 1 said was indeed correct. Demigod number 4, you have become somewhat complacent. Now is not the time to discuss these matters. Our priority is to quickly head to the Dragon Nation. We can remain incognito, but we must ascertain the real intelligence and data within the Dragon Nation at this moment. At this stage, we cannot afford to create any more chaos. Otherwise, the 7th demon god stood beside the 1st demon god. In fact, this is indeed the case. It is clear that some of these demon gods still have their wits about them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had impressive achievements 1,000 years ago. So what do you plan to do next? Let's head to the Dragon Nation first. As for the other matters, let that Qing handle them gradually. The savior, A mischievous smile appeared on the face of the 7th demon god. The savior. Isn't the most miserable role in this world that of the savior? Does he not realize that once he truly steps forward, he will instantly become a target for everyone? The enemy of the demon gods. As for the asteroid, the demon gods do not need to concern themselves with the survival of humanity. On the contrary, large-scale human death is the best supplement for them, whether it be flesh or souls. Let's go. Head to the Dragon Federation, set off. Everyone nodded, and without saying a word, their figures transformed into beams of light, disappearing into the void. Dragon Nation, Kyoto. At this moment, the major figures gathered together. The Ninja Nation, the Third Nation, the Sun Never Sets Federation Empire, the Great Bear Nation, the Rooster Nation, and so on. Each one a superpower. In the temporary conference room, everyone sat together. The position of honor was naturally occupied by the superpower of the Dragon Nation. Everyone, I know you are all curious about what Qing is doing. Let me be frank with you. Right now, Qing is discussing with Anna how to deal with the 72 demon gods. He said that the wristband shield can support at least 24 hours, and currently, the personnel from the Nanxiang Institute of Technology are conducting frantic research to prepare for the subsequent charging of the wristwatch. According to predictions, this will also be completed within 24 hours. Therefore, we cannot disturb them for the time being, but once he finishes his discussion, he will definitely attend this meeting. So please do not panic. As soon as the superpower spoke, he silenced everyone. He is also an old hand, accustomed to the dangers and storms, and naturally knows what the first question these people want to ask. As it turns out, when they heard this news, everyone nodded secretly. Indeed, while the asteroid is said to be the biggest crisis, the pressure from the 72 demon gods is no less than that of the asteroid. They were initially worried about this issue as well, but now that Qing is proactively discussing it, they naturally feel embarrassed to say more. So next, we only have one agenda: addressing the asteroid. Yes, everyone is a part of the Blue Planet. The influential figures are well aware that they cannot place all the pressure on one individual. The demon god represents an apocalyptic disaster, and the asteroid poses a similar threat. However, if they do not step up, the individual will be distracted, having to deal with both the demon god and the asteroid situation. And they do not want to burden them with such immense pressure. Therefore, the influential figures aim to unite global efforts to try to address the asteroid issue. Even if it ends in failure, at least they would have tried, right? Addressing the asteroid? We are also eager to solve this matter, as it indeed threatens the safety of all our lives. But right now, under the recent shockwave, although the asteroid did not collide with our planet, it caused all thermal weapons and various signals to fail completely. Only the internet communication remains, and for some reason, this asteroid has left behind radio and satellite signals for communication. Yet, despite this, we are unable to use any thermal weapons. Yes, the same situation is happening on my end. Exactly, so we currently have no way to proceed. Listening to the influential figures, others from the Federation empires couldn't help but smile wryly. The situation has reached a standstill. Don't worry about this problem. Upon hearing this, the influential figure smiled, looking at everyone present, and heavily slapped the table. Chapter 124, Weapons, SS-level treasure chest. Have you heard? Today, world leaders are gathering in our capital for a conference on saving the world. Yes, I've heard about it too. Although there isn't a live broadcast, some photos are circulating on forums, proving that this event is real. For now, it all depends on the decisions and strategies of those big shots. I hope they can truly find a solution to the problems. Otherwise, the pressure on Mr. Qing will be too great. Absolutely. We've all seen Mr. Yi Qing's planning and operations over this long period. If he gets overwhelmed, it would be a loss for all humanity. I want to send Mr. Yi Qing some ginseng to help him recover. What do you think? I think sending a whip would be better. I want to help Mr. Yi Qing have a child. Goodness, what kind of outrageous words are those? Everyone, we need to be steady. Right now, all we can do is pray that Mr. Yi Qing can deal with these 72 demon gods. It wouldn't be too late to send gifts afterward. On the contrary, if he really can't resolve it, I wouldn't hold any resentment. In fact, being able to die alongside Mr. Yi Qing would be worth it. What are you saying? Mr. Yi Qing will definitely be able to resolve this. He won't die? We've seen the power of Nanxiang Institute of Technology, haven't we? We all witnessed countless flying swords descending from the sky. That magnificent scene, I will never forget. Yes, I won't forget either. It can be said that behind Mr. Yi Qing, there are countless strong individuals, and we are all backing him. I don't believe Mr. Yi Qing will fail. In the West, on a certain independent forum, at this moment, a prominently pinned post is displayed. Do you think Yi Qing from the Dragon Country can handle this demon disaster? If he can't resolve it, he must. I used to have a lot of hostility towards the Dragon Federation, but after today's events, I finally understand that some individuals in the West have been blinded and misled us for so long. Yi Qing and the Dragon Country are the true leaders of the world. Indeed, I've also found various real histories through channels, and I can only say that the smear campaign against the Dragon Country is too severe internationally. Now, just like the people from the Dragon Country, we need to pray. I hope Yi Qing can really solve this disaster. I heard that now the people from the Dragon Country are discussing buying supplements for Yi Qing. How about we discuss it too? So what do you suggest we buy? Blue pills. Goodness, what outrageous talk. The person upstairs is really sensible. I myself run a factory that produces blue pills, and the patent rights are held by our company. Now I've decided to give the entire company to Yi Qing for free. What the heck? That's incredibly generous. Brother, your courage is amazing. I ask myself if I can reach your level, but I have also sent out my own 100 billion. I say, let us not engage in unnecessary competition. Let us wait and see. If it's resolved, we will send representatives to the Eastern country to congratulate them. If it fails, then we all perish together. It's worth it. Exactly. Messages are constantly being communicated and connected. At this moment, all over the world, everyone is discussing the issue concerning Yi Qing. Only two places are exceptions. One is the long-absent Cosmic Nation. At this moment, the Cosmic Nation is completely shrouded in darkness. Although they have watches on their wrists, they dare not say a word, not even online, because they are well aware of how shameless their past actions were. They even shamelessly claimed that Yi Qing was one of their own, especially the new leader of the Cosmic Nation, who truly wishes to eliminate the previous leader. It's disgusting. It's shameful. They are covered in goosebumps. In such a situation and environment, they simply do not dare to speak a word. As for the other place, it's none other than a certain federation. To be honest, within this federation, there are also people who do not want to die. They want to survive. However, because the headquarters of the 72 demons is located within this federation, they have cut off communication channels between the federation and the rest of the world, as well as sealed off the entire federation. Consequently, these people have nearly become the pets raised by the 72 demons. At this moment, the people of the Federation have truly begun to panic. They never expected things to turn out this way. Even the military expert who initially sent messages to the Eastern country has now lost their life. It can be said that the current Federation is the most terrifying region. It resembles a hell on earth. In the Eastern Federation, Kyoto, in the conference room, this is the situation. I'll keep the specific methods under wraps for now. But I believe everyone is already aware of the situation regarding Nanxiang Technology Institute. Therefore, next, I need to know the complete number of conventional weapons and the number of warheads. As long as we have this record, next, I will collaborate with the people from Nanxiang Technology Institute to assign tasks to everyone present. Good. Upon hearing about Nanxiang Technology Institute, everyone laughed. Everyone is well aware that the recent situation with the watches was caused by the involvement of people from Nanxiang Technology Institute, which led to the global impact. Without Nanxiang Technology Institute, it's clear that such a scale of watches would only benefit the Eastern Federation. Other places would inevitably become true hellish bloodbaths. Therefore, with this statement, they have gained a sense of confidence. Without further ado, these individuals immediately wrote down the most confidential military data on a piece of paper. Then, one by one, it gathered in the hands of the top leader. 5 minutes later, data collection complete. The powerful figure glanced at the data on the paper and grinned. He handed it to a man in a white coat next to him. Go handle this according to the data. Understood. The man in the white coat nodded and stepped out of the temporary meeting room. Then what should we do next? Someone asked. Wait. Just one word made everyone fall silent. After all, the asteroid had been temporarily blocked. Since we have to wait, this little bit of time doesn't matter. However, everyone was quite worried. The demon god has already descended. Is everything ready on Yi Qing's side? Meanwhile, in the next room, Yi Qing sat in a chair, looking at Anna and a man dressed in the attire of a Shushan Taoist. He smiled widely. You know best the strength of the demon god. So next, we need to formulate a plan to take them down one by one. I believe this will be helpful for you. As Yi Qing spoke, he took out the unopened SS-level treasure chest. Chapter 125, Global Gamification, Cataclysm, begins. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Anna and the others nodded. Just as Yi Qing said, they indeed understood the demon gods very well. Especially, 1,000 years ago, they had been defeated by the demon gods. However, they were very clear that 1,000 years ago, it was only the director of education from Nanxiang Technology Institute who had been defeated. At that time, the deans were occupied with other matters, and since there were no higher-ups in the institute, the director was temporarily elevated to the role of dean. In other words, 1,000 years ago, the demon gods, after much effort, thought they had resolved the stronghold of Nanxiang Institute. In reality, they hadn't even touched the footprints of the higher-ups. Otherwise, why would the 72 demon gods be sealed for 1,000 years? Naturally, it was the experts from Nanxiang Technology Institute who had acted in the shadows. The old dean once said that after 1,000 years, the demon gods would awaken. And this would be the best opportunity for those of us who are younger to train. So, Yi Qing, you can rest assured. We won't let these nuisances harm the Blue Star. The Sword Immortal from Shushan spoke as he opened a box. At the same time, a brand new notification sound suddenly refreshed in the minds of everyone around the globe. Congratulations. The fusion of the real world and the game world is complete. Within 3 minutes, various dungeons and characters from the game world will descend upon Blue Star. In the real world, everyone will receive an attribute panel. Reality will be gamified. Crisis and opportunity coexist. Good luck to everyone. As the notification sound faded, countless ordinary people looked bewildered. What is happening? Why do I have a personal attribute panel just like the players? Me too. And me? What the heck? Why don't I have one? Are you stupid? Just call out for the attribute panel with your mind, and it will appear. Oh, let me try. It worked. Thank you, big shot. Stop messing around. Seriously, could it be that, just like the voice in our heads, the real world has really gamified? It seems likely. Hadn't we learned before that the game world would merge with the real world? I thought it would only be the buildings from the game world manifesting in reality. But unexpectedly, the entire real world has turned into a massive online game. I really don't know whether to laugh or cry. Stop being sentimental. Quickly study your own attributes. See if you have any special abilities. If you activate any special abilities, follow me. I need to go to Kyoto to support Yi Qing. Me too. Take me with you. On one side of the ocean, in the ninja country, inside a dungeon, the people of the ninja country exchanged glances. Bewildered, they had not anticipated such a situation, just like the netizens from the dragon country. What should we do next? Find the right opportunity. See if there are any trial areas nearby. There are still areas for improvement. Now that we no longer have to worry about the zombie issue, what we need most is to enhance our strength. Our superiors, along with Yi Qing and the others, are fighting for all of humanity. We cannot take advantage of their difficulties. We must help them. Yes, I agree. Everyone, let me say a few words first. I have a friend who didn't manage to enter the underground city and has been wandering outside. He just messaged me, saying he saw a secret realm called Burial Ground, and asked if we want to go there. Really? Hurry, lead the way. But outside? What about outside? I'm no longer afraid of death. If you're scared, you can stay here alone. I absolutely refuse to be a coward. At this moment, a certain influential figure looked at his attribute panel with a face full of despair. I said, advisor, we have gathered data indicating that everyone is searching for the burial ground. They all say they want to level up and then support Yi Qing. What do you think we, as the top leaders, should do? Isn't it an easy choice? The advisor smiled. Of course, follow public opinion. I know you really dislike Yi Qing. But in this situation, if you take any action against public sentiment, they will overthrow you immediately. Do you believe that? Hearing this, the influential figure's pupils constricted. Yes, he had considered this possibility. but there was still a glimmer of hope in his heart. So he wanted to ask the advisor. After personally arriving at this conclusion, he slumped into a chair. Then, issue an announcement to support Qing and the Dragon Nation. As soon as he said this, it felt as if he had exhausted all his strength. He slumped like a noodle. All right, I'll take care of it, the advisor said before leaving the office to handle these matters. After the advisor left, the large office was left with just the influential figure. His eyes were vacant, and he had lost most of his thoughts. He understood very well that after this incident, catching up with the Dragon Nation would be nearly impossible. I hate this. He also knew that at this critical moment for global survival, putting aside all prejudices to save the world was the top priority. He wasn't ignorant of politics or the situation. It was just, he was unwilling. The populations were roughly the same. Why was the Dragon Nation doing so well? Why were they left with inferior options? Just as he was raging alone, suddenly, a mist emerged from thin air. In the blink of an eye, before he could react, the mist enveloped him completely. The influential figure was taken aback. Just as he was about to say something, everything went dark, and he fainted. The leader smiled as he entered the room, having completed the tasks as instructed. After handling the matter and issuing the announcement, the strategist was full of joy. In fact, he was also eager to see this outcome. He understood the current situation better than anyone else. If there were no changes, the only consequence awaiting them would be destruction. This was also why he had advised his colleague. However, after he finished speaking, he froze. The office was empty. The tea on the table was still steaming. Yet, a living person had just vanished. When he shifted his gaze to the floor, his expression changed dramatically. The leader looked at the complete data in his hand and the returning personnel from the Technology Academy, nodding with a smile. I know that the upcoming situation will put a lot of pressure on everyone, but this is our last resort. I hope everyone can withstand this pressure. However, just as the leader was about to continue speaking, a confidential report came in, causing everyone's expression to change dramatically. Chapter 126. Taking action. Tense situation. The super leader of the Federation from a certain country, known as Little 3, is the only one who did not attend the meeting in the Dragon Country Federation. All global leaders are well aware of the reason for his absence, yet none of them have spoken about it. After all, everyone has their own choices. Unfortunately, this has led to trouble for him. At this moment, the super leader shared the news he had just received with everyone. Little 3 had been taken away by a powerful entity. This was a consequence of his own actions. Had he chosen to come to the meeting, this problem would not have arisen. A leader from an empire in a region where the sun never sets chuckled softly as she glanced out the window. Outside, there was a transparent protective barrier emitting a faint glow. It is a formation, a protective array. This array is said to be from a prestigious technology academy and is so powerful that even SS and SSS level beings cannot breach it. Of course, those at the SSSS level might be a different story, but according to extensive research, such beings are exceedingly rare. Indeed, it is a pity that, in the past, there were numerous obstacles set against the Dragon Country, and now Little 3 has received his just deserts. Speaking of which, how should we proceed next? Captain, do you have a plan now? At this moment, everyone in the conference room had already recognized the super leader from the Dragon Country as the captain. They were not foolish. At this juncture, it was impossible to create any obstacles, as that would only be detrimental to their own federation. Please provide me with the list and coordinates of those you trust the most, who can control the hot weapon permissions. Next, we will complete the task of neutralizing the asteroid within 20 minutes. Oh, upon hearing this, the attendees became intrigued. They wasted no time and directly relayed the information of their military leaders to the captain. In a short while, a set of data appeared in the hands of the super leader. Teleportation team, step forward. Take this information and begin executing the plan. Yes, a disciple dressed in the attire of a sect nodded, saluted, and left the office. Next, we just need to observe. The super leader sat back in his chair and waved his hand, signaling everyone to take their seats. After sitting down, the group exchanged glances, some in disbelief. What other means could there be to activate these hot weapons? They were very aware that the impact of the asteroid had cut off all signals and statuses of the hot weapons. However, looking at the confident expression of their leader, they dared not voice their doubts. They could only communicate quietly among themselves while watching the holographic projection screen ahead. Let us hope there are no unexpected developments. Miles below the conference room, 4 of the 72 powerful entities had gathered. In their ears, 2 formations were still spinning. Much like the ability to hear from afar, these individuals were not foolish. they would not recklessly attack the conference room. Furthermore, they had already discerned the formations above the conference room. If they were to attack with all four of them, not only would they fail to break through, but they might even injure themselves in the process. Therefore, they chose not to act hastily. Instead, they opted to lie in wait, using the formations to gather intelligence. The formation they heard was akin to a technique for long-distance communication. What other options did these old fellows have? The group from the Technology Academy could hardly restart any conventional weapons, could they? Should we report this? Of course. If we don't report it and the 1st and 7th demon gods hold us accountable, that would be beyond our capacity to bear. Thus, we must act quickly. One individual said, and without further ado, activated the communication formation. Immediately, they played back the recorded contents of the transmission formation. Meanwhile, the 1st demon god, investigating something in a river in the eastern region, frowned slightly as he listened to the recordings. Did these individuals from the eastern region and the academy really have a way? Hold off on taking action. Don't alert them. Keep monitoring until we arrive. If they can truly shatter the asteroid, it wouldn't necessarily be a bad thing for us. After all, if the entire planet were to break apart, it would take considerable effort for us to coalesce again. With someone helping us, we would certainly enjoy the show. Of course, if they lack such capability and instead accelerate the asteroid's descent, well, that would be even better for us. Therefore, regardless of the outcome, it wouldn't impact us much. Continue observing. I have dispatched another group of demon gods to track Yeching. Be prepared. In an hour, we will officially launch an attack on Yeching. Understood. The group nodded in agreement. A few demon gods listened to the 1st demon god's arrangements, feeling a bit relieved. Fortunately, they reported this information in time. Otherwise, acting recklessly would have led to dire consequences. Next, all they needed to do was keep a close watch on the situation here and await the 1st demon god's orders. Exactly. The group nodded. They did not take any further action. At the same time, in the Empire of the Rising Sun, at this moment, the deputy leader of the Empire and a military magnate, Whitebeard Barry, sat in the command room, looking grave. He was also in constant communication with his superior and had learned about the events occurring in the eastern region. However, he could not fathom how those individuals over there could possibly restart non-functional conventional weapons. Was this a joke? He thought, taking a sip of Dahong Pao tea. TSK, the tea from the eastern region is indeed delicious. I wonder how much longer I can enjoy it. If in this lifetime, the crisis is truly resolved, then we should discuss with the prominent leaders about importing more tea produced in the Dragon Federation as a special beverage for government use. Just as I was thinking about this, someone suddenly tapped my shoulder. Instantly, I sprayed out all the tea in my mouth, feeling as if it were raining everywhere. What the? Who are you, a person or a ghost? I turned around to see a disciple from the Mount Shu, dressed in white, looking as surprised as could be. This person didn't make a sound at all, just like a ghost. Of course, I'm human. You should have received the news. I was sent to help you restore your firearms. I see. Hearing the other party's words, my assistant finally relaxed, bending down to make a gesture of invitation according to the customs of the dragon people. I leave everything to you, sir. Don't worry. The disciple from Mount Shu smiled and nodded, taking a seat. Which one is the master control button for the firearms? Looking at the densely packed buttons in the briefcase on the table, the disciple from Mount Shu asked. The red one. Got it. The disciple nodded. Then plugged a USB data cable into the briefcase S port. Immediately, to the astonished gaze of my assistant Barry, the disciple from Mount Shu conjured countless lines of code in his hand, without any materials. Chapter 127. Hope for Blue Star. The assistant was truly stunned. He had never anticipated this situation. What kind of special ability did this man carrying a long sword possess? Before he could comprehend it, he saw the disciple from Mount Shu smirk slightly, and with a wave of his hand, countless lines of code began to flutter and shimmer in the air. Moments later, all of it merged into the USB data cable. In an instant, a series of pleasant mechanical prompts echoed in their ears. Control of surface-to-air missile systems has been restored. Control of surface-to-surface missile systems has been restored. Control of land-based cruise missile systems has been restored. Control of anti-tank guns has been restored. 119. 344 launch ports are fully prepared. The route planning map has been completed. As these sounds fell, the assistant's mouth gaped in disbelief. This was simply incredible. They had spent half a day confirming that the internal signal module had completely failed. So how could something so intricate be restored in such a short time? Simply by using code? He couldn't fathom it. Only one last step remained. Watching as all the button statuses in the suitcase returned to normal, the disciple from Mount Shu smiled slightly. This coding skill was taught to him by the top technology professor from a prestigious tech academy, making the task of resolving the signal eradication on Blue Star child's play. If you distribute this, deploy enough soldiers, and install this chip on every weapon and warhead, it can be completed in 10 minutes. As he spoke, with a wave of his hand, a capsule exploded into a 2-meter-large box. Opening the box revealed numerous small blue chips inside. Oh, this is great. The assistant was completely convinced by the disciples' methods and quickly contacted personnel to begin operations. Soon, countless soldiers began to work frantically. Such scenes occurred in various federal empires, large and small, with the exception of a couple of nations. Similarly, each federal empire was dealing with the matter, while all the big shots in the distant capital of a certain country also received messages from their assistants one after another. Instantly, they were all left speechless, astonished. For them, this scene was even more shocking than a novel. Did you see that? This is just a glimpse of the disciple from Mount Shu's power. Now we just need to sit back and watch the show. The group leader, a major figure, observed the expressions of the crowd, clearly noticing that they had received the news. Before this, he had felt somewhat uneasy. Although he had learned about the situation and some secrets in front of certain individuals, he remained worried until he saw it with his own eyes. Now, seeing the various reports coming in, that worry dissipated in an instant. Indeed, let's wait and enjoy the most spectacular fireworks that light up the night sky. Some people chimed in, eagerly flattering the prominent figure from a certain nation. The various miraculous methods displayed at the moment boosted their confidence. Indeed, I also have fine wine that has been aged for over 1,000 years. Once the real matters are concluded, I will contribute all the exquisite wine to celebrate this grand event. One by one, they spoke flattering words. Just at that moment, a message arrived in an instant. The hot weapons are ready, and the plan to destroy the asteroid can commence. This message came from the disciples dispatched from a certain mountain. Seeing this message, the prominent figure unhesitatingly forwarded it to Yi Qing's communication device. At this moment, Yi Qing was next door upgrading these abilities. In that SS-level treasure chest, there were many treasures, one of which was an SSS-level nuclear power station synthesis card. This card can combine 2 nuclear power stations into one supernuclear power station. This power station can provide electricity for 5 billion people for 1,000 years. It would generate several times more energy than the total consumption on the entire planet. It can be said that this will be a significant trump card for Yi Qing. At the same time, while dealing with those demons and monsters, he also collected quite a few beast crystal cores. Now, while the prominent figure was in a meeting, Yi Qing was continuously absorbing these cores. Currently, his strength was approaching SSS level. The rapid growth surprised Anna, who was standing nearby. She knew how terrifying her brother's achievements in the National Fortune game were, but this was the first time she witnessed his incredible devouring ability. If he continues to develop like this, brother Yi Qing, it seems few could catch up with him. Indeed, a middle-aged man in a yellow robe nodded beside her. The method he had just taught him was a special formation, and according to the most talented genius of their school, it took him 2 days to comprehend it. Yet Yi Qing only needed 10 minutes. Such talent is unheard of. Yi Qing smiled shyly. He was well aware of his own aptitude, coupled with countless experiences from his previous life. If he didn't upgrade quickly, he wouldn't deserve the identity of a reborn person. Ready? Just as Yi Qing was about to speak, he saw the message sent by the prominent figure, and the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Master Wu Hua, Anna, let's prepare. The moment the asteroid ends will also be the moment we go to war with the demons. This time, we must go all out. Understood. The two nodded with smiles. With their minds prepared, Yi Qing immediately issued orders to every disciple dispatched from the mountain. The plan initiated. Far away in a certain empire, the disciples from the mountain sat before the hot weapon button, closing their eyes to cultivate. An obscure pressure continuously surrounded them as they practiced. The master once said, "No matter what happens, never stop your training." Suddenly, I opened my eyes and looked at the communicator on the table. It displayed only 4 words. That, Barry. Plan, starting now. As I spoke, I instantly switched the communicator to the team channel. Time calibration. Countdown. 10 seconds. Calibration. Start. Completed. Completed. In an instant, all team members adjusted simultaneously. Countdown 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Launch. At that moment, Countless disciples from the mountain sect pressed the control buttons in their hands. Buzz. At that moment, in an underground city within a certain federation, an ordinary individual widened his eyes. Everyone, look. Our watches are glowing. He exclaimed. They are launching high-power energy. It must be the big shots controlling the watches. Could it be? The big shots are counterattacking the asteroid? Upon hearing this, numerous people stood up, their faces filled with shock. If this possibility is true, then, doesn't it mean that the blue planet has hope? Chapter 128. The Major Transformation of Resurrection. Yi Qing's planned blue light flickered. The glow on everyone's watch grew brighter and brighter. Suddenly, amidst the stunned gazes of all, beams of blue light pierced through the roof and walls, shooting straight into the sky. Were fireworks being set off? What was that sound just now? So loud. It definitely wasn't from inside the room. Don't even go there. That was the sound of thermal weapons being fired. What is going on? I glanced over, and it seems that the Western Federation also heard this sound. So I have a bold hypothesis. The world must be that all federated nations launched thermal weapons at the same time. What? Look. During the communication process, countless people watched through live broadcasts or looked up and were shocked to see the super light shield hovering in the atmosphere, which was blocking asteroids, suddenly shining even brighter at that moment. Then, all thermal weapons and various missiles seemed to pass through as if traversing a curtain of water, flickering with ripples, effortlessly penetrating the protective shield and accurately landing on the asteroid. Boom, crackle, boom, 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 boom. Various explosions erupted one after another. Gigantic mushroom clouds, measuring tens, hundreds, thousands, and even several thousand meters, continuously erupted on the asteroid. At this moment, smoke and dust filled the air. Countless stones and dust obscured everyone's vision. Such power. Enough to destroy dozens, no, even wipe out all cities on the planet. The world actually has such a number of missiles. However, these missiles were actually defended against by the shield organized by the watches, and no residual impact from the missiles or the asteroid explosion reached the planet. This is incredible. Yes, incredible. This is something I never expected. It's terrifying. Voices rose and fell, one after another. Yes, no one anticipated that things would evolve into this situation. Quick, quick, quick. Open the satellite live broadcast. The scenes within the planet are no longer visible. Officials saw that dust covered the situation outside the protective shield and immediately switched the camera to outer space. The scene in the universe instantly appeared before everyone's eyes. Dust filled the air. Fragments of meteors of various sizes detached from the asteroid. They began to move irregularly and then entered a certain orbital path, gradually disappearing near the planet. But even so, there were still countless meteors surrounding the planet. The most terrifying thing is that outside the protective shield, there is a super large planet with a diameter of nearly 10,000 meters. Such immense power, so many missiles, and yet they haven't shattered the core celestial body. What material is this asteroid made of? Countless people were somewhat astonished. They stared at the live broadcast, some of them petrified on the spot. If this nearly 10,000-meter wide small star were to fall, it would undoubtedly exert an exceptionally terrifying pressure on the planet. There would definitely be many casualties. Are there any more missiles left? The crisis is still ongoing. Moreover, there are still so many powerful entities around. What should we do? Is there any solution left? Some people, witnessing this scene, trembled with their hands, their emotions collapsing once again. Who would have thought that this wave of overwhelming attacks only managed to shatter the asteroid's outer shell? The interior remains intact. Don't panic. Surely the experts have a plan. Just wait. Yes. Brothers, calm down. I believe the experts must have other plans in place. When executing one scheme, there are bound to be many backup plans. We shouldn't panic or rush. We need to relax. Relax? My patience has already worn thin. If death comes, so be it. Damn it. Some knelt on the ground, trembling hands and tears streaming down. He knows that everyone has put in 100-fold, 1,000-fold, even 10,000-fold effort to solve this apocalypse. But he is just an ordinary person. After such a long series of ups and downs, so many waves, his mental defenses have completely collapsed. Sigh. Someone should comfort him. Seeing this scene, someone let out a sigh. Apart from doing these things, these ordinary people can do nothing else. They can only believe that there are definitely other ways up there. Underground. in the temporary base where the four powerful entities are located. The combined vision of the 1,000-mile eye and the listening wind ear reveals the crowds and the enormous asteroid in the void. The four exchanged glances and couldn't help but smile. Hee hee. This is the fighting power of humanity. They have exhausted all their resources. Yet they have only managed to cut through the asteroid's exterior. The interior holds even more. Exactly. This feeling of despair is precisely what we want to see. Isn't it? Hee. This emotion is like a stimulant before our battle begins. Listen, that wonderful wailing. How splendid a background music it is for us. Yes, I have already contacted the first powerful entity. The first powerful entity told us to hold on and not rush to act. He said to let this panic spread further. When it engulfs the world and everyone loses their will to fight, that will be our best opportunity for a counterattack. Taking advantage of the situation has always been our strong suit, hasn't it? Yes. Haraha. The four exchanged glances and burst into laughter without any reservations. Humanity. This is what humanity is like. In the office, Qing also noticed the emotions of these people. Bro, I'm curious why you didn't directly activate the next phase of the plan just now. If you had activated it immediately, this kind of emotion wouldn't have arisen, Anna said, looking at Qing, who was sitting in a chair, a bit puzzled. In fact, Anna had already understood all the functions and plans of the watch on Qing's wrist. The missile strike just now was merely the first wave of attack. The second wave would activate the attack functions of countless watches, gathering all the power, combined with the immense power of the nuclear power station, would create a super thunderstorm bomb capable of destroying the entire asteroid. Once the thunderstorm bomb was launched, everything would come to a complete end. But Qing did not do so, because some people needed to witness history. Some needed to experience setbacks. Qing chuckled. This time, we can see the presence of many pests, and we can also see that many people's hearts need to be strengthened. Only after experiencing absolute fear will they not give up when hope arrives. For instance, right now, the vast majority still believe that hope exists. These people will be the best candidates for rebuilding the blue planet. After experiencing this death and resurrection setback, there will be almost nothing that can defeat them. As Qing spoke, he pressed a blue button in his hand firmly. Chapter 129. The pale-faced little third brother, Yellow River Basin. At this moment, the first demon god had magically conjured a chair and was sitting by the riverbank. Beside him, the little third brother was like a stray dog, casually thrown to the ground. Look at this. This is the so-called ultimate plan. I remember this device. It seems to be called Dawn, right? The Dawn Project. And what is the final result? There still hangs such a large asteroid above your heads. As he spoke, a smile appeared at the corner of the first demon god's mouth. How long can your watches last? The energy of the protective shield cannot appear out of thin air. There will definitely be a day when it ends. And all your global missiles must have already been used up, right? There are no stocks left. And making more will take time. You should also be very clear that producing these extremely powerful thermal weapons comes at a considerable cost. Furthermore, the core of this asteroid must be several times stronger than its shell. In this state, how can you fight? Surrender. As long as you submit to my command, your small nation will become the most authoritative and powerful federal empire on the entire planet. You can annex all resources on the planet. In the future, you will be the king of the entire planet. The king of the entire planet. Such a huge temptation. Such a grand title. The little third brother, who was lying on the ground, felt a tremor in his heart. Yes, he was unwilling to fall behind. Unwilling to be subservient to others, merely being a subordinate. Wasn't he constantly provoking the Dragon Nation Federation to find an opportunity to eliminate it? But now, the world had already united. Only he had not joined. He initially thought that being captured by the demon god would surely mean death. But now, he was tempted by the words of the demon god, and waves of turmoil surged in his heart. He had just witnessed the true power of the demon god. In an instant, the demon god had created a 100-meter vortex in the Yellow River Basin, annihilating dozens of massive mutated beasts. Even he himself, along with other demon gods, did not need to intervene. It was merely the snap of a finger. That shock remained etched in his mind until now. Yes, this is the power he craved, the strength he longed for. But before, how had the deity they worshipped treated them? It had never helped them even once. If I really follow you, then, will I have power similar to yours? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing the little third brother's words, the first demon god grinned widely. He understood that this guy's heart had begun to waver. Don't worry. Although you may not reach my height, annihilating that Qing is absolutely no problem. In fact, You could even simultaneously eliminate 100 ability users. And the demon god spoke while pointing at himself. Do you see me? I have lived for 1500 years. And this is just the starting point of our lifespan. As long as you sincerely submit, I can grant you infinite longevity. Nearly eternal life. Eternal life. Super long lifespan. These keywords made the young man tremble with excitement. Who wouldn't want eternal life? After a moment of contemplation, his gaze gradually became resolute. O great demon god, I am willing to become your most loyal servant. As his voice fell, a faint wave appeared around him. Moments later, a pattern resembling an eyeball emerged on his wrist. The oath completed. He became the servant of the demon god. Rest assured, however, the words of the first demon god were not finished. Suddenly, a colossal light shield in the void burst forth with dazzling brilliance. At the same time, under the astonished gazes of everyone, a purple lightning bolt, over 100 meters wide, shot up into the sky from the direction of the capital. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that moment, through the surveillance footage, everyone was shocked to see the light shield was aimed at the position of the asteroid. A blue magnetic storm missile was instantly launched. Boom! Although no sound was emitted, the blinding light still forced everyone on the blue planet to close their eyes. When they opened their eyes again, through the global live broadcast, they clearly saw that the huge asteroid, which appeared exceptionally solid in the void, was instantly reduced to nothing. The surrounding meteoroids immediately transformed into countless palm-sized fragments, racing towards the blue planet like falling stars. Wait, it's resolved. This really resolved. This is unbelievable. The energy we have is actually this great. How is this even possible? Countless people were left speechless at this scene. It completely exceeded their understanding. Ha ha ha. We're saved. The great Qing is amazing. We've escaped death. This is truly a miraculous escape. I thought once the heavy weapons were fired, there would be no way out. But now it seems. I don't even know what to say. Hee. Our Qing is impressive. Huh. What happened to those posts from earlier about self-harm? Why are they all gone now? I took a look, and it seems the authors have deleted their accounts. They got slapped in the face. Just a moment ago, these people were clearly expressing despair, claiming the world was ending, so they wanted to exit first. Now that the asteroid has been completely resolved, isn't this a slap in the face for them? No one wants to die, and such attention-seeking clowns only make people feel disgusted. I agree. I also agree. Wait, everyone. Look, the asteroid event isn't over. There are still 2 asteroids. They are heading towards 2 different areas. Those 2 asteroids are enough to destroy 2 federations. What? No way. Are there still some that slipped through? What should we do? Is it going to be 4 people again? I don't know. Let's stay calm. Look, these 2 asteroids are not heading towards our federation. Their landing direction is towards a certain federation and another federation. What? That federation, isn't it the base of the 72 deities? How could this happen? Wait, I remember now, the energy shield can actually block asteroids. But this time it didn't. It must be that the energy of the shield ran out. That's why they landed in that federation and the other federation. Do you remember? In this meeting, all the global leaders were present, except for that federation and the other federation. Wow, that's true. I went to check the group photo of the leaders, and indeed, I get it now. A group of people who were initially a bit panicked suddenly realized something. At the same time, in the Yellow River Basin, a certain individual looked at the enormous asteroid crashing into their federation. In an instant, flames soared into the sky. At that moment, his face turned pale, as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Chapter 130. The End and the Beginning. At this moment, the members of the Federation were filled with worry. Through various channels, they learned that their prominent leader had not gone to the neighboring Federation. This sparked endless curses among the people. I've never seen such a foolish leader. This is utterly irresponsible. It disregards the lives of ordinary citizens. Exactly. I'm completely disappointed with this place. No wonder our economy has been stagnant, with multiple cities turning into slums. It turns out those in power, supported by our taxes, are all a bunch of useless individuals. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I don't want to die. Who can save me? I want to leave this federation. Me too. Who has a way out? Please help us. As some people cried out in desperation, they instinctively looked up at the sky. At that moment, they witnessed a scene like no other, a vivid red hue staining half the sky, as a fiery meteor blazed down, crashing to the ground. Explosion. One after another. A massive mushroom cloud rose into the air. The terrifying pressure and shockwave instantly reduced all surrounding buildings to rubble. Those closest to the impact site didn't even have a chance to utter a word before they vaporized, disappearing completely. Flames engulfed the sky, thick smoke billowed everywhere. Crack, crack. The violent explosions triggered earthquakes, and flashes of terrifying light flickered from all directions. At that moment, countless faces changed, and many completely vanished from existence. Natural disaster, this was it. Some watched the live broadcast in a daze, murmuring to themselves. The sight left them in shock. Previously, many had only seen such catastrophic explosions in movies or historical records. But now, experiencing it firsthand, the reality sent shivers through their very souls. Could ordinary people endure such a true apocalyptic phenomenon? This was retribution. Their leader must have anticipated this possibility when he chose not to come, right? He was blinded by hope, deceived by dark forces. But now, looking at the consequences, what was it? Lives lost. Millions, even billions of deaths. He was the sinner of the entire Federation. That's right. I have never seen such a terrifying scene. My hands are trembling now, and I was just thinking, if such a dreadful explosion were to happen nearby, would I even have a chance to leave a last message? Probably not. So, let's be thankful that the great leader saved us all. Let's be grateful that he single-handedly changed the situation on our planet. Now that the physical disaster has been resolved, we will see if he can deal with that. Demon, to be honest, after everything that has happened, I can see that he has given us enough chances to survive. Even if he cannot defeat the demon, we will not say anything. If death comes, I am willing to die with him. Yes, but I want to wait a year before that. Why? Because I want to have a child with him. It takes 10 months to be pregnant. What the heck? What kind of outrageous words are these? Clearly, it was a very emotional and solemn scene, yet it was instantly shattered by such a netizen. In a certain federation, in the Yellow River Basin, despair appeared on the face of a certain individual. In another federation, it was gone. When the meteorite struck the ground, in that moment of explosion, his heart felt as if it had been violently hit by something. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. I have personally doomed the lives of hundreds of millions of people. I did not make the right decision. Instead, I became a pawn of the demon. Ah! At this moment, the eye pattern on his wrist flashed with blood light. In that moment, his body was filled with bulging veins. Intense pain began to sweep over him. That was the punishment for resisting the servant's contract. You must understand, obeying me is your only choice. What does it matter if these people die? You are not their kin. They have no blood relation to you. Is eternal life not worth continuing to live for? Watching the broken individual, the number one demon smiled. Humans are indeed fragile. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. I am a sinner. In that moment, he did not respond to the demon's words. He stared blankly, mumbling to himself, repeatedly saying, I am a sinner. After experiencing that terrifying scene, the horrifying images washed over his consciousness like a laser. At that moment, he had gone mad. Sigh. Watching this scene, the number one demon shook his head. Why bother? He sighed. This guy is already done for. With a snap of his fingers, the individual's body exploded into a mist of blood. Not a trace remained. Notify all demons. Action begins in 3 minutes. Gather in the capital of the Federation in 5 minutes. This time, we will make a full-scale effort to hunt down Qing and eliminate everyone at Nanxiang Technology. Understood. In an instant, a group of entities responded, their voices tinged with excitement. After 1,000 years of disputes and grievances, it was time to settle the score. In a certain federal region, Kyoto, inside the office where Qing was located, as he watched the approaching influential figure, Qing smiled. Did you see? Yes, I saw. Does that influential figure think what I'm doing is cruel? Upon hearing this, the figure raised their head, eyes fixed intently on him. They smiled. What you did was right. No one at that place is innocent. You are doing the community a service. However, the current situation remains severe. Although the asteroid issue has been resolved, you are well aware that this incident will inevitably provoke a large-scale invasion. Can you and the people at Nanxiang Technology withstand it? Of course. Don't worry. You just need to continue with the live broadcasts. I will handle the other matters. The plan of those entities will certainly be set in motion after the asteroid incident. Qing understood this principle very well. But right now, he was not at all anxious. With memories from his previous life, he knew a lot of things, including many weaknesses of those entities. Now, it was time to exploit those weaknesses. Thinking this, and under the astonished gazes of everyone present, Qing lightly waved his finger. In an instant, the top-tier nuclear power station outside rapidly shrank down, transforming into a ring that appeared on Yi Qing's finger. This made them shudder. What is this ability? Chapter 131. As long as you are not embarrassed, it's others who are nuclear power plants. They are massive and dangerous. Although the nuclear power plant that Yi Qing owns has had no issues from the beginning until now, everyone knows that this does not mean that nuclear power plants are immune to problems. But now, this thing can actually extend and transform into a ring. This is simply beyond everyone's imagination. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Yi Qing did not look at the reactions of others and smiled as he said, "Big shots. I'll leave this to you to handle. My friends from the Southern Xiang Academy, and I will go meet those demon gods." As soon as Yi Qing finished speaking, the office door was pushed open. Yang Chan and Mei Yin'er walked in with smiles on their faces. Yi Fan was still dressed in black, carrying a large sniper rifle on his back. "We are also ability users. You can't leave us behind." Upon hearing this, Yi Qing smiled. He looked at the level displayed above Chun Fan and others' heads. SS level. Their strength is improving steadily. Then let us go. We will stick to the previous plan. You will act in the shadows. Chun Fan, find the most suitable sniper point. This time, we need to resolve all issues completely. Understood. Everyone nodded. They didn't waste any more time and quickly got busy. 100 meters away from the joint conference room, light flickered. Amidst the swirling mist, one demon god after another continuously emerged. "Boss, we are approaching the conference room. There is a protective formation outside the conference room that we cannot breach." The 4 demon gods monitoring the area stepped forward, and one respectfully reported all the information to the number 1 demon god. Upon hearing this, the demon god looked at the transparent shield ahead, and a slight smirk appeared on his lips. "What a useless protective formation. It's nothing but a joke in front of me. Let me teach you a lesson. Watch closely." He waved his hand, and dark mist began to gather. In an instant, a massive dark mist fist, a full 100 meters in size, materialized. He pointed into the air, and the dark mist fist charged forward like a wild horse, carrying a terrifying pressure. Skill, Demon God Fist. This is the most fundamental technique of the 72 demon gods, and at the same time, it is the skill he has practiced the longest and mastered most thoroughly. Boom! The sound of an explosion instantly erupted. Wherever that massive fist passed, strong winds swept through, and dust filled the air. Crack! Crack! On the ground, a fissure suddenly appeared, as if the earth was splitting, crazily spreading towards the front of the shield along with the fist's momentum. Its south getting close. Boom! At that moment, the massive dark mist fist slammed hard against the shield. Virum! A terrifying shockwave erupted. The recent attack resembled a massive super-explosive device, with a gigantic transparent shockwave instantly reducing all surrounding buildings to dust. Strangely, the conference room where humans were located remained completely unscathed. Although the shield continued to emit ripples, there wasn't a single crack to be found. This scene also caused the surrounding demigods to change their expressions dramatically. How is this possible? Our number 1 demigod is the strongest among them. Even his demigod punch couldn't break through the shield's defenses? Is the protective formation of this technology company really that powerful? I remember 1,000 years ago, this protective formation wasn't this strong. That is true, but we've been sealed for 1,000 years, and during that time, this technology company must have made rapid advancements. It's understandable that the first punch didn't break through. That makes sense. However, humans are ultimately just humans. Such formations must be consumable, especially since this was created temporarily. Furthermore, the number 1 demigod definitely didn't use his full strength just now. I've seen the number 1 demigod in his prime. At that time, he could bring down stars with a mere gesture. So, let us wait a bit longer. Ha ha ha. This demigod has such little power. The bragging was so grand just now, and now it's a painful slap in the face. Wasn't it supposed to shatter our shield with just one punch? Come on, do it again. The one who is socially dying right now is this so-called number 1 demigod. Yes, this is hilarious. He boasted so much. And this is all he can do. Everyone, don't get too happy. This is just the first attempt. I feel that the opponent didn't use their full strength. Let us wait a little longer. Look, the big shots aren't speaking right now, which proves that the situation is much more serious than we imagined. Let us observe the battle carefully before celebrating. Perhaps we'll have a chance to participate in the fight. Alright. Yes, I got a bit carried away just now. Indeed, the situation is severe. Messages are spreading continuously. Fortunately, many people are controlling things behind the scenes, preventing the ordinary folks from getting too excited. Otherwise, if the provocations continue, who knows what bizarre and abnormal things might happen. At the same time, within the burial ground dungeon, a middle-aged man, who was leading, had now reached level A. Notably, after the merging of the real world and the game world, the leveling system changed from 1 to unlimited levels, to levels like EGBAS, SS, SSS, and so on. Logically speaking, it would be impossible to upgrade from level E to level A in just a few hours. Yet, this peculiar situation occurred. The middle-aged man's ID was quite simple, dreaming of cat fur. He and the other players nearby stared at the live projection in the void, a serious expression appearing on their faces. Things outside the dungeon were troubling. We need to speed things up. Looking at the task system, the boss is about to appear. Let's work together and take down this boss. We need to level up quickly so I can help Qing. All right. Everyone responded in unison. They knew very well that this was not the time to waste, and without hesitation, they began to push forward the progress of the dungeon task frantically. Yes, they had come up with a very frightening method, which was to gather all the strength of a team or a guild to dramatically enhance one person's power. This way, they could achieve rapid leveling and assist Qing. Such situations were not rare. In the real world, at this moment, the first demon god's expression was somewhat dark. Yes, for him, this was indeed a sign of social failure. Originally, he believed that using just 10% of his power would be enough to break the protective formation of the Nanxiang Academy. After all, 1,000 years ago, he had only used 50% of his power to breach the formation. But now it seemed he had underestimated the situation. He did not say much. Taking a deep breath, he thought, it's not me who is socially failing, but others. As long as he didn't take care, it was fine. He waved his hand, and black mist began to gather. A fist made of black mist, even larger than the previous one, slowly materialized in the void. Chapter 132. The Demon God returns. Here it comes again. Let's see if it can succeed this time. Will the Demon God mess up again? Haha, why do I find this so amusing? The Demon God, doesn't he seem that impressive after all? I used to worry so much about it. What a joke. Hold on. Let's watch. I feel like this Demon God isn't using its full strength. It may have underestimated the power of the defensive shield. We need to be like the great Qing, never taking things lightly, or else when real danger comes, we'll be in big trouble. Right. So next, we need to assess the situation. I've already entered the burial ground for upgrades. I think we shouldn't waste any more time just watching. We need to focus on our own actions. Exactly. I've entered as well, but I didn't go to the burial ground. I entered the night forest. I went to the Dawn Sanctuary. Why are your names so impressive? I just went to a massage and spa street. Wow, that is amazing. I want a full treatment. Me too. Honey, let me explain. A full treatment is actually just maintenance for the great sword. It's not what you think. After some communication, everyone quickly fell silent again. Because the fist has arrived. This time, it's not 100 meters, but a massive fist 1,000 meters long. A terrifying storm, more intense than the last time. Heavy rain begins to fall from the sky. Lightning flashes into existence, adding a chilling atmosphere to the space. It feels like a formidable opponent is approaching. The wind and rain are coming. Boom! At this moment, the fist struck heavily against the shield. Buzz! A terrifying roar and endless tremors began to ripple across the shield. Waves spread out like stones thrown into water, constantly rippling. The overwhelming pressure caused the previously calm ground around to crack apart. Boom! Thunder roared. The surrounding trees ignited instantly under the heavy rain, only to be extinguished immediately. Yet, even so, that transparent shield remained unbroken. It merely rippled. Look, no matter how much strength it adds, it still can't break this shield. Ha ha ha, this is unbelievable. I've never seen such foolishness before. Social death. Again, social death. Ha ha ha. In the midst of laughter, the next moment, countless expressions froze instantly. Damn, these little trash. They're not following the rules. Seriously, I'm so done with this. If one can't do it, they all come together. Is this a gang fight? Shameless. And they still call themselves demon gods. Unbelievable. What a joke. Truly. Yes, exactly. When the first demon god realized he couldn't break through the protective shield, he laid everything bare. He was no longer embarrassed. With a glance, the remaining 71 demon gods simultaneously unleashed their demon god fists. Boom. The black mist surged. Terrifying energy continued to condense, emerging and refreshing itself. Boom. Thunder rumbled. At that moment, faint arcs of lightning flickered in the air. Even the rain seemed startled by this spectacle, forcefully retreating. Under the astonished gazes of everyone, crack, columns of light, ranging from 100 meters to 500, 800, and even 1,000 meters, shot up into the sky. They crashed fiercely against the shield. Boom, boom, boom. Massive mushroom clouds rose, and under the explosions, the ripples in the shield grew larger. Finally, 5 minutes later, crack. A crisp sound echoed as a crack appeared in the protective formation. It seemed that the opening of this crack equated to a breach in the formation. Immediately, countless dense cracks emerged, like a small boat in a storm, suddenly riddled with holes and leaking. At this moment, people around the world almost made the same gesture. Spit. They spat at the demon gods. Damn, no martial ethics. It seemed they were starting to panic. Watching the dense cracks above, a slow-moving figure, leaning on a cane, ambled over. As for the superiors, they had already vanished without a trace. Indeed, holding the coveted dorayaki, a character nodded, seemingly unconcerned about the shield at all. However, since the shield wouldn't consume much of their power, it was time to get to work. A middle-aged man in white robes wore a playful expression. He drew a long sword and then took a sip of soda. Originally, he planned to use the drunken immortal sword technique. But his wife wouldn't let him drink alcohol, so he substituted it with soda. Qing was somewhat taken aback. He hadn't expected that the sword immortal of Shushan would use soda instead. Naturally, Anna beside Qing explained the backstory, making Qing feel a mix of amusement and disbelief. A distinguished professor at the level of Shushan's sword immortal was afraid of his wife. Crack. What are you laughing at? Just as the sword immortal and Qing were bickering, a sound akin to shattering glass swept in. The next moment, endless fist prints surged forth, causing the protective formation to shatter completely. Had they truly broken through? These people were simply lacking in martial ethics. The superiors and Qing must not come to harm. Watching the endless fist prints flood the office in the blink of an eye, everyone's faces turned somewhat pale. Although they knew Qing and his companions were indeed powerful, they couldn't help but break into a sweat. What if the opponent is truly formidable? 30 seconds have passed, and there's still no movement. Can someone tell me what is going on? At this moment, the entire battlefield is silent. Under the global spotlight, some people are even sweating in their palms. They never expected things would develop like this. And this scene made the demon laugh. The first demon waved his hand. A storm emerged, blowing away all the dust and smoke. In an instant, the scene of the conference room appeared before everyone's eyes. In the footage, the conference room had long since vanished without a trace. On the ground, not a single person was in sight. Indeed, the first demon is powerful. He has left nothing but scraps of them. This so-called academy is just a paper tiger. Ha 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 ha, how funny. I have never seen something so amusing. Really? Who could have imagined it? I certainly didn't. Ha 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 ha, this is so interesting. Blue Star, just wait for our demon. However, before one of the demons could finish speaking, a flash of silver light appeared. An extreme chill emerged. What is happening? What is going on? That flash of silver light. What is it? Countless ordinary people watching the live broadcast were stunned. Suddenly, many watched as the continuously chattering demon fell, his head rolling away in disbelief. Boom. The moment his body collapsed, it exploded into endless blood mist. This guy, he is dead. Chapter 133. The demon god played like a monkey. He is dead? Seeing this scene, netizens around the world were somewhat astonished. Just now, that flash of silver light was like a beacon of brightness emerging from the darkness. It was unexpected and terrifying. What kind of technique is this? I've never seen anything like it before. It's too frightening. Moreover, that guy is a demon god. To be able to slay a demon god with a single sword, just how powerful is this person? Countless voices trembled with fear. They had never imagined such a thing existed. Not only the netizens, but even within the demon god camp, there was astonishment at this moment. However, they dared not say anything, for the number one demon god was present. The sword technique of Mount Shu is quite interesting. The corner of the number one demon god's mouth curled slightly. To be honest, that flash of light did surprise him a bit. Just now, he hadn't noticed where the light came from because there was no killing intent. A sword without killing intent can still kill. This level of mastery is impressive. The sword immortal from Mount Shu has actually come, truly eye-opening for me. But are you all planning to just hide like turtles and not come out? Sneaky attacks? Since when did Mount Shu, known for its righteousness, start using such underhanded tactics? However, before the number one demon god could finish his sentence, another flash of sword light appeared. The silver light fell, bringing a chilling aura with it. At that moment, two more demon gods fell one after another. What the hell? This is so terrifying. Wait, Sword Immortal, the one speaking is the number one demon god. What have we, the other demon gods, done to provoke you? Why are you targeting us? Some demon gods looked pale. They never expected things would turn out this way. Number one demon god, please be more careful. Stop provoking them. If you keep it up, they might just take out all the other demon gods. And you'd be left as the only one standing. How would this game even work then? Countless demon gods were internally complaining. Meanwhile, the number two demon god, that woman, had her eyes flashing with red light at this moment. Her immense mental power spread out, trying to locate the hidden Sword Immortal. But around her, there were no energy fluctuations at all. It was as if the previous sword light had never existed. Impossible. This cannot be true. When did the Mount Shu of Nanxiang technology become so powerful? The woman's face was filled with disbelief. 1,000 years. The gap couldn't possibly be this large. Crack. Just as she was pondering, a flash of light appeared. Another demon god had met their demise. Demon god formation. Form the array. Illuminate the void. Seeing this scene, the number one demon god stopped wasting words. With a wave of his hand, a vortex appeared before him. But at that moment, bang. A crisp sound echoed through the void. Two bullets, flashing with blood-red light, surged forth from the emptiness. Spinning around, it instantly struck two demon gods. Bang! The demon gods fell in response. However, this commotion alerted the seventh demon god, who looked in a certain direction with a slight smirk. In an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. The next moment, he appeared at the location where the sniper had fired the bullet. Little kitty, come out obediently. If I have to catch you myself, you'll be reduced to nothing. The seventh demon god hovered in the void, full of confidence. Yes, without the bullet fired from the sniper rifle, he wouldn't have found the hiding place of this group. But now, since they had actively exposed themselves, then, no, come back. Seventh. Suddenly, the second female demon god thought of something, her expression changing dramatically, luring the snake out of its hole. I recognize that gunshot. I know it's from Chun Fan's sniper rifle. I'm very familiar with it. Earlier, I thought the position was exposed, but now, I understand Yi Qing's strategy. Someone watching this scene laughed. By now, 6 demon gods had already died. It's very likely that the 7th demon god would be the next. Hearing this, the 7th demon god's expression changed drastically. He wasn't a fool. Demon gods could almost understand each other without many words. He realized this was a trap, but just as he was about to leave, a cat appeared. A cat holding a dorayaki stepped out, brandishing something resembling a water gun, looking at the 7th demon god with a grin. You actually know I'm a cat. That's impressive. However, your reward is your life. As he spoke, just as the opponent was about to escape, the water gun instantly hit him. Splatter. Boom. Crackle. In that moment, a terrifying scene unfolded. To everyone's astonished gaze, the water sprayed from the water gun was indeed water. However, when this water hit the 7th demon god, it was like igniting a bomb, directly setting him ablaze and launching him into the sky. Then the 7th demon god became a massive firework, bursting in the sky. Along with it, his life was taken. 7th, fallen. Ha ha ha. Now that's a cat. Indeed, Little Ding Dang has always been here. I really didn't expect Little Ding Dang to be this powerful. Water gun killing, I love it. Yes. 6666, Little Ding Dang. Next time I'll definitely make you a few tons of dorayaki for free. A few tons. Wow, you're that amazing? Of course. I'm the dorayaki manufacturer originally. Countless people were worried about Chun Fan's safety. Everyone knew that among Yi Qing's side, only Chun Fan was the strongest. But at this moment, Chun Fan had already disappeared, turning into Little Ding Dang. This left people both amused and speechless. At the same time, they admired the plan of these individuals, luring the snake out of its hole. This move was brilliantly executed. The 7th demon god is dead. This left the 1st and 2nd demon gods with extremely grim expressions. The 2nd demon god had already warned, but it was still no match for the speed of the little bell. However, it's just a cat, so I'll kill you and bury you with the 7th. As the 2nd demon god spoke, he instantly vanished from his spot. The next moment, he appeared right in front of the little bell. But at that moment, the little bell took out a blue Gatling gun from her pocket. With the rise of blue flames, the Gatling gun, spinning at an incredible speed, began its frenzied operation. Boom, 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 boom. Rays of light flickered as endless bullets were fired in an instant. The 2nd demon god was not to be trifled with either and teleported again. However, each time he did, It seemed that the little bell could anticipate her position. Countless bullets had already poured down at her landing spot in advance. Protected by a shield, she was unharmed. But this torturous method of attack completely ignited the second demon god's emotions. "You seek death," she said fiercely, as purple lightning emerged from the void, transforming into a meteor shower of thunder, rushing towards the little bell. Chapter 134. The demon god of continuous stimulation falls again. The demon god is not just about the demon fist. Otherwise, it would be like having only 3 moves like a certain historical figure, which would be rather foolish. Their intelligence is still intact. Lightning stars descended from the sky like dense raindrops, arriving before the little character in the blink of an eye. "Let us see how you dodge this. Just a cat. What can it do?" The second demon god sneered, crossing his arms and watching the little character with great interest. But the next moment, everyone's expression changed. The little character remained completely unfazed. He pulled out an umbrella, just an extremely ordinary rain umbrella. Click. The clasp opened. The umbrella was unfurled. Crackle. Boom. Snap. Snap. The dense lightning, as if it had discovered the most delicious food, struck the umbrella's surface all at once. However, it did not inflict a single bit of damage on the umbrella. Not even a charred mark was left on its surface. This left the second demon god's south smile frozen in place. "This umbrella is still a bit weak. It seems it needs further improvement." The little character did not pay attention to the expressions of others. He looked somewhat regretful. In his view, the umbrella's sturdiness was not sufficient. Although it did manage to withstand the lightning and caused no damage, it still left his palm a bit numb. The sensation was similar to the stimulation from a massage gun, but no, it was considerably less intense. Yet even so, there was still a feeling. To him, the umbrella's effectiveness must reach the point of being completely sensationless for it to be considered qualified. Damn it, is this silly cat being pretentious? It still needs improvement. How are we scientists supposed to live? This thing is already incredibly impressive. If it were on the market, it would sell for 10 million. No, 10 billion. You couldn't buy this umbrella even for 10 billion. If we could take this umbrella to the lab and analyze its principles, then wouldn't we have an exceptionally powerful defensive weapon? Wake up, stop daydreaming. Do you think the little character will let you study this umbrella? Perhaps only the little character can use it. However, before this prominent figure could finish his thought, the little character suddenly pulled out a capsule from his pocket. He tossed it onto the ground. Whoosh! The capsule instantly transformed into a large storage box. Inside the box, densely packed, there appeared to be at least 200 of these umbrellas. Holy cow! I take back what I just said. So many umbrellas. It seems that in the little character's view, this item must be quite common. Even the prominent figures watching from the shadows were stunned. Even ordinary people in the underground city gasped at this scene. My goodness, so many. I suddenly had a bold idea. What if the power of multiple watches could be combined to create a super weapon to resist asteroids? So, if our leader gathers these umbrellas and combines their strength, could they create an even more terrifying defensive weapon? Don't dream on. That's impossible. Look, when the little character threw the umbrella, it disappeared in no time. It seems that the hidden forces are concealing the player's energy fluctuations while watching the show. Not just ordinary people. At this moment, even those waiting in various dungeons in the burial ground couldn't help but twitch their lips at this scene. This is simply unbelievable. I was worried about whether we could mass produce them, but the little character brought out so many. It seems our concerns were unnecessary. Right. Then let's focus on the dungeons. The group stopped communicating and began to concentrate on fighting the boss. As for those demons, at this moment, they didn't know what to say. The second demon and the first demon had their lips twitching uncontrollably, like they were having a seizure. Damn it! The second demon's face turned ashen, and with a wave of her hand, she split into 3 and charged towards the little character from different directions. Along the way, hand seals moved, and countless flames appeared out of nowhere, gathering into fireballs that fell like meteors, crashing violently towards her. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted. But the little character just sneered, and amidst everyone's gasps, her figure quickly vanished. The next moment, crack! Snowflakes suddenly began to fall from the sky. The temperature dropped sharply at that instant. What is happening? Snowflakes. Wait, it turned into a blizzard. Look, those fireballs were extinguished by the snowflakes. No, wait. This isn't snowflakes. This is sword energy. Upon closer inspection, the snowflakes were actually formed from streams of sword energy. Amidst the astonished cries, the snowflakes fell in response. They then transformed into sharp blades, a torrent of sword energy snowflakes, sweeping towards the second demon like a dragon made of snow. Ding ding dang dang. The second demon's expression changed drastically. The three figures merged, and in a flash, her body was enveloped in red light, transforming into a red shield. The sound of metal clashing echoed as she swung her hands, summoning a red whip. With a fierce swing, the whip produced crackling sounds, and red whip shadows lashed out, colliding violently with the torrent of sword energy. Boom! The terrifying roar continued unabated. Explosions resounded. The second demon leaped into the air, hovering in the void. But at that moment, a massive sword light, over 100 meters long, descended from the sky, carrying a sense of destruction. The sudden appearance of the sword light caught everyone off guard, especially the second demon. With a drastic change in expression, the red shield surrounding her became even more dazzling. Boom! The sword light collided fiercely with the shield. Puffed, blood spurted out. The shield around the second demon shattered explosively. Amidst the shocked gazes of everyone, she was sent flying, spitting blood. Yet the sword light did not fade, charging forth with even greater speed and dominance. Seeking death, the first demon's gaze turned icy, and without hesitation, he struck. A thick black mist emerged, transforming into a massive net hundreds of meters wide, instantly enveloping the sword light. The first demon tightened his grip, causing the net to constrict. With a crack, the sword light shattered into countless fragments. However, similarly, the massive net could no longer withstand the impact of the sword light and exploded simultaneously. Whoosh whoosh. Whoosh. Countless fragments fell to the ground, resembling terrifying bombs, as dust filled the air and continuous explosions echoed. In an instant, the ground was riddled with holes. The sword immortal of Mount Shu only exerted effort in the shadows. How? Have they also learned the methods of us unorthodox practitioners? Don't you claim to be orthodox? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at by other factions? However, as the first demon's voice fell, countless sword lights erupted instantly from behind him. Blood surged forth. A heavy scent of blood enveloped the area. Upon closer inspection, another 10 demons had fallen in an instant. Chapter 135. The incredible Yi Qing. The little cat found everyone was astonished. The swordsman hidden in the shadows was simply unbelievable. He would kill without a second thought. It was truly exhilarating. The more demons that fall, the greater our chances of victory. But who knows who that swordsman is? Moreover, the current situation feels strange, as if it has already transcended the realm of the national luck game. Upstairs, have you thought this through? This is no longer a national luck game. This is a disaster brought by the 72 demons in the real world. It is completely different in nature. And now the game world has merged with the real world, allowing each of us to level up and cultivate. The changes are indeed significant. I'm busy fighting monsters. No more talk. I'm off to level up. Yes. As these individuals analyzed, some began to regain their senses. Indeed, this is not a national luck game. This is a true life and death battle. At this moment, the second demon was disheveled and unstable. He looked at the battered ground with a grim expression. That swordsman from the Shushan sect had already ignited his fury. Just wait a bit longer. The third and fifth demons were close to completing their formation. Once done, we would be able to capture their figures. Just hold on for a few more minutes. The first demon communicated with the second demon telepathically. In response, the second demon also secretly agreed, understanding the importance of the overall situation. You have guts, come out. Stop resorting to these underhanded tactics. At this moment, the second demon was like a shrew, her voice terrifyingly loud. The long whip in her hand lashed out at the ground repeatedly, making the already chaotic ground even more disordered. She was venting her anger. Look, this fellow can't sit still. The big shots have killed so many demons. They must be feeling unsettled. Not only that, but these people are also very afraid. After all, no one knows which demon the swordsman will target next. Indeed, I can see it too, their expressions. In a distant underground city, in a conference room, the super big shots were seated, watching this scene and couldn't help but laugh. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying the people from Nanxiang technology around Yi Qing truly were. Killing without a second thought, this style, was simply exhilarating. Wait a minute. Just as everyone cheered, the super big shot from Long Country doused everyone with cold water. Look closely, he pointed at the eyes of the furious second demon on the screen. Did you see that? Although she was shouting fiercely, her eyes were very calm. There were no signs of bloodshot in her eyes at all. When we are angry, Our emotions are expressed through our eyes and facial expressions. If she were truly furious to the extreme, it should be evident in her gaze. But now, she appears very calm. And look, the first demon lord is the same. His demeanor is as if he is watching a show. I feel like they are just stalling for time. Stalling for time? Upon hearing this, others were taken aback. Yes, these individuals must be concocting some scheme again, and who knows what mischief they are hiding now. After all, the demon lords are still demon lords. It's unrealistic for them to be easily defeated by those from the mountain sect. As soon as this was said, everyone's expression changed. Indeed, they began to realize that, from the beginning of the battle until now, the human side has been too smooth sailing. They have not faced any setbacks. One demon lord after another has been slain. Even before, Chun Fan's firearms could kill people. How powerful are these demon lords? Chun Fan's sniper bullets couldn't even pierce the eyes of beasts before, yet now they can kill with one shot? Could it be that the lives of demon lords are even more fragile than those bosses? That's unrealistic. Therefore, the only reason must be that these demon lords are secretly brewing some larger conspiracy. I hope Qing and the others realize this. Right now, we can't help much. All hope rests on them. Once this point was raised, everyone fell silent. The situation is more complicated than they imagined. On the battlefield, in the shadows, Qing stands in the void. Beside him are Anna, a pen, and the head professor of the mountain sect, Xingyuan Taoist. Xingyuan, what do you think of the tricks they are playing? What else can I think? Just looking down at them. We are bystanders and can't discuss this with a spectator's expression. Listening to Xingyuan, Anna suppressed her urge to punch him and took a deep breath. Be serious. All right. My lady, please don't get angry. Otherwise, I'll be done for, he said, his face becoming quite serious. The 72 demon lords have not died. They are not that weak. Their earlier deaths were merely an illusion created by the demon lords. Now they are secretly setting up a formation to reveal our presence. Once it is completed, they will know our true coordinates. However, we will turn the tables on them. When we reveal ourselves, we must pretend to be severely injured and then resist with all our might, extracting the most terrifying power from them and the hidden demon lord leader. Only in this way can this disaster be resolved. Qing beside him nodded as well. Yes, this is also Qing's plan. With the memories of his past life, he understands better than anyone. There are 72 demon lords on the surface, but in reality, there are 73. The last one is the ultimate leader of the demon faction, who has always been hiding in the shadows as the mastermind behind the entire scheme, controlling its direction. If he is not brought to light, even if all 72 demons are defeated, it would be of no use. Therefore, they have to resort to some tactics. Qing, how do you understand the item I gave you just now? After saying this, Xingyuan shifted his gaze to Qing's face. Upon hearing this, Qing smiled and nodded. It was better than he expected. He had fully comprehended the sword technique. But for the skill of shrinking the distance, he had only grasped 70 so far, with the remaining 30 still having some flaws and a few points he was still pondering over. The lightning sword technique was nearly complete as well. All right, that's enough. Hearing Qing's words, Xingyuan sighed. Comparing oneself to others can be frustrating. When he was practicing the sword technique as a talented disciple of the sect, it took him a whole day to fully master it. Yet Qing managed to learn it in just a few minutes. What kind of person is this? A genius? Meanwhile, Anna, witnessing Xingyuan's reaction, couldn't help but puff out her chest. See, this is my brother. He is amazing at everything. During their conversation on the ground, the second demon, who was wielding a whip, suddenly stopped. She smiled, and an inexplicable wave of energy emanated from her body. Little kitties, I found you, she said with a chilling gaze. Chapter 136. The waves never appeared in the perception of the second demon. Special energy fluctuations emerged one after another. This feeling was similar to how a psychic could see the hidden psychic energy orbs of every individual. At that moment, the second demon discovered a dense array of auras surrounding them. From all directions, it was as if they were completely enveloped by the demon army. In an instant, her expression changed. Not good. Form up, she shouted, swinging her whip and charging towards one of the hidden figures. The whip danced, leaving behind trails of afterimages, striking like lightning with a frenzied impact. Whoosh! Flashes of light flickered in the void. A woman's figure stepped out from the darkness. She held playing cards in her hand, a smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. Don't be so angry. Take it slow, she said, shuffling the cards. In an instant, like a magic trick, thousands of cards flew from her hand, cutting through the air like blades, heading straight for the swinging whip. Boom, boom, boom. Like firecrackers, the continuous explosions echoed, directly shattering all the afterimages of the whip in the void. Seeking death, after destroying the whip's afterimages, the other cards continued their trajectory, enveloping the second demon. At this moment, the seventh demon could no longer watch. With a grim expression, he drew a long sword. As the black sword surged, endless black mist emerged, coalescing into 100-meter-long black mist sword light, aimed directly at Anna's forehead. Clang! At that moment, a man in white descended from the sky. He snapped his fingers in midair. A subtle wave emerged. In an instant, the so-called black mist sword light was severed inch by inch, transforming into mist that scattered in the air. "Your opponent is me," the man said, grinning. As he moved, he created multiple afterimages, and before anyone could react, he charged right in front of the seventh demon. He did not use a sword. Using his hand as a blade, he exuded an overwhelming chill, pressing towards the opponent's neck. Whoosh! The seventh demon's pupils narrowed, his figure disintegrating into black mist, barely dodging the attack. Then, he didn't even take on a human form, instead directly transforming into a chain of black mist, coiling around the man's body like a venomous snake. "Go!" This scene did not startle the man. He shouted loudly, and the black mist, under this voice, retreated quickly like snow meeting sunlight. Before long, the black mist reshaped into human form. A hint of bright red blood appeared at the corner of his mouth. What just happened? Why did this person say one word, and the seventh demon became afraid? Golden Light Spell. This is a Taoist incantation, the Golden Light Spell, specifically used to exorcise demons and drive away evil spirits. I didn't expect the Golden Light Spell to erupt from him, and it was so terrifying. I am also a disciple of Taoism, but I don't possess such immense cultivation. I originally thought the Golden Light Spell was merely a method for strengthening the body and refreshing the mind, but I didn't realize it was exactly like the legends, with such terrifying power. In the underground city, a middle-aged man in a Taoist robe was shocked by this scene. Indeed, I never expected that the helper called by the esteemed Qing would be so powerful. However, speaking of which, do you think this man will pass on the Golden Light Spell to us? Or to Qing? I don't know. But what I do know is that just witnessing this Golden Light Spell today is worth it. At this moment, there were actually many disciples from various Taoist sects in the underground city. Since the National Fortune game and the disaster of the apocalypse occurred, they have been assisting the authorities in maintaining order and saving the people, unlike those who only burn incense and mutter prayers, leaving everything to fate. Countless people have seen this, so they hold a very favorable view of Taoism. So, Master, can you tell who would win between this person and that? No. Seven Demon God. It's hard to say. The Taoist shook his head. The situation is too complicated. Neither has revealed their trump cards, so it's difficult to predict the outcome. Look, Anna and the number 2 Demon Goddess battle has also heated up, but Anna, the bomb enthusiast, hasn't detonated her nuclear bomb or magnetic storm bomb, so she is also conserving her strength. The number 2 Demon God is the same. One can only say that in this battle, everyone is testing the waters, trying to see what the other's limits are. I wonder what the Demon Gods are up to. I feel like they are still holding back their big moves, as this battle is too lackluster. Yes, although this Taoist doesn't have much skill, his insight is sharp, enabling him to analyze many issues. Perhaps they want to force our esteemed Qing to come out. Moreover, the number 1 Demon God hasn't shown up yet. I feel he must be keeping an eye on Qing. But speaking of which, I feel that no matter how strong Qing is, he probably wouldn't stand a chance against the number 1 Demon God. He is in great danger this time. After all, we both know very well that the No. 1 Demon God has been around for who knows how many years, with immense power. In contrast, our esteemed Qing has only been playing the National Fortune game for about a month, in such a short time. How could he grow to the level of the number 1 Demon God with at least 1,000 years of cultivation? It's tough. Yes. So esteemed, Qing must not come out. Just as we were saying this, the live broadcast changed. This time, someone stepped forward from the darkness. This is a pen. What the heck? No way. What is going on here? Could it be that Nanxiang technology has no one left? How could they send out a pen to fight? Am I seeing things? This pen can't be real. It absolutely can't be real. Residents of countless underground cities were left in shock at this scene. However, the moment the pen appeared, the expressions of the dark faction changed completely. Especially the third dark deity. He slowly stepped out of the faction, his face serious. "Old professor, Are you sure you want to oppose us dark deities? You remember you are at least 2,000 years old, right? An old bone like you should know better. Before he could finish his warning, the pen began to rotate, and a storm gathered. To everyone's astonishment, 10 massive tornadoes, each hundreds of meters tall and crackling with dark lightning, suddenly materialized out of thin air. Dust and debris filled the air. At that moment, the tornadoes, as expected, charged towards the third dark deity. The pen did not waste any words. Seeing that persuasion had failed, the third dark deity didn't say anything more. With a cold smirk, he waved his hand, and a blood-red curved blade coalesced in his grasp. Just as the tornadoes were about to threaten his body, he gently swung the curved blade. The cold light flashed. Without even the sound of an explosion or metal clashing, those massive tornadoes were simply sliced apart by the blade's light, as if the waves had never existed. Chapter 137. The demon god shakes the flower. Qing watched this scene from the shadows and couldn't help but laugh. He turned to the still unfought Xingyuan beside him and asked, "What's the name of this pen? It's quite flashy. It's called Wang Dachui." Uffed. Qing spat out the drink he had just taken. How could such a pen be called Wang Dachui? Why not call it Wang Fugui instead? Wang Dachui. Does he have a brother named Wang Fugui? Huh. How do you know? The elegant man replied, "That graceful man is indeed named Wang Fugui. However, the pen is in a sealed state. Originally, Wang Dachui conducted an experiment and accidentally transformed himself into a pen. In fact, he is very powerful. Look." Just as he spoke, Wang Dachui the pen twisted its body. Instantly, hundreds and thousands of pens split from it. Seeing this, the third demon god laughed out loud. "Even 1,000 incarnations of your techniques can't stop me, old pen. Do you really think you can block me this time? Break," he shouted, and his body transformed into black mist once again. This time, the mist was more solid than before, even revealing a hint of crimson within. The scene was filled with a chilling atmosphere. The black mist surged like a giant net, enveloping all the pens. "Old 3, come back." At that moment, the fourth one nearby sensed something was wrong and shouted urgently, but it was already too late. Under everyone's gaze, the pens suddenly darted out of the black mist's range one by one. Before long, they had punctured the black mist, creating countless holes. The most terrifying part was that the pens emitted a strong white light. Under the radiance, the black mist couldn't heal at all. Soon, the black mist transformed into a person, but at that moment, his entire body was filled with holes. His body resembled a moving fountain, blood spraying out like a jet, resembling a walking artillery soldier. Holy crap! The others were dumbfounded at this scene. What is happening? The fourth demon god rubbed his forehead, his figure flickering as he moved to the side of the third demon god and took out a bottle of medicine from his pocket. Before he could apply it to the third demon god, a woman in a high-slit qipao, revealing her thigh, slowly walked out from the void. Notably, this qipao had safety shorts underneath, so there was no risk of exposure. The woman seemed divine. Although she took one step, it was as if she had crossed space and had already arrived next to the fourth demon god. She slowly took the medicine bottle from the fourth demon god's hand and tossed it into her spatial gear. At that moment, everyone was stunned. The fourth demon god was also dumbfounded. The third demon god continued to spray blood. "Little kids, do you still want to teach my brother Dachui a lesson? Brother Dachui. Brother Dachui. Holy crap. This pen is named Dachui." Hearing this name, everyone around reacted similarly to Qing, nearly gasping in shock. "Incredible." I burst into laughter. How could such an impressive pen have such a ridiculous name? It's unscientific. I also found it unscientific. By the way, since this pen is called Big Hammer, what about the sword immortal who fought the seventh demon? Sister Charming, you're here. Wang Fugui looked at the woman who emerged, his face filled with surprise. He used a powerful technique, turning countless rays of golden light into blades, forcing the seventh demon back, and shouted, "Wang Fugui, focus on fighting the enemy. Your brother was sealed as a pen because he didn't take things seriously. You don't want to end up sealed like that, do you?" Just as everyone was about to say something, Sister Charming's words completely broke their composure. "What the?" Sure enough, the surname Wang. The pen master is actually named Wang Dachui, and that Taoist sword immortal is named Wang Fugui. Can naming be any more casual? No, my focus isn't here. I'm more concerned about what will happen once Wang Fugui and Wang Dachui find out we're watching the live stream. Ha ha ha. What can we do? Just chill. But Sister Charming really is beautiful. Those long legs, that figure. TSK. What is wrong with your brain? Watch the battle now. Plus, Yi Qing hasn't come out yet. Right. Just as everyone was discussing, Wang Dachui and Wang Fugui felt a jolt at Sister Charming's words. They certainly knew that the battle was being broadcast globally. Damn it. Social death. It's not like they chose these names themselves. Their father once said that silly names are easy to live with, and look what happened. However, they couldn't let their act fall apart. Even if others found out their names, they had to pretend not to care, just act like they didn't know about it. In an instant, their battle intensified. It's all because of you demons that my name got exposed. Sister Charming stood in the void, and at that moment, the fourth demon was sweating profusely. He never expected that the most mysterious head of the Secret Arts Academy in Nanxiang Academy would show up. Such people. Their kind of demons couldn't resist at all. Let me handle this. Suddenly, another demon appeared. She was also a woman, dressed only in a tight-fitting outfit, seemingly without anything underneath. The outlines were evident. The red-haired demon in the tight outfit walked into the void, looking at Sister Charming with a soft smile. Charming? Head of the Secret Arts Academy? If I kill you, can I take your place? In the palm of this demon was the number 10. Clearly, she was the 10th demon. Sister Charming didn't respond. Instead, she tightened her grip on the fourth demon's neck. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the fourth demon's neck snapped. A mysterious force surged into her body. The alluring figure threw the corpse into the air. Boom! The corpse burst open like fireworks, instantly scattering. Beneath the mist of blood, the expression of the number 10 demon god darkened. She did not expect that, despite her arrival. This bold woman dared to make a move. Without hesitation, numerous tentacles suddenly surged from behind her, attacking the alluring figure. Soft. But the alluring figure merely parted her red lips and spoke a single word. Countless onlookers were left dumbfounded, because those countless tentacles truly softened. They drooped down like limp noodles in an instant. This scene caused the number 10 demon god's expression to darken to the extreme. The opponent's secret technique was indeed mysterious. It felt like her words had the power to manifest reality. Whatever she said would happen. The demon god could hardly believe it. With blood-red eyes, she charged directly towards the alluring figure, abandoning the tentacles. But the next moment, the alluring figure flew into the air. A chair appeared out of nowhere, and she simply sat down on it, crossing her legs. Just as the number 10 demon god reached her side, the alluring figure snapped her fingers. The demon god came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had pressed the pause button on her. Then, she raised her hands above her head, uncontrollably, shaking her hands in a flower gesture. The crowd. Chapter 138. The infuriated number 1 demon god, other demon gods. Onlookers. Big shots. Yi Qing. At this moment, even Yi Qing looked completely bewildered. Although he knew that the alluring figure indeed had such means, but the flower-shaking technique was still beyond his expectations. Who could have imagined this? Can someone tell me, what is going on? This is too shocking. Is this demon god trying to be a streamer? Ding. I want to give the number 10 demon god a fantasy castle as a tip. She is amazing. The flower-shaking technique is so impressive. Where are you from? Shouldn't we be tipping Sister May instead? She is directing the number 10 demon god to perform the flower-shaking technique. Okay. Shocking. The master's task? Goodness, what kind of outrageous words are these? The one upstairs is an expert. Have you played before? Who said that? I haven't tea. I didn't tea. Don't slander me. Seeing the netizens' replies, the one who mentioned the task hurriedly denied it. They are live streaming globally right now, and they can see all these comments. If they admit it, wouldn't it be just like the number 10 demon god, Wang Fugui, and Wang Dachui, all facing social death? So he resolutely refused to admit it. Absolutely not. At this moment, the highly scrutinized number 10 demon god felt extremely uncomfortable. She never expected that she would truly be controlled by the alluring figure. She still remembered 1,000 years ago when she had defeated Mei so thoroughly that there was nothing left. How could this happen this time? This situation was completely unexpected. Stop it. She roared in her heart, trying various means to stop this predicament. She even channeled the power of the demon god to sever the opponent's control over her body. But it was all in vain. Not only that, but once she channeled her demon god powers, her flower-shaking technique became even more impressive. After a brief moment, the flower-shaking stopped. This led the number 10 demon god to believe the control had ended, and her heart soared with joy. But the next moment, she executed 10 backflips, followed by 2 720-degree flips. The flipping ended, and then came a spacewalk. But that wasn't the worst part. The most outrageous part was that, right in front of everyone, She actually did the splits. Wow. Incredible. Such a difficult move. This isn't fighting. It's a dance performance. Is there a DJ? Is there a DJ on site? Come control the scene. DJ, come on. Focus on the show. Oh no, focus on the battle. What a chaotic situation. This is not the time for these comments. Messages kept refreshing and swirling. At this moment, this scene made everyone's face look extremely grim. This is just... I don't even know what to say anymore. However, in the heart of the 10th demon, tears were already flowing like a river. Sister, you let me dance, but can you not take away my ability to speak? You've made it so I can't say a word. I can't even beg for mercy. I've already socially died. Don't let me socially die again, please. I call you my ancestor. She roared in her heart, but couldn't express a single word. This only worsened her already fragile mood. And then, snap, a sudden realization hit her. Damn, this is incredible. If they were participating in a dance competition, this demon would definitely take first place. And who knows, they might even win a big prize and become a figure in the entertainment industry. Yes, but look at this demon's expression. Her eyes are squinted, and she seems to be enjoying it a lot. Right. At this moment, countless people were captivated. There was no helping it. The 10th demoness figure was too stunning. Combined with various incredible skills and dances, it was simply mesmerizing. In this state, even the first and second demons were drawn in by these dances. Big Hammer, what do you think of this dance? It's good. If they enter our South Xiang Academy's dance department, scoring 100 points should be no problem. What do you two demons think? Upon hearing this, the 7th demon and others were taken aback. They too had been immersed in the dance, having stopped their attacks long ago. Well, it's not bad. But the 10th demon hasn't danced in front of us before, so we didn't know her skills were this good. This makes us want to hold a concert. The 15th demon loves playing the drums. The 27th demon enjoys songwriting, and is also great at playing the guitar. It seems we could indeed form a band. Exactly. The first demon nodded in agreement. What the 7th demon said is right. I think we should consider it. Second demon, what do you think? I think I could be the lead singer. I sing pretty well. Right. I remember you sang lullabies really well. And what was that song about the new little red-dressed constable? What song was that? Don't you listen to it often? Right. Wait. Hold on. As the first and second demons were chatting, they suddenly realized something. In the next moment, their expressions changed drastically. Damn, this is a battlefield, not a stage. Get ready to fight. Stop just watching the show. From now on, I'll make you watch dance every day if you like it. I'll make sure you regret it. The first demon's voice was cold, bursting forth like a machine gun. At the same time, he was the first to attack, leading the charge, turning into a blur as he aimed directly at the alluring figure. At this point, he had no intention of wasting any more time. The previous actions of the alluring figure had completely enraged him. Initially, he had planned to play a little longer. Now, let the demon god make a fool of itself in front of the whole world. Such hatred, the uncle can endure, but the aunt cannot. Whoosh. The body like lightning. The shadow like a blade. At this moment, the first demon god, filled with immense rage, was shrouded in a dark mist that enveloped everything. As if the apocalypse was upon us. Amidst the rumbling sounds, blue arcs of electricity continuously flashed within the void of black mist. Then boom. 18 blue lightning dragons surged forward at an incredibly swift speed, madly attacking the enchanting figure. Whoosh. At this moment, the enchanting figure did not wish to linger in battle. Having had enough fun, she quickly vanished from her spot, urgently placing the 10th demon god in front of the lightning dragons. Then, she released control. No. Accompanied by a scream from the 10th demon god, a torrential blood rain fell from the sky. The 10th demon god fell at the hands of their own. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. The 10th demon god just died like that? She looked so wronged. Ha. She deserved it. Who told her to provoke the enchanting sister? The sister is truly powerful. But speaking of which, did you all understand what just happened? Did the enchanting sister leave? If she did, it only means she is stronger than we imagined. But this strength should not be able to rival the first demon god. Otherwise, she wouldn't have fled, but would have fought back. Wait, what is that over there? Chapter 139. No one backs down. Just as everyone was chatting and laughing, they suddenly noticed that the scene before them had changed. Snowflakes began to drift down, and a cold wave swept over. This time, it was not the so-called sword energy snowflakes, but real snowflakes. In an instant, it felt as if a great upheaval had arrived. At first, it was only a few scattered snowflakes, but in the blink of an eye, heavy snow filled the sky. Fluffy snowflakes slowly descended, gradually covering the ground in white. At that moment, a figure emerged from the darkness, slowly approaching. He was dressed in remarkably ordinary attire, jeans, a thermal shirt, and a blue casual jacket. Notably, he wore a baseball cap on his head. In his hand, a long sword gradually materialized. He gazed at the first demon god and walked closer. He did not speak, but stopped at a distance of 10 meters from the demon god. The long sword pointed towards his head. Xingyuan, 1,000 years ago, when I saw you, you were just a child wearing split-crotch pants. Now you dare to point a long sword at me. You have quite the courage. The first demon god did not attack, but looked at Xingyuan and scoffed. Xingyuan? Who is that? But this uncle is so handsome. I want to have his children. What about the great Yi Qing? Yi Qing is first, he is second. Wow. When the crowd saw Xingyuan's appearance, they were slightly surprised. Characters kept appearing one after another, making them feel a bit numb. Whenever a strong figure appeared among the demon gods, a sword immortal or another person would inevitably step out, leading people to subconsciously believe that there were countless talents within the Southern Xiang Academy. But now, seeing this situation, everyone was a bit puzzled. Could it be? This is the strongest person from Mount Shu? Otherwise, why would this person appear when the first demon god showed up? Let us watch. We need to take this seriously. No more jokes. I feel that this attack could very likely be the ultimate battle. Yes, as everyone observed this scene, they couldn't help but hold their breath. The atmosphere of impending doom made many feel a bit heavy in their breathing. None of them were fools. They could naturally sense the subtle changes in the situation. The moment Mr. Xingyuan appeared, many realized that this time, the stakes had escalated. No one dared to speak carelessly anymore. Even the live stream's comment section fell silent, with no new messages being posted. At this moment, everyone felt a sense of confusion. Until now, the great Yi Qing had not appeared. Where had he gone? What was he doing? In the instance world, the burial ground, the middle-aged man looked at the remaining bloodied monster, raising his sword and striking down. In an instant, 100-meter sword light slashed through the air, swinging with such force that it split in the boss's line of sight, dividing into 2, then 4. In the blink of an eye, 91 beams of 100-meter sword light emerged, cutting the boss into countless fragments at an astonishing speed. Boom! Golden light flashed. The boss exploded. In that moment, all the fragments, under the shimmering light, transformed into a sky full of gold coins, experience points, and various treasure chests. Great! The boss has been defeated. The rewards are substantial. We absorb the base experience. And all the remaining treasures will be given to the uncle, so he can level up quickly. The live broadcast outside is about to reach the final battle, and the great master Yi Qing will definitely appear. We must get there in time to help him. Yes. As this person spoke, everyone immediately sprang into action, distributing rewards and organizing items. However, just as they finished collecting the rewards, the next moment, a not-so-pleasant notification sound abruptly refreshed. Due to the early completion of the boss defeat task, the system refreshed and temporarily spawned a hidden boss. This boss is SSS level, with incredible power. Would you like to activate the hidden boss? A hidden boss. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed, especially the middle-aged uncle, who turned pale for a moment. What is going on? Didn't the system say that this dungeon only has the final boss? How could this thing spawn? However, I believe that defeating the hidden boss should yield even greater rewards. How about we give it a try? I have 50 lives left that I haven't used. I can revive. I'm a healer. I can provide healing services for everyone. I'm the commander. We have already coordinated well during this time. I think as long as we assign tasks properly and understand this boss's patterns within 10 minutes, we should be able to finish it in half an hour. As for how many sacrifices, I'm not afraid. As long as we can help the great master Yi Qing this time, it would be equivalent to saving all of humanity. I think we should take this risk. Yes. Listening to the voices of countless people, the middle-aged uncle pondered for a moment. Then he nodded heavily. Without hesitation, he slammed his hand down on the activation button. Then, let us do this. Dungeon, Starry Cemetery. This cemetery is wonderful. It feels as if one is truly in the universe. This feeling is quite nice. Daughter, in the upcoming hidden boss battle, uncles and aunts, brothers and sisters will do their utmost to create opportunities for you. You must defeat this hidden boss to obtain rewards, understand? Yi Qing is the only choice and opportunity to save the blue star. We must accomplish this task, regardless of life or death. I understand. Abroad. The ancient Greek Federation Empire, the empire of the never-setting sun, the Ninja Nation, the Bear Nation, and so on. At this moment, a group of elite experts united and entered a dungeon where a cold wave had descended. A super expert from a certain ninja nation looked at the snowflakes falling from the sky and suddenly smiled. No matter how cold it gets, it can't compare to the division of the world. Indeed, we do not wish for such a thing to happen. So, everyone, have you made your decision? If you have, let's vote. Those in favor of battling the hidden boss, show your palms. Those against, show your backs. 3, 2, 1, start. In an instant, all the participants, without exception, showed their palms. They all chose to fight the hidden boss. Knowing the dangers that lay ahead, they still made this choice. Everyone, I hope we can all survive and together deliver these supplies to Mr. Qing. An expert from a certain nation took a deep breath, looked at everyone before him, his eyes slightly moist. Then, he firmly pressed the button to refresh the hidden boss. Let's go? At this moment, countless people around the globe, in countless dungeons, simultaneously activated the hidden boss. They knew this was a fight for survival. This was a battle concerning the existence of their world and the lives of every individual. Not a single person hesitated. Chapter 140. Frantic refresh, continuous events in the dungeon. The super elites sat solemnly, their faces filled with seriousness. The two figures confronting each other on the holographic projection screen tugged at their hearts. It was time. One person spoke these words and suddenly laughed. The super elite from the Ninja Nation took out a small box from his pocket and gently opened it. Inside the box lay an ancient seal, characterized by features of the Dragon Nation. Yes, it was a seal. At that moment, the seal emitted a faint golden light, and its subtle glow was somewhat mesmerizing. This is a seal we took decades ago, and now it returns to its rightful owner. Our mages have studied it, and this seal contains a terrifying power. The mage once said that whoever possesses this seal would gain an extraordinary ability to dominate the world. Hearing this, everyone was somewhat shocked. What is this seal? Such immense energy. However, when the super elite saw the seal, his pupils suddenly constricted. This item was actually the seal of the Taoist master, Li Chunfeng. No wonder this seal has such great energy. The super elite accepted it without saying any words of thanks, as this seal originally belonged to their Dragon Nation. Just as the super elite was about to take action, suddenly, another person nearby also took out a box. When this box opened, another item appeared inside, a copper coin. The copper coin. I'm not sure what it belongs to, but it was similar to what the mage from the Ninja Nation described, also possessing enormous energy. I have this pendant too, and this gourd. I also have a staff that resembles the legendary Rui Jingu Bang from your mythology. One by one, the world's top super elites brought out their treasures. Some even took items from spatial equipment. Yes, things similar to spatial rings. After all, each federal empire has considerable depth, and they all possess some of these items. However, they would never reveal these treasures unless it was a critical moment. Everyone understands the principle of keeping wealth hidden. With these items, an opportunity lies ahead. Looking at the countless treasures in his hands, the super elite grinned. He then called over a companion. Old man, I'm entrusting you with these weapons, equipment, and energy seals. Be sure to hand all of these over to Qing. This is a great opportunity for him to enhance his strength. We are now at a life and death juncture. No one dares to hide any longer. He handed the items to the old man. At the same time, he took out a piece of jade from his pocket. Seeing this jade, the old man's expression changed. This is a jade slip? A jade slip capable of inscribing cultivation techniques. Hearing the term jade tablet, everyone was astonished. This thing, doesn't it only exist in fictional works? It actually exists in the real world. That's right. This is a jade tablet passed down from our ancestors, safeguarded by us for generations, just so that one person can use it to save the entire Blue Star. Go ahead, hand all of these over to Qing. All right. The reason Slow Sheep didn't participate in the battle was that he received orders from Qing to protect these people. Although all 72 demon gods have arrived, Qing is still not at ease. And indeed, just now, Slow Sheep had already dealt with at least 9,000 enemies. Of course, it couldn't have been just him alone. It was the entire Sheep Village army. That's right. When the South Xiang Technology Academy manifested in the real world, Sheep Village also manifested. Leave it to me, Slow Sheep said as he left the office. Soon, he arrived at the best vantage point near the battlefield. How is your strength recovery going now? Slow Sheep suddenly asked while looking at the battlefield. fully recovered. Thanks to your medicines, Slow Sheep, I was able to recover quickly, along with the various miraculous powers of this real world. In that case, we need to unite once again. Grey Wolf, this time. I'll leave it to you, Happy Sheep and Lazy Sheep. Don't worry. Yes, that's right. Standing behind Slow Sheep were none other than Happy Sheep, Lazy Sheep, and Grey Wolf. I'm getting old. I can only protect them for a while. The rest is up to you, Slow Sheep said as he handed the items to Grey Wolf. Then, step by step, he walked into the darkness. He needed to hide in the shadows and continue guarding this group of people. This was the task given to him by Qing. Everyone is working hard to solve the problem. We, ordinary people, also need to do something. In the real world, inside the underground city, many people were watching the live broadcast and felt the gravity of the situation. Wait, let us kill monsters. Everyone, check your attribute panels. We all have attribute panels, and we can go to the nearest monster killing area. As long as we kill monsters, we can earn gold coins. I think we can gather the strength of everyone around the world to defeat monsters and earn gold coins. Gold coins are the only currency for purchasing items in the game store after the fusion of the game and the real world. Look, among the store listings, the 3 most valuable items. The first, Resurrection Coin, worth 1 billion gold coins. The second, Destruction Divine Power, worth 2 billion gold coins. The third, hundreds of nuclear power stations, worth 50 billion gold coins. As long as we come together, if one person earns 1,000 coins, 10 people will earn 10,000. Creating 50 billion, or even more, gold coins in a short time is definitely possible. The panel has a transfer function, and all we need to do is transfer the acquired coins to the esteemed leader. Great. I'll go ahead. Everyone hurry. We need to save time. In an instant, flashes of white light flickered. Before long, all ordinary people around the world disappeared into the underground city. Without exception, everyone headed to the monster hunting area to defeat the wild beasts. It's worth mentioning that after the fusion, a teleportation feature appeared in the real world. So, people can be teleported. The battle had already begun, whether it was on the side of the enchanting figure or with the others, including the prominent figures. A fierce war erupted against all the demons. The sounds of rumbling and explosions were incessant. Countless sword lights descended from the sky, striking down upon the bodies of the demons. Blood mist erupted. Dark fog surged. The atmosphere of slaughter grew increasingly intense. The wounds on both sides multiplied. At this moment, it was no longer a playful encounter, but a fight for survival. Just wait a bit longer, just a bit longer. The leader floated in the void, invisibly observing the battle. His expression somewhat grave. He wasn't refraining from action. He was waiting for the 73rd demon, the Demon Lord. Just as he anxiously monitored the situation, suddenly, a pleasant notification sound rang out wildly, refreshing the scene. Chapter 141. Why does this skill seem so familiar? Congratulations. ID has transferred you 1,000 gold coins. 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 Congratulations. IDs and others have transferred you 100,000 gold coins. Congratulations. The continuous notification sounds rang out frantically. In just a few minutes, Qing had already amassed a staggering 100 million gold coins. It was unimaginable how many people had transferred gold coins to Qing in such a short span of time. What shocked countless people the most was that with so many transactions happening simultaneously, the trading system of the attribute panel didn't crash. Go for it, Qing. We know you must be planning something in secret. We ordinary people may not have much ability, but now the game world has merged with the real world. We can contribute some gold coins for you. Big shot, you must succeed. You have to buy those 3 important items in the gold coin shop. They are your means to deal with the enemies. I checked the descriptions of those 3 items. They are incredibly powerful. Nuclear power plants, resurrection coins, and destruction spells. Big shot. You deserve to have them. We know that your planning is impressive, Qing, and we have all seen the efforts you've made for the entire world. Please remember, in places you cannot see, all of humanity is also striving and working hard for this cause. Big shot. There are many more people preparing gifts for you. Keep it up. The notes accompanying the transfers made Yi Qing's eyes a bit misty. Yes, he truly didn't expect that so many people would start acting simultaneously. He remembered that in his previous life, such a grand scene had never occurred. Back then, everyone was fighting tooth and nail just to survive. Resources were constantly being snatched, and some even killed countless others over a single bond. The previous life had been far too difficult. But now, this scene caught Yi Qing completely off guard. Oh, I actually see people from the Cosmic Nation. They dare to come out? Isn't anyone going to beat them up? Looking at the transfer records, where some images of the Cosmic Nation occasionally floated by, Yi Qing couldn't help but show a strange expression. Because in the notes of the transfers, these people from the Cosmic Nation were actually apologizing to him. He acknowledged that he had previously claimed that Yi Qing was from a certain Cosmic Nation, and indeed, it was shameless of them and foolish. They wanted to bring Yi Qing into their own federation. Seeing this scene, Yi Qing couldn't help but laugh. Sure enough, in a life-and-death situation, many people began to waver. However, given the current situation, one didn't even need to look closely. A quick glance revealed the state of affairs. The evil of the demon god exceeded everyone's imagination, and no one was willing to become a servant of the demon god. So, isn't this situation quite normal? Congratulations. You have accumulated 2 billion coins. You have achieved the new title of World's Richest. Because of this title, you have gained a skill, Golden Lightning, which allows you to strike others down with Golden Lightning. Congratulations. An account with the ID, Tank Cannon Little Girl, has transferred you 100 million coins. Congratulations. You have achieved the most collection transactions of the day and earned the title of Collection King. This title grants you a rampage skill, allowing you to have 2 chances to be immune to fatal damage when your health falls below 1,000 points, just like a boss. Immunity to fatal damage? Seeing this prompt, Yi Qing was taken aback. Isn't this like a famous blade? It can be considered a small resurrection armor. How coincidental. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a pleasant notification sound refreshed again. Congratulations. You have accumulated 10 billion coins. You have obtained the title of Top World Billionaire. This title grants you the Golden Body skill. Golden Body can be used during a fatal blow. The body cannot move, but is immune to all attacks for 3 seconds. The Golden Body has appeared too. Wow. The continuous emergence of various skills and coins made Yi Qing widen his eyes. Why did this skill feel so familiar? However, he didn't think too much about it. At this moment, he glanced at his account. He currently had nearly 13 billion coins. Without hesitation, he spent 8 billion to acquire resurrection coins, destruction skills, and over 1 billion nuclear power plants, all into his possession. A small prompt. You have spent 8 billion coins at once, remaining 5 billion. Please slide the puzzle on the right to verify this action. Is this treating me like a robot? Seeing this scene, Yi Qing couldn't help but feel a bit amused. This game, after integrating into the real world, actually still had a verification code. Verification completed. Congratulations. You have gained 1 resurrection coin. Congratulations. You have gained 1 destruction skill. Congratulations. You have gained 1 billion nuclear power plants. These items are stored in card form in your system backpack. Please use them in a timely manner. Listening to the prompt, Yi Qing did not hesitate and instantly used the destruction skill and resurrection coin. In an instant, a massive amount of memories and techniques flooded Yi Qing's mind. This left Yi Qing momentarily stunned, but soon a look of joy appeared on his face. The resurrection coin directly fused with his body, meaning that the coin had already taken effect. As soon as he encountered something that could lead to death, the resurrection coin would be instantly activated. This resurrection coin was identical to the resurrection armor he was familiar with. Of course, this resurrection skill could only be used once. However, Yi Qing also noticed a prompt indicating that these skills would activate in order. For example, the skills Golden Body and Famous Blade would activate sequentially. And only after these 2 skills were used up would the resurrection armor activate. In total, Yi Qing had 4 lives. Unfortunately, Yi Qing was not a cat. Otherwise, he would have 9 lives. Thinking this way, Yi Qing took out the card representing over 100 million nuclear power stations. With a snap, he crushed the card. In an instant, the card transformed into countless glowing points, all merging into the nuclear power station ring on Yi Qing's hand. Then, another prompt flickered. Congratulations. Your super nuclear power station is undergoing rapid upgrades. Chapter 142. The Handsome Figure. The name is clumsy as dirt. Boom. Flames erupted. The battle was ongoing. The Master of Star Fate waved his hand, and a long sword materialized out of thin air, floating in his grasp. He gently swung it, and countless beams of sword light, resembling terrifying laser weapons, transformed into a rain of swords, rushing towards the first demon god like a storm. Boom! The first demon god let out a cold laugh. With a wave of his hands, dark mist coalesced into a massive black bell, blocking all the attacks. However, in that instant, the Master of Star Fate had already vanished from his original position. Not good. At that moment, the first demon god shouted loudly. The second demon god, still confused, brandished her whip with a sinister smile towards the nearby Wang Dachui. Yet, in that moment, countless sword lights erupted from the ground, their chilling gleam flashing. The second demon god's legs were instantaneously severed. Blood gushed forth. The pain surged through the second demon god's entire body as she fell to the ground. Her initial attack was instantly thrown into disarray. Wang Dachui recognized the opportunity and, without hesitation, pierced through the second demon god's chest with his small steel pen-like body. Moving like an arrow released from a bow, the speed was astonishing. The first demon god, having dispelled the defensive bell, arrived next to the second demon god. But it was already too late. Despite his fastest efforts, he was still a moment too slow. He watched helplessly as a large hole erupted in the second demon god's chest, a nauseating stench wafting from the wound. Gradually, a powerful aura of slaughter burst forth, shooting out countless beams of sword light. In the second demon god's despairing gaze, she was directly torn apart. A steel pen has such power. Seeing this scene, not only was the first demon god taken aback, even the onlookers were astonished. What is happening here? Generally, sword lights are consumed when they are unleashed, right? Once consumed, they should disappear. How come they can still cut through with sword light after the energy from the steel pen is expended? If I had such a technique, perhaps I could play dead and kill next. As long as a bad guy came to attack me, I could use this trick to take him down. Unfortunately, the one using this technique is a steel pen, not a human. Indeed, someone secretly nodded. On the battlefield, the first demon god looked at the second demon god, who had turned into a bloody mist of flesh in his arms, veins bulging on his forehead. He raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixated on the nearby steel pen. Star Fate, Wang Dachui, Wang Fuguei. I initially intended to play a few more games with you, to let you experience the despair of a demon god. It seems that is no longer necessary. Prepare to die. His eyes were blood-red, and as he waved his hands, the endless black mist coalesced into a black mist sphere the size of a soccer ball. The sphere pulsated, shimmering with a deep crimson light. Like blood, like hatred. Go. He gritted his teeth, spat out a mouthful of blood, and fiercely hurled the sphere towards the figure known as the steel pen. What the heck? What is going on? Why aren't the others intervening? Look, it's heading straight for the steel pen. Watching the solitary figure in the void, everyone felt puzzled. Why weren't they taking action at such a critical moment? However, before anyone could figure it out, they were stunned. The steel pen was instead grinning with delight. He even took the initiative, right in front of everyone. He charged towards the black-red sphere. What the heck? What is he doing? Is he trying to end it all? Is the steel pen's head really that tough? Get out of the way. Get out of the way. Someone shouted loudly, but it was of no use. Meanwhile, the first demon god in the center of the battlefield wore a cruel smile. The steel pen was seeking death. Boom! In an instant, the sphere struck the steel pen. A blinding red light burst forth. Then boom! In the explosion, a mushroom cloud rose hundreds of meters high. The ground cracked, and the sky trembled. The terrifying shockwave made the already battered battlefield even more brutal and bloody. There were no standing buildings left around. Crack! Crack! The ground shook, unable to withstand the explosive force of the mushroom cloud. Countless fissures opened up, bottomless. Wang Fuguei, Xingyuan. Do you think the steel pen can survive in this environment? The first demon god laughed at the scene. This was his way of taking revenge. Are you sure you killed the steel pen? Just as countless people were worried, the steel pen's brother, Wang Fuguei, looked at the first demon god with a slight smile. What does this mean? What is Wang Fuguei talking about? Could it be that the steel pen isn't dead, but it's just a pen? How could such a small pen withstand such a massive impact? I don't believe it. I don't believe it either. But look at Wang Fuguei's face. He is so confident. Even Xingyuan next to him didn't change his expression, showing no emotional fluctuation at all. Could it be that they anticipated this situation all along? Yes, after Wang Fuguei spoke, Everyone was too shocked to know what to say. This scene left them dumbfounded. What do you mean? Suddenly, the first demon god felt a sense of unease. He thought of Wang Dachui in the state of being a pin. At that moment, his expression changed drastically. Could it be that? A gentle breeze stirred. The dust gradually faded away. At that moment, amidst the dissipating dust, a figure slowly emerged. He faced the void and appeared slowly before everyone. It was an extremely handsome man, dressed in a gray robe. In his hand, he held a pen. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, with a light step, the crisp sound of his footsteps somehow reassured everyone. Speaking of which, the number one demon god, I, Wang Dachui, have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to break the seal of the pen. Tell me, should I thank you by dismantling you into 8 pieces, or would it be better to eliminate your entire demon clan directly? As expected, the number one demon god's expression darkened, just as he had imagined. The opponent had indeed used his attack to break the seal of the pen. This mindset, this daring spirit, to be honest, made him feel a bit frightened. Such a person is too crazy. I told you, how could the pen hero possibly die? But on another note, it turns out Wang Dachui is so handsome. No wonder he and Wang Fuguei are brothers. They are both equally powerful. Alas, what a pity that such two handsome guys have such flashy names. Chapter 143, swallowed into the belly at this moment. Everyone around the world watching the battle let out a silent sigh of relief. The hero with the pen, no, the hero with the hammer, was truly fine. The earlier danger had made many people break into a sweat, but now, seeing the gloomy face of the first demon, they couldn't help but laugh. It was a case of reaping what one sows. Come forth. The hero with the hammer looked at his opponent, and with a wave of his hand, the snowflakes in the air transformed into a torrent of snow, which, at his command, coalesced into a long white sword that appeared in his grasp. He did not utter another word. With a swing of the sword, a beam of sword light 1,000 meters long suddenly slashed out. In an instant, a chilling wave of ice enveloped the surroundings. The ground, under the terrified gazes of countless onlookers, instantly turned into ice crystals, and the snowflakes that had been falling from the sky transformed into a sea of ice shards. It was as if his sword had altered the very environment, even changing the temperature. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. The 1,000-meter-long sword light arrived in an instant, and when it reached the first demon, the terrifying pressure and the icy power of the sword directly shattered the demon's body into countless fragments. Had he succeeded? No, not yet. This was merely a shadow clone. At that moment, a dark figure suddenly emerged from behind the hero with the hammer, flames erupting from its feet like a fierce dragon pouncing, aiming straight for his back. Swish! The hero with the hammer did not turn around, leaving the onlookers in shock. Could it be that he was stunned? Or perhaps the first demon had cast a paralysis spell on him. Before they could analyze further, they clearly saw a Tai Chi pattern emerging at the hero's back. Yin and Yang intertwined, and as it spun, a vortex materialized. Buzz! Flames surged as the first demon's feet struck the Tai Chi symbol. The soft power surged wildly, like a massive spring, and the demon was sent flying once again. How could this be? Tai Chi technique. The first demon, thrown backward, was somewhat astonished. This Tai Chi technique was one of the top 3 skills in the entire sect, said to be only practiced by successive sect leaders and super experts at the teaching level. But the hero with the hammer was just a student. How could he possibly know it? The sensation of kicking against cotton left the first demon startled, and in that moment of surprise, the hero with the hammer vanished from his spot. Puff! Puff! Countless golden chains materialized out of thin air, and just as the demon was stunned, 2 chains precisely locked onto his wrists. Puff! The sound of acid corroding flesh echoed, and white smoke billowed from the demon's wrists, illustrating just how damaging the golden chains were to the first demon. Of course, this stimulation also caused the first demon to react immediately. He leaped, enduring the pain to evade the 2 chains on the ground. As soon as he landed, his body tilted slightly, and 2 chains whizzed past his nose and groin. The danger was instantaneous. If his reaction hadn't been so quick, apart from his hands, other parts of his body would surely have been ensnared by the chains. Upon closer inspection, this particular demon did possess some skill. Onlookers, watching the scene, were secretly astonished. They could see more clearly as spectators. Around this demon, thousands of chains appeared. However, apart from restraining the demon's hands, the other chains hadn't even touched him. If one disregarded the fact that the demon was a villain, It was evident that his talent and strength were among the top tier of current powerhouses. Indeed, as the #1 demon, he was deserving of the title. Unfortunately, this demon had a terrible character. I researched some information and found that 1,000 years ago, he had emerged in the real world, slaughtering millions just to construct a formation to enhance his power. This was too cruel, wasn't he it? No wonder he is known as a demon. He would stop at nothing to achieve his goals. So today was their day of reckoning. Look, in another battlefield, there were only 5 demons remaining. The others had all died without exception. Now, only the 15th, 9th, 3rd, 25th, and the #1 demon were left. This surprised many people. They suddenly realized that while watching the battle between the #1 demon and a certain fighter, they had overlooked the surrounding environment. If one ignored the 4 demons still struggling, at this moment, the #1 demon could almost be seen as a lone commander. To be honest, if it weren't for the individuals from a certain technology academy coming today, we wouldn't know what would have happened on our side. Yes, we could all see that the strength of a certain powerful figure was definitely not as formidable as that of the others, which relieved me. But we couldn't let our guard down. I always felt that this battle was too easy, too simple. Moreover, I suspected that this group of demons might not be dead. Upon hearing this, many people's pupils suddenly constricted. There was no longer a verbal battle between opposing groups. Instead, they unanimously affirmed this idea. Based on various observations, it really could be the case. Let us continue leveling up. The first wave of gold is insufficient. We need to gather a second wave of gold. All right. Many in the crowd were busy leveling up in the instance and seeing the current situation. They no longer hesitated and began to work harder. In the center of the battlefield, a certain fighter watched as the opponent, like a nimble monkey, continuously jumped around within the chains. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Yes, he was well aware of the #1 demon's strength. Therefore, he had no intention of directly confronting him from the beginning. That was unrealistic. But instead, hands waved. Those densely packed chains suddenly tightened. In the blink of an eye, they condensed into 20 giant nets the size of 100 meters. Some rose from the ground, while others fell from the sky. Both sides. The chains and giant nets closed in simultaneously, completely blocking the escape route of the first demon god. This scene also changed the expression of the first demon god. He didn't expect that a mere student could possess such determination. During the earlier confrontation, he hadn't revealed this plan at all. Buzz, the first demon god, realized he couldn't escape the formation, and without hesitation, a dense red light burst forth from him. Immediately, boom! Accompanied by a deafening sound, everyone was shocked to discover that this first demon god had actually self-destructed. What is going on? The first demon god chose to end his own life? It shouldn't be. This guy isn't someone who enjoys playing tricks. I'm sure the self-destruction of the first demon god is a ruse. Really, this person still wants to show off in the comments, deliberately raising a lot of curiosity. But before the mystery could be revealed, a faint gray mist began to rise behind Wang Dachui. He opened his wide mouth, intending to swallow Wang Dachui whole. Chapter 144. This path is blocked. The black mist surged rapidly, and before Wang Dachui could react, he was engulfed by it. What is going on? What about that bad omen? Did someone say the #1 demon god would resurrect? Isn't this just asking for trouble? I don't know either. I just had this vague suspicion. Don't blame me. I believe Wang Dachui won't die. How could such an impressive swordsman possibly perish? I think so too. Countless people witnessed this scene. And who knows how many wanted to take down the person who just mentioned the resurrection of the #1 demon god. Of course, that so-called prophet was also trembling in the instance world at this moment. He was quite shocked, thinking it was just a casual remark. As it turned out, it became a self-fulfilling prophecy. At this moment, he instinctively took a few steps back, causing the formation for defeating the boss to fall into chaos. Puff! 2 players were struck by the boss's tail, spitting blood and flying out. I can't believe this. We were just joking. Of course. We didn't think you actually predicted Wang Dachui's fate. Get a grip. Re-establish the formation. Don't take our words to heart. Exactly. Come on, brother. Don't you know we like to joke around? Right? Don't lose your composure. This hidden boss is crucial, and we must take it down to deliver the items to the great master Qing. Listening to his teammates, the prophet felt a moment of clarity. Yes, how did I lose my composure over some joking remarks? He no longer hesitated, quickly adjusted his mindset, and reintegrated into the team. Soon, the formation was re-established. There were no more instances of disarray. Outside the instance, Kyoto, battlefield, the black mist swirled, and in the blink of an eye, the outline of the mist emerged. It was unmistakably the form of the number 1 demon god. However, at this moment, the number 1 demon god had enlarged several times, becoming a 50-meter-tall giant. Behind him, there were also numerous other demon god figures. This scene stunned many. Hadn't these demon gods already died? How could they resurrect? Could it be that the earlier demon gods were merely pretending to be dead? The purpose was to be killed and then perform some kind of ritual to merge with this number 1 demon god. That's very possible. Moreover, look at the expression and eyes of this giant demon god. I can't shake the feeling that he isn't the number 1 demon god. You mean? Yes, this guy is likely the mastermind behind the demon gods. As soon as these words were spoken, countless people gasped in shock. If this were true, then the upcoming battle would be exponentially more dangerous. In the void, the true man Xing Yuan hovered in the air. He looked at the 50-meter gray mist demon god before him and smiled slightly. Zero demon god, long time no see. Zero. At this revelation, countless people erupted in exclamations. They had guessed correctly. It really is another demon. The most critical issue is, the Master of Stars actually knows this demon. Things are getting increasingly complicated. Yes, it has been so long that I can hardly remember how many years have passed. The demon's voice is deep and resonant, echoing throughout the entire realm like a massive super loudspeaker. Just as the zero-number demon was about to speak again, a dazzling golden light suddenly flashed from its enormous dark mist form. In an instant, pop, the sound of a balloon being punctured emerged, and a hole suddenly appeared in the body of the zero-number demon. At that moment, Wang Dazue flew in on his sword, spitting in the air. What the heck? What is that smell? It's disgusting. While cursing, he moved like lightning and quickly arrived at the side of the Master of Stars. Meanwhile, the battle below had finally concluded. The other demons were defeated by Anna, Wang Fugue, and others, turning into a mist of blood that was absorbed by the zero-number demon. Before long, Anna and the others also appeared before the Master of Stars. At that moment, hidden in the shadows, the characters in the background were amused. Things were starting to get interesting. Of course, everyone breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing Wang Dazue emerge from the dark mist. At least he was unharmed, which was already a very good thing in the current situation. In this state, a smile also appeared on Yi Qing's face. Since that's the case, then next before Yi Qing could make any move, 2 beams of light flashed and turned into 2 figures appearing before him. What the heck? Upon seeing the appearance of the characters from the background, Yi Qing was genuinely shocked. He had never expected that the merging of the game world and the real world could have such a significant impact. This was completely beyond his imagination. The situation remains severe, and the next steps will depend on you. We will provide support from the shadows. These items are treasures organized for you by every strong individual. I believe you know how to use them well, so make good use of them. We will stay in touch from the shadows. As the voice faded, the 3 characters quickly vanished without a trace. Jade slips, seals, copper coins, and various treasures. Upon seeing these items, Yi Qing's face showed a hint of excitement. He had seen these things in his previous life. Some he hadn't seen in person, but he had heard of their reputations. These are the top 100 super seals worldwide. Without exception, all of these 100 items come from the Federation of the Dragon Country. Among them, there are countless valuable items, astonishing equipment, techniques, and treasures. In a previous life, someone used a certain technique to transform from a beggar into a supreme powerhouse in just a few minutes. The terrifying contrast at that time stirred the emotions of countless individuals. It can be said that this frightening phenomenon was a super weapon that drove the entire world to madness. Unexpectedly, this power was now all in his hands. Given this, Yi Qing wasted no time and immediately used all the methods he knew to unlock all the seals. In an instant, a vast amount of knowledge and golden light completely enveloped him. However, at the same time, this light also fully exposed his presence. The golden light flickered, and an incomparably terrifying pressure surged forth. Such a commotion attracted the attention of everyone present, including the confronting Zero Demon and Xing Yuan Jinren. You've been stalling for time. Just for that kid? Zero Demon laughed as he watched the scene unfold. In the midst of speaking, his figure vanished in an instant. With a whoosh in midair, the golden light flickered, and a massive golden sword beam, stretching over 1,000 meters, appeared like thunder from the heavens. Isolating Yi Qing, and forcing the vanished Zero Demon to reveal himself. This path is blocked. Your opponent is me. Xing Yuan Jinren stood firm in the void, holding a sword in one hand, resembling a chasm that separated Yi Qing from Zero Demon. This scene brought a sense of calm to countless onlookers. Chapter 145. Battle between strong ones. That figure appeared as if a deity had descended, bringing a sense of peace. No one expected that the master Xing Yuan could directly repel the opponent. Very well, let us deal with you first. This interruption completely enraged the Zero Demon. In an instant, his gray mist body split apart. 72 demons reappeared, coalescing into the 72 demons. The demons surrounded Master Xing Yuan with various weapons. Then, countless beams of light, mixed with various attacks, surged forward. Boom. At this moment, Anna and the others did not intervene. When the myriad attacks came sweeping in, Master Xing Yuan merely waved his sword lightly, as if it was a joke. In that instant, a super sword light, stretching for thousands of meters, slashed down. The sword light swirled and, in the blink of an eye, split into countless strands resembling spider silk, instantly weaving into a massive golden net. The giant net spun, and to the astonishment of the crowd, it intercepted all 72 attacks. Boom! The deafening sound of explosions erupted. In an instant, a gigantic mushroom cloud, stretching thousands of meters into the sky, burst forth. This explosion was even more powerful than the previous one, with a wider range of impact. All buildings within dozens of miles were instantly cleared at that moment. Countless structures collapsed, and the trees at the center of the explosion had already turned to ash, disappearing into the distance. A storm swept through, shockwaves continuously reverberating, and as a series of reactions unfolded, numerous fissures appeared on the ground, forming deep chasms. This scene was terrifying. Fortunately, we had entered the instance. Otherwise, just this shockwave alone, I feel we wouldn't survive. Indeed. Someone nodded, astonished beyond measure. I could have filled a basin with my cold sweat. Damn it, I almost died just now. No wonder this is a super battle between two powerful beings. This was just a brief encounter. If this continues, could the entire planet explode? You're overthinking it. That won't happen. Just wait and see. Yi Qing hasn't come out of seclusion yet. Hee hee. At this moment, the captain of this team inside the instance sat on the ground, grinning like a fool. What's wrong? Are you stunned by this scene? No. Look. The captain shook his head, pointing at the battered ground. There. Countless treasures and various coins were strewn across the ground. This meant, this hidden boss has been defeated. This is great news. Quick. Tell us what rewards we got from this hidden boss. According to the game panel, the good stuff this time is none other than the shadow clone technique. But this is the SSSSS level shadow clone technique, which is incomparably stronger than the ordinary version. Believing that the expert Yi Qing has used this technique, he would definitely perform exceptionally well on the battlefield. As he spoke, he displayed the data of the shadow clone technique for the team to see. When others saw this introduction, their expressions changed. This thing, absolutely top-notch. We can't waste any more time. Let us return to reality and head to the capital. Otherwise, we'll miss this battle. All right. Without hesitation, everyone quickly cleaned up the battlefield and left the instance world. Scenes like this were happening continuously around the globe. Boom, boom, boom. The sounds of explosions echoed one after another, as if the entire battlefield was celebrating with firecrackers. Each time, various sonic booms could be heard in the air, accompanied by a range of explosions. The real person Xing Yuan did not waste words and charged directly at the 72 demon gods with his sword. For these re-manifested 72 demon gods, Xing Yuan didn't even use much of his power. Simply put, with one sword, he could take down a demon god. Are you stalling for time? Waiting for that guy to finish digesting? In the void, a massive gray misty shadow appeared. At that moment, the remaining demon god shadows began to flicker in and out. The Zero Demon God no longer maintained the formation with powerful force, so the fighting power of these demon gods would naturally be greatly reduced. Why say so much useless talk? Don't you know that villains often fall due to excessive chatter? Xing Yuan grinned. With a swift motion, he swung his sword. 18 sword lights, sharp as ice spikes, radiated out, accurately hitting the bodies of the last 18 shadows before they could react. Crack! The shadows of the demon gods shattered with a loud bang. In this battle, Xing Yuan didn't even expend much effort to break his layout. This time, the Zero Demon God didn't say much either. He stood still, his figure rapidly shrinking to match the size of Xing Yuan. He wasn't a fool. While the 50-meter giant form was intimidating, it could also lead to many disadvantages. Only in a human-sized form could he unleash more combat power. Without hesitation, he darted forward like lightning, charging towards Yi Qing. Whoosh! In a flash, Xing Yuan appeared in front of him. With a swift kick, a massive golden light erupted. And under the terrifying force, he sent the leading demon god flying. At the same time, before the opponent could react, he formed a hand seal, and thousands of long swords appeared out of thin air. The long swords spun under his control, like the sharpest group attack weapon, shining with golden light. They hurtled towards the Zero Demon God. Skill, sword control technique. 10,000 swords returned to the sect. The long swords surged like a torrent, densely packed. And combined with the shimmering power of talismans, this flash of golden light resembled an immortal swordsman in the world, leaving countless spectators in awe. This scene was truly miraculous. The sight was as swift as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, it struck the Zero Demon God. However, the opponent was formidable at the moment of impact. The Zero Demon God had already transformed into a large black bell, resembling a protective golden barrier, blocking all the swords from entering. Buzz! Countless misty tendrils swept from behind the real person of Star Fate, who unexpectedly executed a brilliant maneuver, transforming the black mist into numerous chains that instantly bound the real person. Buzz! As the chains entwined, the golden light exploded, and the characters of the talisman emerged in the void, resembling bullets that riddled the chains with holes. With a thunderous sound, the chains shattered. Without hesitation, the real person of Star Fate raised his fist and struck the opponent's head fiercely. Yet at the moment of impact, the figure transformed into black mist and vanished again. Counterattack, attack, defend, then counterattack. In that moment, the two exchanged blows, constantly colliding. Although there was no terrifying mushroom cloud explosion like before, the nearly imperceptible exchanges of strikes left countless onlookers at a loss for words. This was the true battle of the strong. Chapter 146. The Furious Zero Demon, What a Battle. Who are these two? Are they really this insane? Seeing this scene, some people were left speechless. For many ordinary individuals, they could no longer comprehend this fight at all. During the earlier battle of the 72 demons, as well as when the Master of Stars used the technique to gather all swords, they could still follow the trajectory of the battles. But now, it's back and forth. You kill, I chase, you defend. The speed is at an extreme, and the bizarre situation left them completely at a loss on how to observe, analyze, or study it. Especially those who don't know any techniques at all. Their eyes couldn't even catch a glimpse of their figures. The speed is just too fast. It's a pity. If only there were high-speed cameras set up, we could have done slow motion. I suspect even high-speed cameras might not be able to capture their movements. We should focus on earning money where the monsters appear. Only by earning enough can we better support the great leader Yi Qing. Exactly. Without hesitation, they began their frantic quest for coins, their figures flickering as they rushed forward. Meanwhile, Anna, one of the deans of Nanxiang Technology Institute, saw this scene and couldn't help but smile as she hovered in the void. The fighting ability of Master of Stars is much more refined than 1,000 years ago. Indeed, I could never see through the Master's strength until now. And to be honest, even if I trained for another 1,000 years, I wouldn't match up to that level. Wang Fuguei smiled wryly and shook his head, his words coming from a place of sincerity. Perhaps they liked to joke around during ordinary times, discussing things haphazardly. But now, this is the most serious moment, and they can discern the gravity of the situation clearly. Though I have been sealed for 1,000 years, this kind of pen-like existence has tempered my mindset and foundation. Yet, even with this soft power backing me, I still can't see through the Master's true strength. Wang Dachui shook his head beside him, listening to the two. Anna chuckled. It's no wonder, considering your slightly inferior qualifications. To arrive at a good conclusion in this situation would indeed be strange. Only Anna would dare to say such things in front of them. If she were to say this in the entire Shushan branch, who knows how many would glare at her with murderous intent. It is known that the entry requirements for the Shushan branch are extremely strict. Without certain qualifications, one cannot even enter, let alone access the techniques department of Nanxiang Academy. It can be said that Wang Dachui, Wang Fuguei, and Sister Charming are among the top talent in Nanxiang technology. However, even they cannot compare to the qualifications of Master of Stars. This shows just how extraordinary and terrifying Master of Stars qualifications are. By the way, what about Yi Qing? You always regard this person as your brother. Are you saying that this person's qualifications are even more extraordinary than the sect leaders? Upon hearing this, Anna smiled. She looked at Yi Qing, who was enveloped in golden light, and a smile appeared on her lips. His qualifications are far superior to Xing Yuan's. Do you know what situation the golden light is indicating? What situation? The three of them were somewhat puzzled and asked curiously. He is simultaneously practicing 100 techniques. What? No way. Hearing this, Wang Fugue couldn't help but curse, his eyes wide with surprise. Simultaneously, practicing 100? Is this person a true genius among geniuses? Based on their own experiences, practicing 3 techniques at the same time was already their limit. Otherwise, not only would their bodies be unable to withstand it, but their minds would also struggle to cope with such a vast amount of knowledge. Handling it carelessly could easily lead to mental deterioration. This is not an insult, but a fact. Mimi gasped even more. If what Anna said is true, then this blue star might be about to produce a world-shocking, unprecedented genius. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of battle continued relentlessly. At this moment, Mimi glanced at the center of the battlefield and couldn't help but silently mourn for Zero, encountering such a freak. Can you still survive? However, if the sect leader knew about this, I wonder how much it would impact him. Thinking of the expression on Xing Yuan's face afterward, Mimi couldn't help but laugh. That would definitely be an interesting scene. All right, we can't waste any more time. As Anna spoke, she took a playing card out of her pocket and tossed it. With a soft sound, a figure suddenly fell from the left side of the void. Boom. Accompanied by the explosion of the playing card, the figure was instantly obliterated into dust, completely dead. There are still many hidden threats lurking in the shadows that we need to eliminate. All right. The group wasted no time and immediately took action. At this moment, the battle had reached a peak intensity. Boom, boom. 2 more violent explosions occurred. At this moment, the 2 were forced to retreat. Finally, countless people could see the 2 figures suspended in the air. At this moment, the demon god had retracted the mist, revealing his true form to everyone. His body was disheveled, covered in numerous wounds, with blood flowing continuously. His right hand had lost 3 fingers, and there was a bloody hole in his shoulder, gushing blood. Although Xing Yuan's clothes were also somewhat torn, he was not in as dire a state as his opponent. However, his left cheek was swollen, and one arm was hanging limply. It was evident that he had lost an arm. This scene looked quite tragic. I can't help but feel that this injury looks like the aftermath of a street fight. Shut up. Are you trying to get yourself killed? Focus. The battle is not over yet. Yes, yes. At this very moment, countless people are extremely anxious. Yi Qing has not yet emerged from seclusion, and both sides are evenly matched, with no more devastating injuries appearing. It is obvious that the upcoming battle will escalate. Here they come. They've started again. Pay close attention. Just as everyone was discussing among themselves, they saw black and golden lights flickering on the 2 of them. Suddenly, to the shock of the crowd, their bodies instantly restored to their original state. Then, under the astonished gazes of everyone, both of them picked up their weapons, a longsword and a long knife. The black long knife emitted a strong killing intent, and a bloody aura began to rise, creating a heavy atmosphere that made many feel nauseous. Even through the screen, it sent chills down the spines of many. One can only imagine how many lives this knife has claimed. You prepare to die. The leading demon god's eyes turned crimson as he stomped the air, gripping the long knife with both hands, and charged fiercely at his opponent. Chapter 147. An unimaginable possibility. A long knife slashed through the air, and a fiery red blade light appeared, stretching for 100 meters. Strangely, this blade light did not rush directly towards the target, but transformed into a fierce tiger roar. As if materializing from the void, the tiger howled at the sky, its eyes glowing red, and opened its massive mouth to sweep towards the target. The terrifying pressure caused many faces to change dramatically. What kind of ability is this? The blade light can actually turn into. However, before they could voice their thoughts, the target simply pointed a finger into the air, and golden light erupted from the fingertip. It shattered the fierce tiger effortlessly. But in that instant, the leading demon had already vanished from his original spot, and when he reappeared, he was behind the target. With a swift kick, the overwhelming force caught the target off guard, sending him flying backward and crashing to the ground. Dust and debris swirled as the attack weighed down heavily, compressing the target into the earth and creating a bottomless pit. This scene left countless people in shock. The power and speed exceeded everyone's imagination. Target, you were over 1,000 years younger than me at the beginning. Did you think that a mere 1,000-year gap could bridge the distance between us? The leading demon smiled broadly at the massive pit formed in the ground. He then stopped talking and slowly walked towards the direction of another figure. Though his footsteps made no sound as they touched the ground, the movement of the leading demon caused countless hearts to tighten. At this moment, it was the greatest crisis for the entire region. No one expected that the target would be defeated in just 2 encounters. The only one who could resolve this situation now was the other figure. Anna and her companions had been ambushed, suffering varying degrees of injury, and in this condition, they had no one left to rely on. Some faces were filled with anxiety. Since defeating the hidden boss, they had returned to the real world, anxiously monitoring the battlefield. But now, they were still extremely worried. Because the other figure was still enveloped in golden light, he had not emerged. The situation was urgent. Who else was there? Who could buy some time? The other figure was still in seclusion. Someone shouted in desperation. After trying so hard for so long, could they still not break the curse of being dominated by demons? This was impossible. Just as despair settled in, dozens of figures appeared in the void like arrows released from a bow, arriving at the center of the battlefield in an instant. They stood on the ground, looked up, and smiled at the demon ahead. Demon, we are your opponents now. Look, those people, they are all ability users. They were the chosen strong individuals from each nation participating in the game of fate. I never expected they would stand up at this moment. I also didn't think so. I thought he was like us, hiding in the shadows, waiting for this war to end. I have to say, these people are truly brave. By the way, where are the people from the Cosmic Nation? I haven't seen them. Let's not talk about them anymore. Look, the demon god has stopped moving. Yes, in midair. Hearing these people's words, the Zero demon god halted his advance. He turned his head and looked at these dozens of young individuals, smiling. Are you voluntarily seeking death? You should be aware of my power. Facing me, you are in a situation where survival is impossible. That is still better than being a coward. Very well. I understand that you're buying time. However, I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. The Zero demon god shook his head. With a flick of his finger, countless marbles, as thick as a thumb and resembling glass balls, shot out from his fingertips in an instant. Bang! Bang, 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 bang. Several muffled sounds echoed. This group of people didn't even have time to react before blood holes appeared on their shoulders. Blood gushed out, and the excruciating pain made their faces contort in agony. Yet, even though their bodies were in extreme pain, they still did not take a step back. Go ahead, you are good seedlings. Once this matter is settled, I will make you the reserve team of the demon gods. Perform well, and you may join the ranks of the demon gods at any time. As he spoke, he waved his hand. Suddenly, like a strong wind appearing out of nowhere, these individuals lost their balance and were sent flying backward. They flew thousands of meters away from the battlefield. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. With just a wave of his hand, he could make them uncontrollably leave. How powerful is this person? Some people had already begun to despair. The strength of the Zero demon god, in the eyes of many, was comparable to top villains in certain movies and shows. Could they really rely on Qing to solve this disaster? Without the interference of this group, the demon god's steps no longer hesitated. It was as if he was shrinking the distance, moving thousands of miles in a single step. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of Qing, who was enveloped by a ball of light in midair. You're quite a rare talent. Unfortunately, you pose too great a threat to me. Otherwise, I could have made you my first demon god under my command. He shook his head regretfully, raising his palm. A fireball the size of a soccer ball slowly took shape. His speed was incredibly fast, with no more unnecessary words. The glowing sphere surged and slammed down hard onto the golden light. No, countless people watched in horror as the golden light instantly turned into bubbles, disappearing into the void. Many turned pale, terrified to the extreme. It could be said that Qing was their only chance, but they did not give Qing enough time. Just like that. It's gone. Gone. Countless people had red eyes, crying heart-wrenchingly. This scene is exactly what they least wanted to see. Do you see it? What does it matter to the technology company? What does it matter to the sect? Xingyuan, Wumei, Anna. You all see clearly that in front of me. All your schemes are in vain. What a great opportunity. If you choose to submit to me now, the new position of the 72 demon gods will be yours. I can allow you to manage the entire region. All you need to do is regularly provide me with energy. This energy, Xingyuan and the others certainly know what it is. It is humanity. It is flesh and blood. It is vital essence. If he really gains control over the entire region, then everyone on this planet will become his food. And Resource reserves. Yes, the demon gods are this cruel. Wait, Yi Qing's data panel has not disappeared. Just when everyone was in despair, suddenly, a player in a certain city looked at the game panel, and his eyes sparkled with a glimmer of hope. It seemed he thought of a possibility. Chapter 148. A thrilling battle, Yi Qing's technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Yes, this is one of the skills Yi Qing has acquired. The ordinary Shadow Clone Jutsu creates a decoy that feels like a straw man to the user, giving the impression of escape. However, this top-tier version of the technique makes it seem as if the user is truly dead, leaving no trace behind. Of course, top-level experts can still distinguish the difference. But the Zero Demon God is underestimating Yi Qing, thinking he is still an extremely weak individual. This is perfect. Now, that demon god is in for a surprise. I wonder how many techniques and skills Yi Qing has mastered during his seclusion. All I know is, we are saved. Indeed, countless people in the instance, in the game area, and even in the dungeon couldn't help but cheer with excitement. Of course, if they knew that Yi Qing had been secretly practicing over 100 techniques simultaneously just now, they would be utterly astonished. Anna, you can go now. The performance is almost over, and it's time for you to assist Yi Qing. I don't know when it started, but Xing Yuan had already left the pit on the ground. At this moment, he had no injuries on him at all. This means that the terrible state he was in earlier, inflicted by the leading demon god, was entirely an act. The purpose was to hand over the final stage to Yi Qing and his team. All right, Anna no longer hesitated, glanced at the enchanting figure beside her, and with a flicker, soared into the sky. The enchanting figure followed closely behind. As for Wang Dachui and Wang Fuguei, they did not join the battle. They watched the two women darting upwards and couldn't help but laugh. This situation is really interesting. It's been a long time since we've seen Anna's true strength, right? Now, we can feast our eyes. Just as countless people were filled with joy, suddenly, the world announcement refreshed again. World announcement. Greetings to all players of Blue Star. The fusion of the real world and the game world has been completed. All game settings will synchronize with the real world, and all content that appears in the game world will be viewable with attribute panels in the real world. This includes, but is not limited to, boss health bars, health changes during attacks, changes after going berserk, the appearance of gold coins, and much more. At the same time, multiple hidden organizations have also appeared within Blue Star, greatly enriching the operability of the entire real world. We hope everyone will explore thoroughly and strive to discover more interesting things. World announcement. The fusion of the real world and the game world has been completed. World announcement. The fusion of the real world and the game world has been completed. Messages continued to erupt one after another. In the midst of countless astonished gazes, everyone was presented with their own unique attribute panels. Not only that, but a brand new live streaming feature had also been introduced. Currently, there was only one live content, Yi Qing vs. Zero Demon. This meant that all humans across the globe could watch the battle live anytime and anywhere without worrying about any signal issues. Wow, this new upgrade came at just the right time. Great. Previously, I had to join others to watch the recorded streams of the surveillance footage, but that is no longer necessary. The live feature on the attribute panel was, wow, ultra clear 4K. It was like a cinematic experience. But don't just indulge in the enjoyment. Quick look, the battle has changed. Just as countless people were feeling nostalgic, many pulled their delighted emotions back. Indeed, this was a critical moment in the battle. They couldn't afford to be distracted. Soon, everyone's attention returned to the battlefield. In the arena, the once boastful Zero Demon was now standing still. Sensing the change in atmosphere and the reappearance of Xing Yuan, he realized that something had gone awry. Xing Yuan, it has to be you. You actually managed to deceive me. If it weren't for your appearance, I would have thought you were dead. However, Xing Yuan couldn't be bothered to respond to him, and was laughing and chatting with Wang Fuguei and Wang Dachui nearby. This left Zero Demon feeling somewhat embarrassed. I initiated communication, and you actually ignored me? Isn't that courting death? Without hesitation, he hung his long knife in the air. With a single hand swing, countless fireballs emerged from the tip of the long knife, descending like meteors, overwhelming the area towards Xing Yuan. Boom, 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 boom. But before the meteors could hit, numerous playing cards floated precisely in the air above them, and under the fiery blasts, explosions erupted continuously, resembling the splendid fireworks of the Spring Festival. It was fleeting. In fact, the explosions didn't even produce mushroom clouds, completely neutralizing the force. This scene made him notice Anna, who was hovering in the void. Little Anna. But as soon as he said that, he suddenly turned around, raising his long knife in front of him. Clang! The sound of metal striking echoed, and before the long knife appeared a golden longsword. Behind the longsword stood a man in casual clothes. His face looked somewhat youthful, but his bright eyes appeared exceptionally serious. He smiled, with one hand holding the sword. He confronted Zero Demon. At the same time, he waved his palm. 9 watercolor dragons unexpectedly materialized out of thin air, roaring to the sky, coiling like pythons, completely sealing off Zero Demon's limbs and body from all directions. Skill: 9 Dragon Water Immortal Technique. At the same time, Anna's fingers danced as countless playing cards flew out, sweeping along with the torrent, as if this guy was clad in an armor made of playing cards. In an instant, they both vanished from their original spot. Boom! At that moment, a more intense explosion erupted. Just moments ago, the coordination between Qing and Anna happened in the blink of an eye, and before anyone could react, the explosion occurred. The explosion continued, but in the void. Before Qing, a sense of destruction emerged, and in an instant, a golden light appeared before him, completely blocking the black aura of destruction. Skill: Golden Body. It was similar to a skill from a certain game. It can block a lethal attack once. Please note, you have used the skill, and it is now on cooldown for 3 hours. With the prompt sound, Qing grinned. He transformed like the previous leader of the magical gods, his body becoming black mist. Then, he instantly dove into the incoming figure of his opponent. This scene left everyone in shock. Qing. What kind of technique was he using this time? Chapter 149. The Crazy Explosion. Absolutely incredible. This is quite interesting. Watching as Qing transformed into black mist, a smirk appeared on Zero, the demon goddess face. However, before he could finish speaking, without any warning, a frying pan hit him on the head. The most unbelievable part was that, although the frying pan had no lethal power, it suddenly erupted with a terrifying explosion, directly blowing his head off. What the heck? This scene left everyone dumbfounded. What just happened? But before they could react, a blue cloud descended from the sky, and the next moment, a slightly plump young man emerged from the ground. He leaped into the air and instantly grabbed the cloud. Strangely, the cloud transformed into a longbow in his hands. Blue arrows appeared out of nowhere, and as he slowly descended, he drew the bow, whoosh. The sound of breaking air rang out as the arrow, glowing with blue light, accurately struck the heart of the demon god. At the same time, a purple sword light appeared, resembling a magnified version of a myriad of swords returning to their source. In an instant, countless sword lights rushed in, directly leaving the demon god riddled with wounds. This scene stunned everyone. Who are they? Seeing the arrival of these 3 individuals, especially a man in a gray robe with a scar on his face, surprised many. The strength of these new allies was somewhat unexpected. I get it. This is Grey Wolf. The other 2 are Happy Goat and Lazy Goat. What? Upon hearing this, many were taken aback. How did characters from the second dimension appear? But looking at their faces, before anyone could voice their thoughts, a soft voice suddenly chimed in from somewhere. Wow. Brother Lazy Goat is amazing. Mommy, look. Daddy can really fly. Happy Goat and Brother Lazy Goat are so impressive. Well, it's confirmed. Who else could they be? The voice of Little Gray is too recognizable. Seeing the newly appeared powerful figures, a hint of joy appeared on everyone's faces. This is simply a descent of powerful beings. However, everyone present did not let their guard down. They saw Qing, shrouded in mist, floating in the air, forming a network of fog that enveloped a certain area in the void. Then, to their astonishment, they saw a figure trapped within the mist network. Sure enough, the Zero Demon God also had a skill similar to Qing's shadow clone technique. Fortunately, Qing managed to catch him in time, and under the shroud, the black mist quickly contracted, compressing him to the size of a basketball. Immediately, countless sword lights and arrows, along with playing cards, once again enveloped the black mist. Boom. The sound of an explosion swept through. -50,000. A single hit, 50,000 damage. This made many people cheer and jump with joy. With the new update, everyone could see the health bar of the Zero Demon. But that wasn't all. Qing had already emerged from the dark mist, and, amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, he threw the silver ring in his hand into the air. Suddenly, bang! A crisp sound echoed. In an instant, thousands of giant nuclear power plants, like a spider web of secrets, completely enveloped the area where the Zero Demon was located. No, this wasn't just 10,000. This was over 100 million. Among them were countless nuclear power plants the size of a thumb. Wow, I knew Qing had used all his gold coins to purchase 3 incredible items, but I never expected he could compress the nuclear power plants like this. Over 100 million nuclear power plants. Once they erupt, the power displayed could destroy the blue planet more than 10 times. This scene left everyone a bit shocked. In fact, countless people knew that Qing indeed had such a trump card. But when this trump card was truly revealed, the shock and feeling were still unimaginable. Buzzing. Blue electric currents flickered between each nuclear power plant, and the powerful currents intertwined, forming a massive top-tier ultra-high voltage power network that completely sealed the Zero Demon within. The Zero Demon, trapped in the center, was at a loss for what to do as his gaze flickered. He had not anticipated this situation either. To him, Qing seemed like a small ant that he could crush with a single finger. However, he did not let his guard down and had been observing the other party's changes. After all, since the start of the National Fortune game, this guy had been too conspicuous. But why had this kid grown so quickly? He instinctively looked down at Xingyuan, Anna, and the others not far below. It was them. They had set him up. In fact, when he was fighting Xingyuan earlier, he truly thought that Xingyuan was still at the power level of 1,000 years ago. During that fight, he could sense that situation. Now it seemed that this guy had been hiding his true strength all along and had not displayed his strongest abilities. But if that was the case, then why? He had the power to suppress him. Why not choose to suppress him himself, but let this young man do it instead? Or kill him? Suddenly, he realized something. Instantly, a fierce gaze pierced through the countless electric networks, fixating on Xingyuan on the ground. It was him. He considered himself as a training partner. He intended to use his own body to lay the foundation for Qing. Damn it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but erupt in anger. Over the years, as the mastermind behind the 72 demons, he had never felt such humiliation. Not even when he was sealed 1,000 years ago had he felt this stifled. Now, the energy bar was getting lower and lower. But the anger in his heart was growing stronger and stronger. He raised his head and looked at Qing in the distance, his figure once again turning into black mist. He wanted to break through the thunder's blockade, no longer wasting time, and directly kill Qing. But just as he rushed out, countless golden lights flickered in the gaps of the thunder, shining like an even more terrifying attack, hitting him and forcing his misty form back into a human shape. In that moment, countless blood marks appeared all over his body. The golden light spell. How could you have turned the golden light spell into a formation, merging it within the lightning formation? His face darkened as he looked at Qing. His voice icy. Quite the idea. Seeing the other party's frantic appearance, Anna couldn't help but laugh. Qing, her own brother, actually had such means, which indeed surprised her. But what shocked her even more was Qing's application of the golden light spell. How long has it been? He could actually use a spell to form a formation. In the Shushan sect, to be able to combine spells into a formation, one would need at least 10 years of practice. Such skills were impossible without that. However, the Qing in the void did not pay attention to the situation below. He did not even look at the furious expression of the Zero Demon God. Instead, he smiled slightly, snapped his fingers, and instantly, 100 million nuclear power plants erupted with the most dazzling light. Amidst the astonished gazes of everyone, this thunder and golden light spell formation, carrying the nuclear power plants and the Zero Demon God, vanished in the blink of an eye from Blue Star. The next moment, a dazzling explosion visible worldwide erupted fiercely from beyond the realm. Chapter 150. The conclusion from the ground. A massive visible shockwave surged towards them. When everyone switched their view to outer space, they saw the shockwave instantly obliterating all the scattered meteorites around, turning them into dust that gradually vanished from sight. Strangely, the orbits of the blue planet and its moon showed no signs of displacement. This scene left countless people in shock. The explosion of this shockwave was beyond anyone's imagination. Of course, many were repeatedly searching the video for any trace of the Zero Demon, but found nothing. It was evident that under such an explosion, that entity was truly killed. They received system notifications. World announcement. Qing has killed the Zero Demon, earning the title of World First. And he has gained the unique opportunity for a 5S upgrade. World announcement. Qing has killed the Zero Demon, earning the title of World First. World announcement. Qing has killed. 3 announcements in a row. At that moment, Everyone on the blue planet finally believed this fact. The Zero Demon, along with the 72 demons, was really dead. Finally, they had succeeded. They were alive. Some wept tears of joy, collapsing to the ground in exhaustion. This was a manifestation of their fatigue. Many had invested countless energy and time into this matter. Their minds had been in a state of high tension every moment. They didn't even dare to sleep deeply, fearing that an army of demons might sweep in. This feeling, this thrill, had left many in a state of fear. But now, everything was over. Yi Qing, Yi Qing, Yi Qing. Cheers echoed continuously in the real world. Even the world channel on the game interface was flooded with this content. Everyone knew that this time, they had truly escaped death. If it weren't for Yi Qing's actions, they couldn't even fathom what the final outcome would have been. But now, there was no need to think about that. They had survived. Congratulations. Finally, they could catch their breath. The superiors present exchanged glances in the conference room and stood up. Applause filled the room, and everyone wore joyful smiles. They all understood that this was a victory for the entire blue planet. Next, they needed to quickly establish a new system and rebuild the cities. The losses were significant, affecting livelihoods, businesses, institutions, and much more, all of which would require time to rebuild and recover. Moving forward, those of us in this conference room need to interact more frequently. The leader of the global coalition of superiors spoke up. Naturally, there are many infrastructure projects on our side, and we have confidence in the infrastructure capabilities of the Federation. We can now draft a contract and sign the agreements for the cities and buildings first. Yes, we are also on board. Moreover, it's not just the infrastructure business. We are very fond of the tea from the Federation. We will officially procure your tea later, and we hope that is welcomed. We are also very interested in ceramic wares. Our museum has 108 ancient artifacts from the Federation, and today we will choose to return them to the Federation free of charge. The big shots gathered around, excitedly discussing upcoming plans. This is the change brought about by strength. After today's battle and seeing the current weakness of Yi Qing, everyone can clearly see the situation at hand. If we don't align ourselves with the Federation now, when will we? At this moment, in a certain Federation, the place is filled with ruins. Endless flames continue to rise, burning many buildings and forests. The flames have turned half the sky red. As the newly appointed leader of the Federation, the current situation makes the new leader feel quite overwhelmed. What a mess the previous leader left behind. What am I supposed to do now? There was no cooperation with the Federation or Yi Qing before. And now, almost everyone globally has sided with Yi Qing. What can they do? How can they proceed? It's not just here. Even within another Federation, countless people are in tears. There is nothing to be done. They are well aware of the significant opportunity their Federation has missed, especially since they had always stood on the opposing side. Now, how could the other side possibly accept them? At this moment, they realize it's over. In the Federation, in the center of the battlefield, Yi Qing slowly descended to the ground. Alongside him were several others, including Mimi, Anna, and others. The top leaders also paused their work to gather here. It's resolved. Congratulations, brother. Hearing Anna's words, Yi Qing smiled. Yes, it's resolved. Thanks to the help of countless people, as well as the support from Xing Yuan and Anna in buying time. If it weren't for their joint assistance, he would have long been reduced to ashes. Thank you. He bowed deeply to the world in the live broadcast. This victory was due to the teamwork. At the same time, he also heard the news of the demon god being defeated, which made him exceptionally happy. The sun gradually rose from the horizon. Everyone looked at the time. It was dawn. Watching the sun slowly rise, the rays of light illuminated the sky, clearing away the previously gloomy weather. This made many people laugh. This represents new beginnings. It signifies the arrival of a new era. Are you okay? The prominent figure looked at Yi Qing and also laughed. I'm fine. Yi Qing nodded with a smile. For the upcoming work, it will be up to you all. Although I'm fine, this battle has indeed been exhausting, and I need to rest well. So, I won't be involved in any more matters and will focus on dating and having a child. Yi Qing, what did you say? You want a date? By the way, let me tell you, my daughter is wonderful. She can sing and dance, is proficient in all forms of art, and is also the head of a communication agency. The most important thing is, she is still single. Would you like to consider her? If you agree, you can get the certificate today. Upon hearing Yi Qing's words, the military figure immediately stepped forward and said anxiously. Meanwhile, other prominent figures also began to recommend their daughters and granddaughters. In the blink of an eye, A beautiful scene turned into Yi Qing's matchmaking event, leaving people both amused and bewildered. After quite some time, everyone finally dispersed. Yi Qing, along with Xing Yuan and others, returned to his temporary residence. However, just as he stepped into the dwelling, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. The Blue Star incident has ended. Congratulations on completing all tasks. Your identity will be fully activated. Please note, the Zero Demon God is merely a clone. The real entity is already aware of what happened on Blue Star. If you wish to resolve this crisis, you must go to the myriad realms to seek a solution. Do you wish to proceed? Hearing this prompt, Yi Qing looked at everyone, thinking of the many people around the world who trusted and helped him. Without any hesitation, he grasped Anna's hand and instantly chose to proceed. The end.